Chapter 1. Traversing the World of Pirates. The ferocious winds howled, relentless torrents of rain cascaded down, and turbulent undercurrents surged. Amidst this chaos, a figure encased in a spherical bubble appeared. Unknown memories began to resurface, and a creeping sense of dread enveloped his heart. Ha! Yen Qing jolted awake, gasping for breath, clutching his chest. Was that a nightmare? Instinctively, Yen Qing glanced around, his expression frozen in astonishment. Where am I? He found himself in a cramped wooden space that swayed incessantly. One thing was certain: this was unequivocally not his home. Who was playing this cruel prank? Furrowing his brow, Yen Qing had yet to fully comprehend his situation when inexplicable images flooded his mind once more. Were those? Why are there such strange things in my head? Creak! A faint sound echoed as the door swung open. Still bewildered, Yen Qing focused his gaze and beheld a girl with orange hair entering. "You're awake," the orange-haired girl announced. "Yeah." Yen Qing stood momentarily stunned before instinctively nodding. "You seem much better. I fished you out and saved your life, so we'll be taking that bracelet on your wrist as a token of gratitude." The girl produced a golden bracelet adorned with a red gem, grasping it tightly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "What bracelet?" Yen Qing stared blankly, instinctively questioning when he had ever possessed such an item as an ordinary person. "Not yours." The orange-haired girl squinted her eyes. "In that case, I shall not be polite." With that, she snatched the bracelet back and exited the room. How peculiar. Yen Qing was at a loss. Upon scrutinizing himself, he noticed his hands had grown considerably stronger and fairer, while the clothing he wore was evidently not his own. Turning to the window, he caught a glimpse of a vast expanse of blue. The ocean? A thought surged within him. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the images in his mind coalesced, and Yen Qing's expression darkened. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Where's this? His heart raced violently as he raised his hands, visibly witnessing his arms rapidly enveloped in blue, muscles bulging. In the past, he had often fantasized about traversing worlds, but he never anticipated such a phenomenon would truly occur to him. The world of One Piece. I crossed over. How utterly unbelievable. Before he knew it, a month had flown by. Yen Qing, now known as Harriet, found himself trailing behind Nami, equipped with a sword at his waist and a large bundle on his back. Initially, Harriet believed he had a fair understanding of the pirate world, but upon disembarking, he was left dumbfounded. Unfamiliar with the prices, devoid of money, and lacking acquaintances, he was, in essence, utterly destitute. Consequently, he had no choice but to confront the orange-haired girl who had extorted him. After a series of entanglements, Harriet successfully upgraded his status to that of a small follower. Now, Harriet had come to learn of the orange-haired girl's true identity, Nami. Upon discovering this, Harriet was taken aback. He never expected to encounter her. At present, Nami was merely 16 years old, and according to Harriet's recollections, there were still 2 years until the plot began. Should he board the ship? Harriet found himself deep in thought. The world of One Piece boasted a plethora of wondrous islands since he had come to this realm. Should he not seize the opportunity to explore? Otherwise, would it not be a wasted journey? After all, his advantages were rather substantial. "Harriet, what are you daydreaming about? If you break it, you owe me 10 million berries." At that moment, Nami chimed in playfully. Oh, cold sweat trickled down Harriet's forehead. "But Nami, didn't you say it was worth 1 or 200,000 berries before? Why now is it 10 million? Nami tilted her head, feigning confusion. Wasn't it 10 million? Unfortunately for her, Harriet was no infatuated fool and refused to fall for her tricks. No. Harriet looked at Nami, speaking earnestly. "One must be honest." "What is honesty? How much is it worth?" inquired a girl whose eyes sparkled with dollar signs. "Harriet." They walked for over half an hour until they reached the seaside. Despite carrying a large bundle, Harriet found it hardly burdensome given his current physical condition. Indeed, he possessed a remarkably strong physique. According to Harriet's memories, this body was merely 17 years old, yet already stood at 6 feet tall, making it conceivable for him to surpass 6 feet 3 inches. Moreover, while it had not undergone extensive training, its physical capabilities were still more than triple that of an average person. Such potential. Although Harriet had resolved to set sail, he was not in a rush to train. He understood well that recklessness would not yield favorable results. Being a novice, haphazard training could easily lead to injury. One need only look at the myriad veterans, many of whom bore hidden injuries from intense military training, necessitating careful rehabilitation. Over the past month, Harriet had diligently absorbed various knowledge about this world, while gathering books on physical training and medical knowledge. Where did the money come from? Hey, let's not forget about Nami. Of course, Harriet was not without cost. Nami had, under various pretenses, compelled him to accrue debts amounting to over 1,000,000 berries in a short span of time. Truly, it was ruthless. However, our protagonist was no fool. He began to repay his debts by fending off pursuers. With his extraordinary physical attributes, dealing with average individuals was a mere trifle. His strength alone allowed him to handle 5 or 6 unarmed foes simultaneously. However, each time he repelled an enemy, it only counted as repayment of a mere 1,000 berries, causing Harriet to inwardly lament his own greed. In the end, Nami only seemed to increase his debt. After all, how could one so capable be easily let go? All right, let's head to the next town and sell this. Nami took the bundle and carefully placed it on the small boat. Upon opening the bundle, a beautifully crafted porcelain vase adorned with golden patterns emerged. Great! This brings us one step closer. Nami clenched her fists, elated. She was now closer to her goal of 100,000,000 berries. There! Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Harriet's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He spotted a burly man, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and brandishing a sword, emerging from the nearby woods, not more than 50 meters away. Instinctively, he recognized the man as a potential threat. Soon after, 6 others followed suit. Run! Without hesitation, Nami rushed to escape by boat. Harriet quickly stepped forward to assist, pushing the small boat into the water. At that moment, the burly man noticed Nami's movement, accelerating and leaping forward, swiftly closing the distance, drawing his sword to strike at Nami. Seeing this, Nami immediately brandished her staff, assuming a defensive stance. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Harriet's forehead as he swiftly drew his sword, using it to intercept the attack with a resounding clang. Nicely done. Nami offered rare praise. The burly man gasped in surprise. Taking notice of Harriet, he had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike, yet this unremarkable young man had managed to block it. Interesting. The burly man's gaze sharpened. Given your strength, you should have no trouble making a living, yet you dare to steal. Moreover, you've dared to steal from Methan. I shall not hold back. Speaking thus, his hand did not falter, launching a horizontal slash directly at Harriet. Harriet understood that with his strength, he could certainly find work at a dock or similar place. However, now that he was aware he was in the world of One Piece and had encountered Nami, he could not settle for mediocrity. Once more, he blocked the incoming attack, and this time, his tripled strength proved effective, forcing the burly man to retreat. What immense strength! The burly man was taken aback, though his own strength was considerably above average. He had not anticipated that his opponent would be even stronger. Realizing brute force would not suffice, the burly man opted to employ technique. Adroitly maneuvering his body, he avoided engaging Harriet's sword heat-in, skillfully dissipating the force of each clash. At this moment, Harriet found himself in a dire predicament, appearing quite flustered as he was intermittently cut by slashes. The delay allowed the pursuers to swiftly catch up. Harriet! Nami exclaimed in distress, her complexion paling. You all go and capture her. The burly man immediately commanded. Harriet felt a surge of panic. Chapter 2. Exposure. What was Nami's true strength? After a month of companionship, Harriet had a clear understanding. Her martial prowess was decidedly subpar compared to the likes of Luffy and Zoro, and even when compared to an average person, she was hardly superior, possessing merely a slight edge in agility. Could she possibly contend with 6 individuals simultaneously? Uncertain, a wave of confusion washed over Harriet, resulting in several more cuts. Fortunately, the original owner of the body had a solid foundation, and the instincts remained, enabling Harriet to endure the onslaught. Hurry up and deal with him, otherwise he'll set sail. Seeing this, Nami shouted in alarm. Harriet's lips twitched, yet he understood that Nami was merely expressing her frustration. Otherwise, she would have already departed. Nevertheless, the situation remained grim. Capture her. As 6 individuals boarded the ship, 3 charged toward Nami, attempting to subdue her, while the other 3 darted toward the porcelain vases. Nami immediately panicked upon witnessing this. Those vases were her hope. Instead of confronting them directly, she nimbly maneuvered her body, swiftly darting between the 3 assailants to obstruct the trio advancing toward the vases. Stay calm. Harriet clenched his jaw, striving to conquer his fear. After all, just a month prior, he had been a law-abiding citizen, and now he was facing blades heated. It's worth noting that during the preceding month, they had been pursued by ordinary individuals. Even the bodyguards had not been armed with any weapons. He never anticipated this predicament. Rely on your Bodis instincts. Harriet murmured to himself, gradually loosening his mental grip on his body, allowing his instincts to respond to the imminent danger. HM. The burly man suddenly sensed something amiss and intensified his assault. Yet, Harriet found evasion significantly easier. Now, his agility was on an entirely different level compared to before, with his instincts surpassing the control of his mind. Fishman karate, upper-level explosive palm. Suddenly, after evading an attack, Harriet launched a powerful strike with his left palm, his skin swiftly turning blue. He grew 10 centimeters taller, and a few sparks of electricity flickered across his surface. Boom! The speed was so astonishing that the burly man could not react in time, getting struck squarely on the left cheek and sent flying a meter away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Captain, the remaining 6 were left in shock, their jaws dropping. Just moments ago, they had held the advantage. How could everything change so swiftly? What is this? Nami's expression darkened as she witnessed the scene unfold, her mind racing with images of towering figures. Fishman, completely oblivious to his exposure, Harriet seized the moment and charged at the 6. This guy. The bodyguards immediately fell into disarray. Now endowed with immense strength, nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, the remaining assailants stood no chance against him, swiftly being dispatched with his overwhelming power. Nami. Harriet turned, smiling, but before he could utter leave, he caught sight of Nami's grim expression, causing his smile to vanish instantly. As if recalling something, he instinctively glanced at his arms. Indeed, the color had changed. Fishman. Harriet quickly deduced the cause. Nami's homeland had been overtaken by Fishman. Now that he had revealed his Fishman traits and utilized Fishman karate, it undoubtedly triggered her painful memories. What happened to your skin? As expected, Nami inquired. This was bad. This was very bad. Harriet's mind raced. Gulp. He steeled himself and replied, You've heard of Fishman, right? In truth, I'm a hybrid of human and Fishman. Fishman. Nami's head drooped slightly, her tone chilling, her hatred palpable, rendering the notion of being a hybrid utterly insignificant. Actually, Fishmen do exist. Enough. Nami suddenly interrupted Harriet, pointing at him as he approached. Don't come near me. Get away. Harriet understood the reason, yet he couldn't say, I'm a time traveler, I know everything about you. So he dutifully stepped off the ship, unceremoniously pushing a few bodyguards overboard. Watching the departing boat, Harriet felt a whirlwind of emotions. Initially, he had intended to ally with Nami, hoping to eventually join the Straw Hat crew, but he hadn't anticipated her severe reaction to Fishman, categorizing him as an enemy merely for being a hybrid. As for Nami, her thoughts were even more convoluted. She had thought she found a partner to quickly earn money, only to discover he was a Fishman. How despicable. He had concealed this from her. Indeed, all Fishmen must be wretched creatures. Well, it seems I must fend for myself henceforth. Harriet murmured to himself, thankful for his familiarity with this world, or else the days ahead would be exceedingly challenging. He resolved to return to his original hideout, considering it improbable to find Nami again. After all, the current Nami was not the same person saved by Luffy 2 years later. When it came to Fishmen, she likely had little tolerance. As for him confronting the dragon, that was a jest. With his current capabilities, he hadn't even fully harnessed the original Botus techniques, let alone face a dragon whose strength was at least tenfold that of an ordinary person. He would undoubtedly be obliterated. Harriet did not doubt this in the least. After several hours, he returned to a modest dwelling. Opening the door, he discovered, as expected, that Nami was not present. This house was an abandoned structure that Harriet had claimed after discovering it. After a week of tidying up, it had become a semblance of shared domain for the two of them. However, now he was left alone. Sitting down, Harriet began to contemplate his current capabilities. One strength thrice that of an ordinary person when emotionally agitated could activate his Fishman heritage, increasing strength to 5 times 2 electrocution. Capable of emitting 500 volts of electricity when activating his Fishman lineage, 3 Fishman karate, possessing only the memory and bodily instincts, yet unrefined. Knowledge to be acquired. Thus, I am still a novice in the realm of warfare. Harriet found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on the fact that the burly man, whose strength paled in comparison to his own, had managed to overpower him completely. It could be said that he had squandered his considerable abilities. After some contemplation, Harriet realized that his entire fortune amounted to a mere 200,000 berries. Under Nami's relentless pressure, he felt fortunate to possess even this sum. However, he recognized that if he were to commence training now, it would prove insufficient. Suddenly, Harriet recalled a nearby location known for its numerous shipwrecks. Harriet smiled. It appeared that this might indeed be feasible. So, shall this be addressed? Harriet removed his garments, turning his back to the mirror. There, upon his back, lay a hoof-shaped brand. a slave of the celestial dragons. Harriet was once a slave. Although the present Harriet feels little impact from this mark, he cannot help but ponder. According to my memories, I escaped when the collar was removed, without inflicting harm upon the celestial dragons. However, the identity of being a slave to the celestial dragons has likely extinguished any hope of joining the Navy. Is the Navy's 6 styles formidable? Undoubtedly it is. Harriet also salivated at the prospect. Yet being of slave origin, he knew that should his intentions be revealed, the Navy would be the first to apprehend him. What? Does he harbor no animosity towards the celestial dragons? Who would believe such a claim? Consequently, Harriet had no choice but to take matters into his own hands to secure his sustenance. The method of cultivating the 6 styles was beyond his reach. But achieving a similar effect was still within the realm of possibility. Chapter 3. The thought of travel on a moonlit autumn night, June 12, 2016, at 9:08:30. Time swiftly passed, encompassing a year and a half. Suddenly, a figure leapt swiftly from the sea. Burbling sounds followed as a flurry of bubbles surfaced. With a resounding splash, a 10-meter-long fish broke the water's surface, unconscious and floating atop the waves. Huh. Harriet inhaled deeply, patting the bag slung across his back. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, with slender gills visible on his shoulders, his upper body resembling an inverted triangle that showcased his robust musculature. As a hybrid of human and Fishman, he possessed strength that transcended the ordinary, along with inherited traits from his Fishman lineage, such as the ability to generate electricity and, of course, gills. Consequently, he could effortlessly traverse the ocean depths. Aside from a few colossal creatures and the currents, the sea could be likened to his private garden. Over the past year, he had frequently subjected himself to the immense pressure of the underwater environment, supplemented by various training equipment. This rigorous regimen had resulted in a remarkable transformation in his physical capabilities. Now, he could easily awaken his Fishman heritage, with his physical prowess tripled compared to earlier. As for Fishman karate, he had mastered it thoroughly and was currently endeavoring to develop new techniques. It is safe to say that, when pitted against his former self, he could easily contend with 10 of his previous incarnations. Opening the bag, Harriet felt a surge of joy, astonished by the significant haul. At least 1,000,000 berries, he surmised. Gazing at the gleaming treasures within, his heart brimmed with delight. What, he pondered, was his greatest advantage in the world of pirates? Harriet was acutely aware that, possessing the blood of a Fishman, he boasted a physique that transcended the ordinary, along with the remarkable ability to remain submerged in the ocean for extended periods. Albeit his speed paled in comparison to that of a true Fishman. During these past few days, he had been inquiring about locations notorious for shipwrecks, and indeed, aside from a few frequented sites, he had leveraged his unique advantages to delve into the depths of the sea, unearthing a considerable trove of treasures. If Nami were present, witnessing such a bounty would surely bring her immense joy. Harriet mused. Alas, Nami would not return. Instinctively clutching the large fish, Harriet oriented himself and swam towards the shore. Meanwhile, not far from Harriet, aboard a pirate ship, a young pirate lounged in the crow's nest, idly scanning the horizon. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Is there someone swimming out there? Is he being pursued by that enormous fish? Could it be a shipwreck? How intriguing. The young pirate, captivated by the unfolding scene, retrieved his telescope. Eager to witness the spectacle of the unfortunate swimmer being devoured, hoping to pass the time. As he focused, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. The swimmer was dragging the large fish. Where did he find such stamina? The young pirate muttered to himself. Is he attempting to swim back to shore? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seemingly startled by his own thoughts, he shook his head in denial. Then, a glimmer of realization struck him. Was that gold? Licking his lips, greed surged within him. Was he carrying nothing but gold? The young pirate immediately shouted, Something's happening. What is going on? A merchant ship? Is the Navy approaching? The small pirate vessel erupted with excitement, swiftly gathering over 30 crew members on deck. Ursa, what's the matter? A stout, middle-aged man adorned with a pirate hat emerged from below deck. Captain, look! Young pirate Ursa exclaimed, handing the telescope to the captain, gesturing toward Harriet's direction. Behold. What is this? A person? What's the story with that fish? The captain's voice rose in pitch, glancing at Ursa with a furrowed brow. It's merely a man, albeit rather peculiar. Why? As he spoke, the captain fixed Ursa with a menacing gaze. clearly indicating that an explanation was imperative lest he face dire consequences. Gold! Ursa exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He is carrying gold. The captain's eyes widened, as did those of his crew. Quickly, he resumed his observation of Harriet. Indeed. He spotted the glimmer of gold. Crew, the captain declared, lowering the telescope, drawing his sword, and raising it high with a triumphant shout. Business is afoot. The pirates erupted into a frenzy of enthusiasm, drawing their blades, eager for action. As for the reason behind Harriet's prolonged swimming, such considerations were far from their minds at that moment. Yet, their oversight would inevitably lead to their downfall. A ship. Unbeknownst to Harriet, who remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events, he spotted the vessel, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Just as hunger gnawed at him, he thought to borrow their kitchen. Thus, he swam with renewed vigor towards the pirate ship. As for the pirates, Harriet harbored little fear. Setting aside the fact that this was the weakest East Blue, his ability to breathe and swim freely in the sea afforded him a means to evade most dangers. After all, if he couldn't win, he could always flee. As Harriet swam near the pirate ship, he noticed several ropes being tossed down. Harriet pondered. Could they possibly be adventurers akin to Luffy and his companions? In this day and age, virtuous individuals are a rare breed. Harriet swiftly grasped the rope and boarded the vessel, smiling as he ran his hand over his head. Hello, everyone, he greeted. In response, he was met with a multitude of grinning faces, over 30 in total, yet their expressions were laced with malice. Kid. Hand over the gold on your back if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, bellowed the burly captain with a sinister grin, casting a furtive glance at the bulging package that sparked excitement within him. He brandished his knife, seemingly intent on intimidating Harriet. Harriet maintained his smile, yet its warmth swiftly evaporated as he sighed, pondering the incessant cruelty humanity inflicts upon one another. What? The captain, noticing the gold behind Harriet, swiftly lost his patience and swung his blade towards him. The gold. Minutes later, the realization dawned. It is Lord Harriet. The captain, along with his band of pirates, knelt upon the deck. The captain's face adorned with bruises forced a charming smile. Meanwhile, the other pirates appeared equally disheveled, silently shedding tears of sorrow. What have we done to incur the wrath of this monster? In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the entire crew found themselves decisively bested by Harriet. At that moment, Harriet was swiftly devouring the pirate crew's meal, 10 portions of food rapidly vanishing into his stomach. Since his self-training began, Harriet's appetite had notably increased, hinting at a burgeoning capacity for gluttony. He even jested to himself about becoming the second Luffy. However, this was merely a facade. His appetite had plateaued at the equivalent of 13 portions, showing little change. Master, how shall we handle that fish? The rotund captain inquired cautiously. Fish? Harriet was taken aback, tilting his head slightly, realizing, indeed, why had he been carrying it all along? By the entire crew of the pirate group. Harriet burst into laughter and suddenly inquired, What is your bounty? Bounty, sir. My bounty is 200. As he began to speak, the stout captain abruptly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stammered helplessly, shaking his head vigorously. What? Bounty? I have no bounty. Oh no. If this devil discovers my bounty is 2 million berries, how will I escape being handed over to the Marines? What a diabolical scheme. The captain's mind raced with countless thoughts. 2 million, is it? Unfortunately, Harriet had already seen through it all. The captain's cold sweat transformed into a torrential downpour, leaving him flustered and speechless. Many crew members stood in solemn silence. My goodness. My head. Is that so? Harriet, disregarding his thoughts, murmured to himself, It appears that the bounty of 2 million is no longer a challenge for me. It is time to embark on my own journey. Chapter 4. The town of Wutan as Harriet set sail once more. He found himself in possession of a newfound fortune, the bounty of Captain Big Face. That fellow was one who intended to take his life upon their first encounter, indicating he was no virtuous soul. Handing him over to the Navy posed no moral dilemma for Harriet. At that moment, he sat upon a small vessel, leisurely engrossed in a book. The weather at sea was splendid, allowing him to disregard navigation. Nevertheless, even inclement weather did not instill fear in Harriet. He had prudently acquired a waterproof backpack, ready to plunge into the ocean should misfortune befall his little boat. What nonsense was this? Soon enough, Harriet emitted a lament. A year and a half prior, he had made a decision he deeply regretted, studying. Though it merely involved acquiring knowledge about exercise and the human body, it proved to be a source of incessant headache for him. He was neither a prodigy nor one to swiftly immerse himself in literature. Consequently, after more than a year, he had not ascended to the ranks of a higher intellectual. At present, he could be considered a mere novice. Yet, it was fortunate that this knowledge enabled Harriet to progress rapidly without detrimental effects on his physique. Setting aside his book, he reached for a stack of bounty notices. Now, mere physical training had lost its significance. Thus, he could only rely on combat to enhance his strength. However, it seemed that formidable pirates of the East Sea were indeed a rarity. Harriet flipped through the pages and encountered the notorious pirate, the Fishman dragon, who boasted a bounty of 20 million berries. In his current state, Harriet felt little confidence in confronting the dragon. Although the details of the dragon's saga had faded from his memory, he recalled that one of the dragon's subordinates practiced Fishman karate, with the most formidable technique being the thousand-tile fist. Presently, Harriet's own prowess was only approaching that level. While the essence of martial arts lies in the triumph of the weak over the strong, Harriet did not presume that, having trained for merely a year and a half, he possessed the strength to defeat an established master. Overcoming the dragon was a formidable challenge that lay far ahead. There was no rush. Harriet picked up the bounty notice and then took hold of a nearby newspaper. Thus, he decided to seek out some skilled martial artists to engage in combat. The pirate Beck, with a bounty of 8 million berries, was a fervent challenger of martial arts dojos, known for his penchant for killing his opponents after defeating them. He had previously slain a Navy chief petty officer and was a solitary pirate. Harriet squinted his eyes, recognizing a formidable opponent. As he once again set foot on land, he arrived at a quaint town named Wutan. Though modest in size, this town holds considerable renown in the East Sea. Here, one might encounter not only naval officers but also bounty hunters and even pirates. This place is renowned as the East Sea's famed information trading hub. With sufficient funds, one could procure a vast array of intelligence concerning the East Sea. Logically, such an establishment ought not to exist so overtly, yet it has remarkably evaded closure, prompting speculation about the influential figures behind it. However, at this moment, Harriet harbored little interest in the identities of those shadowy figures. His sole desire was to uncover the whereabouts of Beck. The East Sea is vast, and he possessed no confidence that he would stumble upon his quarry merely by setting sail. With a heavy pack slung over his shoulder, he casually entered a nearby tavern. Upon stepping inside, Harriet quickly noted the presence of a group of pirates. His brows lifted slightly, but he remained composed. Indeed, the Navy lay in ambush at Orange Town. Fortunately, the captain's keen instincts led them to procure intelligence in Wutan, thereby outmaneuvering the Navy. The pirates erupted into laughter at this revelation. It was evident to Harriet that their original intention had been to raid Orange Town, but upon learning of the Navy's plans, they had instead received timely information. This further attested to the reliability of the intelligence available here. Disregarding the raucous pirates, Harriet approached the proprietor. The owner was a middle-aged man with thinning hair, clad in a suit, and wearing a faint smile. "What can I get for you, traveler?" he inquired cheerfully as Harriet approached. "I'll have a glass of fruit juice," Harriet replied, tilting his head, uttering a response that left many momentarily speechless. What did that lad order? Fruit juice. Why not go home for some milk instead? The pirates erupted into hearty laughter, nearly shedding tears. As for the owner, he was unfazed by the peculiar request. Oddities among pirates were commonplace in Wutan. With a calm demeanor, he busied himself in the back for a moment before returning with a glass of apple juice. Harriet took a comfortable sip. In his previous life, he had never been particularly fond of alcohol, and in this world of pirates, his current body had yet to encounter it. As for those pirates, he held no interest in them. They were mere trifles. "Boss, do you happen to know which information broker is the most reputable?" Harriet directly got to the point. As far as he knew, the tavern here also served as an intermediary. "Oh." The owner cast a glance at Harriet and said, "So, the guest is here to seek information. You understand the rules, I presume?" "Of course." Harriet nodded thoughtfully, opening his backpack slightly to retrieve a stack of money. "Here are 100,000 berries," he stated. The proprietor nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the sum, then inquired, "Are you seeking information regarding the Navy, the pirates, or perhaps something else?" "Pirates. I'm looking for someone," Haru replied directly. "Ah, seeking someone, is it? A deposit of 100,000 berries is quite sufficient." The proprietor chuckled amiably. Harriet understood that if he inquired about naval intelligence, the deposit would escalate to 500,000 belly. After all, The Navy is a formidable arm of the government, the sovereign power of this world. Trafficking in such information verges on illegality, and thus, the risks are considerable. Do you see? At that moment, a sailor clad in pirate attire discreetly questioned a rotund pirate nearby. The portly pirate's eyes gleamed with avarice. Though the opportunity was brief and the opening Herod had created was modest, the seasoned pirate, accustomed to dealings with wealth, astutely discerned that there was a substantial sum of belly within. The innocent often suffer for their wealth. Keep your eyes on it, the sailor exclaimed before hastily departing. Herod paid little heed to the unfolding events. Upon acquiring the location, he promptly set forth. Exiting the tavern, he proceeded toward the destination indicated by the tavern owner. Unbeknownst to him, the throngs of people began to dwindle. Eventually, he found himself in a shadowy alley. Almost there. Herod, rouse your mind and emerge. Come forth. Mice, it seems you have been discovered. At that moment, over 20 individuals swiftly emerged from various corners, subtly encircling Herod, many of whom were the very pirates encountered earlier at the tavern. You there. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, surrender your backpack. A burly figure resembling a leader stepped forward, wielding a spiked club upon his shoulder, exuding an air of intimidation. Oh, Herod, taken aback, murmured. I was quite low-key, yet I still managed to stir up trouble. Could this be the fabled passive troublemaking aura of the protagonist? The burly man, observing the situation, realized that his opponent was unwilling to compromise. However, he too had no intention of letting it slide. You lot, forward. With a sweeping motion of his club, the small pirates charged forth, shouting wildly as they brandished their blades, intent on eliminating Herod. Indeed, this was rather intriguing. Herod's muscles were taut, and suddenly he sprang into action, seizing the arm of one pirate wielding a knife. With a powerful throw, he executed a shoulder toss, sending the pirate crashing into the others. Bang! 3 pirates were instantly incapacitated. Grasping another pirate, Herod wielded him like a weapon, striking the remaining pirates with unrelenting force. Herod possesses strength that is 9-fold that of an ordinary person, effortlessly grasping individuals as though they were mere playthings. The pirates, now filled with trepidation, found themselves overwhelmed. With 5 of their own already toppled, Big Beard, astonished, beheld the scene where nearly half of his crew had been incapacitated within a mere 30 seconds. Recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, he swiftly brandished his spiked club and commanded his subordinates, stand down. The pirates, visibly shaken, heeded their captain's orders and retreated, leaving only those who lay prostrate on the ground. Herod cast a peculiar glance at the bearded man. My friend, this time we have truly faltered. This amounts to 500,000 berries. Shall we let it slide? The bearded man replied, as he promptly produced a stack of money and tossed it to Herod with a flourish. Herod widened his eyes in astonishment. This development was rather peculiar. It should have been a scenario where he stubbornly pressed on only to be met with a slap in the face. How could he be so perceptive? Nevertheless, Herod was not one to harbor grudges. After accepting the stack of money, he said nothing further and simply departed. The captain? Some of the pirates were perplexed. Not only did he let his opponent go, but he even offered money. This individual was far from ordinary. Just moments ago, he had not fought earnestly at all. The burly pirate had a keen eye, quickly discerning that Herod was effortlessly overpowering this group of pirates, not even exerting his full strength. Herod entered a dark passage and descended into an underground chamber. Upon arrival, he beheld 10 doors, each adorned with a distinct number. Number 8. Herod, adhering to his superior's instructions, entered room number 8. This was a small compartment, with an iron grill before him, obscured further by a black cloth draped above. Clearly, this was a precautionary measure for the safety of the informant. What do you wish to inquire? A voice emerged from the other side. Where's Baker? Herod did not engage in superfluous conversation. The one with an 8 million bounty? Indeed, 800,000. Herod's eyebrows immediately arched in surprise. What? The other party seemed to understand Herod's thoughts and remarked, Beck is a lone wolf. Tracking his whereabouts is no simpler than locating a pirate crew. Moreover, he is currently in a rather remote location, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain his movements even if we manage to find a lead. Very well. Herod did not engage in idle chatter. He promptly produced 800,000 berries and passed them through the small window to the other party. In turn, the other party handed over an envelope, which contained information regarding his current location, where it was estimated he would remain for approximately 6 days. Haru nodded thoughtfully, comprehending that the other party was merely concerned that his own delay might result in missing Beck. and thus sought to tarnish their reputation. Consequently, this individual conveyed the information to him, ensuring that if Beck remained elusive, the blame would rest solely upon himself. Harriet rose and departed from the scene. Chapter 5. Beck and Baroque. A few days later, on a beach of a small island in the East Sea, Beck, with his hands bandaged, lounged on a recliner, licking his lips and chuckling. So, is it truly your intention to establish an ideal state devoid of warfare? Indeed, replied the man in black, Mr. 10, who bore a knife at his waist, a smile gracing his lips. What do you say? Will you join us? As he spoke, he subtly prepared himself for any opposition, ready to unleash violence should it arise. Their organization prided itself on its secrecy. Should Beck refuse, there would be no chance of the information leaking. Moreover, if he managed to escape, it would certainly be deemed a failure of the mission, leaving him with no avenues for survival. It was inevitable that more elite agents would be dispatched to hunt him down. Thus, if I ally with you, I shall have the opportunity to battle stronger foes? Beck inquired, his eyes shimmering with fervent enthusiasm for combat. Mr. 10 exhaled quietly, relieved. It was fortunate he had gathered intelligence on Beck beforehand. It seemed that the allure of engaging in battles with formidable opponents had successfully ensnared him. Indeed, the Grand Line is teeming with all manner of powerful beings. Even those endowed with devil fruit abilities congregate there. You are bound to experience exhilarating clashes. Mr. 10 continued to entice, speaking nothing but the truth, while the fate of Beck was of no concern to him. Very well. Beck nodded affirmatively. I shall join your ranks. Mr. 10 rejoiced, laughter spilling forth. You shall have no regrets. Beck chuckled as well, secretly plotting to challenge the elite agents Mr. 10 had mentioned, even the president of the organization himself. Surrendering so easily would not come to pass. Hello. Mr. 10 produced a din mushy, contacting Mr. 3. How goes it? Mr. 3 inquired as soon as the line connected. Mission accomplished. Beck has agreed to become a member of Baroque Works, Mr. 10 reported promptly. Excellent. Then hasten to bring him into the Grand Line. Further tasks await you, Mr. 3 instructed. Understood. I shall who? Beck suddenly bellowed, interrupting Mr. 10. Startled, Mr. 10 nearly dropped the din mushy, his expression swiftly contorting into one of anger. Turning, he beheld a young man emerging from the sea, clad in a black vest, a large pack slung over his back, and bearing slender scars on his shoulders, his feet bare. Who are you? How did you appear so suddenly? Beck's gaze was fixed intently on Harriet. The latter had just emerged from the water, and Beck had not noticed anyone in the vicinity prior. Had he been on the island all along, or had he swum directly here? If it were the latter, this individual was indeed extraordinary, capable of remaining submerged for such an extended duration. Hey, did you hear anything? Mr. 10, not contemplating further, called out loudly. Hear what? Harriet was momentarily taken aback. But soon his gaze fell upon Beck, and a smile illuminated his face. Beck, it is indeed you, he exclaimed. Do you know him? Harriet's tone led Mr. 10 to believe that Baker was acquainted with him. No, we have never met, Baker replied, shaking his head. Mr. 10, the phone bug is still connected. They can certainly hear what is happening here. Eliminate him. Mr. 10 promptly responded, understood. I have come specifically to find you, Baker. Harriet approached, casting his backpack onto the beach, indifferent to his drenched clothing. Oh, Beck inquired, a bounty hunter? Before Harriet could respond, Mr. 10 interjected. We must not allow our organization's secrets to be revealed. Eliminate him. A bounty hunter? Harriet stretched his limbs and remarked, No. I heard you are a master of martial arts, which is why I sought you out. Indeed, here you are, my 800,000 berries have not been wasted. Harriet. That is my name, the name of the man who shall defeat you. Beck's eyes sparkled with interest. A challenge, you say? So, you two are skilled in martial arts? Let us engage in combat. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Beck launched his attack. The distance between them was merely 20 meters. And in the blink of an eye, Beck had closed that gap, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Harriet's left temple. The speed of the strike was astonishing, leaving most unable to react in time. However, Harriet merely leaned slightly to the side, narrowly evading the blow. He seized Beck's arm with his left hand and countered with a strike to the chest using his right palm. Oh! Beck's eyes gleamed with increasing fervor for battle. He forcefully shook his right arm, attempting to break free, while simultaneously thrusting his left hand towards Harriet's right palm. Bang! The two were evenly matched. Damn it! Mr. 10 drew his handgun and aimed it at Harriet, yet he hesitated to fire, wary of misunderstanding from Beck. Harriet cast a fleeting glance at Mr. 10, silently on guard. He was neither a rubber man nor a block of iron, and a single bullet would be unbearable for him. 200 tiles. Herritt gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to Beck's head. A skilled practitioner of Fishman karate can masterfully control the output of their strength, and Herritt had now reached that level. Compared to before, his power had significantly increased. Beck immediately sensed the change and grew even more exhilarated, realizing that this was not Herritt's full strength. With a swift motion, Beck tilted his head to the side, as if activating a switch, and his speed surged to a new level. A swift kick struck Herritt, forcing him back 5 steps. Simultaneously, he cast a pointed glance at Mr. 10, clearly indicating that he should not interfere. Herritt had not anticipated that Beck possessed such remarkable physical prowess, although it did not surpass his own. Beck's adept application of martial techniques managed to overshadow him. However, this only added to the value of their competition. 500 coins. Herritt suddenly elevated his strength to its current limit, engaging once more in battle with Beck. 500 knife hand strikes. 500 side kicks. 500 straight punches. Herritt unleashed his full potential, and it must be said that Beck was the first opponent he encountered in the East Sea with whom he could truly engage. Even though Herritt's strength far exceeded his own, Beck was still able to maneuver around him. Bang! Beck landed another left hook, nearly distorting Herritt's face. Herritt tilted his head back and delivered a fierce kick. Hiss! Beck could not evade entirely and immediately felt a searing pain in his left side. Yet the agony only heightened his exhilaration. Kill him. He must be slain. These two lunatics. Mr. 10's brow furrowed in disbelief. The sheer violence displayed by these two was astounding. They had plunged into combat without hesitation, and merely witnessing it made Mr. 10 acutely aware that a single heavy blow from either of them could cause a mere mortal to spit blood profusely. Yet, these two continued to exchange blows, their ferocity unrelenting. Even he could not suppress a chill down his spine. Thankfully, Beck had just agreed to join them. Otherwise, he had little confidence in retaining Beck's allegiance. Beck unleashed a powerful straight punch, summoning all his strength to strike directly at Herritt's throat, a fervent gleam illuminating his eyes. Die. Danger. Herritt sensed an impending crisis, his hair standing on end. Herritt exhaled forcefully, producing a sharp sound as his body surged upwards by 30 centimeters. His skin rapidly turned a deep blue, and his muscles slightly swelled. With a resounding thud, he struck his chest with his fist, causing him to stagger back a single step. Then, under Beck's astonished gaze, he swung his right fist with astonishing speed. 750 punches with a right hook. The impact contorted Beck's face, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying. With a thud, Beck crashed to the ground, leaving a trail over a meter long on the sandy beach. You possess the powers of a devil fruit, Mr. 10 exclaimed in astonishment. However, he quickly realized that Beck stood no chance against Herritt and decisively drew his weapon. Bang! 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 Bullets whizzed through the air. Yet, Herritt was well prepared. Upon noticing the gun's aim, he deftly dodged the bullets and swiftly closed the distance to Mr. 10. You scoundrel! Mr. 10 fired off several more shots, retreating as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. But he dared not expose his back. Instead, he drew a knife, poised to strike at Herritt. Damn Beck! If it weren't for his insistence on a duel, I would have shot long ago. With a smirk, Herritt approached Mr. 10, effortlessly evading the knife's arc. And in a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that rendered Mr. 10 unconscious. Chapter 6. Targeted. A devil fruit user, you say? Beck, now rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, questioned, but how can you move in the sea? Truly remarkable. Herritt turned around, contemplating quietly. During their previous confrontation, Herritt had realized that his strength far surpassed that of Beck. The latter's ability to endure so many strikes was solely due to his avoidance of direct hits and the skillful technique he employed to mitigate the force. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand such an onslaught. I am no mere wielder of powers, Herritt casually replied as he approached his backpack and lifted it, simultaneously deactivating his bloodline abilities and returning to his original state. He had indeed gained significantly from this battle, enhancing his skills remarkably. Practical experience, as it turns out, is the most effective catalyst for personal growth. What are you planning to do? Beck asked, taken aback by Herritt's actions. I intend to leave this place, Herritt responded straightforwardly. What? Beck exclaimed, momentarily stunned and then filled with fury. You are just going to leave like that? Herritt furrowed his brow and glanced at the still slightly trembling Beck. What else could it be? Beck felt a surge of humiliation. Had this bounty hunter come to seek amusement at his expense? Aren't you the one who thrives on challenges? You should comprehend my motives. I sought you out solely to better myself, Harriet stated slowly. Beck's lips twitched violently. What? Merely here for a challenge? Like myself? Impossible. There could be no one in existence akin to himself and his brother. How could he be so naive? Beck vehemently rejected the notion within. How could he suddenly alter the color of his body if he were not an ability user? How could his strength increase so dramatically? How could he suddenly grow taller? Beck rationalized to himself, dismissing the fact that Harriet could enter the sea as a subconscious oversight. Kill him. Beck's mind screamed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Harriet, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stretched his limbs before making his way towards the ocean. Suddenly, a faint sound of rushing wind pierced the air as Beck dashed forward, leaping to a position just above the nape of Harriet's neck. With a bloodthirsty glare, Beck swung his right fist, aiming directly at Harriet's skull. Danger! Harriet instinctively rolled away, clumsily evading the attack. Damn it! Harriet was infuriated. How could this fellow resort to ambush? Is he not a thrill-seeker? How can he possibly not accept defeat? Harriet was, of course, unaware that Beck was wanted due to his tendency to ambush and eliminate complacent masters following his failed challenges. Victory led to murder, and defeat did not spare them either. Thus, he was deemed a perilous individual. You scoundrel! Harriet turned around, without uttering a word, discarded his backpack, and activated his bloodline, transforming once more into a towering figure of azure. His speed surged, nearly doubling, as he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Just as Beck prepared to evade, a sharp sting radiated from his left cheek, piercing through to his mind, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. When he regained awareness, it was too late for escape. Wait. A cold sweat broke out on Beck's brow as he hastily raised his hands to shield his head, his mind roaring in desperation. How could I fall here? I have yet to enter the Grand Line. I must withstand this. Bang. 750 was. The Fishman karate technique, shark was, struck with unrelenting force, forcing Beck's hands apart and exposing his face, which reflected sheer terror. Gush! A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he was struck once more on the left cheek, compounding his injuries. This time, he fell completely silent, collapsing onto the sandy shore. He was dead. Harriet's lips twitched, and he was acutely aware of the extent of his own power. Ever since arriving in the world of One Piece, he had encountered numerous disparities from his previous life, the most significant being the reality of mortality. In the realm of One Piece, the number of individuals who meet their demise appeared exceedingly scarce from the perspective of his former existence. However, upon entering this world, Harriet came to the sobering realization that people do indeed perish. The individual before him was evidently beyond salvation. How truly lamentable. Harriet, with a pained expression, scratched his head and decided to disregard the situation. They appeared to be in cahoots, so he would leave it to them. Baroque? That name sounded somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? Nevertheless, the outcome still favored the dominance of strength. It seems prudent to return to the martial arts dojo, for in a life-and-death battle, one might inadvertently unleash their full power, turning it into a mere contest of brute force. This time, without any distractions, Harriet successfully ventured into the depths of the sea. Had Mr. Tin witnessed this, he would surely have been taken aback. However, at this moment, he remained unconscious and destined to miss this spectacle. As for Harriet, the previously silent telephone bug suddenly chimed in. On the other end, Mr. 3 lounged on the deck of a wax vessel, basking in the sun while reclining in a wicker rocking chair, leisurely savoring his tea. It appeared that Mr. Tin's mission had failed. That fellow's name was Harriet, wasn't it? He seemed to be an obscure figure. Yet, it was indeed surprising that he managed to defeat Beck. Beck's strength was nearly on par with Mr. 5. Should he consider extending an invitation to this formidable individual? However, did Mr. Tin's failure equate to an unsuccessful mission? Mr. 3 sighed in exasperation as he glanced at Miss Golden Week beside him. Could you not fetch the senbei yourself? Miss Golden Week remained silent, merely gazing at Mr. 3. All right. Here you go. Mr. 3 picked up the senbei from the plate and handed it to her. Meanwhile, in a house in Wutan Town, a middle-aged man wearing a black hat spoke into the telephone bug. Sir, a few days ago, someone arrived. It seems to be that fellow from a year and a half ago. Oh, who is it? Came the voice from the telephone bug. The Fishman hybrid with a bounty of 100 million. The black-hatted man exclaimed with excitement. What? Is he still there? The voice on the other end became equally animated. He is no longer around. It seems he has gone in search of a new pirate in the East Sea, the black-hatted man replied, shaking his head. I just returned and discovered this from the intelligence gathered by my subordinates. It is currently quite challenging to ascertain his whereabouts. Find him. The voice on the other end was resolute. He is the individual the Celestial Dragon specifically requested be located. Securing a rapport with the Celestial Dragon would be tremendously beneficial for us. We must find him. Do you understand? Yes. The black-hatted man nodded vigorously. I will ensure that the various branches in the East Sea collaborate with you to locate him as swiftly as possible. Understood. If necessary, you may leverage our connections within the Navy. We must locate Harriet before any other organization. Capture him alive. Do you comprehend? Understood. What Harriet was unaware of was that a year and a half prior, the Celestial Dragons had offered a substantial sum in search of him. He could never have anticipated that during this brief period of trading in Wutan Town, he would attract such attention. A vast net was gradually encircling him. Chapter 7. The Veil Bang. With a muffled thud, a middle-aged man clad in a white martial arts uniform was knocked to the ground. Master. The disciples of the martial arts school, seated on either side, gasped in astonishment and cried out in unison. Cough, cough. The master coughed a few times, and though reluctant, he conceded, Esteemed sir, it seems I have lost. Wush Harriet exhaled deeply, merely nodding. After all, he was here to challenge, and speaking at this moment seemed rather inappropriate. Have you heard? Heard what? About the challenge maniac Harriet defeating Beck. What? Is that true? Indeed. I have also heard that he has challenged 13 dojos in the past 2 months, winning 9 of them. Wow, that's truly impressive. The apprentices of the dojos began to whisper among themselves. Fortunately, I practice Fishman karate. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to control my strength. Harriet thought as he stepped out of the dojo. His power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and had it not been for his remarkable control, most dojo masters would likely have been killed on the spot. In such a scenario, he would risk becoming a wanted criminal. Though he longed for freedom and wished to explore the wonders of this world, it did not imply that he desired to become a pirate. After all, pirates exist outside the law, whereas he had always been a law-abiding citizen in his previous life. The notion of becoming a terrorist was, for him, quite difficult to accept. Before long, Harriet arrived in a small seaside village. Brother Harriet, did you win? Brother Harriet, did you defeat that dojo master? As soon as he entered the village, the local children rushed over, chattering excitedly. Of course I won. Harriet flashed a V sign, revealing his white teeth as he smiled. Oh, the children cheered and ran around him. For the past week, Harriet had resided in this small village, easily winning the hearts of the local children with his wealth of experience. Tales of Harriet's underwater adventures, his valiant battles against pirates, and his confrontations with martial arts masters captivated the youngsters, leaving them starry-eyed with admiration. At that moment, Harriet noticed a middle-aged man carrying 2 bags of flour into the village and promptly approached him. With effortless ease, he grasped the 2 bags of flour with one hand and made his way towards Ben's home. Wow! The children gasped in astonishment. Thank you. Ben chuckled in response. During his time here, Harriet had indeed assisted the villagers, performing numerous laborious tasks. Although they were mere trifles for him, he had successfully garnered considerable goodwill. Naturally, he felt a swell of pride within. After all, where else would he have possessed such strength in his previous life? Ah, so handsome. Recently, Harriet's feats had captured the hearts of many young girls in the village. His youth, charm, and strength rendered him particularly alluring in this world rife with pirates. While Harriet might not be conventionally handsome, he stood out in this peculiar realm where men were often unremarkable and women were predominantly stunning beauties. In comparison, he shone brightly. What a delight! Truly exhilarating. Harriet reveled in his heart, basking in the admiration of numerous beautiful women in the pirate world, nearly floating into the heavens. Little did he remember that in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary man, unaccustomed to such adulation. While relishing the moment internally, he humbly remarked, "Oh, it's nothing special." Meanwhile, at the nearest naval branch, within an office, a corpulent young naval colonel munched on a chicken leg, declaring, "You require my assistance?" "Indeed," replied a middle-aged man in a black hat, suppressing the urge to frown. "Upon successful completion of this task, we will grant you 20 million berries." 20 million? The avarice gleamed in the eyes of the portly man as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that I, ORL Leonta, would have business come my way." "Colonel Leonta," the black-hatted man interjected, "this sum is intended for the ORL family. I presume they have already contacted you?" "Humph." The countenance of Colonel ORL Leonta darkened. This 20 million was indeed destined for the ORL family, leaving him with a mere 200,000 at best. However, the family had already commanded his cooperation, and he dared not falter. After all, his current position was bestowed upon him by the family. Without their support, he would be unqualified for such a role. After a moment's contemplation, ORL Leonta inquired, "How many troops do you require?" At this, the middle-aged man in the black hat furrowed his brow in irritation. Clearly, his previous words had gone unheard. He reiterated, "Harriet has a significant likelihood of eliminating Beck, who bears an 800,000 berry bounty. Our side lacks skilled fighters. Thus, we seek the assistance of the ORL family's experts. Naturally, having some marine soldiers would be advantageous." "The ORL family's experts?" ORL Leonta questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. The black-hatted man, growing increasingly exasperated, realized that this individual was utterly dull-witted. He was well aware that the ORL family had sent a skilled warrior for training a few months prior, a participant in the CP9 selection process. Though he had ultimately failed, he was still an exceptional fighter within the East Blue. "Alti," the black-hatted man stated, "I require his assistance." "Alti." ORL Leonta furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before suddenly realizing, it's him. I'll summon him immediately. Then I will leave it to you. Though his disdain for ORL Leonta grew, the black-hatted man maintained a veneer of politeness. Contemplating the fact that Harriet's bounty had risen to 300 million berries, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Should the plan succeed and connections with the celestial dragons be established, he anticipated considerable rewards for himself. "Very well, I shall take my leave. I appreciate your assistance tonight." The middle-aged man in the black hat bowed and exited. Harriet took another hearty bite of chicken as ORL Leonta's eyes sparkled with ambition. This Harriet's worth clearly exceeded 20 million berries. He needed to devise a means to secure greater benefits. Perhaps he could detain him? No, he resolved to hand him over, albeit with a slight delay. ORL Leonta contemplated how to negotiate for additional advantages. He picked up a transponder snail and dialed a number. "Moses, it's me. Please get in touch with that, Alti." "Yes, him. Urge him to come here swiftly." "Understood," came the response from the other end, followed by the transponder snail drooping its head. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the land. The moon concealed behind clouds. The atmosphere was ripe for unfolding events. "Is this the location?" ORL Leonta, accompanied by over 30 Marines and a short-haired man clad in black, inquired discreetly of the middle-aged man in the black hat. At this hour, they lay concealed outside a village, observing the only room that glowed with light. The middle-aged man had also brought along a skilled fighter who had previously defeated a pirate with a 600,000 berry bounty. Although their organization possessed an even more formidable expert stationed in Wutan Town, deploying him would inevitably draw the attention of rival factions. The matters concerning Harriet are not solely known to their organization. Other intelligence agencies are equally aware. There are many eager to curry favor with the celestial dragons, and their organization is reluctant to allow interference from competing intelligence entities. Even with the leveraging of personal connections and the influence of the OL family, they have refrained from disclosing their true intentions. After all, compared to the prospect of aligning with the celestial dragons, their minor favors hold little value. "Colonel, he is in that room. We shall swiftly apprehend him," whispered the middle-aged man in the black hat. "Moreover, it is imperative that we capture him alive. We must avoid inflicting severe injury or disability." "Indeed," replied OL Langt, furrowing his brow. "The stipulation of capturing him alive without causing significant harm indeed constrains their options." Alti, a veteran of the CP organization and a participant in the CP9 preliminaries, undoubtedly possesses the capability to apprehend Harriet, the man in the black hat remarked with a smile. "Humph." OL Langt chuckled, his cheeks quivering with pride. Although he was aware of Harriet's prowess in dispatching an 8 million bounty criminal, he did not believe Harriet could contend with Alti. OL Langt cast a glance at Alti, having taken the time to familiarize himself with the man. While his knowledge was limited, he was aware that Alti had previously slain 3 pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Dealing with an indigenous person from the East Blue should be well within his capabilities. At that moment, Alti maintained a stoic expression, leaving others to speculate about his thoughts. "Let us proceed," commanded the middle-aged man in the black hat. "We must endeavor to avoid alarming the villagers and refrain from causing them harm." The man was intent on keeping the situation from escalating and drawing the attention of other organizations. After all, the Navy's involvement could be framed as a pirate extermination, but any fatalities would undoubtedly attract reporters. "This area has long been regarded as relatively peaceful," he mused. "Understood," OL Langt replied indifferently. "TSK." The man in the black hat shook his head. aware that his counterpart had not absorbed much of the counsel, but felt it unwise to press further, given their collaborative relationship. Meanwhile, Harriet was engaged in his daily training, performing push-ups. Although his rate of progress had slowed considerably compared to the past, the accumulation of small gains was still significant. Harriet's ears suddenly twitched, his perceptive abilities significantly heightened compared to before. The skills honed in the depths of the ocean allowed him to immediately notice a cacophony of noise approaching. Who could it be? Harriet did not believe that these were mere villagers, and he immediately became vigilant. He swiftly turned his body and stood up. Cautiously, he approached the window, where he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings in the light. Someone is there. After a few seconds of observation, Harriet discerned that numerous shadows were advancing towards him. Are they coming for me? Harriet found it peculiar. He believed he had not offended anyone. Could it be that the disgruntled masters of the martial arts schools he had defeated harbored resentment and were secretly plotting to teach him a lesson? The more Harriet pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Marines. However, when he discerned the garments adorning the shadowy figures, he was taken aback. What were they doing here? Could it be that he had been discovered by the celestial dragons, and that this was a command issued by them? Harriet furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter, and suddenly felt it was quite plausible. After all, he had not engaged in any actions that would provoke the Navy. Harriet did not linger and promptly began to gather his belongings. After observing for a while longer, he couldn't help but exhale in relief, as it appeared to be merely a contingent of naval troops. If formidable officers had indeed arrived, it would have posed a significant predicament. However, this was the East Sea, not the Grand Line, so it was likely that there would not be too many officers of high rank. Harriet, feeling a surge of determination, promptly slung his backpack over his shoulder and leapt out of the window. What? A middle-aged man in a dark hat, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Good heavens, he had been discovered. Capture him! Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, disregarding his own concealment. Bang! 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 Several naval officers, realizing the situation, aimed their weapons at Harriet. Suddenly, 3 large nets, each approximately 2 meters in diameter, unfurled with great force, encircling Harriet. A net? Harriet's lips twitched involuntarily. This contraption was certainly not as easy to evade as a bullet. The vast net surged in from both sides and the front. Without hesitation, Harriet swiftly adjusted his posture, unleashing a powerful burst of energy as he leaped over the formidable net that loomed before him. Such an astonishing height. Many sailors were taken aback. That must have been over 3 meters high. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? Flee. Harriet has little interest in engaging in combat with the Navy and is intent on departing without delay. Whoosh. Harriet dashed towards the outskirts of the village at a remarkable speed of 12 meters per second. What astonishing swiftness. The middle-aged man in the black hat was slightly taken aback, yet he remained composed. It would not be so easy for Harriet to escape from this place. Whoosh. Indeed, just as Harriet covered 100 meters, a figure suddenly lunged towards him. Whoosh. The faint sound of slicing air resonated as a fist rapidly loomed before him. How swift! Harlot was equally astonished, as the speed of the eruption surpassed even his own. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the punch, acutely aware that he was facing a formidable opponent and dared not to be negligent. He launched a knee strike. Smack! The adversary swiftly countered with a palm strike, successfully intercepting the knee thrust and stepping back 3 paces. Although the opponent had retreated, Harlot did not feel elated. The adversary's objective had already been achieved. He had come to a halt. This individual possesses physical prowess that nearly rivals my own. He was capable of withstanding the force of my knee strike, which was delivered with 80% of my strength. Harriet was secretly astonished. In the East Sea, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand his assault head-on. It was Beck, who had crumpled after just 2 strikes. This fellow appeared utterly unfazed. That knee strike he delivered in a moment of desperation had surely possessed a force nearing 400 watts. Little did he know that his opponent was equally surprised, not expecting to find such an impressive individual with remarkable reflexes and strength in the East Sea. Alt shook his hand. Even he felt a slight numbness in his palm. What a formidable adversary! Both men thought simultaneously. Alt, quickly apprehend him. At that moment, the corpulent Orlant suddenly emerged, merely 20 meters away from Harriet, exclaiming loudly, "You all hurry and encircle him. Do not let him escape." Upon observing the demeanor of the individual before him, Harriet discerned that he was a naval officer. A concealed expert, perhaps? A large question mark emerged in Harriet's mind, yet he felt a twinge of doubt. This individual, with his corpulent physique, appeared to possess little in the way of genuine skill. Perhaps it was time to put him to the test. Harriet made an immediate decision. How infuriating. The moment Alt noticed Harriet's gaze fixed upon Orleanti, he understood Harriet's intentions. With a swift stride, he charged towards Harriet, his right hand lunging forward. However, he was a fraction too late. Harriet adjusted his breathing and erupted forth with nearly 3 times his original speed, instantly appearing before Orleanti. In a flash, Alt too arrived, positioning himself behind Harriet, delivering a powerful punch directly aimed at Harriet's heart. To save his foe was imperative. Harriet was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. What on earth? So fast. Yet, he had already unleashed a punch, leaving his defenses considerably weakened. He quickly retracted his strength and crouched to evade. With a resounding slap, the diminished force of his fist struck the abdomen of Alianta, who was caught completely off guard. The flesh rippled outward as Alianta's eyes rolled back in shock. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching his belly and collapsing to the ground in agony. Harriet, having sidestepped the attack, stood in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Was this truly a naval officer? In Harriet's mind, a colonel was akin to Monka's Mog, and even the divisional Monka seemed far superior to this officer. "Lieutenant Colonel," the sailors shouted in unison. "Damn it! Bastard! Kill him!" Alianta, driven nearly to madness by the pain, screamed hysterically. "Alianta," a middle-aged man in a black hat exclaimed, his face turning ashen at the sound of his name. Arthur remained silent, swiftly moving to Alianta's side, eyeing Harriet warily. At that moment, Harriet indeed contemplated taking the lieutenant colonel hostage. However, he quickly reconsidered, deciding that fleeing was the better option. Just then, a flash of steel sliced through the air, blocking Harriet's escape route. Another man in black appeared, brandishing a saber and fixing his gaze intently on Harriet. At that moment, the sailors closed in, each aiming their weapons directly at him. Upon observing the peculiar apparatus beneath their gun barrels, Harriet immediately discerned its purpose. It was designed to deploy a large net. Alas, this predicament was dire. Colonel Leong, a middle-aged man in a black hat, hastened to assist Leong, whispering a caution. "This Harriet must be captured alive." "Curse it!" Leong grimaced in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Fire! Seize him! I shall administer a thorough beating." With that, the middle-aged man in the black hat exhaled in relief. As long as he remained unscathed, the pain of flesh would amount to little. Bang! 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 At his command, the Marines resumed their gunfire, unleashing a torrent of nets from all directions. "Activate!" Harriet's pupils suddenly constricted, and he silently admonished himself. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he swiftly elevated himself by 30 centimeters, his entire form enveloped in a cerulean hue. With a slight accumulation of energy, Harriet launched himself towards a large net to his right, rapidly extracting 10 appendages from his backpack and casting them towards the net. Chapter 9. No retreat. With a resounding thud, the large net was struck squarely by the whirling 10 appendages and was immediately sent flying by the immense force. Harriet, without the slightest hesitation, seized the opportunity to evade capture, thereby avoiding a fate of confinement. With resolute determination, he leapt onto a nearby house. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, leaving several fissures in the structure. Fortunately, this was a quaint village, where most houses stood only a single story high. Such remarkable agility. What on earth is happening? The Marines, many of whom had never encountered a person with extraordinary abilities, were thrown into a state of alarm. A person with abilities? Alianta was slightly taken aback, with his experience having merely glimpsed at those with powers. Harriet's transformation led him to believe he was facing someone extraordinary, a hybrid of Fishman lineage. The middle-aged man in the black hat was equally astonished. He had no prior knowledge of Harriet's ability to transform. Having witnessed the Fishman pirate crew before, he noted that apart from lacking fins and webbed appendages, Harriet bore an uncanny resemblance to a fishman. Indeed, he was a half-fishman. This revelation only solidified the black-hatted man's conviction that Harriet was the individual he sought, prompting him to call out, "Do not be afraid, he is merely an ordinary person, not someone with abilities." Abilities? What does that mean? The Marines exchanged bewildered glances. "He is not one of them?" Alianta, clutching his abdomen, turned to the man in the black hat. "Indeed," the man replied earnestly, "this is merely his unique capability, which is why the higher-ups seek to capture him." The black-hatted man had spoken off-handedly, unaware that he had inadvertently struck a chord of truth, due to long-standing prejudice. The union of fishmen and humans was a rare occurrence, and offspring bore distinct fishman traits. Harriet, however, displayed minimal such characteristics aside from his gills. which could manifest further under emotional duress. Those unaware might easily mistake him for someone with extraordinary powers. This rarity was precisely why he had caught the attention of the celestial dragons. To them, he was a most precious collectible. Allianta, undeterred by these revelations, felt his anger blaze anew. If he was not someone to be feared, then he could act with less restraint. Swift as a flash, Allianta darted behind Herod, executing a precise strike aimed at the vulnerable artery in Herod's neck. How swift! Herod was caught off guard and was abruptly sent flying. Remarkable resilience. Alth was equally astonished that he remained unscathed. Such speed, could it be the result of a shave? Herod stood up, unable to contain his curiosity. You actually know? Alut replied, slightly astonished, for such knowledge was not something just anyone could possess. CP9. Herod suddenly felt a surge of panic. For this was the organization that had nearly obliterated Luffy and his crew. Upon observing Herod's evident distress, Alut decided against clarifying that he was no longer part of CP9. Seizing the opportunity amidst Herod's turmoil would make it far easier to apprehend him. In truth, Herod ought to have realized that CP9 operatives typically acted alone. How could they possibly create such a commotion alongside a multitude of Navy personnel? Yet, in his current state of anxiety, he remained oblivious to this fact. Bang! A few large nets were shot forth once more. Boom! Overwhelmed by trepidation, Herod failed to properly control his strength, causing the roof beneath him to crack as he leaped forth. 700 tiles. Herod's power surged instantaneously. Run! Herod resolved himself, his hair standing on end. Suddenly, a door creaked open. What do you villains intend to do to Brother Herod? A crisp voice exclaimed as a small boy, visibly indignant, appeared before the door not far away. Instantly many gazes turned toward him. Quickly, return. Herod's expression shifted slightly as he shouted loudly, fully aware that such a commotion would draw the attention of the villagers. However, he was taken aback by the appearance of someone rushing out. Fool! Come back! The boy's parents, in a state of panic, attempted to pull him away, realizing that Herod was not someone they could contend with. I don't want to. The boy protested, struggling against their grip. You little brat, get back. Orleandy retorted impatiently, his mood already soured, reflected in his tone. Fat pig. I don't want to. The boy continued to resist. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, and the Marines exchanged anxious glances at the boy. Shut up. The boy's parents, nearly paralyzed with fear, quickly covered his mouth, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Colonel, he didn't mean it. Bang, 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 with 3 gunshots. Orleandy drew his pistol and fired thrice, wisps of smoke curling from the barrel. His forehead was lined with veins, and his voice was chilling. You have gone too far. Thud. The boy's family fell to the ground, blood escaping their lips, lifeless. Witnessing this, the Marines felt a pang of sorrow, yet none dared to utter a word. This man, a middle-aged man in a black hat, wore a grim expression. Death had come, and it was imperative to contain the information. Damn it! Many villagers observing from the shadows gritted their teeth, aware that the disturbance outside was significant. On the rooftop, Art clenched his fists and bowed his head slightly. Truly, what a bastard! Herod gazed in a daze. Although he had been in this world for quite some time and had encountered pirates and even taken lives, he had never witnessed the Navy so brazenly assaulting civilians as he did today. Suddenly, Herod let out a light chuckle, as if he had yet to attain complete enlightenment. Orliakta turned his gaze towards Herod. Truly, how infuriating. His voice grew somber, and Herod appeared to surrender the battle, slightly bowing his head. It felt as though a chilling breeze had swept through, startling Altitude. This sensation was akin to a discharge of 50 volts. Swift movement ensued. Whoosh. Herod discarded his backpack and charged towards Orl Lianti with great fervor. A multitude of Herods appeared in the eyes of several naval soldiers. This is bad. Allert gasped in surprise, witnessing Herod transform into what seemed like an afterimage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, employing the technique of shave, he pursued him. While an unsettling question surfaced in his mind, how could he be so swift? Bang, bang, bang. Some sailors opened fire, only to discover that their shots had failed to hit the intended target. Had they struck an afterimage? Orl Liani had just turned to respond, uttering a single word. 300 shells. Bang. Herod unleashed a powerful punch, striking Allianta squarely in the abdomen, causing his eyes to roll back and his face to contort in agony. It hurts. Tears and mucus streamed down his face as Allianta howled in distress. Suddenly, Alti rushed over, brandishing a dagger that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Herod's nape. At that moment, The notion of preserving life was cast aside. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, missing its target entirely. Alti's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had his speed increased, but his reactions had sharpened as well. Could it be that Harriet was not a user of animal-based abilities? At this moment, Harriet had no desire to flee. His heart was ablaze with fury, yearning to deliver a thorough thrashing to that scoundrel. With remarkable speed, he moved so swiftly that the soldiers could scarcely discern his figure, their eyes only reflecting fleeting afterimages. Bang! Harriet, with the force of 300 watts, felled the Marine effortlessly. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the black hat, accompanied by a skilled ally, was left dumbfounded. How could it be so swift? He could scarcely keep up with the movements of the two. Just moments ago, Harriet had not displayed such prowess. He had seemed capable of intervening. "My lord," he murmured as he approached the man in the black hat. "Indeed, we must rely on him." Although the man in the black hat was equally astonished, he had already contemplated having Alt resolve the situation. Therefore, he remained composed, suggesting, "Let us observe from the sidelines." The man clad in black, wielding a saber, hesitated. "Shouldn't you join in?" The man in the black hat cast a glance at him. The black-clad figure, upon witnessing Harriet, could only discern a blurred silhouette that swiftly vanished, causing his confidence to wane. He realized he could not possibly strike his opponent, hardly able to capture their form. "Shall we deal with the ordinary soldiers first?" Alt observed the soldiers collapsing one after another, instantly comprehending that their adversaries were intent on fighting rather than fleeing. Bang! 1 minute later, the last Marine soldier fell. "Colonel Lyakta, are you unharmed?" Alt assisted Colonel Lyakta to his feet. Despite his profound disdain for Lyakta's actions against civilians, Lyakta was presently his superior. "You scoundrel!" Blood trickled from the corner of Lyakta's mouth as his fury intensified, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes after enduring 2 successive blows. He could not help but feel apprehensive. "You, wretch." Harriet approached slowly, flexing his fingers, and declared his intent to deliver a severe beating. In an instant, Arte struck without warning, plunging a dagger straight into Harriet's heart. At that moment, he realized that capturing his opponent alive was no longer a feasible option. Harriet was enveloped in a dazzling display of electric light, and in an instant, he appeared before Lyakta. With a resounding thud, his fist, imbued with the force of 300 units of power, struck Lyakta squarely in the face, toppling his corpulent form. Lyakta let out a wretched howl. "You." Alt attempted to employ the technique of shave once more in a bid to thwart Harriet. However, at that moment, Harriet's speed was equal to his own, making it exceedingly difficult to land a blow. With a swift kick, Harriet propelled Lyakta's body, using it as a barrier between himself and Alt. Alt, sensing the peril, swiftly altered his approach, seeking to seize Lyakta. With another powerful impact, the scene unfolded. Harriet exhibited little hesitation as he delivered a powerful kick, sending the wailing Lyakta hurtling towards Alti. At this moment, he began to sense something amiss. This CP9 appeared to be significantly weaker than he had anticipated. Could it be that he was not a full-fledged member, but merely an apprentice? A fleeting thought crossed Harriet's mind. Chapter 10, Shadow of Moments. The official CP9 members are indeed monsters, a notion that lingered in Harriet's consciousness. In the recesses of his distant memory, the CP9 trained in the 6 forms were formidable beings boasting a combat power of over 500. According to CP9's calculation, a combat power of 500 exceeds the limits of the human body, qualifying one as a superhuman. For comparison, a typical soldier of the Navy headquarters, after rigorous training, possesses a standard combat power of 10 when armed, while an average individual might be rated at 5. To elaborate, the strength of a fishman is approximately 10-fold that of a human. Thus, an ordinary fishman would possess a combat power of around 50. Harriet, at this moment, exhibited a physical strength 9 times that of an average person, augmented by over a year of arduous training, bringing his base combat power to roughly 120. In his current state, his combat power should approximate 200. And what of this Alti? It is astonishing that he has yet to land a hit on him. While combat power does not solely dictate the outcome of a battle, Alti's weakness is indeed surprising. With this realization, Harriet's apprehension diminished significantly. The technique of shaving, if mastered alongside sufficient physical strength, can be executed by many. Perhaps this Alti is simply proficient in that. Given this, I shall not allow that old Lyakta to have an easy time. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Harriet's eyes. Alf gazed at the oncoming Lyakta, fully aware that his adversary intended for him to catch Lyakta as a pretext to bring about his own downfall. Nevertheless, despite understanding the ulterior motive, he felt compelled to play along with the scheme. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped Lyakta, instantly feeling the weight of the corpulent figure. Fortunately, his strength was considerable, enabling him to secure the hefty ORL Lianti, just as instinct urged him to retreat with ORL Lianti. A rush of movement signaled Harriet's sudden appearance behind him, causing Alpha's pupils to constrict in alarm. There was no evading this. The thought raced through Alpha's mind, leaving him no time to turn his head. 800 striking fist of Wajong. Harriet delivered a powerful punch to the back of Alt Bang. The immense force propelled Alt several meters away, causing ORL Yangta to lose his grip. Well, Alt spat out a mouthful of blood. How formidable! The middle-aged man in the black hat, witnessing this, realized he had little chance of capturing Harriet and decisively exclaimed, "Retreat." The man in black, wielding a blade, glanced at the hat-wearing man. "Remaining here is futile." Shaking his head, the man in the black hat quietly departed. Harriet had indeed noticed their withdrawal, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. Just moments prior, he discerned they were not part of the Navy. And the man in black with the sword was not to be underestimated. Should they engage him closely, given the man's extensive swordsmanship, he could likely exchange several blows with Harriet. If he were to join forces with Alt, they could very well subdue him, especially since his endurance was waning. Approaching ORL Yangta, Harriet regarded his sweat-drenched, portly face with an expressionless demeanor. "Hey, I am a Navy colonel. Harming me will bring you considerable trouble." ORL Yangta winced in pain, attempting to persuade Harriet to spare him. Indeed, Harriet did not refute and continued, "Indeed, it will lead to significant trouble." OL Yangta was taken aback, sensing that the situation was about to escalate. He quickly forced a grotesque smile and said, "It's nothing, nothing at all. As long as you let me go, I want to pursue the matter." Fool. Allard could no longer contain himself. Couldn't he, this fool, see the icy demeanor of his opponent? This was hardly a moment to be let off the hook. However, I must admit, I truly do not wish to let you go. Harriet spoke softly. AOL Yangta's eyes widened. Bang. With a forceful step, Harriet brought OL Yangta's face into an intimate encounter with the ground. The faint sound of cracking bones echoed. OL Yangta howled in agony once more, his limbs thrashing in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, his strength was utterly insufficient to displace Harriet, whose foot remained firmly planted upon his face. Whoosh. A dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at Harriet's foot. 700 tiles. Harriet ceased his advance, abruptly propelling himself away from the ground with a powerful leap. He swiftly grasped his backpack and departed. A sense of foreboding surged within Alt as he approached the scene, letting out a deep sigh upon his arrival. At that moment, OL Yangta remained motionless and silent. He was dead. Observing the blood that continued to flow from the severed head, Alt reached a grim conclusion. Harriet. Alt squinted, pondering the reason for his sudden withdrawal. Surely, in his previous state, he could have engaged in battle with me. Yet, he chose otherwise. Alt cast a glance at the cooling form of OL Yangta and thought, perhaps it is for the best that he is gone. I find I am still unable to take the lives of ordinary individuals with such indifference. Looking at his outstretched hands, Alt contemplated silently. Indeed, their sense of justice does not align with mine. Meanwhile, Harriet had been running for nearly 20 minutes and could finally run no longer. Hiss. Harriet could not help but grimace in pain, leaning against a nearby tree as he sank down to sit. It hurt. Harriet's body relayed a series of sharp pains to his brain. While it is indeed feasible to enhance speed and even strength through electrical stimulation of the body, the subsequent side effects are truly excruciating. Harriet is a half-fish man, whose aquatic lineage not only endows him with a formidable physique and the ability to breathe underwater, but also grants him the capacity to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel. Presently, he is capable of releasing nearly 1,000 volts of electric current. Upon discovering his extraordinary abilities, he began to explore methods of stimulating his body through electrical currents to enhance his physical prowess. After more than a year of experimentation, he has achieved modest results. However, such skills still inflict harm upon his body, leaving him in pain and suffering from muscle spasms post-application. Harriet silently endured, unable to refrain from marveling at the formidable vitality of human life in this world. Just moments ago, he had subjected his body to several minutes of stimulation. Yet the outcome was merely pain. Fortunately, I have consistently practiced controlling my electric discharges. Harriet felt a heaviness in his chest. Otherwise, something unfortunate might have occurred after such a prolonged duration today. However, Harriet recalled the previous naval officer, who appeared to hold the rank of lieutenant colonel, accompanied by a subordinate skilled in shaving. It seemed he was of considerable significance. Having committed an offense, it appeared he was on the verge of becoming a wanted man. Harriet could not help but shake his head. The act of murdering a naval officer was no trivial offense, and he doubted the Navy would easily let him off the hook. However, he felt no remorse. That scoundrel had callously taken the lives of innocents, which was utterly detestable. Yet, he could not fathom why that shaven-headed individual was present in the East Sea. Harriet muttered to himself, casting his gaze skyward. That Altika truly possessed remarkable strength. Unlike a mere novice like him who had only recently experienced a surge in power. If there were no reservations, a prolonged confrontation could very well lead to his defeat. Such a master, by all accounts, ought to be navigating the Grand Line. What, then, had brought him to this place? Harriet remains an enigma. Days later, at the headquarters of the world government's Navy, it was proclaimed that this Harriet is indeed a terrorist. With a resounding clap, Major Brano, donning sunglasses, slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the bounty notice for Beck affixed to the wall behind him. Although Harriet had previously eliminated Beck, a notorious criminal with a bounty of 8 million berries, thereby ridding society of a menace, he had the audacity to kill a lieutenant commander just days ago. Such an act undoubtedly qualifies as terrorism. Upon hearing Brana's assertion, some officers who were privy to the events exchanged disdainful glances. The aforementioned Lieutenant Colonel Orleante was no formidable adversary. His rank was merely a product of powerful connections, and he had also slain innocent civilians, which was indeed despicable. Nonetheless, from their perspective, it was not appropriate to voice their opinions, for Harriet had indeed killed a member of the Navy, albeit sparing the lives of ordinary soldiers. Branu continued, stating that intelligence indicated Harriet was a lone wolf, his identity shrouded in mystery, suspected to possess a devil fruit ability. Moreover, a former CP8 operative, Alti, had been involved in the incident but failed to subdue Harriet. According to reports, Harriet's speed was comparable to that of a Zoro, posing a genuine threat. Alti was one of the few powerful combatants within CP8, having previously dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries in the Grand Line. His act of killing a Navy lieutenant commander was undoubtedly a stain on the Navy's honor. Pointing to a photograph of Harriet taken during a martial arts exhibition, Brana declared that the headquarters had decided to set a bounty of 15 million berries on him. The officers present were momentarily taken aback. 15 million? In the East Blue, where the average bounty was merely 3 million, this was indeed a substantial sum. Thus, it was evident that his strength was among the elite in the East Blue. We must leverage the power of bounty hunters in the region alongside the Navy's might to bring him to justice. Adjusting his sunglasses, Major Brana proclaimed with fervor, "In the name of absolute justice! In the name of absolute justice!" A chorus of Navy officers echoed his sentiment. In a small village in the East Blue, a child excitedly held up a freshly printed newspaper, pointing at the bounty notice. "Look, it's Brother Harriet." The middle-aged man, sipping tea, was taken aback, exclaiming, "He has a bounty of 15 million berries. This Harriet has indeed been marked. As expected, he is a great pirate. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable?" The martial arts schools buzzed with chatter, tinged with envy. "So, you too have become a great pirate." In another part of the East Blue, Nami gazed at the bounty notice, murmuring, "A Fishman, indeed a wicked creature." The notice read, "Shadow Harriet, 15,000,000 berries. But why are you also being sought after? Attacking the Navy?" A complex expression adorned Nami's face. Chapter 11. The First Encounter with the Straw Hats. P.S. The author is currently navigating the path of life. At this point, it had been a week since Harriet had received his bounty. During this time, he had maintained a low profile, residing in secluded areas. While he had no fear of the bounty hunters in the East Blue, avoiding unnecessary troubles was always preferable. As the days passed, it seemed the moment for the plot to unfold was drawing near. Harriet lingered on a cliff by the sea, contemplating in silence. With the designation of a fugitive now bestowed upon him, his identity as a civilian had unequivocally come to an end. Henceforth, he would be regarded as a terrorist. In light of this transformation, Harriet naturally began to ponder his escape routes. It was only fitting that his thoughts turned to Luffy. It is well known that Luffy's crew includes Usopp, Nami, and other seemingly insignificant fighters, yet they have triumphed over a plethora of formidable foes and emerged unscathed. While this can be attributed to the protagonist's aura, it is undeniable that such a prospect is exceedingly enticing. Harriet does not entertain the notion that he could effortlessly transcend into the extraordinary figures of the anime realm after merely a few years of trainings. Such an idea is rather unrealistic. At least, the progress he has made over the past year has been painstakingly earned through his own diligent efforts. Fortunately, he possesses a formidable foundation, not starting from the ordinary level, Otherwise, he would not have persevered. After all, he is not a special forces soldier but an ordinary individual, lacking the indomitable will required for such rigorous training. Had it not been for his innate robust physique that allows him to surpass the average person, instilling a sense of confidence within him, he may have faltered in completing his training regimen. Where could he possibly find Luffy? Harriet recalls that Luffy made his entrance aboard the ship of Arlita, yet he remains unaware of Arlita's whereabouts. While information could potentially be acquired from Wutan Town, Harriet harbors suspicions that it is precisely there where his identity might have been compromised. After all, that locale is notorious for its bustling information trade, making the possession of his personal data rather commonplace. It is highly probable that the celestial dragons will seek him out. This, Harriet is quite certain of. During his escape, he inflicted no harm upon anyone. Thus it is unlikely that the celestial dragons would desire his demise. Should they locate Harriet once more and force him into servitude, he would become a prized possession, an object of display. This is not the fate Harriet envisions for himself. As for the clown buggy, Harriet pondered for a moment. It seemed that the deity Baki possessed a base, but where could it be? As for Usopp, I apologize, where exactly is his home? Harriet had completely forgotten. It seemed that only Baratie remained. He had indeed heard of this place. After all, the reputation of the seaside restaurant was quite notable. After some contemplation, Harriet resolved to wait for Luffy at Baratie. After all, he was the protagonist, and Harriet felt no burden in seeking his company. Moreover, being alongside Luffy would allow him to experience this wondrous world. At the very least, he wouldn't meet his demise, would he? The aura of a protagonist is undeniably formidable. Harriet, with an optimistic spirit, contemplated his decision. Having made up his mind, he gracefully leaped into the sea. The creature known as Harriet does not require a vessel. A few days later, at a Western restaurant on the East China Sea. Ah, what? At this moment, Harriet swam near Baratie and was taken aback. Was that not the Mary? What a stroke of luck to encounter it directly. Whose worship was that, anyway? Harriet recalls that there was indeed an individual who was struck by Sanji, but as for who that might be, he chuckles, having no recollection. He is neither a prodigious genius with an extraordinary memory nor does he possess the experience of watching One Piece countless times. He has merely viewed it once. Expecting him to remember such a multitude of characters would indeed be quite a challenge. Harriet couldn't help but admire those protagonists who traversed into the world of One Piece from previous lives. Each of them seemed to remember events with astonishing clarity, almost akin to Frankie's superhuman abilities. Ah, the past. Harriet's mind was filled with thoughts of this place. How could the protagonist resist the urge to explore? Just as he swam over, suddenly, two resounding booms echoed, and Harriet witnessed a cannonball soaring towards him. Harriet, in an instant, broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens! Who possesses such a lack of civic responsibility that they would fire upon the open sea, devoid of any target? Are you not human? By the mysterious voice, Harriet immediately dove into the water. Splash! As he submerged, he witnessed a projectile hurtling towards him, prompting him to swiftly evade its trajectory. Damn it! Several wells erupted atop Harriet's head. Harriet swiftly swam past. Luffy, it seems someone is over there, remarked a sharp-eyed, long-nosed individual. What? Someone? Exclaimed a startled rubber man. With a thud, the rubber man immediately leaned over the railing, scanning the surroundings. Luffy, where on earth did you send the cannonball? Questioned a green-haired sailor, erupting in frustration. Sighed the sailor, I just blew up someone else's ship. Suddenly, Harriet burst forth from the water, delivering a sharp slap to the rubber man's head. You absolute fool. You're causing too much chaos. With a resounding crash, the rubber man's head was slammed against the deck, his neck stretching out in shock. Goodness gracious. Harriet's eyes widened in astonishment. How extraordinary. Wait. Could it be that he is actually Luffy? Harriet looked intently at the figure before him. Ah, the straw hat, the red vest, the rubber man. There was no doubt it was Luffy. Who are you? The vigilant swordsman with green algae hair instantly drew his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on Harriet, ready to draw his blade at the slightest provocation. Ah, a strange individual emerging from the sea. A startled long-nosed man took several steps back. Harriet. Nami recognized him at once. I'm sorry. The rubber man, realizing his mistake, offered a solemn apology. An acquaintance? Hearing Nami call out the name, Zoro slightly relaxed his guard. Ah, Nami. It's been so long. Harriet caught sight of Nami and immediately turned to look at Luffy. The power of the devil fruit is truly wondrous. Are you familiar with the devil fruit? Luffy retracted his neck, grinning widely as he stretched his face, declaring, Indeed, I am the rubber man who has consumed the rubber fruit. Upon hearing this, Harriet nodded. He had long been aware of this fact, yet he felt a certain curiosity upon encountering the real-life version for the first time. Stretching Luffy's face, Harriet marveled. What a remarkable power. Indeed, Luffy grinned widely. What brings you here? Nami replied with a complex expression, her mind still unsettled by the bounty notice of the fearsome dragon she had just seen. I heard that the world's greatest swordsman has appeared here, so I made a special trip to witness it for myself. Harriet spoke up, having already devised an excuse. However, how should he join the Straw Hat Pirates? Should he directly request to be a member, or wait for Luffy to extend an invitation? Harriet pondered. There were no boats nearby. How did you arrive? Or did you encounter a shipwreck? At that moment, Usopp approached, tilting his head in curiosity. Oh. Harriet's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah. This appears to be the captivating detail that has drawn Luffy's attention. I am a half-fishman, capable of breathing underwater, though my abilities do not quite match those of a true fishman. Oh. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp were momentarily taken aback. A half-fishman. Indeed. Harriet spoke while revealing his shoulder, pointing at the slender gills. Behold, this is a gill. Oh, how fascinating. Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he directly invited. You're so interesting. Would you like to become my companion? Fishman? Do such creatures truly exist? Usopp approached in astonishment, poking Harriet's shoulder. Zoro's eyes widened slightly. Although he had heard of fishmen, he had never encountered one before, and this individual appeared to be half-fishman. However, Nami's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, she was no longer the person she had been 2 years prior, swiftly concealing her discomfort. Chapter 12. The Matter of Baratie. Johnny, isn't this fellow a wanted criminal? John, who was hiding with a headband, asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seems so, Johnny, also hiding and wearing sunglasses, replied as he took out the bounty poster, his voice trembling. He is a newly emerged pirate, and his first bounty has reached the level of the notorious Buggy. A staggering 15 million berries. Should we inform Zoro? John swallowed hard and whispered, of course. This is a notorious pirate, Johnny affirmed, worry etched on his face. By the way, I am a pirate with a bounty of 15 million as well. Harriet pondered for a moment and added, 15 million berries. Luffy immediately displayed an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, ah, so you are a notorious pirate. Could it be that you are a villain? Harriet was momentarily speechless. I am hardly a villain. Oh, I have made up my mind. I shall invite you aboard. Luffy exclaimed exuberantly. The words had escaped. Johnny and John gaped in astonishment. 15 million? Zoro remained unfazed, confident in his abilities. Who is it? Who dares to attack Baratie? At that moment, 2 chefs approached in a small boat. Ah, it is I. Luffy, upon hearing this, readily admitted his involvement. You? How could you inflict harm upon our captain? The 2 chefs glared menacingly at Luffy. I apologize. Luffy quickly bent down, clutching his straw hat in contrition. Bring him here. The duo promptly seized Luffy, leaving the Straw Hat crew in stunned silence. What should we do? Usopp inquired. We shall stay. After all, our destination is Baratie, Nami replied. Zoro was rendered speechless. It has been a while, Nami. Harriet smiled, a genuine expression emanating from his heart. After all, this was the first individual he had encountered in this world, as well as the first person to show him kindness, despite having led him into quite a few predicaments. Indeed, Nami appeared perfectly composed, returning his smile as she remarked, you owe me 168,000 berries. Compounded interest included. Let us settle for 200,000 now. Harriet was utterly dumbfounded. This was truly a greeting imbued with Nami's distinctive flair. There exists a reunion known as Nami. Huh. Harriet scratched his head, truly embodying the essence of Nami. However, at this moment, Harriet's wealth was considerable. He opened his backpack, and the dazzling light of his berries nearly blinded several pairs of eyes. Such an abundance of riches, by a certain long-nosed figure adorned with dollar signs, and the man with a headband and sunglasses. Even Zoro, sitting nearby, cast a lingering glance at Harriet before resuming his slumber. Surprisingly, the one who should have been most exhilarated, Lady Nami, remained unusually composed, her expression even somewhat somber. Had the Fishman indeed pilfered treasures from others? Otherwise, how could there be such a vast fortune? Nonetheless, Nami had become adept at concealing her emotions. The fleeting shadow of her gloom quickly dissipated, and she soon regained her composure. Harriet, oblivious to the matter, handed Nami 2 million berries, somewhat boastfully declaring, 2 million, here you go. Nami, unreserved, accepted the sum without hesitation. Shall we inquire a bit further? Harriet inquired, casting his gaze upon the fish-shaped figurehead of the Baratie. It seems that Luffy has been gone for quite some time. Usopp nodded in agreement. 30 minutes later, Harriet and his companions sat at the dining table, warmly greeting Luffy. Hello, you handyman. Nami smiled, raising her right hand. I hear you have to work for a year. Usopp grinned mischievously. How about altering the flag on the ship? Zoro teased. It seems your invitation has fallen through, Harriet remarked with a faint smile. Ah, you all. Luffy initially sighed in resignation. But upon seeing the delectable food on the table, his mood shifted to anger. How could you leave me behind to enjoy such delicious fare? This is outrageous. What a racket. Are these the companions of those guys? Sanji, who was charming a young woman, glanced over at the commotion. Observing his friends relishing their meal while he lamented his unfortunate role as a handyman, Luffy, in a fit of irritation, picked his nose and, unnoticed by Zoro, flicked the treasure into Zoro's cup of water. Nami and Usopp, witnessing this, struggled to suppress their laughter. Hey, isn't this just? Hirutin was suddenly reminded of that scene. Although he could only recall a few significant events from the world of One Piece, this moment remained vividly etched in his memory. Intrigued, he observed intently. Zoro, seemingly unaware of the booger, chuckled as he picked up the cup of water, preparing to take a sip. Bang! Usopp, with both hands braced on the table, struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders trembling with barely contained mirth, on the verge of breaking into laughter. How amusing! Harriet was also filled with a sinister sense of humor, intently observing the two. Drink this cursed concoction. With that, Zoro abruptly seized the moment, forcefully pouring the liquid into Luffy's mouth. Instinctively, Luffy gulped it down. What are you doing? Luffy suddenly collapsed, clutching his throat. Ha! Harriet and his companions pounded the table with laughter, their bellies aching from mirth. Ah, the ocean. I am grateful for the chance to encounter him today. At that moment, Sanji caught sight of Nami and instantly fell into a state of infatuation, showering her with attentions. Is that Sanji? Harriet gazed curiously at the live-action Sanji, inwardly reflecting. Indeed, he is quite the infatuated one. Shortly thereafter, the red-footed Zeph made his appearance, uttering words that compelled Sanji to leave the Baratie, to which Sanji naturally declined. Once Zeph departed, Harriet inquired, Are you truly the second most formidable chef here? Upon hearing this, Sanji, initially displeased, found his spirits uplifted by the acknowledgement of his culinary skills, and with a smile, he proclaimed, Yes, I am the future head chef, Sanji. Harriet secretly nodded in agreement. Indeed, you shall become the chef of the Straw Hat crew in the future. However, the two were not well acquainted, merely exchanging pleasantries and fostering a momentary camaraderie, before Sanji resumed his ardent courtship of his goddess. What could a man possibly compare to the beauty of a woman? Such was Sanji's sentiment. Time swiftly passed. And 2 days later, a glass shattered on the floor with a loud crash, yet it failed to capture anyone's attention. The patrons of Baratie rushed to the windows, their faces etched with fear as they gazed outside. It was Admiral Creek. Why was he here? He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries. The guests began to murmur among themselves. He has arrived. Harriet, aboard the Mary, also noticed the dilapidated ship. The sea is indeed perilous. Harriet lamented that had it not been for his previous life's swimming skills, combined with his remarkable ability to survive in the sea, he might still be on land. However, it is truly impressive that such a large ship could be cleaved in two by the eagle eye. Harriet gazed upon a pirate ship even larger than Baratie, his heart filled with silent astonishment. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. However, upon realizing the prowess of Hawkeye, Harriet was immediately overwhelmed. For the first time, he truly sensed the vast chasm that lay between him and the masters of this world. In that moment, he found a newfound admiration for Zoro, who still possessed the courage to challenge despite recognizing such a stark disparity. As for Sanji's stubbornness, Harriet had little to say. In this world, every strong individual harbors their own convictions, and Sanji's beliefs are not easily swayed. Ultimately, they would still face off against Creek. Nonetheless, what Harriet anticipated most was the impending duel between Zoro and Hawkeye. As for Creek, Harriet hardly regarded him as a threat, merely a scoundrel reliant on weaponry. Reflecting on the narrative, Harriet sensed an unsettling inconsistency. Luffy and his crew had reached Sabaody Archipelago in what seemed like less than a year. Yet Luffy's combat strength at that time was incomparably different from his earlier days. Previously, he had not noticed this while following the story, but now, upon reconsideration, it struck him as a significant plot hole. Or could it be that Luffy's only deficiency was in combat experience? Had he already established a solid foundation in physical prowess? Harriet silently speculated. His conjecture was not without merit. It is important to note that Luffy had remained in the vicinity of Windmill Village, which left little opportunity for encounters with formidable opponents. The only true master was Carp, yet facing him was nothing short of a tragedy for Luffy. No matter the approach, he was invariably dispatched in a single blow. With this in mind, Harriet suddenly felt he had uncovered the truth. One must consider that Luffy's insatiable appetite could very well be attributed to his high energy expenditure. His physique was remarkably robust, necessitating a substantial amount of energy for sustenance. However, Harriet cast a discreet glance at Nami, who also seemed poised to depart. The evil dragon, the most notorious villain of the East Sea. With a bounty of 20 million berries. Through his training until now, Harriet has begun to grasp the perverse nature of the individuals in this world. Their physical prowess is simply astounding. In comparison to the evil dragon, another Fishman, Harriet has gained a deeper understanding of his strength. This individual is certainly not comparable to those in the East Sea with similar bounties. At the very least, he should be a character with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries. The 20 million is undoubtedly not a true reflection of his capabilities. With this realization, Harriet promptly concluded that it would be best to leave the evil dragon's defeat to Luffy. As for the evil dragon, Harriet harbored no particular fondness for him. Although he had faced considerable discrimination in the Grand Line, this was the East Sea, a place largely ignorant of fishmen. Here, he rampaged freely, only serving to exacerbate hatred without any benefit to his kind. Thus, should he consider allowing some fishmen who bear no animosity towards humans to escape? Harriet pondered. Aware that the Fishman pirates included formidable beings like Little Eight, perhaps he could cultivate some goodwill with them, beneficial for his future training on Fishman Island. Chapter 13, Matters of Baratie, continued. Before long, the Straw Hat crew witnessed a throng of guests fleeing in a state of panic. Hey, this is bad. We should make a hasty retreat, Usopp exclaimed, alarmed. Big brother, quickly set sail. We are not ready to meet our demise. The duo lying on the deck cried out in distress. Zoro, however, remained unfazed, calmly observing the commotion. How amusing, he remarked. Harriet recalled certain plot points and chuckled lightly. Oh, is it interesting? Usopp exclaimed with wide eyes. Indeed, Nami's eyelids fluttered slightly. It was evident that the fishmen had a propensity for violence. Suddenly, they remembered Harriet. The duo recalled that over the past few days, Harriet had not exhibited any villainous traits, successfully leaving an impression as someone who could befriend them. After all, he was a man with a bounty of 15 million berries, which suggested he possessed considerable skill. Yes, Usopp suddenly remembered that they had formidable strength on their side. His legs no longer trembling, instilling him with newfound confidence. The ship was in such a state of disrepair. It seemed that the Grand Line was indeed a treacherous place to navigate. Harriet perched upon the railing, murmuring softly. Zoro, lacking any substantial understanding of the Grand Line, merely responded with a gentle acknowledgement. Let us go and take a look. Harriet uttered a phrase and immediately leaped into the sea. Here we go again. The duo and Usopp simultaneously thought to themselves. Over the past few days, the Straw Hat crew had become accustomed to Harriet's peculiar habit of jumping into the water at the slightest provocation. What began as astonishment had now transformed into an easy acceptance among the crew. Let us join him, Zoro declared decisively upon witnessing the scene. What? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon entering Baratie, Harriet spotted Kurubi standing proudly within, alongside Sanji and others sprawled on the floor. My ship is in tatters. I was just considering acquiring a new vessel, Kurubi declared with an air of superiority. If you have completed your business, kindly disembark promptly. Harriet couldn't help but laugh, utterly bewildered by the audacity of this failure. Who are you? Upon hearing Harriet's laughter, Crick turned his gaze, his expression darkening. Are you seeking death? It was Harriet, with a bounty of 15 million berries. The chefs recognized him, aware of his affiliation with the Straw Hat crew, and began to murmur amongst themselves, attempting to intimidate Crick. Oh. At the mention of this, Crick instantly adopted a serious demeanor. 15 million berries? While it may not surpass my own, it is still a considerable bounty, and his strength should not be underestimated. Are you a newcomer? Crick scrutinized Harriet, realizing he had no prior recollection of him. Indeed. Harriet nodded. What do you say? Would you like to join the Crick Pirates? I could make you the vice captain. Crick spread his arms, slowly approaching Harriet with a facade of sincerity. Oh no. Harriet promptly declined. The position of vice captain held no allure for him, especially within the Crick Pirates, who were merely destined to be stepping stones. Is that so? Such a pity. Crick feigned regret, but suddenly, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Harriet's face from barely 2 steps away. Despicable. Be careful. Luffy and Sanji shouted simultaneously. Ha! Crick sneered. Bang. Harriet moved swiftly, seizing Crick's fist in an instant. Bang. Harriet launched a counterattack, striking directly against Crick's chest, the impact resonating with a metallic clang. Crick staggered back a step, astonished by the force of the blow. What immense power. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, that must hurt. After all, he was clad in iron armor. And facing such raw physicality was hardly advantageous for the flesh and blood opponent. Harriet furrowed his brow. That punch had delivered a force equivalent to 300 watts. Yet this fellow merely staggered back 2 steps? Nevertheless, it did sting a bit. Harriet subtly moved his fingers. Harriet. Luffy immediately rushed over, his face filled with indignation as he confronted Crick, saying, You scoundrel. I will surely thrash you. Humph. Crick let out a cold snort. Yet he refrained from provoking Harriet further, having realized from the previous encounter that Harriet was not to be trifled with. I require provisions and water for 100 people. Hurry and prepare it for me. Crick stated icily, Some of my crew have already perished from hunger, so be swift. Upon hearing this, the chefs were instantly disgruntled, collectively expressing their refusal to comply. However, Sanji stepped forward to offer his culinary services, which incited an uproar among the chefs, who brandished their firearms at him. Providing sustenance to those who are famished is the duty of a chef, Sanji declared, uttering this timeless phrase. Upon hearing this, Harriet was momentarily rendered speechless. Had it been in his previous life, he would have felt a profound impact. However, now, amidst the world of One Piece, he found himself somewhat at odds with Sanji's words. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to observe in silence. Surely, there must be provisions sufficient for 100 people. Let us hasten to transfer them aboard the ship. At that moment, the proprietor Zeph emerged, tossing a sack of food onto the ground. Crick recognized Zeph. Boss, what on earth are you doing? What is your intention? If even the pirates on the ship come here, our establishment will surely be doomed. The chefs clamored in concern. Yet, he must possess the will to engage in battle. Zeph replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the defeated of the Grand Line. What? The chefs gasped in astonishment, realizing that Crick, commanding no less than 50 ships, had failed to navigate the Grand Line. Are you the infamous Red-Leg Zeph? Crick exclaimed, taken aback. Red-Leg Zeph was a notorious pirate who had traversed the Grand Line for a year, a master of combat who relied solely on his kicks. Capable of shattering rocks with ease, his strikes left imprints on steel, and the blood of his vanquished foes would stain his shoes crimson, earning him the moniker Red Leg. Alas, he had now lost one of his legs, rendering him incapable of battle. Initially, Crick had harbored a measure of fear towards Zeph. But upon witnessing his current state of disarray, his courage swelled, and he brazenly threatened Zeph, demanding his navigational log. Even though I have suffered setbacks in the Grand Line, I remain the strongest man. What I lack now is information. Once I acquire your navigational journal, Zeph, I shall reassemble my pirate fleet, venture into the Grand Line, seek the legendary Great Treasure, and become the Pirate King, reigning supreme in this age of piracy. Crick declared, his fist clenched resolutely. Uft. Haruto chuckled, the strongest? How naive. At that moment, Crick's expression soured. Wait, I am destined to be the Pirate King. Luffy, with a white scarf tied around his waist, stepped forward, unwilling to yield in this matter. What did you just say? Crick's face darkened. This is not a game. I could choose to ignore it. I am merely stating a fact. Luffy grinned widely. What? You must have heard that even the Admiral Crick, with his formidable 5,000 troops, could not pass through there. Give up. The chefs urged him, and despite Luffy's clumsiness, they had come to regard him as one of their own over the past 2 days. Enough noise. Silence yourself. I will never abandon that course. Luffy declared resolutely. Hey. As Harriet smiled, he couldn't help but be struck by the presence of Luffy. It was truly awe-inspiring. A year ago, he might have shared this sentiment. Yet the harsh realities of the past year had made him realize that he was not cut out for this life. Are we about to engage in battle, Luffy? Questioned the long-nosed figure who had somehow arrived at the restaurant. Do you need my assistance? Chimed in the green-haired character who had also appeared. Zoro, Usopp, you're all here. Luffy turned around. It's fine. You can just sit there. Haha. Crick roared with laughter at the scene before him. Are they your companions? How pitifully few. Enough with the nonsense. We still have 3 people, Luffy declared, raising 3 fingers. Hey, are you counting me again? Exclaimed a love-struck cook. Well, I don't think I agreed to that. Harriet raised an eyebrow. though he let it slide. Stop joking around, kid. Without any intelligence. A fleet of 5,000 was annihilated by that cursed sea in merely 7 days. Creek shouted, veins bulging. 7 days? Usopp nearly lost control at the thought of going there in the future. Did you hear that? A fleet of 50 ships was defeated in just 1 week. Usopp began to waver. It sounds rather intriguing. Zoro smirked. Don't even think of comparing us to you. Harrod unconsciously positioned himself with the Straw Hats. Chapter 14. The disparity with the world. After elaborating on the horrors of the Grand Line, Creek departed, laden with food, leaving behind a menacing remark. The cooks immediately began clamoring to protect Baratie. By the way, Akin. Luffy turned to Akin. Didn't you say you knew nothing of the Grand Line? Yet. You've been there. Haven't you? At this inquiry, all eyes turned to Akin, clearly eager to uncover what had transpired. Akin fell silent for a moment before cradling his head. Indeed, I knew nothing. It's truly unbelievable. Reflecting on it now feels like a dream. On the 7th day, a man suddenly appeared and annihilated a fleet of 50 ships. Impossible. One person defeated an entire pirate fleet? The crowd gasped in shock. How could one individual possibly vanquish 5,000? We hadn't even grasped what was happening, and one by one, the ships began to sink, instilling a terror that made it hard to believe it was reality. That man had eyes that could kill. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. And I do not wish to recall it. Akin spoke with a trembling voice. What? Upon hearing this, Zoro could no longer remain composed. Then it must be Hawkeye. Hawkeye. Chef Zeph speculated. The crowd was astonished. If it were indeed him, it would be entirely feasible for him to accomplish such a feat. Harrod certainly affirmed. Are you familiar with him? Zoro was immediately drawn in. I don't know him too well. I spent some time in the Grand Line. But I do understand the disparity between that place and the 4 seas. Harrod slowly spoke. If it is indeed Hawkeye, then he possesses the ability to slice through a ship with a single strike. After all, he is the world's foremost swordsman. How could a mere human achieve such a feat? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course it's possible, to my knowledge. There are numerous masters in the Grand Line capable of destroying a ship with a single blow. I can't even count them on both hands, Harrod continued. How terrifying. Usopp exclaimed, on the verge of tears as he grasped Luffy's neck and shook him. We can't go to the Grand Line. Heh, Luffy replied, adjusting his straw hat. Wouldn't that be even more exciting? Now that you know this, do you still have the courage to challenge him? Harrod gazed at Zoro. Of course, Zoro proclaimed resolutely. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is a promise I made with her. He chuckled. Harrod chuckled, a hint of admiration for the audacity of the fellow. For he himself lacked such courage. Oh. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted. They were charging forward. The chefs braced themselves, eyes fixed on the entrance. The sound of footsteps echoed. Numerous pirates had landed at Baratie. Bang. At that moment, a tremendous explosion tore through the air as Krieg's pirate ship was sliced into 3 pieces. The roar of the rushing water drowned out all else. Chaos ensued. Our ship. This is bad, Captain. The pirates cried out in alarm. This is terrible. Nami and Johnny are still outside. Luffy dashed out in a flash. Damn it. It was too late. Zoro and Usopp hurriedly followed. Raise the anchor. Otherwise, this vessel will meet the same fate. Zeph's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he commanded. Brother. Johnny extended his hand over the tumultuous waves, tears streaming down his face. Johnny, are you all right? Where's the ship? Nami and the ship are gone. Zoro and Luffy exclaimed in unison. Big Sister Nami took the ship along with all the treasure, Johnny and his companion explained. What? Luffy? Zoro. And Usopp's expressions shifted dramatically. First, they rescued Johnny and his friend, and then listened to their account of the events. Damn it, I thought she had calmed down recently. I was too careless. To think she would strike at such a critical moment. Zoro and Usopp were incensed by Nami's audacious theft of their ship and treasure. Well, I suppose my money should still be intact. Harrod, ever composed, had prepared for this. He had hidden his wealth early on, knowing that Nami would ultimately leave all the money in Cocoa Village, all to avoid a life of misery. Wait, the ship hasn't gone far. Luffy squinted into the distance, still catching a glimpse of the Going Merry. Johnny's ship remained. There was still time to pursue it. Forget it. What good would it do to chase after that thieving girl? Zoro remarked reluctantly upon hearing Luffy's intent to pursue Nami. The ship is what matters. Usopp exploded in anger. That was the precious vessel gifted to them by Kaya. I must have her as our navigator. I will. Luffy declared with unwavering resolve. Understood. Zoro sighed, hand against his face, a look of resignation upon him. Let us go, Usopp. Zoro urged. All right then. With the fate of the Going Merry at stake, Usopp readily agreed. The ship is ready, Johnny indicated, having already prepared the small boat nearby. That man. At that moment, Harrod beheld a vessel resembling a coffin. Its hull deep obsidian and adorned with eerily cross-like masts. Flickering green candles, reminiscent of ghostly flames, illuminated the ship, creating an impression that a phantom vessel was gliding ominously toward them, instilling a sense of dread. Perched nonchalantly on the ship was a figure, donning a black top hat trimmed with white fur, clad in a wine-red patterned jacket, a black vest, and white trousers. Behind him rested a formidable dark blade, marking him as the most formidable swordsman of the contemporary world, Dracula Mihawk. This is Dyer. It is the very same individual who decimated our fleet of 50 ships. He has pursued us all the way here. Surely, he intends to slay us. The pirates under Krieg's command cried out in alarm. Damn it, Krieg exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his eyes wide with terror. What have we done to deserve such relentless pursuit? As Mihawk's coffin-shaped ship drew closer, Krieg's subordinates turned pale, their bodies trembling, drenched in cold sweat. I am merely passing the time, Mihawk replied coolly after a moment of silence, remaining unfazed in his repose. Passing the time? You shall perish. One of Krieg's men, overwhelmed by fear and rage, drew his pistol and fired several shots toward Mihawk. Mihawk's expression remained indifferent as he unsheathed his dark blade, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets with a swift motion, unnoticed by many. Why did we miss? Krieg's men could not comprehend. While Harrod exclaimed in awe, marveling at the impressive technique displayed before him, it was truly astonishing. No matter how many shots were fired by those individuals, they were futile, for they could never hit him. Zoro, with a grave expression, had previously heard Harrod speak of Mihawk's formidable destructive power, yet only now was he able to perceive it firsthand. The ability to transform rigidity into fluidity surpassed anything he had ever encountered. He had never seen such a gentle sword. As Zoro approached a floating fragment of shattered deck not far from Mihawk, he declared, "A sword that lacks gentleness is not strong." Mihawk, with an air of nonchalance, sheathed his black blade, remarking, "It was indeed with this very sword that I severed the ship." As he spoke, Zoro tied a bandana around his forehead, still glistening with a hint of cold sweat, acknowledging Mihawk as the mightiest swordsman. "You seem rather unoccupied. Let us settle this with a duel." Zoro pointed his sword at Mihawk, wielding 3 blades, for he was Roronoa Zoro of the 3-sword style. The pirates under Krieg recognized Zoro, the pirate hunter. Cold sweat trickled down Krieg's forehead as he expressed mild astonishment. He had heard tales of this notorious figure from the East Blue. What could he possibly intend? Usopp, who had boarded Johnny's ship, was utterly shocked to see Zoro heading towards Mihawk. How pitiful are the weak. Mihawk's hawk-like gaze locked onto Zoro. In an instant, he leaped from his coffin-shaped vessel onto the deck where Zoro stood. If you are indeed a swordsman, there is no need for a clash. I can discern the gap in our abilities without engaging you. Is your courage to challenge me born of determination or mere ignorance? Mihawk asked, arms crossed. Zoro responded resolutely. It is for my ambition and a promise to my friends. His expression was unwavering, casting aside all fear, with his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Gripping 2 swords while the third was held in his mouth. Chapter 15. The disparity with the world, continued. None can triumph over my brother. Johnny and Joseph clenched their fists tightly. Though John spoke lightly, his face betrayed an extreme tension. What could that man possibly want here? Krieg leaned against the battered deck, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just as Zoro prepared to launch an attack on Mihawk, the latter did something that astonished everyone present. Hey, what are you doing? Zoro, with a blade clenched between his teeth, questioned Mihawk, his tone laced with irritation. I'm not like those beasts who exert their utmost effort to catch a mere rabbit. Mihawk unsheathed a small dagger that hung from his neck, a blade scarcely 20 centimeters long. He continued, "Though you may be a somewhat renowned swordsman, this is the weakest sea, the East Blue, divided by the Red Line and the Grand Line into quadrants." With a hint of exasperation, Mihawk waved the short blade, saying, "Apologies, but this is the smallest knife I possess. To belittle others, one must have some measure of restraint." Zoro was instantly incensed, gripping his swords tightly as he charged at Mihawk. "You shall not perish before regretting this. I shall make you a frog in a well. Understand the vastness of the world." As Zoro advanced, Mihawk assumed a defensive stance. Onigiri. Zoro crossed his swords and used the one held in his mouth to block any escape route, delivering a strike as if to ensnare his opponent. Swish. The blade gleamed as Zoro made a swift cut. Clang. Mihawk effortlessly parried Zoro's attack with a short dagger, demonstrating impeccable timing and completely suppressing Zoro's assault. Zoro, Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Zoro's attack being effortlessly deflected by Mihawk. He blocked my brother's onigiri. That technique is lethal at first strike. Johnny and Joseph exchanged incredulous glances, believing that even if Zoro were not as strong as Mihawk, he could not be vastly inferior. How could Mihawk, wielding what appeared to be a toy-like dagger, so easily thwart Zoro's onslaught and leave him unable to move? Was it a matter of inherent strength? Surely not. Could the chasm between Zoro and the world's greatest swordsman be this profound? The reality was staggering. Harriet marveled at Zoro's formidable strength. Confronting him directly suggested that Mihawk's power was equally impressive. After all, he was a man capable of delivering slashes potent enough to cleave massive ships. It was inconceivable that he lacked strength. Zoro found himself immobilized, his grip on the sword unwavering, his arms straining under the weight of his exertion. Veins bulged from his forearms, and blood vessels in his eyes were evident, sweat cascading down his face. Observing his opponent's calm demeanor, he thought, how is this possible? The gap between us cannot be so vast. With a roar, Zoro rallied himself, declaring, the difference between us cannot be that great. Then, with fervent determination, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sheer intensity of his swordsmanship creating a dazzling display that nearly blurred the vision of onlookers. Clang, clang. Mihawk remained unfazed, his expression tranquil and composed. Even wielding a mere 20-centimeter blade, he effortlessly parried Zoro's rapid onslaught without retreating an inch, remarking, such ferocious swordplay. You're just toying with him. Brother, show your true prowess. Johnny and Joseph shouted incredulously at Zoro. What incredible reflexes. Harriet's eyelids fluttered. Such a swift strike would ordinarily leave him utterly unable to react. Unlike Eagle Eye, who appeared utterly relaxed and at ease, Zoro, who had dedicated countless hours of arduous training and sweat to his swordsmanship, now found himself pitted against the world's foremost swordsman, akin to an infant grappling with a robust adult. There was simply no chance of victory. Surely. Zoro's heart brimmed with resentment at this moment. Is this truly the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Is this the chasm that separates us in the east from the pinnacle of power that roams the Grand Line? It is indeed a despairing gulf. Harriet gazed at Zoro and silently mused. He had astonishingly managed to parry Roronoa Zoro's three-sword style with nothing more than a small blade. Truly, he was a being more monstrous than a beast. Creek's subordinates, witnessing the overwhelming prowess of Hawkeye, were so intimidated that their voices wavered in pitch. At that moment, Zoro resembled a ferociously enraged beast, baring his fangs, desperately gnawing at his opponent, yearning to rend him to shreds. Yet, his adversary was akin to the most skilled of animal trainers. No matter how savage the beast, he could effortlessly tame it. What burdens do you carry? After gaining such strength, what do you seek to attain? You, the weakling. With a casual flick of his short blade, Hawkeye effortlessly sent the relentlessly attacking Zoro crashing to the ground. This audacious scoundrel dares to label my brother a weakling. I shall make him aware of our might. Johnny and Joseph, upon hearing Hawkeye's words about Zoro, felt a mix of shock, anger, and fear, drawing their swords in a heated impulse to rush to his aid. You two, halt. Do not approach. Exercise restraint. With a face etched in concern, Luffy yanked Johnny and Joseph back, firmly pressing their heads down, preventing them from acting recklessly. Harriet glanced at the tense Luffy, instantly recognizing the profound anxiety and fear that gripped his heart. It was evident, even to his discerning eyes, that Zoro was being toyed with by his opponent. Mihawk had yet to unleash his true prowess, while Zoro was already exerting every ounce of his strength. What burdens do I carry? I bear the dreams of two individuals. I cannot falter here. As Zoro lay on the ground, he recalled a moonlit night when he had clasped hands with a girl with striking blue hair, making a solemn promise under the silvery glow. One day, one of us shall become the world's greatest swordsman, and we shall compete to see who achieves it first. This vow, made years ago, had remained etched in Zoro's heart. Never forgotten. He vividly remembered that the day after their pact, she had tragically fallen down the stairs while retrieving a whetstone and lost her life. Kuina, the girl who had bested him in swordplay over 2,000 times, the girl he had never conquered, had perished due to a mere accident. Why is life so fragile? Zoro, Kuina's father, who was also Zoro's mentor, had spoken these words to him the day after her demise. I shall grow strong for both of us. I will become the world's greatest swordsman, strong enough for my name to echo through the heavens. These were the vows Zoro had made to his mentor upon receiving Kuina's treasured sword in the Sword of the Way. I cannot lose. With this fierce determination roaring within him, Zoro, despite his waning strength, slowly rose to his feet, his eyes igniting once more with fierce resolve. He readied himself. two blades resting against his back, prepared to unleash the tiger hunt. Unyielding spirit. Harriet sighed, filled with admiration. At least he lacked such resolve. Still having the courage to wield his sword after witnessing such a vast disparity. Tiger, Zoro exclaimed, his aura surging intensely as memories of Luffy inviting him to join his crew flashed through his mind. Being the world's greatest swordsman was indeed impressive. To be a companion of the Pirate King, one must at least possess such a title. Zoro vividly recalled Luffy's response to his declaration during that invitation, "I will become the world's greatest swordsman." As this declaration echoed within him, Zoro raised his sword, aiming to strike at Mihawk. Hunt. However, before Zoro could successfully execute his tiger hunt, Mihawk suddenly accelerated, appearing before him, and plunged his dagger into Zoro's left chest. Blood gushed forth from Zoro's wound, staining his attire a deep crimson. Luffy, witnessing this, was instantly gripped by fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What a perilous moment! Harriet was also taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. The game they were playing was one of heartbeats. Yet, despite being struck at a vital point by Hawkeye's dagger, Zoro remained steadfast, refusing to retreat even a single step. Would he rather be pierced through the heart? Why do you not step back? Hawkeye found Zoro's resolve somewhat perplexing. I do not know, but if I were to retreat now, all the oaths and promises I have made until this moment would be utterly nullified, and I would never have the face to return here again. Zoro, gravely injured, felt his body tremble uncontrollably, yet he stood upright, devoid of any trace of fear. Yes, that would indeed signify defeat, Hawkeye asserted. Zoro fixed his icy gaze upon him, declaring, "Thus, I cannot retreat. Even if it cost me my life, death would rather be a blessing." Such unwavering determination, such fierce competitiveness. Would he choose sacrifice over surrender? Hawkeye withdrew the dagger from Zoro's chest, his expression turning gravely serious. "Young one, state your name." "Roronoa Zoro." Zoro formally introduced himself to Hawkeye. "I shall remember your name. It has been a long time since I encountered a strong opponent. I will treat you with the respect of a swordsman and shall defeat you with this, the world's strongest black blade." Hawkeye solemnly unsheathed the black sword from his back, clearly acknowledging Zoro as a worthy adversary. He drew forth the sword capable of cleaving ships. The onlooking subordinates of Krieg gazed at the black blade with eyes filled with terror. Truly, he is a monster. Here it comes. Harriet sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on Mihawk, for this was the moment when a true pinnacle warrior would strike. The ensuing blow would be the final one. There was no doubt that Zoro would be unable to withstand it. Yet, after this strike, he would earn the acknowledgement of the world's greatest swordsman. The moment had arrived. Would it be the world's #1 or death? As Zoro saw Mihawk advance with his black blade, he unleashed his most formidable technique to date, the three-sword style's ultimate move, 3,000 worlds. Zoro spun the two swords in his hands like a windmill, generating an immensely powerful gust, then suddenly slashed toward Mihawk. Clang! In the fleeting instant of lightning and thunder, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the outcome between Zoro and Mihawk was already determined. I have lost. I am truly no match for him. The power of the world's #1 is indeed legendary. Crack! The two seemingly ordinary swords in Zoro's hands shattered into numerous fragments. He understood that in this duel, he had indeed lost, and quite thoroughly. After sheathing the sword Wado Ikamanji, which he had clenched in his mouth, Zoro turned, extending his arms wide, defenseless before Mihawk. "What are you doing?" Mihawk inquired of Zoro. "To be struck in the back is a swordsman's disgrace." Zoro, severely injured with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, replied. "Well said." A faint smile emerged at the corner of Mihawk's lips, and without hesitation, he swung his sword at the unguarded Zoro, landing a deep gash across his chest. What a proud spirit! A strong warrior. Mihawk thought to himself, why rush to your demise? You have a greater future ahead. Thud. Zoro fell from the floating deck into the sea, blood gushing from his wounds immediately staining the surrounding waters crimson. The sheer volume of blood he lost bore testament to the severity of his injuries. Chapter 16. The World is So Vast P.S. 300 Collections. Let the celebrations commence. Special thanks to Mr. Go, Xin Jingzi Ran Ri, West Wind Wei Yang, Yawa, and Lang Hun Wei Wu for their generous donations. Upon witnessing Zoro being struck and falling into the sea, bleeding profusely, Luffy immediately feared the worst. Tears welling in his eyes as he shouted in anger, Zoro. For Luffy, Zoro was an invaluable comrade. How could he not be enraged? Brother. The duo also burst into tears, exclaiming as they leapt into the sea to swim toward him. This was the power of the Grand Line, where even the three-sword style Master Roronoa Zoro had no means to retaliate. The crew members of Krieg were drenched in cold sweat. Just abandoning your dreams. Sanji couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Isn't that simple? He is Roronoa Zoro, after all. Harriet spoke, gazing at Zoro, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. If he were to falter at this moment, he would no longer be himself. Should he retreat, the three-sword-style Zoro would be truly dead. You certainly know him well. Upon Harriet's utterance, Hawkeye cast his gaze in that direction and remarked, Zoro is an exceptional swordsman, and from his sword, Hawkeye could glean a glimpse of Zoro's prowess. Heh. Harriet smiled faintly, for it was not merely an understanding of him, but an awareness of his past. The blade he clutched between his teeth was none other than the legendary sword known as Guena. Harriet, upon witnessing his companion engaged in conversation with Dracul Mihawk. Luffy's demeanor darkened. How absurd. Nevertheless, at that moment, Luffy was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. With a swift motion, he extended his arm. A fierce expression etched upon his face, ready to charge at Mihawk. Hey, Luffy, Zoro is still alive. Harriet exclaimed, rising to urgently remind him. With a resounding slap, Luffy's retracting arm struck his head, leaving him astonished, not dead. A devil fruit user. As one of the East Blue's formidable figures, Korazumi had a modicum of insight and quickly discerned the truth. Indeed, look. Harriet pointed towards Zoro. Are you friends of the young swordsman? Mihawk gazed at Luffy and Harriet, assuring them, rest assured, he is indeed alive. Answer us quickly. The duo called out in terror. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Zoro coughed twice and regained consciousness. Zoro! Luffy exclaimed with sheer delight. Did you notice the force of my strike? Mihawk cast a glance at Harriet, contemplating whether Zoro had awakened his observation haki. If Harriet knew that Zoro had earned him a degree of esteem, he would likely chuckle, for he was neither of those things. He was merely a prophet. In the years to come, I shall await you in the position of the world's most formidable swordsman. Strive to surpass the sword that lies behind me with your burgeoning strength and unyielding will. Attempt to surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk's expression was solemn, far from that of one observing a defeated opponent. With each proclamation, his presence grew, akin to a blade being drawn from its sheath, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred interruption. My name is Dracul Mihawk, he declared earnestly. Know yourself, know the world. Grow stronger, Roronoa. The very fact that Mihawk would utter such words astonished Seth, who glanced incredulously at Zoro, recognizing the immense expectations Mihawk held for him. Big brother, wake up. The duo lifted Zoro onto a small boat, calling out to him, while John tended to his wounds. So, what is your goal, little one? Mihawk inquired, directing his gaze at Luffy. To become the Pirate King. Luffy replied resolutely, standing firmly beside Harriet. That is a treacherous path, more challenging than surpassing me, Mihawk remarked. In response, Luffy made a playful face. I don't care. And what about you? Mihawk's gaze finally settled on Harriet. Harriet turned in disbelief, pointing at himself. Was he basking in the glow of the pig's foot? After a moment's pause, he chuckled. The world is so vast. I yearn to explore its wonders. Is that so? Mihawk subtly recalled a certain one-armed red-haired individual who aspired to travel the world. Usopp, is Zoro all right? Luffy inquired of Usopp, who had somehow already set sail. All right? He has not dead. He has merely been in a deep coma. Usopp retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. At that moment, Zoro suddenly raised his sword, Watakimanji. Luffy, can you hear me? I must have troubled you if I cannot become the world's greatest swordsman. It would undoubtedly weigh on your mind. As he spoke, blood trickled from his mouth. He was gravely injured. The final strike from Mihawk had nearly severed his body. Johnny and Yusaku, witnessing Zoro struggle to speak, anxiously urged him to conserve his strength. The onlookers were transfixed by Zoro's tenacity in the face of such dire injury. It was a resilience rarely seen, stirring deep emotions within them. From now on, I will never lose again. Before I defeat him and claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman, I shall not suffer defeat a second time. Lying on the ship, Zoro raised his sword high, one hand pressed to his forehead, tears streaming down his face as he proclaimed, Do you have any objections, King of the Pirates? Luffy beamed brightly, responding, None at all. Tenacious. Even Harriet, who had witnessed this scene before, was moved. You truly make a remarkable team. I hope to see you again, Mihawk chuckled lightly. He had initially pursued the Krieg pirates out of boredom, but now he found himself intrigued by these individuals, deeming his journey worthwhile. After saying this, he turned toward his coffin ship, ready to depart. However, as Mihawk prepared to leave, Krieg called out to him. Aren't you here to claim the head of the East Blue's overlord? Regrettably, Mihawk ignored his self-importance, replying, I've had my fun. It's time to go home and rest. Krieg erupted into a maniacal laugh. Before you go, prepare to meet your end. With a series of loud bangs, Krieg's armor activated shoulder-mounted mechanisms that revealed gun barrels, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Truly, ignorant of the grave peril, facing the onslaught, Mihawk swiftly swung his sword, creating a mist of water, and quickly vanished aboard his coffin ship, leaving the spectators in awe. What a foolish fellow! Herrick could not help but voice his thoughts. Did this fellow truly fail to perceive the disparity between them? To him, the so-called ruler of the East Sea was merely a character that could be dispatched in a single blow. Truly, what a lack of insight. What? Crick was immediately incensed. This newcomer must be eliminated. Luffy, ensure that Zoro is well protected and that those individuals do not harm him. Herrick noticed that Kirok was targeting him and responded with determination. Very well. Luffy exchanged a glance with Zoro and immediately concurred, adding, I will deal with this fellow. His implication was clear. This adversary was his responsibility. All right. I will just delay him for a moment, Herrick replied, momentarily taken aback. Well, we're leaving now. We will certainly bring Nami back. Usopp shouted loudly as the ship gradually distanced itself from Baratie. Damn it. Kirok was increasingly irritated. How dare these individuals treat him? The strongest man in the world, with such disdain? Bang, bang, bang. He decisively fired his weapon, aiming directly at Herrick. Swish. Faced with such an onslaught, Herrick promptly leapt into the sea. Kirok was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? A sneak attack? He focused intently on the water's surface, firing rapidly. Unfortunately, Herrick was no ordinary individual. He swiftly submerged, his body agile and unaffected by the ocean's embrace, evading to a location less susceptible to assault. Simultaneously, he remained steadfast in his objective, to prevent Kirok from jeopardizing Zoro's safety and to deter him from attacking the small vessel. Swish. Herrick suddenly leaped forward, appearing before Krieg. 500 coins. Bang. Herrick delivered a powerful punch to Krieg's face, causing his visage to contort dramatically as he staggered backward. Herrick is no fool. He understands that Krieg, clad in armor, would not confront him directly. Swiftly seizing the opportunity to strike a fallen foe, Herrick pivoted and unleashed a powerful slap. The sound echoed as Krieg, caught off guard, collided with the deck, shattering it upon impact. Captain. The crew of pirates stared in shock, their jaws nearly dropping at the sight. Just then, the waters near Baratie began to churn, revealing platforms on either side. What is that? The pirates exclaimed in astonishment. Clatter. The chefs raced onto the platforms. Fools. Vivy provided us with a vantage point. At that moment, a man adorned with circular shields on his chest, back, and arms emerged. Mr. Paru. The pirates shouted. I am the Iron Wall, invincible. He bellowed as he charged towards Herrick, declaring, watch how I teach you a lesson. He also commanded, quickly seize that ship. The captain has use for it. Yes. The morale of the pirates surged once more. Chapter 17, The World is So Vast, continued. Crick's pirates howled as they surged toward the platforms, their faces fierce, as if confronting the murderers of their kin. However, the battle chefs of Baratie were undaunted, meeting the challenge head-on. The clash of weapons rang out, punctuated by the crack of gunfire. The chefs and pirates fought fiercely, and soon, bodies began to fall. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy had conspired with Zeph. He swung his arm, extending it rapidly with immense force, declaring, rubber pistol. The impact felled several pirates instantly. Luffy chuckled, then unleashed a rubber rocket, propelling himself toward Herrick. Leave this guy to me. I have a deal with the boss. Understood. I'll pursue Nami first. Herrick replied, preparing to depart. He remembered their agreement to safeguard Baratie and resolve their past grievances. If he did not allow Luffy to take the initiative, Luffy's impulsive nature might keep him lingering at Baratie, leading to unforeseen complications. Damn brat. Krieg, incensed, swiftly rose as Herrick was distracted, producing a meteor hammer seemingly from thin air, much like how Nami conjured her weather staff. He swung it down menacingly. Watch out. Luffy exclaimed in surprise, reacting swiftly to deliver a punch to Krieg. Boom. Luffy's fist connected with Krieg's chest, while Herrick, alert, evaded the blow. Useless. This armor is the toughest. Krieg scoffed at first, but then his expression shifted, and he staggered back. What a heavy punch. He gasped, astonished that this brash young lad could possess such strength, rivaling even Herrick. Is the devil fruit truly this formidable? Krieg pondered, attributing their prowess to the mysterious powers of the devil fruit. In his mind, both Mihawk and this audacious youth were formidable solely because of it. Herrick was taken aback. astonished that this fellow could recover so swiftly after enduring such a powerful blow from him. What Harriet fails to recall is that this creature of the creek possesses a physique that rivals that of a merman, with strength capable of hurling a small boat as if it were a mere ball. What a formidable being! Harriet, feeling irked, contemplated delivering a severe thrashing to Crick. Though he surmised that Crick's strength was not inferior to his own, he remained confident in his ability to vanquish his opponent. Just as he prepared to confront Crick once more, Palu arrived on the scene. Die. Feast upon my pearl. Palu leaped behind Harriet, wielding a shield approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, intent on crushing Harriet's head like a sandwich. Swiftly, however, Harriet's keen senses kicked in. He exerted force through his legs and evaded the impending strike. Clang. Observing this, Palu immediately clashed his shield together a few times, laughing heartily. I possess the world's foremost defense. I am invincible. Thus, I declare that you are all ignorant. Harriet found himself utterly disillusioned with this group of Eastern Sea tyrants, who incessantly boasted of being the strongest in the world, resembling nothing more than a troop of buffoons. Humph. In previous battles, I have shed not a single drop of blood. You stand no chance of defeating me. Paru's face darkened with irritation. Ignorant? What a bothersome young fool he is. Eliminate him. With a scowl, Para charged forward, declaring, Behold my deadly fist technique. In 5 seconds, I shall end you. Harriet opened his palm, wearing an expression of arrogance. Do not underestimate me. The disdainful Paru, visibly irritated, began to strike rapidly, nostrils flaring. Behold my flame pearl. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from Paru's body. With flames combined with an impenetrable barrier, it transformed into a formidable fortress. I am invincible. Let us see how you dare approach me. Paru erupted into laughter, striking the air twice more, unleashing a grand spectacle. This is the flame that Mr. Paru releases only when his life is in peril. Typically, it is only summoned after sustaining injuries. Is his life truly in danger? Scalding hot. The pirates under Creek's command cried out in alarm. This scoundrel will set the ship ablaze. The chefs of Baratie gritted their teeth in frustration. Humph. Sanji could no longer restrain himself, ready to unleash his wrath. Whoosh. Harriet's expression remained calm as he gracefully leaped, executing a mid-air somersault with a burst of 500 watts of energy. In a swift motion, he fanned the flames away from himself, causing them to retreat momentarily. His arm transformed rapidly into a striking blow, and before Para could react, Harriet delicately tapped his temple with his index fingers. A surge of 1,000 volts discharged. Though the sound was subdued, the effect was profound. Zing! A brief flash of electricity sparked as their skin made contact, only to vanish in an instant. Ah! Paru's mind went blank, his hair standing on end as the flames spiraled out of control, his head turning charred black, uncertain whether from the fire or the shock. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What a deception! The captain of the second squad, Iron Wall Paru, had been defeated. The pirates' faces paled, panic setting in. If they could take down Paru so easily, how would they fare against such formidable foes? Bravo! What a splendid display! The chefs erupted in cheers. How did he accomplish that? Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes filled with intrigue. It seems he has suffered an electric shock. But he is not a devil fruit user, is he? The vast ocean is a realm where the extraordinary may transpire, replied Zep, the boss, with a nonchalant demeanor while crossing his arms. Fools. Kurek, who had been engaged in battle with Luffy, witnessed Paru's effortless defeat, causing his subordinates to panic. He shouted furiously, I am still alive. However, beads of cold sweat began to form on Kurek's forehead, although he was regarded as the strongest man in the world. This Harriet was a formidable opponent with a bounty of 15 million, not to be underestimated. Moreover, that rubber monkey is remarkably agile. Kurek cursed inwardly, realizing that this straw-hatted kid possessed not only incredible strength but also astonishing agility. Yes, our captain is still here. Captain Kurek is the strongest. He will surely handle them. The pirates under Kurek, sweating nervously, encouraged one another. It seems I am the only reliable one here. Kurek glanced at his crew, then at his adversaries, feeling that his subordinates were nothing but useless drunks. He contemplated the need to recruit new crew members in the future, to reclaim the Grand Line. A more powerful fleet is essential. Only then could he truly be called an admiral. Haha. Well done, Harriet. Luffy beamed with a radiant smile. Proud of his comrade. When did I ever agree to? Harriet could not help but exclaim, yet he soon resigned himself, saying, Never mind. You wouldn't heed my words anyway. Besides, I had already planned to ride on your coattails. Watch as I send you to the other side. Click removed the shoulder guard from his left shoulder, activating a mechanism. Instantly, numerous gun barrels emerged. How does this fellow possess so many weapons? Luffy's expression soured. Yet he was unperturbed by the firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets were unleashed, and with keen eyes, Luffy was momentarily startled to find they were pointed bullets, prompting him to swiftly evade. Herod is also within the range of attack. However, his perception is remarkable, allowing him to deftly evade the assault. This only serves to heighten Herod's displeasure towards this individual. With a mere thought, his skin instantly transforms to a striking blue, rendering him a tall figure of azure hue. His skin. Both the chefs of Baratie and the pirates under Krieg's command are taken aback. Whoosh. He moves with incredible speed, under the stimulation of microcurrents. Herod moved with astonishing speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. Finally, he delivered a powerful blow to Clayek's face. 750 watts. Bang. With that strike, Clayek spun violently and was sent flying 2 meters away. Captain. The eyes of Clayek's pirate crew nearly bulged out of their sockets. Chapter 18. The Pursuit. Herod understood that Krieg's physical prowess was not inferior to his own, and his strength might even surpass it. However, his speed was undoubtedly inferior. Herod's swiftness far outstripped Krieg's, leaving the latter with little choice but to endure a beating in their confrontation. It was akin to the encounter between Luffy's crew and CP9, where the latter's speed initially inflicted considerable losses on them, had it not been for Robin's agreement with them. It is likely that several members of the Straw Hat crew would have perished on Water 7. Although this scenario was improbable. Once again, Herod had subdued Krieg. That instant shadow technique was remarkable. Yet, what had transformed him into such a state? The chefs at Baratie were both astonished and thrilled, engaging in fervent discussions. What on earth transpired? Why had their chief been defeated by that individual once more? It was expected that the Admiral Krieg would leave his foes utterly powerless. The pirates were incredulous, some of them screaming in disbelief. "You are so despicable," Luffy pouted, expressing his frustration. "We had agreed that this would be my responsibility." "Ah, my apologies, Luffy," Herod replied. "I inadvertently struck this fellow again." Herod scratched the back of his head and chuckled. He glanced at Baratie and, given the current circumstances, surmised that the pirates had lost their fighting spirit. After all, it was quite disheartening to witness the once-admired Krieg being vanquished repeatedly, with their morale diminished. How could these pirates possibly rival the chefs of Baratie? Furthermore, with Palu also eliminated, their significant combat power was reduced to merely akin. Yet, given Akin's disposition, he was unlikely to inflict harm upon Sanji. Thus, Herod turned to Luffy and said, "I shall join Usopp and the others. I am also curious to discover what transpired with Nami that compelled her to leave this place." "All right," Luffy exclaimed, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. "I'll take care of these fellows." Haru nodded and soon returned to his usual self, waving goodbye to the chefs of Baratie. "I shall take my leave now. Luffy will handle it." The chefs gazed at Haru in astonishment, puzzled by his sudden departure. Herod acted decisively, plunging into the sea without hesitation. Herod gradually descended to the ocean floor, where he discovered a rock emblazoned with a colossal's mark. He chuckled softly. Herod could not help but chuckle. Nami must be in a frenzy, desperately searching for her lost money. However, even if she were aware of its whereabouts, she would likely still be in a state of exasperation. Beneath the sea, hidden within the crevices of the rocks, how could she possibly find the time or energy to retrieve it? A few startled fish swiftly darted away from Herod. Herod gazed at the boulder and gradually approached it. This was a substantial rock, evidently composed of 2 stones, one large and one small, where the smaller piece was precisely what Herod had placed atop the larger. Herod moved aside a small rock, revealing a crevice that instantly appeared before him, within which lay a large blue backpack. Upon reflection, it seems there was little prior description of this item. Fortunately, it is waterproof and resistant to corrosion. Herod smiled faintly. After amassing wealth from the sunken ship, he did not spare himself, acquiring various pieces of equipment he deemed useful. Currently, he had a newly crafted weapon yet to be retrieved from Rogue Town. However, now that I have become a wanted fugitive, and with the prospect of boarding Luffy's ship in the future, it proves to be quite challenging to obtain the weapon without drawing the attention of that old smoker and safely departing from Rogue Town. Herod pondered for a moment, realizing that Luffy's troublesome aura was indeed too dazzling, constantly attracting chaos. The notion of quietly gathering supplies seemed nothing short of a jest. Who did Herod most fear in Rogue Town? Surely, it was the chain smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit and a colonel in the Navy. He was not someone to be compared with the mere officers of the Four Seas. It is essential to recognize that the ranks in the Navy's headquarters are effectively 2 levels superior to those of the Four Seas. Currently, Harriet found himself ill-equipped to contend with a Logia user. He possessed neither sea prism stone nor Haki. Although he speculated that Haki might be akin to mental fortitude or a similar concept, he had yet to grasp its essence. Reality was not a fantasy. Desires did not manifest merely through will. Despite 2 years of training in Haki, he had seen no progress whatsoever. On the other hand, his physical abilities had genuinely improved. Thus, he focused his efforts on enhancing his bodily capabilities, resigned to his powerlessness regarding Haki. Having retrieved his backpack, Harriet discerned the correct direction and set forth towards Cocoa West Village. During this period, he had also come to understand the location of Cocoa West Village. Meanwhile, on another front, Nami stood alone on the deck, softly murmuring to herself, wondering if the next time they met, they would invite her to join them as a companion. Would they ever meet again? Tears streamed down her face, filled with anguish as she yearned for freedom. Please, do not come looking for me. It would be perilous. I am so distressed. What should I do, Belmere? Perhaps next time, she would find the courage to utter an apology. Nami reflected on Harriet. And over the past 2 days, she had unraveled the source of his wealth, realizing that her perceptions of him had been largely misguided. However, the lingering presence of his bloodline weighed heavily on her heart. As time passed, within less than 30 minutes, Harriet spotted a small vessel. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the ship of the duo Johnny and Yusaku. What fortuitous luck! Harriet's lips involuntarily twitched, although they were all heading in the same direction. The vastness of the ocean rendered the likelihood of such an encounter remarkably slim, yet he never anticipated coming across it directly. Harriet began to ponder whether he too had fallen under the enchanting aura of the protagonist. With a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself to the rear of the ship, emerging from the depths of the sea. Johnny and Usopp, upon hearing the sound, turned to see what lay behind. Harriet, they exclaimed in astonishment, hastening to the back and inquiring, "How did you manage to catch up?" As if the answer were obvious. He replied, "Of course, I swam over." Harriet, feeling irked, swiftly submerged and propelled himself onto the ship. No. Usopp shook his head, reflecting wistfully. The Fishmen truly are a remarkably convenient race. In this vast oceanic world, Fishmen, resembling humans in appearance, as Usopp believed, possess the extraordinary ability to breathe freely underwater, making them an ideal species. Of course, being situated in the East Sea, he remained oblivious to the discrimination faced by Fishmen. Neither accepted by their aquatic kin nor acknowledged by humanity, they exist as an unwelcome presence to both. However, Harriet had no intention of sharing this with them at present. Just then, Zoro, who had only recently fallen asleep, awoke. "Harriet, what brings you here?" Zoro exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Harriet. Well, Harriet deftly sidestepped the topic, remarking, "The manner in which this wound is being treated is rather crude. I possess some commendable ointments." As he spoke, he retrieved a brown vial from his backpack. Upon hearing Harriet's words, Johnny and Usopp exchanged awkward chuckles. Neither of them were physicians, and merely managing to bandage a wound was a feat in itself. "Oh, thank you," Zoro said, his attention immediately diverted. In his weakened state, he found it difficult to accept his own vulnerability. Harriet unwrapped the bandages, and Zoro remained silent, not uttering a word. Harriet then remarked, "It may hurt a bit later. Just endure it." Zoro did not respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Harriet gently poured the potion onto the wound, causing Zoro's expression to shift slightly, his brow furrowing tightly. "Brother." Johnny observed that Zoro was enduring immense pain. Once Harriet finished applying the potion, he remarked, "What a formidable will. This concoction once caused me to cry out in agony, though it is indeed quite effective. In about a week, the wound should heal." Pausing for a moment, Harriet continued, "However, you are well aware of the severity of your injuries. It would be wise to refrain from vigorous activity for the time being, as healing does not equate to complete recovery." As he spoke, Harriet produced 5 blue vials of potion, stating, "This is for internal injuries, 1 bottle a day. However, it is not as potent as the previous one. Your internal injuries will likely take a considerable time to mend." Zoro nodded once more, feeling grateful yet not one to easily display his emotions on his face. Chapter 19. Infiltration. After nearly a day, Harriet and his companions arrived at the Dragon Park. Gazing at the ocean-facing entrance, rich with the characteristics of the Fishmen, Usopp and Johnny instantly felt intimidated. Crouching low near the ship's edge, Johnny's forehead glistened with cold sweat. "We have arrived. Is Nami truly here?" Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. "This Fishman dragon is no trivial foe," Johnny whispered. "I have heard that Fishmen possess strength tenfold that of humans. That dragon is the highest bounty in the East Blue." His power undoubtedly surpasses that of Kuro. At this juncture, Johnny glanced at Harriet, realizing that this was where he could establish a connection with the Fishman. Tenfold, indeed. But that is merely a comparison between ordinary humans and ordinary fishmen. Harriet glanced at his three companions. If they were seasoned fishmen, their strength would likely surpass the standard by tenfold. By the way, my innate strength is thrice that of an ordinary human. Tenfold. Usopp was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "We only need to retrieve the Mary. Let's avoid provoking the Fishman at all costs." However, it seemed that Nami had set her sights on the notorious dragon. Johnny recalled, speaking slowly, it appears that Nami is interested in his bounty of 20 million. Is it truly innate thrice over? Zoro cast a glance at Harriet after spending a few days together. He could sense that Harriet's power exceeded mere triple that of an average individual. Moreover, this dragon is affiliated with Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Johnny remarked. Observing the blank expressions on Usopp and Zoro's faces, realizing that neither of them was familiar with the term 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea comprises 7 notorious pirates, officially recognized by the government as lawful pirates. They primarily operate in the Grand Line, and their prowess should not be underestimated. Harriet seized Johnny's words and remarked, "Hawkeye my hawk is indeed one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Usopp was instantly taken aback. He had witnessed firsthand the extent of Hawkeye's prowess. And to think there were 7 such formidable masters. How intriguing. Zoro displayed his signature wicked grin, gripping his sword, Wadikamanji tightly. "We have agreed to bring Nami back. Let us charge in directly." Observing this, Usopp comprehended the fierce battle spirit igniting within Zoro, and he was immediately startled. "Zoro, big brother." Johnny also broke into a cold sweat, hastily interjecting, "Big brother, you're injured. You mustn't provoke the Fishman." Usopp and Johnny exchanged glances, both harboring the impulse to restrain Zoro at this moment. Hey. Harriet felt a sense of helplessness. These two fellows were remarkably cowardly. Despite the fact that 2 years prior, he had been just like them. He poked Usopp and suggested they first locate the Going Merry, as Nami was likely to be with the ship. Upon seeing Harriet, Usopp suddenly recalled that this was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million. His anxiety dissipated somewhat as he picked up his telescope to survey the surroundings. Eureka! He spotted the Going Merry. Astonishingly, it was docked in such an odd location. Usopp was filled with excitement yet also puzzled. Indeed, it was situated in a strange spot, somewhat distant from the Cocoa Village. Johnny began to study the map. "Leave it to me. I shall bring that woman and the Going Merry back," Usopp declared, his face alight with fearless bravado. Johnny was rendered speechless. It was astounding how quickly this fellow's demeanor changed upon realizing that this place had no connection to the dragon. "Steer to the right. Approach the Going Merry," Captain Usopp commanded. With arms crossed, Usopp laughed heartily. "Excellent. I shall name the splendor of my venture into this enigmatic realm Usopp's great adventure. Isn't it magnificent, Johnny? Harriet? How delightful." At this moment, Harriet spotted 3 towering figures on the shore. Instantly captivated, he glanced at Usopp. However, he did not forget about Zoro, whispering, "Zoro, there are a few fishmen on the shore. You should hide for a moment." Zoro cast a fleeting glance at the shore before turning his gaze back to Harriet. Although fishmen possess strength tenfold that of ordinary humans, he still believed that in a confrontation, Harriet would emerge victorious. "I have my own plans." Harriet refrained from elaborating further. At that moment, Zoro chose to trust Harriet and nodded in agreement. Usopp, meanwhile, had planted a foot on the ship's railing, striking a pose with spirited exuberance, and then exclaimed, "Fishmen." Usopp and Johnny's mouths gaped wide in shock, cold sweat cascading down their bodies. Full speed ahead. At this juncture, Usopp completely disregarded the Mary, taking refuge alongside Johnny beneath the ship's railing, swiftly distancing themselves from the Mary. Ha! Harriet burst into laughter at the antics of these 2 lively companions. However, the vessel soon caught the attention of the fishmen, who swiftly swam over. Johnny and Usopp were nearly paralyzed with fear, with strength tenfold that of an ordinary person. How could they possibly compete? Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt into the sea. Zoro followed suit, leaving only Harriet behind. Suddenly, 2 fishmen boarded the ship and, upon seeing Harriet, were taken aback with astonishment. "Are you here to pledge allegiance to Brother Dragon?" inquired one of the more boisterous fishmen. At that moment, Harriet had transformed into his fishman form, a tall figure with striking blue scales, resembling a humanoid fish. Indeed, Harriet fabricated a tale, claiming he had just escaped from slavery and had come to seek refuge with the Dragon Brother. Upon hearing this, The two fishmen immediately displayed sympathetic expressions. A slave? How tragic, they remarked. Very well, we shall take you to meet the dragon brother. He will undoubtedly be pleased. Harriet recalled that this dragon was a blatant racist, harboring disdain for humans while believing fishmen to be the superior race. Nonetheless, he was also protective of his kin. The ship soon docked at the shore, and the three fishmen, captivated by Harriet's presence, momentarily forgot about the fleeing individuals from earlier. The group swiftly made their way toward the dragon's domain. Usopp, hiding at the water's edge, widened his eyes in astonishment. He can transform. Similarly stunned, Johnny stared with his mouth agape. Are we going to infiltrate their inner circle? Zoro speculated, shifting his sword. Infiltrate. Usopp's eyes sparkled as he burst into laughter, thumping his chest. Indeed, everything is under my control. This is the grand plan of Captain Usopp. Johnny remained speechless, knowing Usopp was not as easily deceived as Chopper. Zoro, slightly twitching at the corner of his mouth, turned away. So, are we to sail the ship now? It appears Nami is absent. Johnny observed the vessel and found it deserted. Does that mean she took all the treasure with her? Usopp exclaimed, alarmed. This treasure was their hard-won bounty from defeating Kuro. However, he quickly shifted his tone. As long as the Mary is intact, that's all that matters. Our esteemed Captain Usopp has his mind set on the lovely ship. Zoro, exasperated with Usopp's cowardice, redirected his thoughts back to the dragon's lair. Oh. The dragon, lounging in a chair, gazed at Harriet with surprise. You come to ally with me from the Grand Line? Of course. I have always admired you, dragon brother. Harriet replied, revealing his back. The celestial dragon's hoof was prominently displayed. What are you doing? The dragon's expression turned serious. His initial suspicions of the unfamiliar Fishman vanished. Quickly, put on some clothes. The celestial dragon's hoof is a mark of shame, a sign of enslavement. Welcome to the family of the dragon pirates. The dragon rose enthusiastically, raising his cup in celebration. Suddenly, dozens of fishmen erupted from the water, cheering. Chapter 20, Infiltration continued. Ha ha. The dragon laughed heartily, turning to Nami. Nami, today is not just your return. We have a new companion, a cause for celebration. How dull, Nami replied, casting a frosty glance at the dragon. Just another fool. Don't make such a sour face. The dragon waved dismissively. Though you're an exception, we ought to extend a warm welcome to our new ally. Boring, Nami retorted, turning to leave, but not before casting a fleeting glance at Harriet. Despite the passage of 2 years, the memory of him lingered vividly in her mind. What brought him here? What did that brand signify? Why such a strong reaction from the dragon? And why did he not reveal their acquaintance? Was he here to retrieve me? To search for me? Nami clenched her fists, biting her lip in contemplation. So what is he? Harriet mused, feigning curiosity. Noticing her distraction, the dragon explained. This human woman is Nami, our navigator in the Dragon Pirates, a rare talent. Oh. Harriet appeared genuinely astonished. Well then, the dragon lifted his wine cup. Let us host our own feast. Oh. The fishmen erupted in cheers. My compatriot Harriet, feel free to enjoy yourself here. Consider it your home. Do not hold back. The dragon smiled at Harriet before signaling to several fishmen. I have some matters to attend to. Black Belt, stay here and entertain our new friend. Understood, the fishman, a master of martial arts, nodded. Harriet gazed at the departing dragon, lingering for a while to indulge in his drink, engaging in small talk for over 10 minutes. As the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, he seized the opportunity to approach the Black Belt and seek his counsel. Fishman karate? The Black Belt inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face as he regarded Harriet. Indeed, Haru nodded thoughtfully and said, I have previously studied Fishman karate, but only a portion of it. I never had the opportunity to delve deeper. Is that so? The Black Belt's gaze shifted to one of sympathy, as he surmised that Haru must have been captured and enslaved, preventing him from mastering more advanced techniques. However, now that they were allies, he felt compelled to share his knowledge. Very well, follow me, he instructed, leading Haru to an open area. Success! Harriet roared internally. Indeed, he had learned Fishman karate, but not during a time of freedom. From the moment he could remember, he had been a slave. It seemed he was born of a slave lineage. However, these circumstances did not affect the present Harriet. He spoke the truth. He had indeed only mastered a portion of Fishman karate. More advanced techniques eluded him, as he had never had the opportunity to learn them. In the East Blue, the only place where one could possibly acquire Fishman karate was at the Dragon's Paradise. Although Harriet was currently utilizing only the techniques of power generation and control from Fishman karate, It was undeniable that mastering this art to its depths was a formidable skill. Its epitome was exemplified by Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was no mere ability user but a true master of martial arts. Having achieved the rank of warlord solely through physical prowess, his strength should not be underestimated. Time flowed by in instruction, and soon an hour had passed. Having gained much from his lessons, Harriet seized the opportunity to slip away under the pretense of an excuse. Now, it was time to seek out Nami. Exiting the dragon's paradise, Harriet regained his bearings, only to unexpectedly witness a scene that took him by surprise. Harriet was left speechless. Was that not Usopp? There stood Usopp, clutched by the Fishman Jew, his legs trembling incessantly. Goodness, the inertia of history is indeed formidable. Harriet wiped the sweat from his forehead. Initially, he believed that Usopp, Zoro, and the others would fare better than in the original narrative. However, he was taken aback to discover that this fellow had still been captured, compelling Harriet to marvel at the formidable force of historical inevitability. Could it be that Zoro had lost his way? Had he strayed off course? Harriet suddenly recalled Zoro's notorious inability to navigate. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Usopp. It's not that I refuse to assist you. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Oda. Harriet mourned for Usopp for 3 seconds. However, he was not one to ignore a life in peril. He had already spotted Nami, after quietly observing a slightly revised version of history for a moment. Harriet dismissed the fallen deceiver who had plunged into the sea and followed after Nami, who was departing. Speaking of Harriet, the wicked dragon of the paradise surveyed his surroundings. Perplexed by the absence of any new companions, he expressed his desire to explore and see the vast territory that his elder dragon brother had conquered, as relayed by the Black Belt. Upon hearing this, the wicked dragon burst into laughter, affirming that indeed, it was essential to take a good look around. Before long, Harriet encountered Luffy and his companions, or rather, it was Nami who found them. After witnessing a farce unfold, Harriet had little intention of joining Luffy and the others, choosing instead to continue pursuing Nami. The Orange Grove Harriet distantly heard the sound of objects being struck, instantly recognizing that Nami was in a fit of rage. After surveying the Orange Grove and contemplating for a moment, he resolved to step inside. The door creaked open slowly. Who is it? Noki and Nami turned around simultaneously. Harriet scratched the back of his head and said, "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Harriet, Nami, visibly agitated, abruptly stood up and fixed her gaze intently upon him. "What are you doing here?" "Well, this is..." Harriet pondered for a moment before finally deciding to speak candidly. "I followed you here." "Followed me?" Nami furrowed her brow in disbelief. "Actually, you can trust Luffy," Harriet interjected as he stepped inside. "Trust him?" Nami exclaimed, her agitation palpable. "The dragon is not an ordinary person. He is a monster from the Grand Line. Do not jest." "Well," Haru nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, the dragon is formidable. At least, I am no match for it." "Yes. Are you not a fishman? How could you possibly be unaware of his power?" Nami said with a slight smirk. "A fishman?" Noki exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Haru closely. Yet he appeared human in every regard. Harriet, indifferent, gestured towards his shoulder. At that moment, he wore a black vest, and Nokigo immediately perceived something amiss. Gills. Having dealt with fishmen for many years, Nokigo could never be mistaken. Those were indeed the gills of a fishman, prompting him to become acutely vigilant. "I have already stated that one should trust Luffy. If there is anyone who can assist you now, it is undoubtedly Luffy." Harriet continued, "When it comes to strength, the evil dragon and Luffy might be considered equals. However, in terms of potential, Luffy undoubtedly surpasses the evil dragon." "How do you know that?" Nami questioned. Ahem. Harriet found himself at a loss for words, unable to reveal that he was from another world and thus privy to such knowledge. His mind raced. Yet he could conjure no acceptable excuse. He had never witnessed Luffy in battle, and having ventured alone from Krieke's territory, he could hardly use that as a reference. Well, these are mere trifles. In any case, Luffy is currently the only one in this village capable of defeating the evil dragon. A secret technique, the art of diverting the conversation. Nami narrowed her eyes. "By the way, why do you have the notion of defeating the evil dragon? You are a fishman too, after all." To clarify, I am a half-fishman. I have mentioned it numerous times," Harriet replied, a look of helplessness adorning his face. "Isn't that essentially the same thing?" Nami tilted her head and remarked, "Well, you'll understand once you reach the Grand Line." Harriet contemplated for a moment and continued. "In the Grand Line, the fishmen endure profound discrimination. They are neither acknowledged by humans nor accepted by their own kind." Chapter 21. The Calm Before the Storm. What does it mean? Nami and Noki were perplexed, sensing that the explanation might be rather complicated. Harriet stroked his chin, remarking that none of them had ever ventured into the Grand Line. There were certain matters he doubted they would fully comprehend. In any case, if the malevolent dragon were to discover that he was a half-fishman, he would likely be the first target of its wrath. Nanny, Nami exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how the dragon, which had previously shown such cordiality towards Harriet, could possibly wish to eliminate a companion. By the way, you should attend to your hand properly. Harriet gazed at Nami's hand, which was already bound in bandages, though it was evident that it had not received any further care. Nami remained silent, turning her hand away. Very well. Harriet sighed as he placed a bottle of brown potion on the table. I shall return to find Luffy, he declared. Before turning to leave, can Luffy truly defeat the evil dragon? Nami seated herself, resting her head on the table, lost in thought. How could this be possible? They are monsters. Soon, Nami gently closed her eyes and, before long, succumbed to sleep. The emotional turmoil she had experienced recently had left her utterly exhausted. Noticing this, Noki smiled faintly and gazed outside. Should she pay them a visit? Nami's companions. The ones capable of vanquishing the evil dragon? Noki pondered. And after a moment of contemplation, she resolved, yes. Regardless of the truth, as an elder sister, she must see the companions who brought her sister such anguish. Oh, Luffy and Sanji, you have arrived. Harriet approached Luffy and his companions. At that moment, Usopp was about to share the tale of how Nami had rescued him, contemplating the possible reasons behind her joining the Don Quixote pirates. Upon seeing Harriet, he immediately exclaimed, Harriet, just in time. I was about to discuss Nami's situation. Why don't you join us and listen? No need, Harriet replied. Harriet found a tree and settled against it. I already understand. You may convey this to Luffy and the others. Oh, Usopp crossed his arms and nodded, saying I see. I never imagined that anyone aside from the great Captain Usopp would possess such knowledge. Harriet couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This fellow certainly never missed an opportunity to promote himself. However, how should they deal with that Colonel Mouse? Should they consider seizing him afterward? A peculiar glimmer flickered in Harriet's eyes. Initially, he intended to remain by Nami's side to shield her from the advances of Captain Mouse. However, he pondered whether the malevolent dragon might resort to alternative methods. Would Nami still choose to align herself with the Straw Hat crew? All of this remained uncertain, especially since he and Nami had been apart for 2 years, with numerous barriers lingering between them, making persuasion a formidable challenge. Thus, it seemed they could only rely on the inexorable march of history. There must be a reason for Nami's allegiance to the Dragon Pirate crew, he mused. Before Usopp could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted by the arrival of Nojiko. It's futile. You should all surrender, she declared. And you are? Usopp inquired, gazing at her in confusion. Luffy and the others also turned their attention toward her. Nojiko, Nami's sister, Harriet interjected. Is that so? Remarked the long-nosed man. No wonder she's so beautiful. She must take after Nami, commented the curly-haired chef. Despite the half-fishman's assertion that they could vanquish the dragon crew, upon reflection, it seemed an impossible feat after all. Even the Navy found themselves at their wits' end against such foes. Nojiko surveyed the scant number of individuals present and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. With so few people, how could they possibly defeat the dragon crew? This is absurd, she murmured. I will explain everything in due course, but I request that you leave this place when the time comes, Nojiko said, crossing her arms. I have no interest in hearing it, Luffy replied, promptly stepping outside. Hey, where are you going? Usopp called after him, while Zoro and Sanji silently observed Luffy's departure. I'm going for a walk, Luffy responded. Honestly, Zoro said, leaning against a tree with his hands clasped behind his head, we'll just listen in. However, with a gentle rustle, Zoro succumbed to slumber, his snores echoing softly. Didn't he want to hear it? How can you be asleep? Usopp exclaimed, nearly contorting his face in disbelief. Well, in that case, I shall engage in some training as well, he decided. Harriet rose, brushed off his garments, and then ventured into the woods. As he walked, he cast a sidelong glance at Solon, pondering how someone so gravely injured could appear so fatigued. Let us not concern ourselves with them, Sanji remarked, holding a cigarette between his fingers and exhaling a plume of smoke. We shall merely listen. Harriet entered the woods and cast a glance towards Sanji and the others. He did not venture far, for Colonel Mouse was soon to arrive, and it would then be their turn to act. Harriet initially intended to cultivate some interpersonal relationships to facilitate his endeavors on Fishman Island. However, he soon realized that time was not on his side. Fortunately, many individuals in this world are rather naive, allowing him to discreetly intervene while Colonel Mouse apprehends individuals, which he believes could prove effective. Nevertheless, he is uncertain whether they would attempt to rescue the malevolent dragon. If the dragon were to be saved, it would likely bring calamity to the East Sea, a scenario Harriet is keen to avoid. The dilemma. Harriet scratched his head in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, gradually clearing his mind, allowing his body to relax. As he recalled the teachings of his black belt instructor, he began to move slowly, practicing each technique with precision. It must be acknowledged that his instructor's mastery of the Fishman karate far surpassed his own. In terms of Fishman karate, Harriet humbly recognized that he was no match for him. However, he also possessed his own advantages, so it could be executed in such a manner. A glimmer of light flickered in Harriet's eyes as he delved into the mysteries before him, swiftly absorbing the techniques that could be of use. However, he recognized that this was not a matter to be accomplished overnight. With prior experience, Harriet understood that fully internalizing these skills would require a considerable amount of time. Indeed, my current advantage lies in my speed, Harriet contemplated silently, recalling that in his memory, the strength of the Straw Hat Trio had been surging at an astonishing pace, having ascended to the level of a bounty exceeding 100 million in merely 6 months. Although a bounty does not necessarily equate to actual prowess, in the realm of pirates, a bounty of 100 million marks a significant threshold, signifying eligibility to venture into the new world. Those with bounties in the tens of millions struggled to survive in that perilous expanse. Harriet was well aware of his own circumstances. Unlike the trio of formidable powerhouses, he had not been fortunate enough to receive guidance from esteemed mentors during his formative years. Luffy was trained by the exceptional Marine, Garp. Zoro had a mysterious master of swordsmanship. Even Sanji was under the tutelage of a notorious pirate who had returned from the Grand Line. In contrast, Harriet had only received a few teachings from his father, a fishman, during his time as a slave, and that paternal figure had long since passed away. If only he could elevate his speed and combine it with his current strength, he believed he too could reach the echelon of a 100 million bounty. Harriet muttered to himself, reflecting on the technique known as shave, which is the only method of cultivation he has mastered thus far. By executing a series of rapid footfalls upon the ground, he achieves extraordinary speed. Currently, he has made preliminary progress and estimates that within a few months, he will be able to utilize it under normal circumstances. With the acquisition of shave, Harriet is confident that he will soon master moonwalk as well. As for the techniques of iron block and paper drawing finger gun, he lacks understanding and does not possess the time to practice them. Chapter 22. The Battle with the Evil Dragon Pirate Crew. Adjustment of power, regulation of breath, and synchronization of bodily movements. Harriet closed his eyes, endeavoring to exert a deeper level of control over his body. The 6 techniques can be described as skills that one can employ after developing their physique to a certain extent. Resilience to impact, heightened perception, explosive power. Each of these abilities necessitates a degree of meticulous control over the body. At this moment, Harriet was striving to further enhance his bodily mastery. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and with a powerful thrust from his feet, he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Harriet came to a halt 20 meters away from his original position, yet it was still insufficient. In a fleeting moment, he could only take 6 steps. Harriet gazed down at his feet, a frown creasing his brow. The power remained elusive. It spiraled out of control for the 5th time. An overwhelming surge of force that was evidently not something one could master in a day. Currently, he could only rely on electric stimulation to enhance his speed, managing a fleeting moment where he struck the ground 9 times in rapid succession following a loss of control. Since parting ways with Nami 3 months ago, Harriet had consciously engaged in training for the Sara technique. Yet, even under optimal conditions, he could only manage 6 rapid footfalls in a single instant. Exceeding that threshold would result in complete chaos, and any slight miscalculation could lead to a loss of balance, thus culminating in failure. As Harriet reviewed his skills, Nami rushed toward the Dragon of Evil with a fierce expression. "Evil dragon! Evil dragon!" She seethed, her countenance twisted in rage. She could hardly fathom that the Navy had allied with the dragon, seeking to seize the hard-earned money she had painstakingly gathered. Just 7 million berries more, and she could have purchased Cocoa West Village. Had he not vowed to honor their agreement regarding money? A vague suspicion began to form in Nami's mind. Yet she dared not dwell on the darkest possibilities. The terror of the dragon had already embedded itself within her soul, as long as there remained a sliver of hope. She wished to avoid confrontation. The dragon coveted her talents, wishing to retain her for cartography, and Cocoa West Village was merely a noose to bind her. This fact she instinctively overlooked. What are you still doing here? Nami suddenly spotted Luffy nearby. Didn't I tell you this has nothing to do with you? Grabbing Luffy by the collar, she shouted, how could you possibly defeat him? Leave this village at once. We cannot afford any more sacrifices. Huh? Nami, where are you going? Luffy inquired, having been knocked to the ground by her forceful push. Evil dragon. Nami's chest heaved as she raced forward, the exertion presenting a significant challenge to her stamina. Yet, she disregarded her physical discomfort, stepping resolutely toward the dragon. Are you the one commanding those Navy officers to steal my money? She demanded, her fury palpable. However, the dragon dismissed her rage with a casual wave. I have not breached our agreement. The Navy took your money? Such a pity. It was merely 100 million. Can't you save up again? The dragon erupted into laughter. Nami bit her lip, her heart raging against this insolence. Yet she recognized that this was not the time for emotional outbursts. She turned and dashed back toward Cocoa West Village. Everyone, please do not do anything foolish. Strangely compelled, Nami glanced at the back of her hand, stained with medicinal ointment, recalling Harriet's words. Luffy is currently the only one who might defeat the dragon. Harriet retrieved a watch from the backpack set aside, glancing at the time, contemplating that it was nearly time for Nami to seek assistance from Luffy. It was also the moment to confront the dragon pirates. Upon meeting Sanji and the others, they immediately informed him of Nami's stolen money. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood the significance of that money. After a brief discussion, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp decided to head to the village. Upon their arrival, Harriet observed the villagers, each with faces etched in fury, approaching Dragon Paradise armed. Are they truly intending to fight? Usopp exclaimed, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. These were ordinary people, ill-equipped to contend with the Fishman, who possessed at least tenfold the strength of an average human. They had reached a point of no return. Harriet murmured softly, acknowledging that Nami's 100 million had not only plunged her into despair but had also revealed to the villagers their inability to escape the clutches of the dragon. Initially, they had hoped that Nami could purchase Cocoa West Village, as they were on the verge of accumulating 100 million berries. However, once Captain Mouse emerged, all their dreams were shattered. Before long, they witnessed Nami inflicting harm upon herself, repeatedly stabbing the emblem of the dragon pirates into her own arm while uttering the name of the dragon incessantly. It was at this moment that Luffy intervened, halting Nami's actions. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Harriet understood it was time to engage in battle against the dragon pirates. In her moment of despair, Nami recalled Harriet's words and reflected on Luffy's formidable strength from the past. On the brink of psychological collapse, she instinctively cried out for help. Save me. Luffy, in resolute silence, placed his straw hat upon Nami's head. After performing a few stretching exercises, he bellowed with conviction, of course. With that, he strode purposefully towards Dragon Paradise, prompting the others to follow suit. The group, already prepared, responded eagerly. All right. The dragon pirates consisted of 3 formidable combatants. The octopus Fishman, Shohachi, proficient in the 6-sword style, the soft-boned Fishman, black belt, skilled in karate, and the kissing Fishman, Cho, adept at launching attacks through water expulsion from his mouth. The dragon himself, a serrated shark man, possessed astonishing biting force and wrist strength. At this juncture, Harriet began to divulge the intelligence he had gathered. Luffy, however, remained unfazed. While the other 3 absorbed the information intently, Harriet's gaze fell upon Zoro, who was gravely injured and unsuitable for intense combat in the immediate future. Thus, it would be up to the 3 of us to confront those officers. Zoro remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the Wado Ikemanji. Sanji and Usopp nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the wound inflicted by Mihawk would not heal swiftly. Here we go. Upon observing the scene, Harriet immediately noticed the villagers stranded outside the door and the woefully battered duo. Luffy approached the grand entrance step by step, steadied himself, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The door shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris towards the dragon's paradise. Who was that fellow named Dragon? Luffy clenched his fist, pondering the identity of this individual. Veins bulged on Dragon's forehead. Is that not? The black belt suddenly recognized Harriet standing nearby. Is that not Harriet? How has he transformed into this state? Dragon then directed his attention towards Harriet, inquiring, who exactly are you? Harriet shrugged and remarked, I am a half-fishman, capable of transforming into a fishman for a brief period. What? The fishmen were taken aback, and the malevolent dragon's eyes quickly filled with a fierce intensity. A half-fishman? You wretched lineage! With a resounding clap against the armrest, The dragon rose to its feet. So, you are the vile dragon? As the dragon stood, Luffy locked onto his target. Turning his gaze, Harrot found himself under the fierce scrutiny of the black belt. It seemed, indeed, that he had caught the attention of an adversary. Harrot felt a sudden pang of insecurity. After all, he had deceived the other party to acquire the secrets of the Fishman karate. To his astonishment, the revelation that his opponent was a half-Fishman left him feeling betrayed. Indeed, it was true that the human lineage was tainted. The black belt assumed a battle stance. His visage contorted with fury and disdain, evidently intent on eliminating Harrot. Hey. Harrot bristled at the insinuation that the human bloodline was impure. Although he presently bore the traits of a half-Fishman, he had once been a legitimate human. Chapter 23, The Battle with the Evil Dragon Pirates, continued. How dare you ruffians wreak havoc here? Roared a Fishman, charging at the Straw Hat crew. His sudden aggression prompted many Fishmen to instinctively follow suit. Among them, Harrot became the focal point of attention, with 7 Fishmen advancing towards him. You vile wretch. How dare you betray our trust? A portly Fishman bellowed, storming towards Harrot with a fierce glare, reaching out to seize him. Harrot swiftly crouched to evade the incoming strike, then surged upward, landing a powerful uppercut squarely on the chin of the rotund Fishman. Bang! The Fishman was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. What? The remaining 6 Fishmen were taken aback in astonishment. Harrot, however, did not feel elated by this. Although his strength was inferior to that of an ordinary merman, he was supremely confident that his speed and reflexes surpassed those of the average merman. Even if a merman possessed greater strength, it would be of little consequence if they could not land a hit. Harrot moved with remarkable agility, showcasing the long-term effects of his rigorous training. In swift bursts, he evaded the grasp of the Fishmen, who were unable to lay a finger on his garments. In stark contrast, Harrot unleashed a flurry of punches, swiftly dispatching the 6 Fishmen. Is he truly that formidable? Didn't he claim his strength was inferior to that of the Fishmen? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fool. Zoro, besieged by several Fishmen himself, demonstrated that the title of pirate hunter was well earned. With a few deft strokes of his sword, he felled the attackers, calmly stating, Combat is not merely a contest of strength. Though Harrot's power may be lesser than his adversaries, his agility far surpasses theirs, enabling him to strike vital points at the opportune moment. These insignificant foes should just step aside, Sanji declared, unceremoniously kicking the approaching Fishman into unconsciousness. After all, Harrot had previously defeated Krieg. These adversaries stood no chance against him. What? Not only Usopp, but even the villagers gathered at the gates gaped in disbelief. While they may have been skeptical of Luffy's ability to conquer the dragon, they were well aware of Krieg's reputation. The infamous East Blue Admiral Krieg had a bounty of 15 million berries if he could be defeated, then taking down the dragon with a bounty of 20 million. Could very well be within reach. With this thought, coupled with the Straw Hat crew's triumph over nearly all the ordinary Fishmen, the villagers began to feel a spark of confidence. Let's go. We must defeat the dragon, they shouted in unison. These scoundrels. The dragon's eyes blazed with fury, a murderous intent swelling within him. How dare you treat my kin in such a manner? You lowly creatures. Wait. Shachi quickly interjected, Dragon brother, if you strike, the entire dragon paradise will be reduced to ruins. Allow us to handle this. Indeed, putting nodded in agreement, while Black Belt continued to regard Harrot with a cold stare. After a moment's contemplation, the dragon settled back down, though his gaze remained fixed on Harrot with palpable malice. Harrot could not help but twitch his lips. While he understood that the merman was generally unwelcomed, it seemed excessive. At that moment, Xiaoba suddenly covered his mouth and played a strange tune. What could it be? The nearby villagers instantly harbored ominous suspicions. With Xiaoba's summons, the surface of the sea before the dragon's paradise began to churn violently, and a massive manatee breached the water. Indeed, it was the beast from the Grand Line. Naka's expression darkened. What on earth is that? Ah, it's that creature. Luffy seemed to recognize it. It turned out to be an accomplice of the Fishman. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, remarked nonchalantly. What a bizarre creature. Usopp's eyes widened. His mouth agape. Moo moo moo. At that moment, the manatee looked at Luffy and Sanji with a pitiful expression, clearly recalling that these two had bullied it before. Remembering this, Moo Moo began to sweat profusely, thinking to itself that these two were indeed demons, feeling the throbbing pain from the bump on its head intensify. Silently, it turned to leave. Hey Moo Moo, where are you going? Xiaoba suddenly panicked, wondering why it was abruptly trying to depart. Moo Moo, you rascal. What are you doing? The dragon glared menacingly at Moo Moo, thinking that if it wanted to flee, it would not stop it. right? Ugmumu was drenched in cold sweat, feeling engulfed by inner turmoil. Before long, the dragon's formidable presence overshadowed its fear of Luffy and the others. Mumu. Mumu charged fiercely toward Harriet and his companions, attempting to suppress its fear while trying to intimidate them. I'll handle it. Before Luffy could speak, Harriet quickly interjected, remembering that this single-celled creature had nearly cost him dearly just for amusement. Harriet harbored concerns regarding the potential jeopardy of his team's greatest strength, for he feared he would be no match for the malevolent dragon. Moreover, Zoro was gravely injured, and Sanji was beyond reliance in Harriet's distant memories. Sanji had nearly been vanquished by a single strike from the dragon. Very well. Luffy, with a face full of reluctance, ultimately acquiesced. Bang! The colossal form of Moon collided violently with the ground where Harriet and his companion stood, shattering the floor instantaneously. However, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had already leaped away from their original positions, with Luffy clutching the still trembling Usopp in his grasp. As Moon charged forward, Harriet summoned all his strength to leap onto the creature's head, narrowly evading the impact. Activate! Harriet silently exclaimed within. Thud. Thud thud. Suddenly, his heartbeat grew increasingly vigorous. Harriet's body seemed to swell like an inflated balloon, transforming once again into a merman. What is happening? Is that not a merman? Many villagers widened their eyes in astonishment. Half-merman, Noki murmured softly to herself. She had heard Harriet mention that he was a half-merman, and now his merman traits were even more pronounced. Could it be that all half-mermen possess such transformative abilities? Noki speculated quietly to herself. What's wrong? A nearby figure, Acheon, whose body bore the marks of numerous stitches, turned to Noki. It's nothing, Noki replied, lowering her head. Regardless of what others thought, Harriet swiftly sprang into action. 700 tiles. 500 volts of electricity. Harriet adjusted his strength and growled softly, round. Bang, bang, bang. Harriet seized the horn of Momu and began to spin at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful kick with each rotation. The electrifying force of his foot momentarily incapacitated Momu, leaving it unable to brace itself for defense. Moo. Momu emitted an involuntary cry of pain, overwhelmed by the rapid strikes to its head. Ultimately, it succumbed to the onslaught and lost consciousness. Whoosh. Harriet leaped back to the ground. How is this possible? Xiao Ba exclaimed dramatically, astonished that Mumu was actually defeated by that half-fish creature. Hooray! In stark contrast to the fish people, the villagers grew increasingly exhilarated, having vanquished even the monstrous being of the Grand Waterway. Defeating the evil dragon seemed no longer an impossible feat. Chapter 24. The Dragon-Slaying Pirate Crew Continuation. It appears we too must take action. Haidai crossed his arms, observing Harriet and his companions. Indeed, it was time to enlighten them on the distinctions that exist between individuals. Shio wore a face full of animosity. It truly hurts. At this moment, Hallett furrowed his brow discreetly. One cannot deny the formidable strength of the manatee from the Grand Line. It astonishingly endured for such an extended period. Each of those kicks had unleashed a force equivalent to 500 volts, and it took nearly 20 blows, with its minimal defenses, to finally render it unconscious. Electric discharge is indeed a remarkable ability. However, it is a skill more suited for the aquatic realm. When employed on land, it incurs certain repercussions. 500 volts of electricity for such a prolonged duration inevitably takes a toll on the body. Harriet murmured to himself, then cast a glance at the black belt. Although the black belt uttered no words, from his gaze, Harriet knew that a confrontation between the two was inevitable. Go ahead, Luffy. We shall handle the others. The formidable dragon is yours to confront, Harriet declared, fixing his eyes on Luffy. Understood. Luffy responded, striking his right fist against his left palm before charging towards the dragon. As he closed the distance, about 5 or 6 meters away, he unleashed a powerful punch. Swish. His arm elongated rapidly, infused with immense strength, and struck the dragon. Bang. The dragon, who had been lounging in a recliner, was taken aback by Luffy's astonishing reach. He was sent sprawling with a single blow to the face. Crash. The dragon collided against the surrounding wall, the tremendous force creating a sizable breach. What just transpired? How could his arm extend so? The villagers were astounded and exhilarated, marveling at the sight of the dragon being knocked away, an unexpected delight. Accursed humans. The dragon discarded the small stones clinging to him, his eyes burning with a more ferocious intent. Brother Dragon! The three subordinates gasped in disbelief. Could it be that a human had managed to send their dragon flying? Especially in this supposedly weaker East Blue? Truly astonishing. I was careless. This brat possesses the ability to extend his arm. It appears he is a user of a devil fruit, the dragon reflected, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems my prolonged leisurely existence in the East Blue has dulled my senses. I never anticipated you would be a power wielder. Indeed. I am the user of the gum-gum fruit, Luffy replied, playfully tugging at his own face, which instantly stretched into an elongated form. Harriet fell silent. In his previous life, he had been indifferent to such scenes, but now, immersed in the world of pirates, he found the casual display of one's abilities to be utterly foolish. Wasn't this merely making it easier for enemies to target you? Nevertheless, he declared, Sanji, I shall handle that black belt, while you and Zoro deal with Chopper. Sanji retorted, Why should I team up with that cook? Zoro immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. You filthy swordsman. What did you say? Sanji was on the verge of clashing with Zoro again. Hey. Harriet could only sigh in exasperation. These two individuals were truly incompatible. Usopp, who stood to the side, froze momentarily, only to be drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that this fellow expects me to handle it? With Black Belt Xiaoba now divided, it left only the kissing Fishman, and he was the only idle member of the Straw Hat Pirates, which meant he would inevitably be required to confront it. What capability did he possess to face a Fishman? Perhaps I should provide cover instead. Usopp's legs trembled slightly as he contemplated fleeing. You lot truly are oblivious. Black Belt was furious at this moment. These humans and half-fishmen audaciously discussed how to deal with them right before their eyes. In an instant, Black Belt moved with remarkable speed, lunging towards Harriet's side and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his ribs. If this strike landed, it would surely cause significant damage to his kidneys. Harriet dared not be careless. Fortunately, he activated his Fishman heritage, temporarily enhancing his strength, and swiftly raised his left hand to block. Bang! Yet, the power of the black belt was still superior, sending Harriet staggering 3 steps back. Zoro and Sanji exchanged worried glances, wondering if this fellow might be defeated by the Fishman. How dare you lose focus? At that moment, Little 8 lifted his head high, took a deep breath, and suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of ink. Octopus Little 8's inky black liquid. Wow, what is that? Zoro and Sanji were taken aback. They had always battled against ordinary foes, never expecting such an unexpected eruption of darkness. They hastily dodged the ink. Splash! The floor was instantly shrouded in black. What a relief! Zoro and Sanji exhaled in unison. Watch this. Octopus Little 8's rock throw. Little 8 seized a boulder nearly 2 meters tall and hurled it forward. Zoro effortlessly sliced the stone in half with a single strike, easily dispelling such an attack. I truly must confront that fellow. Usopp, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced at Chu, realizing that with Zoro and Sanji engaged in battle, he was the only remaining combatant. I am destined to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp encouraged himself inwardly. That long-nosed scoundrel. I am Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. Surrender promptly if you know what's good for you. Usopp puffed out his chest, his thumb pointing to his chest, inadvertently spinning another lie. Long-nosed. Chu furrowed his brow, striding toward Usopp. You scoundrel. Usopp suddenly felt a surge of fear, instinctively drawing his slingshot and firing a rotten egg. Pop. Usopp's marksmanship proved true, as the crisp sound of shattering echoed, a foul odor immediately invading the air. Chu shook his eyebrows in fury. I didn't mean it. Usopp nearly lost control of his bladder, never expecting to have brought about his own demise, and turned to flee desperately. Isn't that the one who saved Mr. Ajin? A villager recognized the fleeing Usopp. Are you trying to rebel? Chu confronted the armed villagers at the gate with a grim expression. The villagers tensed up, each poised for action. Usopp noticed the situation and felt a surge of inexplicable courage. He shot at Chu again, a deadly powder star. Bang! The powder star struck Chu's face, igniting in a fiery explosion that knocked him to the ground. You were supposed to face me, Usopp declared with righteous indignation. Since you so desire death, I shall grant it to you. Chu leapt to his feet, sprinting towards Usopp at breakneck speed. Usopp was instantly frightened to the point of tears, desperately turning to flee. Truly, what a remarkable fellow. Harriet, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. One moment courageous, the next timid. It was bewildering how swiftly his demeanor could change. 100 precise punches. At that moment, the black belt seized the opportunity while Harriet was distracted, delivering a direct strike. Bang! This time, it landed squarely, as the distance between the two had diminished significantly, leaving little time for a response. Cough. Harriet was sent sprawling to the ground and quickly rose to his feet, but could not suppress a cough. Indeed, The force of the blow was unmistakably a manifestation of authentic Fishman karate, surpassing his own strength by a notch or two. Herrick clutched his chest where he had been struck, pondering to himself, "Shall we engage in a showdown of unarmed combat with the Fishman?" Herrick contemplated for a moment, then immediately assumed the stance of Fishman karate. Karate. The black belt's expression darkened slightly. Was he truly to use the techniques he had imparted against him? A laugh escaped the black belt, his anger intensifying. How truly despicable. Half Fishman. Fueled by his animosity towards humanity, the black belt acted decisively. Yet he did not lose his composure. Each move was executed with precision, a thrusting punch, an upper block, a lower block, inward and outward parries, knife hand strikes, front kicks, back kicks, and side kicks. The black belt unleashed the full prowess of Fishman karate, launching a rapid assault against Herrick. Crack. Bang. The Herrick merman's karate skills pale in comparison to those of a black belt, and before long, he found himself struck several times, leaving him in a state of disarray. "Hey, brother." The villagers could not suppress their growing concern. What on earth is happening to that guy? Observing the confrontation between Sanji and the diminutive Ocho, Zoro furrowed his brow. After several days of interaction, he did not believe that Herrick possessed such limited abilities. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Sanji delivered a powerful kick to Ocho, sending him flying. Surely, he could not be this weak, Sanji thought, also frowning. He had been considerably stronger when facing Creek. Indeed, this was not promising. Herrick was struck in the abdomen, unable to restrain himself as he staggered back a few paces. Humph. It is utterly impossible to master what I have imparted to you so swiftly. The black belt also noticed Herrick's earlier attempt to apply the skills he had acquired in a real combat scenario, yet this only revealed further vulnerabilities to the black belt. I am acutely aware that I am no genius, and it is simply beyond my capacity to learn those techniques in such a short span of time. Herrick slightly lowered his head, realizing that he was indeed an ordinary person. However, a surge of energy coursed through him, 100 volts of discharge. Electric shock mode. With a sharp exclamation, Herrick's body shimmered with a fleeting spark of electricity. What? The black belt momentarily froze in astonishment. Rapid movement. Herrick transformed into a series of afterimages, moving with astonishing speed. How swift. The black belt was taken aback, his sense of alertness heightened to its utmost. Bang. Boom. Snap. Yet, he could not keep pace with Herrick's velocity and was struck a dozen times in an instant. 800 tiles. Thunderous fists. Herrick moved behind the black belt and delivered a powerful punch. Wow. The black belt was instantly sent flying, momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, resulting in a complete lack of defense. Bang. The black belt crashed through the base's structure, leaving behind a sizable human-shaped hole, falling silent thereafter. Herrick vs. Black Belt Herrick's victory. Chapter 25. The Dragon Pirate Crew continuation. The Fishman officer has been defeated. The villagers, unable to contain their excitement, began to cheer as they gazed at the motionless, humanoid crater. Hey, Black Belt. The dragon's expression darkened, disbelief evident as he struggled to accept the defeat of Black Belt. Haha. Luffy, with a smile adorning his face, exclaimed, truly worthy of Herrick. You scoundrel. The dragon's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Luffy, who suddenly erupted into laughter. You must be a devil fruit user, right? Luffy, albeit confused, acknowledged. Indeed. Then, the dragon grinned, revealing his sharp triangular teeth, and suddenly lunged forward, seizing Luffy's shoulder with a fierce grip. Luffy retaliated with a powerful rubber pistol punch aimed at the dragon's face. Crack. The dragon, confronted by Luffy's formidable blow, opened his mouth wide to bite down. Luffy grimaced in pain, exclaiming, that hurts. Yet, instead of instinctively withdrawing his arm, he delivered a forceful kick to the dragon. Smack. The dragon caught Luffy's foot, taunting, unlike those cowardly fellows, you did not retreat at all. Had you done so, your arm would have been severed. However, the dragon suddenly hoisted Luffy up, prompting a startled response from Luffy. You? A devil fruit user cannot swim. The dragon flashed a menacing smile. That guy wouldn't. Both Zoro and Sanji sensed an ominous possibility. The wheels of history. Haruto found himself at a loss upon witnessing the scene. Despite the circumstances, they were still intent on casting him into the sea. Is Luffy truly jesting? Plop. Indeed, Luffy was unceremoniously thrown into the water. Help. Zoro, Haruto, Sanji, I can't swim. Luffy cried out, thrashing about, only to gulp down several mouthfuls of seawater. That fool. Zoro covered his face in disbelief, while Sanji also appeared exasperated, thinking, it seems I have joined a crew led by a simpleton. Haruto, you must rescue Luffy. We will hold off these two adversaries, Zoro urged swiftly. For time was of the essence, and only Haruto, being half Fishman, was unfazed by the aquatic battle, as they could not breathe underwater. Understood. Haru nodded and swiftly dashed towards the sea. A filthy lineage. At that moment, the malevolent dragon lunged forward, delivering a powerful swipe. Bang! Herod instinctively braced himself, only to be sent hurtling against the towering headquarters building. Here I come. Sanji charged forward, aware that he was the only unscathed combatant. Sending the current Zoro to confront the sea dragon would be tantamount to suicide. Chest meet, flying kick. Sanji unleashed a powerful strike. Dealing with you humans requires merely a splash of water. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the sea dragon had already gathered a considerable amount of water, which it forcefully splashed towards Sanji. Bang! Sanji spun around and crashed heavily to the ground. This foe should not be underestimated, for the sea dragon. It was merely a game of splashing water, but for us, it felt akin to the devastating force of a shotgun. Is this the might of a shark? No wonder it stands apart among the fishmen. Sanji coughed up blood, but managed to push himself off the ground. At that moment, Herod seized the opportunity to leap swiftly into the sea, swimming towards the already submerged Luffy. Well done. Zoro couldn't help but exclaim. You've let your guard down again. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoba had already grasped 6 blades, launching a fierce attack towards Zoro, who hastily defended himself with the Wado Ikamanji. That guy. The sea dragon also plunged into the water, swiftly pursuing Herod. Indeed, Sanji gazed at the surface of the sea, feeling a sense of helplessness. Both of them were fishmen. Impervious to drowning, yet having witnessed the sea dragon's formidable strength, he hesitated to confront it underwater. That would undoubtedly be a death sentence. However, as Sanji observed the surface, which soon ceased to bubble, he realized that Luffy was barely holding on. Gritting his teeth, Sanji kicked off his shoes and plunged into the sea. Upon entering the water, Sanji spotted 2 rapidly moving figures. So fast. Their speed in the water was in an entirely different league. Sanji was taken aback. But recognizing that the sea dragon was pursuing Herod, he understood that aiding Luffy was his utmost priority. So fast. Herod realized that he could not escape as the malevolent dragon swiftly approached from behind. It was Sanji. Herod discovered Sanji and let out a sigh of relief, then swam towards a more distant location. However, the wicked dragon swiftly caught up with Herod and took a bite. Splatter! Herod was bitten, and blood immediately gushed forth. Pain. 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 Herod's face contorted immediately. The force of the bite was truly astonishing. Despite having significantly enhanced his physique over the past 2 years, was he still unable to defend against it? Nevertheless, the sea is still my domain. Herod's eyes widened, 1,000 volts. Discharge. The electric spark flickered and vanished, the powerful current immediately impacting the malevolent dragon. It trembled. The dragon struggled violently for a moment, its body convulsing slightly. Continue the discharge. Herod roared, releasing a continuous surge of electrical energy stored within his body. In the depths of the sea, he need not worry about backlash and could unleash his full potential. What is happening? At this moment, having located Luffy, Sanji swiftly surfaced, astonished to see the 2 figures nearly 50 meters away. How could this monstrous dragon struggle when it was clearly biting Herod? However, he had no time to ponder this. He dashed to the surface and pulled Luffy onto solid ground. As for Herod, at some point, he had seized the duo's sword and slashed down at the gasping Zoro. Dealing with the dragon inside, Sanji replied concisely, immediately tending to Luffy. With a few firm compressions, Luffy coughed up water. All done. Sanji exhaled in relief. This guy finally released his grip. Herod gazed at the nearby, subtly twitching malevolent dragon, unable to suppress a slight twitch of his lips. This creature certainly had a formidable grip. Herod clasped his wound and swiftly swam towards the surface of the sea. As he had anticipated, the malevolent dragon proved to be formidable, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Its strength was unmatched, and its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Ultimately, even his ultimate weapon, the ability to discharge electricity in the water, failed to overcome his adversary. In this predicament, Herod found himself at a loss. The malevolent dragon would soon recuperate, while his own energy reserves had been completely depleted. This time, Herod was astounded by the resilience of life within this world. How could one endure such relentless electric shocks and remain unscathed? Terrifying. Phew. Herod emerged from the water, hastily reaching the surface. You're injured. Sanji furrowed his brow, observing Herod clutching his wound while smoking. Oh, just leave the rest to me. Luffy, awakened and brimming with determination, declared. Herod could not resist delivering a swift chop to Luffy, and it was not without reason. Oh, Luffy nodded with insincerity. You lot. Go to hell. The revived evil dragon suddenly surged from the depths of the water, lunging fiercely towards Harriet. Hey! LLL, Harriet was startled in the moment. Instinctively stepping aside. Snip. Whoosh. Harriet suddenly appeared 10 meters away. Goodness! Harriet was startled by his own abilities. How did he manage to unleash such power? It was something he had never accomplished before. Crack. The dragon suddenly sank its teeth into a pillar. Fool. Those teeth are bound to shatter. The duo cheered. Crash. In an instant, the pillar splintered, breaking into 2 pieces. Not only the duo but also the villagers were taken aback by the astonishing biting force. Chapter 26, Theft Goodness. Witnessing this scene in reality, Harriet was equally astonished. That biting strength is indeed somewhat terrifying. However, considering the later feats of demolishing houses and toppling skyscrapers, this was not entirely beyond reason. Dragon. At that moment, Nami's voice suddenly rang out. It turned out to be our navigator, Nami. The dragon turned to look, a smile on his face, albeit one laced with a fierce intent. Are these the individuals you summoned? No matter, even if they defeat my kin, I will forgive you, for you are a valuable asset. However, as for the rest, I shall eliminate them all. As long as you obediently continue charting the seas, perhaps I will spare Cocoa Village. As the dragon spoke, a hint of madness crept into his smile. I want you to remain our navigator forever. Determined, Nami gripped her staff tightly and declared, I shall never draw another sea chart for you again. Nami is my navigator. At that moment, Luffy raised his hands high, his expression serious as he shouted. Huh. The dragon-s expression immediately darkened. Ultimate stinking egg star. Smack. A rotten egg splattered directly onto the dragon's face, causing an immediate explosion. Luffy, go. I'll cover you. That long-nosed jerk is already dealt with. I am a brave warrior of the seas. Usopp, disheveled and in a state of disarray by the gate, proudly proclaimed. But don't you dare hide. The brave warrior of the seas. Upon witnessing the scene, Harriet found himself at a loss for words. The wicked dragon, with an expression of disbelief, could hardly fathom that his subordinates were being vanquished one by one. Zoro, Sanji, we must withdraw. Harriet addressed the 2 individuals and then gradually exited the dragon's paradise. Sanji and his companion cast a glance at the dragon, realizing that their assistance was no longer required, and subsequently followed suit. The dragon, observing this, took a step forward, preparing to strike. Rubber pistol. Rubber whip. Rubber barrage. However, Luffy swiftly countered, delivering a series of blows. Bam! The dragon was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the headquarters building, leaving a web of intricate cracks in its wake. At this moment, Harriet and his companions seized the opportunity to approach the entrance. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, you are here. I shall take my leave for a while. Harriet addressed the quartet. Where are you off to? Sanji and Usopp inquired, puzzled. Hey, I have important matters to attend to. Harriet replied with a mysterious smile. Harriet glanced back at the dragon's paradise, where Luffy and the evil dragon had vanished from sight. The sounds of a fierce battle echoed from the headquarters building. Regardless, it was certain that Luffy would emerge victorious. All that was required of you was to watch, especially you. Zoro, do take care not to exacerbate your injuries. As Harriet walked away, he muttered to himself. Zorong, with a slight grimace, expressed his annoyance. Before long, Harriet arrived at the seaside, tracing the coastline in search of something. In merely 10 minutes, Harriet stumbled upon a secluded spot where a warship lay anchored. There it is. Indeed, it was nearby. Harriet had forgotten many things. Yet this Colonel Mouse still lingered in his memory. Such a character was not someone Harriet intended to spare. After all, Nami's money was in his possession. And given his avarice and malevolent nature, he undoubtedly harbored a wealth of ill-gotten gains. This realization ignited within Harriet an even greater resolve to rob the rich in order to aid the poor. However, he had overlooked the fact that Nami had subsequently compelled the Colonel Mouse to return the money he had stolen. Harriet gradually approached the warship from the depths of the sea, taking advantage of the inattentiveness of the naval soldiers on deck to stealthily board the vessel and slip into the cabin. As he moved, he heard footsteps around the corner. With a slight twitch of his ear, Harriet discerned that there was but a single individual. Suddenly, as the patrolling soldier rounded the corner, Harriet delivered a swift strike, rendering the man unconscious. He hastily found an unoccupied room and unceremoniously tossed the soldier inside. With a series of sharp slaps, the soldier jolted awake. Who are you? Upon regaining consciousness, the soldier's eyes widened in alarm, ready to cry out. However, Harriet swiftly covered the soldier's mouth, suppressing any sound to mere muffled whimpers. You must know who I am. Harriet's countenance was dark and brooding, reminiscent of a merciless killer, as he faced the soldier. Upon closer inspection, The soldier was nearly paralyzed with fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wasn't this the notorious pirate, shunning Harriet, with a bounty of 15 million berries? What could he possibly be doing here? The soldier's thoughts raced with dread at the prospect of imminent danger. Since you have recognized me, it seems our affairs can proceed more smoothly, Harriet remarked. Harriet gazed at the expression of the Marine and remarked coolly, you now have two choices. 1, death, or 2, reveal the whereabouts of Colonel Mouse's treasure. The soldier hesitated momentarily in inner turmoil, but upon reflecting that Colonel Mouse was no virtuous character himself, he promptly nodded in agreement. Harriet discreetly curled his lip in disdain. Damn it, the villainous persona was indeed remarkably effective. Eureka! With the intelligence provided by the soldier, Harriet finally located Colonel Mouse's chamber, astonishingly situated right within his own quarters. Upon reflection, however, it was not entirely implausible. As for the soldier, he had, of course, been rendered unconscious once more. Harriet is certainly not a maniac. He harbors no intentions of indiscriminate murder. He is not the type of transmigrator who recklessly unleashes their inner negative emotions upon arrival. After taking stock of his possessions, Harriet was pleasantly surprised to discover that the wealth here exceeded his expectations. A staggering 130 million belly. Of this, 97 million belly belongs to Nami, while the remaining 33 million belly likely came from Colonel Mouse's dealings elsewhere. Given this, I shall accept it. Harriet unceremoniously packed up his belongings and stealthily slipped away once more. Utilizing his acute senses, he deftly avoided the patrolling soldiers. Naturally, this was partly due to the limited number of personnel under Colonel Mouse, for this was not a matter to be illuminated in the public eye. The fewer who were aware, the better. If the higher-ups were to discover his collusion with pirates, it would be quite difficult to justify. Thus, Harriet effortlessly departed from the warship. Upon Harriet's return to the Dragon's Paradise, he found it in ruins, yet the villagers were brimming with joy, cheering exuberantly. Oh, Harriet, you have returned, exclaimed Luffy with a beaming smile. There will be a feast tonight. What have you brought? Inquired Usopp with curiosity. Oh, this is the money I procured from Colonel Mouse. I suspect this fellow is in league with the dragon and may still be lurking nearby. So I went to retrieve Nami's money. Harriet smiled, opening the large bag to reveal tattered bills stained with blood. Inside lay a staggering 77 million berries. As for the remainder, Harriet, of course, was aware of the situation. He knew that Nami intended to deliver the 77 million berries to Cocoa Village. If all the money was surrendered, it was likely that they would all end up in Cocoa Village. He certainly did not wish to live the life of a destitute pirate in the future. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, recalling a certain unfortunate and beaten colonel. What? The money is missing. Do not speak recklessly. It was clearly in my room, exclaimed the colonel over the phone. Hello. You cannot be pretending to be broke, can you? Questioned a certain navigator. Of course not. Ah. Ouch, 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 cried the colonel, who was being mercilessly beaten by the furious navigator. Chapter 27, ABI's P.S. The new book promotion period will conclude next week, so readers, your support is essential. Recommendations, collections, and clicks are all welcome. 3 days later, aboard the Mary. Smack. Harriet placed a black leather suitcase directly on the deck. What is this? Is it meat? Luffy inquired, picking his nose. Does this look like meat to you? Harriet found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed a question reminiscent of Luffy's whimsical nature, capable of twisting any topic into a discussion about meat. 3 days had elapsed since the defeat of the Dragon Gang, and Nami had departed from Cocoa West Village in her own distinctive manner. During the course of these 3 days of festivities, Harriet graciously accepted the invitation to officially join the Straw Hat crew. As for the initial plan to gain favor with the Fishmen, he ultimately abandoned it, regardless of the circumstances. The Fishmen currently posed a significant threat to the humans of this place. After witnessing the joyful smiles of the people, Harriet had no desire to disrupt their happiness. Harriet secretly shook his head, realizing that he was indeed not cut out for this. It seemed that the ever-cynical Nami, with her distinct air of mercantilism, had effortlessly discerned the truth. Hari tilted his head and with a click, opened the chest. Oh my goodness! So much money! Usopp and Nami's eyes nearly popped out, with Nami's gaze transforming into dollar signs. With this abundance, I could purchase a grand refrigerator. Sanji, witnessing this spectacle, promptly retrieved an abacus seemingly from nowhere and began to calculate. I could acquire 2 exquisite swords. Zoro, too, was wide awake now, as his weaponry dilemma remained unresolved. This amounts to 40 million berries, a modest gift for my joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Harriet remarked. Oh. Upon hearing this, Nami unceremoniously seized the chest, cradling it close, declaring, The money shall be managed by me. Hey, this is a gift from Harriet to our pirate crew, Usopp thought ominously, realizing that once the money entered Nami's pockets, retrieving it would be futile. Oh my, the avaricious Nami is quite beautiful too. By a certain love-struck chef twisted into a noodle. Fool, I am the one in charge of our crew's finances. Could there truly be such a treasure lying at the bottom of the sea? Nami, with a face full of greed, first responded to Usopp and then turned to Harriet. Inquiring, Harriet, is there more? Haru nodded thoughtfully. Of course, however, these are intended for the procurement of weaponry. I have indeed placed an order for a weapon along with some additional supplies. Harriet originally carried 30 million berries with him, and later acquired an additional 33 million berries from Colonel Mouse. Parting with 40 million berries did not cause him much distress. I see, Nami said, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. Though she harbored greed, she understood that Harriet had always fought with empty hands. What weapons had he ordered? Nami felt a flicker of curiosity. It's not meat, Luffy declared, the calmest among the group, instantly losing interest at the mention of anything other than food. Luffy, are you about to head to the Grand Line? Harriet inquired, turning his attention to him. Of course, Luffy replied, his enthusiasm ignited at the mere thought. Then our next destination is Logtown. It is an essential stop on the way to the Grand Line, and that is where I will collect my weapons, Harriet explained. Great. Let us set our sights on Logtown, Luffy exclaimed, raising his right hand with vigor. Time flowed onward, and soon it was afternoon. Hey, Usopp, stationed at the lookout, suddenly called out. A large flock of seabirds spotted off the starboard side. There is something enormous in the water. I've heard that seabirds often gather above large fish, Sanji remarked, puffing on a cigarette. Oh, with this revelation, Luffy's vigor surged anew. Rubber harpoon, he shouted, swinging his arm with force, which extended rapidly to snatch the large fish from the depths. Hey, Luffy, how do you plan to set it down? Harriet asked, growing somewhat anxious as he observed Luffy's arm retracting swiftly. Oh, Luffy seemed to realize the predicament. And then, bang, the large fish collided with the sleeping Zoro, sending him flying across the deck while the fish came to rest on the floor. Per Zoro. Harriet had to observe a moment of silence for Zoron. It's a little girl, Nami exclaimed, then glanced at Harriet. Could it be that she encountered a shipwreck? It is possible. Harriet stroked his chin, observing the little girl clad in attire rich with cultural significance, yet found himself unable to recall anything from his memory. First, let us rescue Zoro, Harriet declared. One day, I shall slay you. Zoro, having been pulled up, immediately transformed into a fierce visage, roaring defiantly. In response, Luffy simply chuckled foolishly, attempting to brush it off. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as ABI's awakened, sitting up abruptly and colliding with Usopp's chin, causing him to tumble to the ground. Ouch! ABI's exclaimed, cradling her head, and instinctively glanced around. Where am I? You're awake. Nami, seated at the dining table, smiled warmly. You seem much more alert than I anticipated. Is anything hurting? I'm preparing soup for you. You must be famished, came Sanji's voice from the kitchen. By the way, what is your name? Harriet inquired, seated on the floor while exercising his fingers with a 15 kilograms dumbbell. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? ABI's responded, her expression one of caution. You are quite vigilant. Harriet gazed at the little girl, a smile gracing his lips as he said, My name is Harriet. The one asleep over there is Sauron, the cook is Sanji, and the long-nosed fellow you bumped into on the ground is Usopp. That beautiful woman is Nami. I am Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship, Luffy interjected with a grin before Harriet could finish the introductions. Pirates. Abystin's mouth dropped open in disbelief, utterly stunned. Just when she thought she had escaped one peril, she had stumbled into another. Why, oh why, oh why? She had barely managed to flee from the Navy. After a long day, Abystin had eaten nothing and huddled beneath a blanket on the ship. That night, Harriet practiced his techniques on the deck. However, the efforts seemed futile. This was truly a disappointing situation. Haru was at a loss for words. Ever since he had executed the technique known as Saru against the fearsome dragon, he had spent the past 3 days reminiscing about that exhilarating sensation, striving to master the technique entirely. However, his efforts proved futile. He still fell short of achieving the remarkable feat of stepping 10 times in an instant. Presently, he had made only a slight advancement, managing to execute 7 steps in a fleeting moment. This led him to question whether he had merely experienced an illusion back then. Nonetheless, after inquiring with Luffy and his companions, he was reassured of the fact that Haru had indeed successfully employed Saru. At that moment, you just vanished in an instant. How impressive, remarked a certain food enthusiast. Just like Crocodile. chimed in another with a long nose. In summary, Harriet's use of the razor was not an illusion. Then, Harriet experienced discomfort. Why is it that those fellows, a certain golden-haired youth skilled in crafting dumplings, a certain orange-haired boy who transforms at the slightest disagreement, and a certain black-haired lad who dons a straw hat, are able to recall things purely based on instinct? Harriet couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The protagonist enjoyed such favorable treatment. Unlike himself, even after achieving success once, he would still have to diligently continue practicing, as there was no such thing as a one-time effort leading to everlasting rewards. Clearly, he had traversed realms, so why was there no system, no wise mentor? No magical ring, nor lineage to rely upon? Author's note. ISNT had already present. Harriet scratched his head, pondering why he was faring so poorly. It was evident that within a year, others could trample upon formidable foes, and in just 2 more years, they would be clashing with the 7 warlords. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the ship's cabin. Ah, it was Luffy again. Without a doubt, Harriet could surmise who was responsible for the commotion. Chapter 28. ABIs continued. P.S. I have updated my status. Let the celebrations begin. However, it seems the new book rankings have vanished, which is rather disheartening. After enduring the night, ABIs finally came to trust this pirate crew. By morning, she eagerly entered the kitchen, preparing a meticulously crafted, unique breakfast for everyone. As they gathered around the table, confronted by an unidentifiable, dark culinary creation, Harriet couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows in disbelief. Could this truly be edible? Haru felt a sense of unease. Unsurprisingly, the dish turned out to be a culinary disaster, causing his face to turn green after just one bite. Following a heartfelt breakfast, everyone learned the name of the little girl, ABIs. Naturally, the conversation shifted to her origins. If she had escaped from a warship, it was evident that she was not merely a guest aboard, for the Navy had no time to concern themselves with petty criminals. Upon learning that ABIs had fled from a naval vessel, Zoro leaned against the wall and remarked, "What? Are you a villain?" Luffy speculated. "Absolutely not. How could I possibly do anything wrong?" ABIs quickly retorted, though she found it difficult to articulate her reasoning. She pondered the implications if they were to discover her connection to Dragon, they might entertain thoughts of immortality. Having endured confinement at the hands of the Navy, ABIs couldn't help but reflect. "Since you want to explain your reasoning, at least tell us where you are from," Haru urged. "I hail from Battleship Island," ABIs responded. Pausing momentarily before adding, "Battleship Island?" Harriet furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something familiar. Nami retrieved a sea chart and soon discovered the location of Battleship Island, situated near the Grand Line. "As pirates, we must not approach other ships lightly," she remarked with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, ABIs lowered her head in disappointment. "However, the direction isn't too far off, and we are not in a rush, are we, Captain?" Nami smiled at the downcast ABIs. "Battleship Island appears to hold a certain allure," Luffy chuckled in delight. "Really? That is wonderful." ABIs instantly brightened and expressed her gratitude profusely, even promising to cook every day. Naturally, this proposal was met with unanimous rejection from everyone except Luffy. After all, it was dark cuisine. Consuming it would surely be detrimental to one's stomach. Having decided on their course, the crew temporarily abandoned their thoughts of heading to Logtown, as there was no pressing urgency. Suddenly, after nearly an hour of sailing, Usopp, stationed at the lookout, called out, "Hey, everyone, there's a Navy ship behind us." Navy? Upon hearing this, Nami immediately tensed and rushed to the back. Confirming Usopp's claim, it was indeed the Navy, and not just one ship, but several. "Are they here to apprehend me?" Luffy approached, curious, fully aware that he had become a wanted man in recent days, which filled him with pride. "Is this many really necessary?" Nami exclaimed in disbelief, astonished at the size of the naval fleet. "This indicates that such a force is required to deal with me." Luffy's pride swelled even further. "It's the 8th Division." ABIs interjected, startled. "I escaped from there." "Huh." The crew gasped collectively. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the ships from behind suddenly fired 3 cannonballs, which landed near the Mary, sending up massive splashes of water and causing the ship to lurch violently. The opposing pirates, upon hearing this, immediately surrendered. "This is merely a warning. Next time, we will surely hit our target," boomed a voice from the warship through a loudspeaker. "What should we do?" Usopp exclaimed in panic. "Don't worry. Luffy is a rubber fruit user. He can deflect most of the cannonballs. For now, let us devise a way to escape from here." Harriet gazed upon the fleet, which comprised a total of 7 warships, and found the confrontation rather daunting. However, an inexplicable sense of familiarity began to intensify within him. Harriet furrowed his brow, as if recalling something, yet upon deeper contemplation, he could not quite grasp it. The wind was approaching. At that moment, ABI's suddenly murmured to herself. Hey. Nami was taken aback, glancing at ABI's, and upon sensing something, her expression shifted slightly. She promptly commanded, Zoro, adjust the sails to the south, Usopp and Sanji. Steer left, quickly. Huh? Usopp and the others were momentarily stunned, but soon sprang into action. What's going on? Luffy inquired, puzzled. A hurricane is about to strike. We must escape with the wind. Nami responded swiftly. A hurricane? Harriet gazed up at the sky, perceiving no signs of disturbance. However, he was well aware of Nami's capabilities, and he believed that there was a high probability of truth in this matter. As anticipated, a tempest suddenly surged forth, and the Mary, having been well prepared, swiftly accelerated and even took to the skies. Within mere moments, the silhouette of the naval fleet had vanished from sight. Ha! Usopp chuckled heartily. The Navy dares not pursue us. They must have recognized the prowess of Captain Usopp. Remarkable. Truly, Nami is extraordinary, Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Yet, at that moment, Harriet glanced around, shrugging his shoulders. Has anyone noticed that our ship has come to a standstill? Nami gasped in alarm, quickly checking the sails, exclaiming in panic, Oh no, we've drifted into the doldrums. The doldrums? Luffy was entirely perplexed by this term. It's a region of the sea devoid of wind. Here, a ship reliant on sail power becomes utterly incapacitated. At this moment, Harriet explained, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, he believed he could swim out. The calm belt, situated on either side of the Grand Line, was the nemesis of sailing vessels and a habitat for various sea kings. Sea kings. Usopp was instantly taken aback. Suddenly, the Mary surged violently, rising abruptly. Be careful. Hold on tight, Harriet shouted urgently. Once the ship stabilized, Sanji, with a grim expression, inquired, How should we handle this situation? Zoro, drenched in cold sweat, responded, For now, let's refrain from any action. We should paddle vigorously once they enter the water. Such immense creatures. Although he was confident in his ability to escape the calm belt, Harriet felt a wave of unease upon witnessing the colossal sea kings. Beneath the Mary lurked a gigantic sea king. It was truly a tight squeeze. Is this for real? Usopp exclaimed, unable to contain his terror. While Nami swiftly covered his mouth without a word, Harriet was suddenly struck by a wave of foreboding, realizing that he would be under scrutiny. Harriet surveyed his surroundings and indeed discovered a colossal frog fixated on the Mary. The sight of such a magnificent creature sent a jolt through him, causing his hairs to stand on end. How immense! Suddenly, the frog leapt forward, drawing closer to the Mary, and gradually opened its mouth wide. Usopp and Nami let out startled cries, their faces paling in fear. Below the Mary, the Sea Kings took notice of the frog and slightly turned their heads. For them, it was merely a slight movement, but for the Straw Hat crew, it represented an overwhelming force, causing ABI's to lose her grip and be flung away. Without hesitation, Harriet watched as ABI's soared towards the gaping maw of the frog and leaped forth with remarkable force. In an instant, he seized ABI's and landed atop the frog's head. As the creature plummeted, he sprang once more, alighting upon the colossal sea creature beneath the melee. At that moment, Harriet caught sight of the enormous nostrils of the sea beast and exchanged a glance with ABI's, which sparked a brilliant idea. Luffy, grasp me firmly. And when the time comes, extend your arm slightly. As soon as I grip your hand, retract it. Harriet exclaimed loudly, and ABI's nodded in agreement, clearly aware of Harriet's intentions. Oh, Luffy, though perplexed, chose to trust his companions and obediently extended his arm to encircle Harriet's waist. Harriet dashed towards the colossal nose of the sea creature, carrying ABI's with him, and then leaped with great force. Whoosh! Harriet began to swing towards the direction of Luffy's nostrils, which were quite substantial in size. Harriet gazed at the nostrils, which were longer in diameter than his own height, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. Yet, he remained resolute in his purpose, with a firm tug. He plucked a nose hair with his right hand while simultaneously gripping Luffy's hand with his left. Whoosh! Their arms swiftly contracted, propelling Harriet and his companion toward the merry-go. The colossal sea creature emitted a mournful sound. What has he done? Usopp's mouth fell agape, nearly petrified with fear. Bang! The enormous sea beast sneezed, sending the merry-go tumbling away. Whoosh! Once more, the merry-go soared into the sky, allowing everyone to relish the exhilarating experience of flight. Bang! Water splashed as the merry-go ultimately returned to calmer seas, its sails billowing once again. Breathing in the familiar currents, Nami exhaled deeply. I thought we were doomed. Usopp pounded his chest, his face a portrait of lingering terror. Nevertheless, the outcome was fortuitous. They had not encountered the Navy. Harriet remarked that, to be honest, he was quite taken aback, his legs trembling with trepidation. It was indeed his first encounter with a colossal sea creature. However, when he leapt forth to rescue Abyss, it was purely instinctual, as he genuinely believed he was facing death. Chapter 29. Ding. Your auxiliary system is online. What a magnificent sailing vessel. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment as he glimpsed the shadow of a massive ship through the thick fog. Yet, it was merely an island resembling a sailing ship. Harriet couldn't help but exclaim, but when he witnessed this scene, he finally recalled the narrative of this place. The Millennium Dragon. In this realm, it is said that its bones serve as the ingredients for the elixir of immortality. Yet it is ultimately revealed that the Millennium Dragon derives its name from its rare return once every millennium, although the truth of this legend remains uncertain. Harriet was nonetheless seized by an intense curiosity. Should he descend to explore further? Harriet was well aware that the so-called Lost Island was none other than the battleship island beneath his feet. As he approached the island, he noticed a multitude of individuals armed and gathered, and without their utterance, he understood they had come to confront the pirates. However, after a thorough explanation from ABIs, the villagers softened their hostility. Ultimately, at the invitation of Grandpa Bogooden, the Straw Hat crew was welcomed into his home to savor pork buns while he recounted the island's ancient history. Yet, Harriet had little inclination to listen to tales of yore. When the narrative reached the 66th king, he seized upon any excuse to slip away. Noting how dark the sky had grown, Harriet nodded slightly. It was the perfect moment for solitary exploration beneath the waves. Were there too many people around? He would find it difficult to explain his presence in the water. He sought out a secluded stretch of coastline and promptly descended into the depths of the sea. Producing a diving flashlight he had meticulously prepared, he began his slow search, aided by the feeble light. At times, Harriet found the technological advancements of this world perplexing. Despite the backdrop of the 15th century, there existed telephones, televisions, fax machines, and even robots, which seemed vastly out of place. The object he held in his hands could nearly be classified as black technology in this era. It was, in fact, a fossil of a millennia-old dragon. As he glided through the water, Harriet encountered numerous rock formations resembling the ancient dragons. He recognized them as the remains of long-deceased millennia dragons, but alas, they were merely stone. Suddenly, after swimming for nearly half an hour, Harriet spotted a faint, flickering light source. Strangely, however, he did not observe any shadows near the luminescence. Logically, if there was light, shadows should accompany it. Yet, there was nothing present. What could it be? Harriet, filled with curiosity, wondered if something remarkable had indeed been discovered. As he swam closer, he soon stumbled upon an extraordinary sight. Was that not the fossil of a millennium-old dragon? It appeared to be a dragon, indeed. Harriet's eyes were filled with astonishment as he illuminated the peculiar fossil with his flashlight. Even in a prone position, it stood 10 meters tall, boasting a pair of horns, the body of a lizard, and wings. Is this a dragon? Harriet was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was a creature of fantasy. How could it possibly be here? Harriet found himself perplexed, for this was indeed the tomb of a millennial dragon. Could it be that this dragon was a mutated version of the legendary thousand-year beast? Yet, why? As Harriet approached the fossilized remains of the dragon, he discovered that the source of illumination emanated from the creature's head. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the light was merely a faint, thumb-sized flame of soft blue hue. A flame capable of burning within stone? Harriet conducted a meticulous examination, yet he discerned no traces of fuel, nor were there any signs of scorching on the dragon's head. It was as if this flame had never existed in the realm of reality. Truly remarkable. Harriet's eyes flickered with surprise. Some aspects of this world are truly unexpected, and an array of incredible occurrences may unfold. Yet, why am I able to perceive it? Such a wondrous phenomenon was entirely absent in the TV Millennium Dragon series. Suddenly, the flame flickered and diminished, its radiance becoming increasingly subdued. Could it be that this is a sign of its impending disappearance? On this very night? As he observed the fading flame, which seemed to be gradually losing its vitality, Harriet slowly approached the dragon's head, reaching out to touch it, yet feeling no warmth whatsoever. Indeed, this is no ordinary flame. Harriet's gaze flickered momentarily as he prepared to withdraw his hand. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the flame surged unexpectedly, swiftly engulfing Harriet's fingers. Whoosh! Harriet was taken aback, swiftly retreating. However, the flame pursued him relentlessly, surging into his body through the connection with his fingertips. Harriet's expression suddenly darkened slightly. After examining his body, he found no signs of any abnormalities. Was it an illusion? Harriet furrowed his brow. Suddenly, A long roar echoed in his mind, causing a sharp pain in his brain. The words Huangquan fruit and dragon flashed briefly through his consciousness. A dragon that has consumed the Huangquan fruit? Harriet's expression turned peculiar upon receiving that piece of information, and he instantly comprehended the origin of the flame. This fire was born from a dragon that had consumed the fruit of the underworld, existing in the realm between reality and the afterlife. Goodness! Harriet could not help but wipe his forehead, pondering if this was indeed the legendary Golden Finger. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, almost brought to tears. Finally, he was experiencing the privileges of a traveler. He spread his palm, and with a thought, conjured a bear. Instantly, a pale blue flame erupted from his hand, illuminating his face with a cerulean glow. Then, with a hiss, the nearby seawater was extinguished before Harriet's eager gaze. Harriet's lips twitched involuntarily, exclaiming in disbelief. What on earth extinguished it? Just a moment ago, it was ablaze. Suddenly, the dragon fossil collapsed, disintegrating into dust. How utterly predictable. Upon witnessing this, Harriet was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that a sudden whim would lead him to discover such a remarkable boon, nor could he have imagined that this extraordinary object possessed a self-destruct capability. Could it be that, judging by its earlier flickering, it was the self-destruction that had allowed Luffy and his companions to remain oblivious to its presence? Harriet speculated and suddenly felt that this was indeed the truth. Very well. Harriet paused in contemplation, ultimately deciding to ascend and take a closer look. Whoosh! Harriet emerged from the sea, casting a glance at the moon above, instantly aware that not much time had elapsed. He felt no urgency to return, as doing so would only subject him to Bogdan's incessant chatter. He had little interest in history, preferring to leave such matters to the specialists. He removed his damp clothing, laying it out on a large rock, unperturbed by the chill, and settled himself upon the stone. Closing his eyes, he silently attuned himself to the flames. Heat. A warmth seemed to emanate from his brow, and in a daze, Harriet perceived a flicker of flame igniting at the center of his forehead. Suddenly, a pale blue flame reappeared, and observing the slender, 10-centimeter fire dancing atop his right index finger, Harriet curiously reached out to touch it. The core of the flame felt surprisingly cool. The outer flame, however, evidently began to radiate warmth. Was it situated between the realms of the underworld and reality? Could it be that the outer flame represented the real aspect? Harriet pondered. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his palm toward the surface of the sea, striving to command the fire. Boom! The flames surged dramatically, seemingly poised to erupt, yet they abruptly contorted, transforming into a bulbous sphere of fire with a half-meter diameter, which then swiftly diminished in size as if deflating. Harriet's forehead was marked by several dark lines. Scrubbing away, he exclaimed, "Is there a Travelers Association? I wish to file a complaint." Chapter 30. The Lost Island. P.S. The new cover should no longer be blurry. It turns out that this device also requires physical stamina to operate. Harriet gnawed on the fish meat in silence. Before him lay a small fire pit, upon which rested the skeletal remains of a once mighty fish, measuring nearly a meter in length. Now, however, only the bones remained. Harriet pondered throughout the night and finally began to comprehend the use of the flame, whimsically naming it the Fire of Death. Reflecting upon the equipment he had ordered in Rogatown, he found it to be a curious twist of fate. A warship? At that moment, Harriet suddenly noticed a warship appearing on the distant sea. Rising to his feet, he hastily donned his clothes and sprinted towards Grandfather Bogoodin's home. Upon returning, Harriet was met with the news from the villagers that the Navy had arrived. "Harriet, where have you been?" Nami exclaimed as soon as she saw him. "The Navy is here. We must leave at once. I saw it by the seaside too. Our ship has likely been seized. Should we not hurry to reclaim it?" Harriet replied, "Let us set that aside for now. Follow me," Nami instructed, leading the way outside. Upon reaching the cave, Usopp was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Sanji and Zoro were equally astonished, never expecting to encounter the legendary creature known as the Millennium Dragon. After much deliberation, the group decided to escort the dragon to the Lost Island, despite their uncertainty regarding its location. "I believe I know where the Lost Island is," Harriet declared. Harriet pondered for a moment before speaking. "Eh?" The crowd turned their astonished gazes towards him. "Is that true?" Among them, ABIs exhibited the most pronounced reaction, eagerly moving closer to Harriet, even drawing the attention of the Dragon Elder, who opened his eyes to observe the scene. Harriet nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed. I only discovered it last night." "Oh, really?" Luffy replied with a smile. "That's impressive. You found the Lost Island so quickly. Where is it?" "It's on Battleship Island," Harriet responded. "Battleship Island?" Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. How could that be possible? Abyss furrowed her brow and remarked, "How can that be?" Lord Long has been on Battleship Island for quite some time. If this were truly the Lost Island, how could he have mentioned wanting to find his homeland? Upon hearing Abyss's words, Nami and the others nodded in agreement. No matter how confused Lord Long might be, how could he not recognize his homeland if he had truly returned? Harriet was aware that such a statement would be difficult for others to believe. However, he reasoned that within the Straw Hat Pirates, the truth about the deadly flame would inevitably come to light. It would be more prudent to disclose it now. In truth, he scarcely believed it himself, but he had discovered an abundance of millennia-old dragon fossils in the depths near Battleship Island, which could very well substantiate the theory that Battleship Island is indeed the Lost Island. The seabed, ABIs exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know what's down there? Nami narrowed her eyes with intrigue, while Luffy chuckled. Harriet is a half-fishman. He can navigate the waters with ease. Half-fishman? ABIs was somewhat perplexed. But why would you venture to the seabed? Sanji inquired, puffing on his cigarette. Harriet had long been prepared and said, This is because I wish to cultivate my skills in the depths of the ocean, and I have discovered this. With a flourish, he raised his right hand, and azure flames erupted forth. Oh, how extraordinary! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harriet, have you consumed a devil fruit? Zoro and Nami were equally astonished, pondering whether Harriet had truly ingested such a fruit. Of course not, Harriet replied. I stumbled upon this flame in the ocean depths, and inexplicably, I am able to wield it. This world is indeed wondrous. Countless marvels can unfold. Ooh. The group was captivated by this revelation. However, Nami quickly reminded them of the pressing matter at hand. Yes. The Navy is landing on this island. We cannot linger any longer. Usopp, feeling a tremor of fear at the thought of the Navy outside, exclaimed, We must find a way to escape first. Indeed. We need to figure out how to get Dragon out of here. We should construct a cart, Nami suggested with a smile. Once the decision was made, the Straw Hat Pirates sprang into action with remarkable vigor. The four formidable fighters collaborated seamlessly, and within a mere minute, the necessary timber was gathered. Usopp then undertook the final touches, and in just 10 minutes, a simple cart was completed. Now, the only task remaining was to reclaim the merry-go. Harriet gazed at the merry docked at the pier. Zoro, Harriet, steer the ship towards that spot resembling Usopp's nose, Nami commanded. Harriet and his companion nodded in agreement, displaying little hesitation as they descended the mountain. Both were skilled and audacious, stealthily approaching the Merry and seizing the moment when the Navy was distracted, swiftly hoisted the sails and set sail on the Merry. However, it was evident that the Navy would not easily relinquish the Merry, as their warship promptly set in motion, closing in on the vessel. Zoro, steer the ship well, Harriet exclaimed loudly, not waiting for a response, and immediately dashed to the stern of the ship. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, Harriet focused intently, directing his energy towards the sail of the warship, as a faint blue light gathered in his palm, deepening in hue. Burst! Harriet's eyes widened as he let out a low growl, and with a resounding bang, a fist-sized blue fireball shot forth, striking the sail directly. The sail was perforated, creating a gaping hole the size of a basketball, and flames swiftly spread. It's on fire! Quickly, extinguish the flames! The naval soldiers aboard the warship panicked, hurriedly fetching water to douse the inferno, with little regard for the Merry. Such a formidable ability! Zoro skillfully maintained the course, and upon emerging, he was met with the sight of the sail ablaze. Seizing this opportunity, the Merry swiftly raced towards the long-nosed cliff. Just as they arrived at their destination, a cart plummeted from the sky, bouncing several times upon the sea surface. Truly exhilarating. At this moment, Harriet could not help but admire the psychological resilience of Nami and her companions, daring to engage in such antics alongside Luffy. However, this was not the time for reflection. They quickly set about binding the cart together, and soon the Merry was being towed away by the wind as force. Lord Dragon, can you truly not recall the whereabouts of the Lost Island? ABIs inquired, gently touching the large bump on the dragon's head while seated on the cart. The island of the warships was indeed the Lost Island, a notion that ABIs found utterly incredulous, although there were legends of millennium dragons associated with the island. Tangible evidence of their existence was scant. It seemed implausible for it to be the Lost Island. I have faith in Harriet. At this juncture, Luffy stepped forward to support his crew. But if it truly lies beneath the sea, how shall we reach it? Nami expressed her frustration, a headache brewing. The dragon, with his eyes half closed, appeared to be deep in contemplation. The possibility of the dragon's lair being submerged was not out of the question, which could indeed elucidate the dragon's appearance on the island of warships. Sanji, standing at the stern of the ship with his hands in his pockets, spoke slowly. It could very well be resting at the ocean's depths. Usopp lamented with a tone of regret. What shall we do then? The Navy is still at the island of warships. Zoro furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Then let us meander in the nearby waters for a few days. Once the naval fleet departs from the island of warships, we can devise our next course of action. Harrod offered a suggestion. It seems we have no other choice. Nami covered her face and sighed. With no other leads available, Harrod provided a destination that is worth a try. All right, let's take a roundabout tour of Battleship Island, Luffy said with a cheerful grin. Chapter 31, The Lost Island, continued. Harrod perched atop the mast, his palms outstretched as he summoned forth flames. Diligently practicing the art of deadly fire, the pale blue flames danced under Harrod's command, striving to take on various forms. Yet, at this moment, Harrod could only manipulate the flames into rudimentary shapes. Any attempt at complexity would inevitably revert them to their original state. This deadly fire bore a significant disparity from Harrod's intrinsic electrical abilities, not merely in elemental properties, but in the fact that fire could be controlled, unlike electricity, which could only be released uncontrollably. After all, his electrical prowess was not a supernatural gift, but rather an inherent ability bestowed by his Fishman lineage. Although this deadly fire may not rival the powers granted by a devil fruit, Harrod held it in high regard, for it was his very first treasure. Hey, Harrod. Usopp called from the lookout, a hint of envy in his voice. Is there more of that flame? Harrod was momentarily speechless, but upon seeing Usopp's envious gaze, he remarked, It's gone. How infuriating. That was so much fun. Before Usopp could respond, Luffy, perched atop the ram's head, stretched out his arm and soared towards the mast. His eyes sparkled with excitement and envy as he fixated on the flames in Harrod's hand. Luffy. At that moment, Nami suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Should we return to Battleship Island? Return? Luffy lowered his gaze to Nami. Thinking back, we have indeed distanced ourselves from the battleship today, Sanji, who was nearby offering snacks, added. Then let us hurry back to Battleship Island. A bit impatient, Abiish chimed in. I see. Luffy tilted his head in contemplation, then broke into a smile. All right. Destination, Battleship Island. Onward. After sailing for over an hour, Battleship Island gradually emerged in the Straw Hat Crew's field of vision. What is that? Harrod suddenly spotted a colossal, oddly shaped warship. The Navy actually has ships here. Nami gasped in shock. Suddenly, on either side of the peculiar warship, numerous vessels emerged. Arranged in a wing-like formation, connected by iron chains, gradually closing in to encircle the Going Merry. So many warships. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out. Boom, boom, boom. A row of warships opened fire, projectiles soaring through the air. Nami swiftly dashed inside to maneuver the Going Merry and evade the cannonballs. Fire. Harrod stood at the stern of the ship, forming a pistol gesture with his hands, and unleashed 2 blue fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, which struck the cannonballs aimed at the rear of the vessel. Bang! The cannonballs exploded in midair. Luffy, more decisive, retaliated by returning the incoming cannonball with a simple rubber balloon technique. The Straw Hat crew was not accustomed to being passive targets, and having found themselves surrounded, Luffy soon proposed forging a path to the opposite side. Harrod, however, expressed disinterest, stating, I shall remain here. You can go. Besides, if we all leave the ship, our combat capabilities will be significantly diminished. His words were immediately met with agreement from Usopp and Nami, clearly reflecting their own lack of fighting prowess. They were uneasy about their safety if the main force on board departed. Thud. Upon reaching the opposite side, a cacophony of destruction echoed, unmistakably indicating their rampant devastation. Side whirlwind. At that moment, a small boat approached the Merry, and on board, Eric utilized his abilities to launch an attack toward the Merry. Harrod was taken aback for a moment, swiftly leaping forward as an abundance of azure flames erupted from his hands, forcefully pushing ahead. Bang! The flames, which had amassed a tremendous amount of energy, erupted in an explosive manner, instantly dispersing Eric's whirlwind. Harrod leveraged the force of reaction to stand upon the railing. In times past, faced with such an onslaught, he could only evade or defend himself with weapons. However, the infernal flames now bestowed upon him a novel option. Though the sharp whirlwind was dispersed and rendered harmless, it nonetheless drew the attention of Usopp and Nami to Eric. Harrod, bring him down, Usopp urged, fervently rallying for his own survival. Meanwhile, the fleet of warships opposite, perhaps due to Eric's presence or possibly because of Luffy's captivating influence, paused their bombardment, the pirates shunning. You two possess abilities? Upon witnessing Harrod wielding flames, Eric felt a surge of trepidation. This newcomer to piracy, known for his mercenary background, was no stranger to danger. After all, this was a pirate whose initial bounty was a staggering 15 million berries. While he held confidence in his own prowess, a measure of caution was still warranted. Oh, I am not. Harriet did not deceive his opponent, aside from Luffy and a few others in the East Sea. He did not believe that this unremarkable individual possessed the strength to defeat him. Is that so? A faint smile appeared on Eric's lips. As he had initially assumed that his adversary was a Logia-type devil fruit user, but it turned out otherwise. In that case, perish. Suddenly, Eric swung his arm with force, unleashing an invisible blade of wind that swiftly sliced toward Harriet. First, Harriet clenched his left hand tightly around his right wrist, and a palm-sized pillar of blue flame suddenly erupted, once again intercepting the blade of wind. Whoosh! Harriet leaped forth, soaring towards the small vessel occupied by Eric. Foolishness. Upon witnessing Harriet's ascent into the air, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Eric's mouth. There was no leverage to be found in the void, rendering him nothing more than a living target. Sides danced wildly. With swift motions, Eric wielded his hands, unleashing a torrent of invisible blades of wind that surged toward Harriet. A great expulsion of fire surged forth. Harriet unleashed a torrent of flames from both hands, swiftly evading the wind blades in midair and charging directly above Eric. What? This sudden maneuver startled Eric. Impressive. Usopp, witnessing this spectacle, was nearly mesmerized, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of someone flying through the air. 500 heavy punches. Harriet delivered a powerful punch that struck directly on Eric's head. Bang! Eric was sent flying and fell into the sea. Bubbles began to rise to the surface, and it was evident that Eric was sinking straight to the ocean floor. Alas, those with abilities cannot swim. Harriet landed on the ship, expressing his sentiments. He certainly had no inclination to assist his adversaries, especially considering that the opposing side had allies as well. He then turned his gaze towards the two naval soldiers in the small boat, advising them that it would be prudent to return if they wished to avoid peril. The two rowers were drenched in cold sweat, their foreheads glistening with apprehension. Without waiting for their response, Harriet swam straight back. If someone foolishly ventured to the Mary, it would be their own fault. Incredible! Harriet, how did you manage that? To soar through the skies. Upon his return, Usopp rushed over, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Well, let us discuss this after we distanced ourselves from here. Harriet gazed at the warship across from him, realizing he was surrounded, a rather troublesome predicament indeed. It seemed that he would have to venture over there. He watched as Luffy and his companions sent flying hundreds of Navy soldiers, yet the chains remained unbroken. Unable to suppress the urge to destroy a ship, Harriet felt a surge of confidence that he had previously lacked. The sight of blue flames emanating from his hands filled him with a sense of power. Damn that useless Eric! On the enormous, peculiar warship. The corpulent Nelson seethed with rage. He had initially believed that Eric could seize the Millennium Dragon, but to his dismay, he had lost. Fire! Nelson commanded without hesitation. Earlier, due to Eric's failure, he now only desired to sink the Mary. Yes, the Navy soldiers acknowledged, saluting. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs rained down once more upon the Mary. Oh no! Usopp exclaimed in sheer terror, nearly losing control of himself. With such a barrage of artillery, death seemed imminent. I'm going to starve. Harriet's lips twitched slightly. Employing the deadly flame would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of stamina. Yet, in this moment, refraining from action was not an option. If he did not intervene, the Mary would surely face annihilation. Fire! Harriet once again made a gesture resembling a pistol, unleashing a series of small fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions sent shockwaves that rocked the Mary. Damn it! Mary! Luffy, aboard the warship, gritted his teeth, prepared to unleash a rubber axe to carve a path through the vessel. Suddenly, a panicked cry pierced the air. ABIs! Nami exclaimed, spinning around to see that ABIs had somehow found herself precariously perched on a cart, nearly swept away by the wind. ABIs, being a power user, would face dire consequences should she fall into the sea. One could easily guess her fate. Roar! At that moment, Dragon stood up abruptly, shielding ABIs with his wings, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes as he let out a long, resonant howl. Chapter 32, The Affairs of Roguetown. Hey, Nami, haven't we arrived at Roguetown yet? Luffy moaned weakly, sprawled on the deck with a pout. Sanji, I'm hungry. I want meat. He rolled around as he spoke. Haven't we just had breakfast? Harriet, who was nearby doing push-ups, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Well, Luffy said, scratching his face, his gaze wandering. Is there? Honestly, your and Harriet's appetites are insatiable. Our food supplies are dwindling. Sanji, ever attentive, fawned over Nami. Harriet found himself momentarily speechless. After Lord Long rose, A vast multitude of Millennium Dragons soared from the distance, heralding the emergence of the true dragon's lair. The fleet of warships suffered extensive damage due to the sudden appearance of the dragon's den, rendering them devoid of combat capability. Ultimately, under the overwhelming might of the Straw Hat crew, the Navy, stripped of their most potent firepower, had no choice but to abandon the dragon's lair and retreat from Battleship Island. As for those who refused to yield, they were, of course, met with the iron fist of affection. At this juncture, it had already been 7 days since their departure from Battleship Island. Alas, to harness the power of deathly flames, I must gather a substantial amount of energy. Harriet sighed. The dead chi fire was indeed a remarkable boon, though it paled in comparison to the powers of the nature fruit. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. However, its usage came at a considerable cost. Each invocation consumed Harriet's internal energy, which resulted in a significant increase in his appetite. Fortunately, the dead chi fire could also store energy, sparing Harriet from the necessity of constant feasting. Yet, his food intake had escalated from 13 portions to 20, and it appeared that this number would continue to rise in the future. This predicament left Sanji in a quandary. Previously, he had struggled with Luffy's insatiable appetite, and now Harriet had emerged as another challenge. Thankfully, Harriet's half-merman advantage became apparent, as he would dive into the sea each night to catch a large fish. This led to Harriet earning the friendship of the Straw Hats. Luffy's greatest anticipation now rested on Harriet's return with fish, for it meant a hearty meal for him. The ship's food supplies were limited, and Sanji dared not allow Luffy to overindulge. Everyone, look. Vivy arrived at Logue Town. Usopp exclaimed as he set down his telescope. We're here. Luffy joyfully lifted his head to gaze at Usopp, then extended his arm to grasp the ship's bow, leaping forward. Oh. Luffy beamed with delight upon spotting Logue Town. Finally, I can buy a couple of swords. Zoro, having completed his daily sword training, also approached the ship as prow. During their recent days, they had reached a place known as Marineford Island, where there were no weapons available for purchase. And I need a massive, powerful, durable mousetrap, Mr. Cook declared with utmost seriousness as he donned his glasses. Hey, a mousetrap. Usopp couldn't help but swat at Sanji's arm with the back of his hand. It was abundantly clear to everyone what purpose it served, except for a certain rubbery individual. Sanji, why would you buy a mousetrap? It's not edible, Luffy queried, tilting his head in confusion, believing that purchasing a mousetrap was less sensible than acquiring meat. Fool. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates silently criticized, except for the aforementioned Rubber Man. Logue Town, also known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, was the place where the Pirate King was born and met his demise. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had arrived at the entrance of Logue Town. Listen carefully. No troublemaking here. The Navy is stationed nearby, Nami warned, tugging at Luffy's face and elongating it, raising an eyebrow. Especially you, Luffy. Got it, Luffy replied reluctantly. However, Harriet understood that this warning was almost superfluous for Luffy. With Luffy around, trouble was inevitable. After we finish shopping, we'll head straight back to the dock. Understand? Nami reiterated. Understood, Miss Nami, replied a certain algae-haired individual. Yes, ma'am, chimed in the noodle-like chef. Blur. Not long after Harriet had parted ways with the group, the small communicator attached to him began to ring. Hello, is this Harriet? As soon as he answered the call, a voice resonated from the other end. Indeed, it is. Harriet responded. By the way, boss, have all the items I asked you to order arrived? The other party promptly replied, naturally they have. But I hope you have your payment ready. Yes, I will go prepare it now. Harriet ended the call, his grip tightening around the small black leather pouch in his hand. After traversing several streets, he arrived at a weapons shop. Rocktown, a crucial waypoint to the Grand Line, was replete with weapon stores and related establishments. Upon arrival, Harriet made a beeline for the counter, ignoring the array of dazzling weapons flanking him. Here are the weapons you requested. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache. Upon seeing Harriet, he bent down to retrieve a finely crafted box. With a click, the proprietor opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside lay a pair of gloves, predominantly black, adorned with thick silver accents at the joints and wrists, and featuring a notably flat, light blue jade-like object on the back of the hand. These gloves were crafted from a rare or found on an island notorious for its perpetual thunderstorms in the Grand Line, combined with a resilient silk sourced from an island famed for its textiles, rendering them impervious to even the sharpest blades. The proprietor briefly elaborated on the gloves before adding, to meet your specifications, I went to great lengths to acquire the materials and have them made. Harriet's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly set aside the black leather bag and donned the gloves. Indeed, Harriet let out a soft exclamation, and his palms subtly turned a shade of blue as he discreetly activated his Fishman lineage. Crackling sounds echoed as the electricity he emitted was absorbed by his gloves. Hey! Hey! The shopkeeper exclaimed, noticing Harriet's inclination to experiment with the gloves right there. Please refrain from causing any disturbances. Understood. Harriet composed himself and placed a black leather pouch on the counter. This amounts to 15 million berries. The shopkeeper nodded, counting the money. Then gestured towards the corner on the right. That is the training equipment you requested. Upon a glance, Harriet beheld several elongated boxes of varying lengths resting upon a large cart. Harriet had previously visited this place, leaving a deposit of 5 million berries for the production of gloves. Now, among the payment made, 10 million was for the gloves, while the remaining 5 million was for the equipment. After expressing his gratitude to the owner, Harriet departed the shop amidst the owner's courteous farewell, promptly hurrying towards the execution ground. Meanwhile, at the Navy Division's base, in Smoker's office, a sudden knock resonated at the door. Colonel Smoker. However, before a response could be given from within, the door swung open. Smoker, puffing on his cigar, turned his gaze towards the intruder. The commanding aura he exuded made the soldier who had opened the door break into a cold sweat, yet he summoned his courage to speak. Colonel Smoker. There has been an incident at the execution ground. Let us go, Smoker replied with a composed expression as he exited the room. Chapter 33. The affairs of Roguetown continued. P.S. Tomorrow marks a month. It seems the new book rankings are about to drop. Recent collections have been dismal. The clouds have thickened. Harriet gazed upward at the gathering storm clouds, instinctively aware that a tempest was imminent. This suggested that Luffy was already at the execution platform. Although a considerable amount of time had elapsed, Harriet retained a vivid recollection of that moment. After all, it was the very location of Luffy's father's inaugural appearance. Greetings. Upon arriving at the entrance of the square where the execution platform was located, Harriet spotted Zoro and the others. What is that? Usopp inquired, eyeing the large cart that Harriet was pushing with curiosity. Just some training equipment, Harriet replied. Upon hearing Harriet's words, Zoro's expression brightened, for it appeared that they had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro was renowned for his relentless training regimen, in stark contrast to Luffy, who seemed to grow stronger at an inexplicable pace. At that moment, as Harriet procured the training equipment, Zoro's spirits soared with the promise of enhanced practice ahead. However, what of Luffy? Zoro glanced at his companions. Wasn't that lad supposed to be exploring the execution platform? Nami, laden with a heavy bundle of clothing, remarked, "Isn't this the execution platform?" To which Usopp, bearing a fish upon his shoulder, responded. Upon hearing this, Harriet let out a sigh and gestured towards the execution platform. Look, Luffy. In an instant, the jaws of Zoro and the others dropped in astonishment as they realized that this reckless fellow had managed to land himself on the execution platform. And as the condemned no less. Nevertheless, this was not a moment to linger in leisure. Zoro and Sanji made a swift decision and dashed into the square. Help me push him to the dock. Harriet entrusted the cart to Usopp. Hey, Usopp exclaimed, overwhelmed by the apparent weight of the burden. I am destined to become the Pirate King. At that moment, Harriet had just dashed into the execution ground when he heard such a declaration. The crowd fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussions. What? The Pirate King? To utter such words in this critical moment. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Buggy raised his sword high above his head, laughing boisterously. Is that all you have to say, you rubber fool? Spare him. At this juncture, Zoro, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat and shouted. Buggy, upon spotting Zoro, felt an exhilarating delight and recklessly aimed to behead him. That guy honestly, Harriet couldn't fathom how Luffy, with his strength, could ever be captured. Although aware of Dragon's presence, Harriet resolved to intervene. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he exhaled sharply. Suddenly, a flame erupted from his right hand, transitioning from a pale blue to a deep hue, ultimately condensing in his palm. Shunpa Harriet, Smoker, lurking in the shadows, witnessed this spectacle. How did he end up here? Is he a devil fruit user? However, Smoker had little time to ponder. Capturing them all was paramount. Raising his right hand, he signaled his troops to prepare for battle. Burst! A sharp command ignited a surge of blue energy as a fiery column, the size of a palm, surged toward the execution platform. With a swift motion, Buggy swung his sword just as Zoro and Sanji had already taken down over 30 of Buggy's pirates, closing in to a mere 10 meters from the platform. Harriet's fire column approached within mere inches of the execution platform. Time was running out, with the blade hovering perilously close to Luffy's neck. Zoro and Sanji broke into a cold sweat, their eyes wide with horror. I'm sorry, I'm about to die. At this moment, Luffy calmly accepted his fate, breaking into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, reveling in his triumph, laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting Buggy and fracturing the execution platform. Boom. The fiery column delivered the final blow, shattering it completely. A heavy rain began to pour from the heavens. Ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily as he emerged, retrieving his straw hat. Being a rubber man, the lightning had no effect on him. He had reclaimed his life. Do you believe in gods? At this, Sanji stood dumbfounded, astonished by such miraculous fortune. Action had commenced. Harriet's eyes were slightly closed. Without needing to speak, he already knew who was behind the attack. However, the speed of the deathly flames was still lacking. Just now, the strike he executed was the farthest he could reach, yet the swiftness was still inadequate. Enough of the chatter, we must leave this place at once. Zoro urged anxiously, for he had spotted several Navy officers making their appearance. Quickly, corral the pirates together and encircle them. A dozen Navy soldiers emerged from their concealed positions, rushing towards Harriet. Upon witnessing the scene, Harriet revealed a sinister smile and proclaimed, "What a perfect opportunity to test the might of my new weapon." He retrieved his gloves, donned them with precision, and extended his hands forward. 100,000 volts. Crackling sounds echoed as the gloves suddenly radiated with brilliance. A silvery surge of electricity enveloped the group of naval soldiers. Their horrified screams pierced the air, and within mere moments, they lay charred and motionless upon the ground. Harriet was exhilarated. Indeed, the enhancement effect surpassed his expectations. Remarkable. Luffy, who had rushed over, was immediately captivated by the scene. Off he goes. As Harriet finished speaking, he swiftly turned and fled. The group dashed through the rain for several minutes when suddenly, a female swordsman appeared on the street ahead. "Roronoa Zoro," the swordswoman exclaimed, her voice piercing through the downpour. "I never imagined you were Roronoa Zoro, and even more so, a pirate. I shall never forgive you. I demand the return of Wadakamanji." The gravity of her words was palpable, her expression stern. Dasky. At this revelation, Harriet immediately recognized her identity. In this town of Rogu, who else could possess such a tone but Dasky? Harriet could not help but cast a glance at Dasky. This was indeed the visage of Zoro's third sword. "You all go ahead," Zoro declared with a stoic expression. All right. The three did not hesitate and swiftly passed by Dasky. However, that scoundrel dared to raise his weapon against a lady. The moment Sanji witnessed Zoro drawing his sword towards Dasky, his face contorted into that of a furious shark, and he roared in protest. As he bellowed, ready to charge at Zoro for a fierce duel, Luffy and Harriet had no choice but to restrain Sanji, dragging him away. Truly, Harriet wore an expression of resignation. In his previous life, he would have found Sanji amusing, but now, as a companion, he felt the weight of the responsibility. What a burden it was to have a comrade like this. Suddenly, he noticed someone ahead. Luffy and Sanji, having spotted a white-haired man, exchanged puzzled glances. Smoker the White Hunter. Unlike the other two, Harriet instantly recognized the figure before him. "Who are you?" Luffy, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, inquired. "I am Smoker, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. I shall not permit you to enter the Grand Line," Smoker declared, and with that, he sprang into action, extending his hands to unleash two clouds of smoke. Whoa! Luffy, momentarily taken aback, was caught off guard by the smoke, which enveloped him and lifted him into the air, causing him to panic and struggle to break free. Another plume of smoke surged toward Harriet, for in Smoker's eyes, both Luffy and Harriet were bountied criminals deserving of special attention. "Great fire blast!" Harriet exclaimed. However, he was well aware of Smoker's abilities. In the past, he would have hesitated to provoke Smoker, but now, empowered by the deadly flame, he felt ready for a confrontation. Blue flames erupted forth, directly countering the smoke. "You monster!" Sanji, who had been overlooked, charged forward and aimed a kick at Smoker's head. Yet, Sanji's kick met only air. He felt nothing tangible. "Whoa!" Sanji gasped in surprise. "Minion, do not cause trouble." Smoker retracted his disrupted fist and retaliated against Sanji, unleashing a blast of white smoke. A dense cloud of smoke surged towards Sanji, forcefully propelling him against the wall. "Great fire blast!" At this moment, Harriet would not allow Smoker to harm Sanji. After all, they were comrades. The blue flames surged once more towards the smoke, dispersing it effectively. He was well aware that while fire could not inflict damage upon the smoke, it could indeed be utilized to scatter it. Chapter 34. The legend commences. He was a user of a natural-type fruit, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective against him. Everyone, exercise caution. As Harriet rushed towards Luffy, he exclaimed while a surge of ominous flames enveloped his feet, delivering a powerful kick towards the smoke that ensnared Luffy. With a resounding thud, the flames dispersed the smoke instantaneously. Shunning Harriet, how is it that you can wield flames? Smoker inquired with a grave expression. The Mera Nomi has an owner, and besides, your flames appear to be weaker than I had anticipated. Harriet's lips curled with a smirk. He was well aware of the identity of the owner of the flame fruit. Indeed, the deadly fire was inferior to the flames of the flame fruit. After all, the essence of the deadly fire originated from a dragon that had consumed the underworld fruit, possessing certain characteristics of the underworld, which made it inherently weaker than natural flames. However, it sufficed to obstruct the likes of you and me. Harriet grinned broadly. How foolish indeed. Smoker's tone was indifferent, as if he were observing a simpleton. Who endowed you with the confidence to believe that your half-baked abilities could contend with me? Physical attacks are futile? Sanji was momentarily taken aback. They had no means of countering a Logia user here. Although Harriet's flames could temporarily combat the smoke, their quantity was limited. It was likely that after a few more wide-range attacks, Harriet's flames would be extinguished. Sanji, you must return, he urged. Only Nami and the others remain on the Mary. Harriet had little recollection of Nami and Usopp's current predicament, but he assumed they were in considerable trouble, for she was a remarkably diligent individual. Very well. Initially hesitating, Sanji ultimately resolved to rush towards the dock upon contemplating Nami's situation. Smoker, however, held little interest in Sanji. There were still two formidable pirates present. Rubber Gun. Luffy, undeterred by the odds, positioned himself and threw a punch at Smoker's chest. The result was ineffective. His fist passed straight through. Is this really worth 30 million? Smoker scoffed. Charging at Luffy, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, white smoke bomb. His right fist transformed into smoke and lunged at Luffy. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's fist shot forth rapidly like a machine gun, yet they held little effect against the smoke. Beside them, Harriet hastily enveloped his hands in a large conflagration, vigorously waving them in an attempt to disperse the smoke. Smokescreen. However, the dispersed white smoke morphed into a vast cloud, swiftly engulfing the two and obscuring their vision. Not good. Upon witnessing this, Harriet realized the opponent's intent to eliminate them one by one. White fist. At that moment, a fist of smoke suddenly formed beside Harriet and struck at his side. Bang. Taken by surprise, Harriet was sent flying. Whoosh. Just then, the sound of a stick slicing through the air reached his ears, and instinctively, Harriet entered Fishman mode, raising his hands to shield his head. Bang. Harriet was struck in the chest by the tip of the tin-handed weapon, yet simultaneously he retaliated with great force. 100,000 volts surged forth. ZZZZT. Harriet swiftly struck with 10 hands, a silver flash of electricity illuminating the scene as he directed his assault towards Smog. Unfortunately, his efforts bore little effect on the swirling smoke. Bang. As a result, Harriet was sent crashing to the floor, causing the ground to crack beneath him. You are not an ability user. Harriet, still in a daze, heard this remark. Smoker regarded Harriet with a frigid gaze. The 10 hands atop his body were crafted from sea prism stone, rendering any devil fruit user utterly powerless to retaliate. Yet, it perplexed him. How could Harriet unleash such formidable electric strikes? It was indeed strange. Clearly not a devil fruit user. How could he wield the powers of fire and lightning? Smoker pondered this briefly, but soon relinquished the thought, as there remained a genuine devil fruit user nearby, seemingly the captain of this very individual. With a swift motion, he transformed once more into smoke and surged towards Luffy. Cough, cough. Harriet sat up, clutching his chest. How reckless of me. I never anticipated Smog to be so formidable. It seems my mindset has shifted. Harriet summarized that over the years, due to his knowledge of the plot, he had always maintained a sense of reverence for the powerful characters within it. However, upon encountering a fortunate turn of events, his mindset unexpectedly shifted, leading to a sense of arrogance. He realized that he must strive to maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Harriet took a deep breath and then suddenly pushed off the ground, rising to his feet. In a flash of electricity, he was about to enter his electric shock mode and accelerate. Well, just then, Luffy's astonished voice echoed, but before Harriet could dash over, a fierce gust of wind unexpectedly swept through. The howling wind dispersed Smoker's smoke, revealing the original street. Before Harriet could discern Luffy's figure, he was violently swept away, leaving him no chance for resistance. Ah! Harriet instinctively gasped. The wind was truly uncanny. Wait a moment. Could it be that a dragon has summoned this tempest? Am I truly unable to resist and have been cast away by him? Indeed, it was in a similar manner that Luffy was whisked away. Oh, a storm. In this instant, Zoro was also swept along, converging with Harriet and Luffy. This further solidified Harriet's belief that this was the work of the dragon. Otherwise, how could the storm so fortuitously gather Luffy's companions while not a single Navy soldier appeared? We must flee. Otherwise, we risk being trapped on the island by the Navy. At that moment, Zoro seized the still tumbling Luffy and dashed towards the dock. Harriet did not say much, simply returning to his normal state as he ran towards the dock. Indeed, an ambush awaited them. Upon arriving at the dock, Harriet beheld a multitude of Navy soldiers sprawled unconscious on the ground, and it was clear to him that this was the handiwork of Sanji. With him around, at least the safety of the Mary would not be a concern. Usopp, Nami, hey, what about us? At that moment, the cart was already on the deck, and Harriet instantly recognized that it was Sanji who had brought it up. The timid duo lacked such strength. Without further ado, the three swiftly boarded the Mary. Oh dear. The ship seems about to capsize, Usopp exclaimed. At that moment, the Mary rocked precariously in the storm, and the timid Usopp was terrified. What if the ship were to overturn? His legs trembled, for he had never encountered such a fierce tempest. After sailing for about half an hour, a beam of light emerged in their sight. The lighthouse. The navigational beacon. They all immediately realized what this sight signified. They had reached the entrance to the Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line lay just before that lighthouse. With a clap, Sanji brought over a wooden barrel and declared, "All right. Let us hold a ceremony for entering the Grand Line. You can't possibly mean for us to enter the Grand Line in this storm." Usopp trembled all over, even his nose quaking like the waves. Luffy and Zoro appeared somewhat intrigued. "Thud, I shall find the Azure Seas," Sanji proclaimed as he placed his foot on the barrel. "Thud, I will become the Pirate King," Luffy declared, placing his foot on the barrel. "Thud, I aim to be the world's greatest swordsman," Zoro asserted, placing his foot on the barrel. "Thud, I will chart the world's seas," Nami stated as she placed her foot on the barrel. "Thud, I will travel around the world," Harriet proclaimed, placing his foot on the barrel. "Thud, I will become a great warrior of the sea," Usopp declared, placing his foot on the barrel. With a resounding crash, the Straw Hat crew exerted their collective force, causing the barrel to burst apart. Let us set sail towards the Grand Line. Chapter 35, The Matter of the Twin Canyons. P.S. If you have the time, please leave a mark in the book reviews. P.S. 2. Well, the new book rankings have completely vanished. Friends who have read it, remember to collect it. It seems we have arrived at a peculiar place. Harriet savored the bento he had prepared earlier, reflecting on his journey. At that moment, they had crossed the upside-down mountain and arrived at the first stop of the Grand Line, the belly of Laboon. Harriet remarked on the swift changes in the world, expressing his astonishment that he merely ventured into the cabin to retrieve a bento while descending the upside-down mountain, only to emerge in such a wondrous place. Is this a dream? Indeed, it must be a dream. Zoro and his companions gazed at the blue sky and white clouds before them, unable to fathom that they were within the belly of a whale. "Stop pondering," one of them urged. "Take a closer look above. Those clouds are utterly still, clearly not real." Harriet understood perfectly well where he was, yet he refrained from voicing it. Indeed, Usopp looked up and noticed that the clouds were utterly still. "So it appears we have indeed been swallowed by a whale." Nami's expression darkened. "Over there is a house," Sanji remarked, having spotted a small island ahead of the Mary. "Let's go take a look." After finishing his bento, Harriet felt the need to replenish his energy due to the extensive use of flames in Rocktown. He was starting to feel better. Suddenly, an enormous giant squid, larger than the Mary, emerged, brandishing its tentacles menacingly. It was the giant squid. Nami and Usopp were frightened and quickly fled. Seeing this, Harriet was startled as well, nearly ready to spring into action. Just then, 3 harpoons shot out from the small island, piercing the giant squid. To everyone's astonishment, the harpoons were attached to ropes, being pulled back gradually. There were people inside. This was splendid news, Sanji and Zoro remarked. If someone resided here, it meant there was a way out. At that moment, a peculiar, robust old man with a petal-shaped hairstyle appeared, and after a comical exchange, everyone learned his name, Coloccus. What is happening? The space suddenly started to shake violently, causing the Mary to sway as well, prompting Nami to grip the railing tightly. It was iron. As the shaking continued, the true nature of the small island was revealed. It turned out the island was a whale, further convincing the Straw Hat crew that they were inside the whale's stomach. If they did not escape soon, the Mary would be corroded. "It has begun," Coloccus explained to those aboard the Mary. "This whale has started to ram its head against the Red Soul continent." As soon as he finished speaking, Coloccus plunged into the whale's gastric fluids, disregarding the corrosive stomach acid, and swam away into the distance. What? Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the whale's forehead bore numerous scars, and Nami recalled it had bellowed in agony. It is suffering, Nami concluded with a grave expression. Usopp, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, nodded as if coming to a realization. So that's it. This old man intends to kill the whale from the inside. What a vicious method. Oh, I don't think that's quite right, he added. At this moment, Parrot interjected, speculating that the individual in question must be so bored as to draw on the body of their prey. Moreover, the grand entrance before them did not seem like something that could be constructed in a short span of time. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Zoro and his companions nodded in agreement. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the air, followed by the abrupt descent of 3 figures. Hey, is everyone all right? Hurry. Save me, shouted a certain fool who had fallen from the sky. A lady. Sanji's eyes sparkled like searchlights. After rescuing the 3 individuals, the tumultuous churn of the whale's stomach ceased, indicating that it had calmed down. So, who are you? Nami inquired, glancing at the heavens before directing her gaze towards one of the rescued individuals, a girl adorned like a princess, and a man who resembled a prince. Princess Vivy of the Desert Kingdom. Parrot's heart screamed internally, yet his face remained impassive as he furtively observed Vivy. One must admit, her current attire bore little resemblance to the future pure-hearted princess. She appeared more akin to a rebellious youth. Mr. Nine and his crew are pirates, he mused. I am aware of Miss Wednesday, but they may not be malevolent. The 2 individuals offered no response, instead engaging in hushed whispers. You scoundrels! Before I perish, I shall never allow you to harm Laboon. At that moment, Kurokas emerged from a small door after administering a sedative to the giant whale, bellowing at the duo. You have no say in this now, you decrepit old man. The 2 clambered up from the deck, seizing a rocket launcher, and positioned themselves back to back, aiming at the whale's stomach. A hole in this belly will make it easy to slay it. They cackled maniacally, preparing to pull the trigger. Bang! Parrot swiftly delivered a punch to the 2, rendering them unconscious. The other members of the Straw Hat crew turned their gaze in their direction. No matter how one looked at it, they did not appear to be good individuals. Parrot shrugged nonchalantly. Luffy nodded in comprehension, then exclaimed, What on earth did you do to the lady? Sanji launched a flying kick, narrowly missing Parrot's face, but he swiftly evaded the blow just in time. Damn it! Parrot's forehead suddenly erupted, transforming into a shark-like visage. You scoundrel, do you wish to end my life? To oblivion with you. Sanji also morphed into a shark face, ready to strike again, or rather, to kick. Alas! Unfortunately, Nami, the formidable sorceress, unleashed her invincible iron fist, decisively sinking the gentlemanly Sanji's ship. Behave yourself. Upon witnessing Herod incapacitate the 2, Kurokas developed a fondness for him and returned to the small island, or rather, the tiny boat. This transpired 50 years ago, followed by a lengthy narrative. Ultimately, Laboon still held faith that his companions were alive. The Straw Hat crew, moved by the tale recounted by the whale Laboon, felt a profound emotional stir. Usopp and Nami, who were particularly sentimental, had tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. Subsequently, Kurokas guided the Straw Hat crew out of Laboon's body. On the way, they couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of Kurokas's undertaking within Laboon. Huff. We are out. The true sky. As the group beheld the genuine sky once more, they experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. Following Laboon's story, the Straw Hat crew harbored little fondness for the 2 individuals, save for Sanji and Herod. Thus, upon Nami's suggestion, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday were unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Zoro. After exchanging some harsh words, they swam off into the distance. Once ashore, the Straw Hat pirates engaged in discussions regarding Laboon. Those pirates were indeed slow. Luffy reclined on a chair, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at Laboon with a disgruntled complaint. Fools, we are in the Grand Line. Those pirates have yet to return after 50 years. The answer is clear. Sanji refrained from elaborating, staring solemnly at the sea. They are all dead. Yet, the reality was even grimmer. Kurokas revealed a chilling truth, nearly overwhelming Usopp, who held romanticized notions of pirates. No way. May I inquire what the name of this pirate crew is? At this moment, Parrot felt compelled to speak, stating, The Rum are pirates, what of it? Kurokas looked at Herod with a puzzled expression. Herod carefully organized his thoughts, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Hey, what on earth are you doing, you fool? Luffy was seen climbing up the main mast of the ship, navigating along the numerous scars on Laboon's body. That mast appeared somewhat familiar. Isn't that the main mast of our ship? Zoro remarked calmly. Rubber, floral insertion. Luffy forcefully jabbed, and suddenly, A copious amount of blood erupted from Laboon's head. Oh, 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 oh. Laboon suddenly displayed an expression of agony, shaking violently before he exerted himself, crashing headfirst into the red line, accompanied by the little ants atop his head. Boom. In that moment, the earth trembled, and the waves surged. What are you doing? Zoro, Sanji, and Nami instantly wore expressions of shock. Usopp, aboard the Mary, looked on with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Kuroka's appeared utterly astonished. Chapter 36, The Matter of the Twin Gorges continued. After an extraordinary battle, Luffy and Laboon forged a new pact, showcasing his remarkable artistic talent by leaving the straw hat emblem on Laboon's scarred forehead. If it were the Rumbar Pirates, perhaps only one member would remain now. At this moment, Herrick continued, while Kuroka gazed at him in bewilderment. How is that possible? The Straw Hat crew also appeared quite astonished. If I am not mistaken, there is a member of the Rumbar Pirates named Brook, Herrick stated slowly. How do you know that? Kuroka asked, his expression one of surprise. Because he consumed a fruit of great worth. Herrick had already devised an excuse. He was indeed a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, possessing the extraordinary ability of resurrection. In the fabled terrifying triangle, there had been legends of living skeletons, and he was likely one of them. A living skeleton. Luffy's interest was piqued. Resurrection. Nami raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Such a power would undoubtedly be quite valuable. How do you know so much, though? Kuroka nodded and replied, Celestial dragons. I heard about it from them. Celestial dragons. Kuroka's expression grew serious, scrutinizing Herrick with a newfound intensity, as if this young man held a tale worth telling. Why is it always the celestial dragons? Nami furrowed her brow. Click. After a moment's contemplation, Nami decided to disregard it, opening her compass to examine it further. Upon inspecting it, she was taken aback. The needle was wildly spinning, clearly malfunctioning. Nami's exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention, and as she mentioned the compass's erratic behavior, Herrick couldn't help but interject. The Grand Line does not rely on mere compasses. The magnetic forces here are chaotic. Trusting in a compass is akin to courting death. Herrick shook his head, stating that this was precisely what the navigators relied upon here. As he spoke, he produced the long-prepared log pointer. This log pointer could record and store the unique magnetic fields of each island, guiding them to the next destination. Wow! Nami exclaimed in delight as she took the pointer and examined it. Then, with a swift motion, she playfully punched Herrick, exclaiming, You should have mentioned this sooner, you rascal. Given his demeanor, it was evident he had been aware of the situation all along, yet he chose not to disclose it, causing her to embarrass herself. Humph! How infuriating! Nami, with a proud expression, settled back down. With the log pointer in hand, they needed to select one of the 7 magnetic lines. But regardless of which route they took, the destination would always be the same island. Kuroka paused for a moment and then mentioned, Laugh Tale, the endpoint of the Grand Line. However, aside from the Pirate King's crew, no one has ever ventured there. Noticing that Nami now possessed the log pointer, Kuroka spoke to the others, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Herrick, rubbing his face where he had been struck, realized this senior was indeed a crewmate of Roger. Miss Nami, with her fierce demeanor, is truly beautiful. A certain infatuated individual turned into a noodle-like figure. Nevertheless, he did not forget his own identity. Everyone, it's time to eat. Just moments ago, Sanji had prepared a lavish feast. As soon as Luffy heard the call to dine, he rushed over and began devouring the food voraciously. Zoro and the others gathered around, joining in the meal. Is that where the One Piece is? Usopp asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. However, Kuroka shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Luffy flashed a confident smile, declaring, If we go there, we'll find out whether the One Piece is truly there. By the way, Herrick seems to possess extensive knowledge of the Grand Line, Usopp noted, pausing momentarily before continuing to chew on his meat. I was born in the Grand Line. I only appeared in the East Blue 2 years ago, Herrick explained. By the way, aren't Fishman creatures of the Grand Line? Zoro inquired, sipping his drink. Herrick, you must have encountered many beautiful mermaids, Sanji remarked enviously. Mermaids, huh? Zoro and Usopp glanced over. They were indeed the dreamlike beings in the hearts of many men. No, I was not born on Fishman Island, Herrick clarified. Herrick shook his head and said, I was born in Mariewa. The Straw Hat crew looked on in confusion, while a glimmer of insight flashed in Kuroka's glasses. Setting that aside for the moment, Luffy, you intend to sail continuously until you reach the endpoint of the Grand Line, Raftel, correct? Herrick shook his head, then fixed a serious gaze upon Luffy. Indeed. Speaking of which, Luffy's expression grew solemn as he nodded. Are you prepared to seek a new navigator and gunner? Luffy was taken aback. Usopp and Nami, who had merely been listening, exchanged glances at this revelation. What does this mean? The Grand Line, often referred to as the Pirates' Graveyard, sees the demise of pirates on a daily basis. The very location we currently inhabit is known among these pirates as Paradise. Yet, given your current abilities, Luffy, you merely rank above average among the pirates in Paradise. However, when considering overall strength, Parrot did not need to speak. Everyone understood that they were merely a small pirate crew of 6. Although they could be considered elite, Nami and Usopp's combat abilities were rather feeble. If they were to engage in battle against a larger crew, such as Kuros, Nami and Usopp could not help but shudder, acutely aware of their own insignificance when compared to those 4 formidable beings. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji also fell silent, choosing instead to listen intently. It is worth mentioning that in the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, any pirate crew capable of sailing independently for over a year typically boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million. Herrick continued, and at that moment, Usopp nearly bit his own tongue. He had witnessed firsthand the strength of the dragon with a bounty of 20 million. And the sheer number of pirates in the New World with bounties surpassing 100 million was staggering. The thought of Luffy's unyielding spirit sent shivers down Usopp's spine. It was terrifying. Death was imminent. I will protect my companions. Luffy, with a determined tone, declared as he pressed his straw hat down firmly. Well, we are still in Paradise, so there is no need to rush. Parrot smiled faintly, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic. Shortly after finishing their meal, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday emerged from an inconspicuous corner, their appearances rather disheveled, as if they had endured some hardships. Parrot naturally comprehended that this was a punishment for the failure of their mission. Please, you must assist us. We sincerely require your help. The duo pleaded earnestly before the Straw Hat Lad. It turned out that these two had lost a crucial item, the recording pointer, rendering them incapable of returning to Whiskey Peak. Parrot suppressed a chuckle. Gently patting his pocket where a bulging object resided, the record pointer he had pilfered from Vivy and her companion. Though the new route might hold greater intrigue, he was far more familiar with the original path. As anticipated, Luffy, under the exasperated gazes of Nami and the others, acquiesced to the duo's request. At that moment, the exceptionally skilled Usopp had already repaired the Going Merry, and with the record pointer in hand, they were poised to embark on their journey. The time for farewells had arrived. Is everything all right? Choosing Whiskey Peak for such a fellow means this opportunity to select a route only arises at the starting point. Korakasa remarked, crossing his arms with a tone of benevolent caution. No worries, if it doesn't satisfy, we can always circle back. Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with a grin and a tone of unwavering confidence. Excellent, that is quintessentially Luffy. Parrot chuckled, for only this fellow could utter such Na'vi remarks. Ah. Kuroka smiled with a sense of relief, his brow unfurling. Subsequently, amidst the jubilant cries of Rabu, the group departed from the Twin Gorges. Standing at the water's edge, Kuroka's and Rabu gazed at the pirate ship adorned with the straw hat Jolly Roger as it gradually faded from view. What a bold pirate indeed! Kuroka's exclaimed. That straw hat lad might just be the person you've been waiting for. Wouldn't you agree, Roger? As if reminiscing about the days of his own departure to sea. A wistful expression crossed Kuroka's face. Chapter 37, The Whiskey Peak. Thus concludes the important matters to consider while navigating the Grand Line. At this moment, Parrot was in the cabin, imparting some essential knowledge about the Grand Line to Nami. Fortunately, he had inherited most of Parrot's memories. Otherwise, his understanding of the Grand Line would have been quite limited. I see, Nami remarked, glancing down at the compass. The weather and currents here were notoriously unpredictable. Thanks to Parrot's explanations, Nami finally gained a preliminary understanding of the Grand Line and would no longer commit the juvenile error of returning to her original position at a 180 angle. By the way, is there any heating here? It's so cold. Princess Vivy, now Miss Wednesday, wrapped herself in a thin blanket while sipping hot tea. Mr. 9 nodded in agreement beside her. Enough of this chatter, Nami exclaimed, her face contorting into a shark-like expression. You're not guests. Hurry up and help me clear the snow. At that moment, the Grand Line was showcasing its capricious nature. It had just been a sunny day. And now a heavy snowfall ensued. On the deck, Luffy and Usopp were engaged in a snowball fight, utterly oblivious to the task of shoveling snow. Suddenly, the air currents shifted slightly. Hey, the waves are rising higher. We're going to collide with an iceberg. Usopp and Sanji shouted in alarm. After a flurry of activity, The Mary finally managed to escape the storm and entered a region of more stable weather. Just then, a groggy Zoro, having just awakened, became the target of Nami's frustration and received a solid punch. After a hectic period, Harriet finally exhaled, leaning against the ship's railing and gazing at the distant, indistinct shapes. He realized they were nearing their first destination. No wonder Luffy and his crew were progressing so swiftly. Harriet sighed, realizing that while he had previously struggled to comprehend the situation, it was only when he faced the terrifying weather that he understood it was, in fact, a valuable exercise. The Straw Hat Pirates, being few in number, had to mobilize everyone whenever they encountered fierce winds and tumultuous waves. Wasn't this, in a sense, a form of training? After contending with the tempest for a while, Harriet began to feel fatigued. He estimated that if he were to engage in a workout at that moment, perhaps his stamina could further improve. However, Baroque Works. Here it comes. As he gazed at the cactus-like peaks before him, Harriet narrowed his eyes slightly. Unsurprisingly, the duo of the false prince and the genuine princess fled upon arriving at Whiskey Peak. The merry-go sailed along the river winding down from the cacti, entering the small island, where numerous figures flickered along the banks. I've caught a disease that prevents me from going ashore. Usopp began his daily fabrications. It's all right, Usopp. Surely there are doctors on the island who can cure you. The only one who believed Usopp was Luffy. Yet, suddenly boom, fireworks erupted, and the enthusiastic voices of the townsfolk filled the air. Welcome to our little town. Long live the brave warriors of the sea. Cheers erupted, and many people waved banners welcoming the pirates. It turned out to be a town eager to greet the sea adventurers. Usopp, who dreamed of becoming a great sea warrior, was instantly captivated by the raucous applause. No way? Zoro was equally taken aback by the scene. So many beautiful ladies. Sanji's eyes transformed into two pink hearts. How intriguing. Harriet's lips curled into a smile. Woohoo! Luffy exclaimed, raising his hands in response. However, Nami was filled with skepticism. She found it hard to believe such matters. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, within a grand palace, a voice thundered, You useless fools, have you still not found him? Shalilia hurled a wine cup down towards the man in the black suit kneeling below her. Crash! The cup shattered, and a trickle of blood emerged on the man's forehead. Yet he dared not retort, merely lowering his gaze. He is a precious collectible I requested from my father. Shalilia exclaimed angrily. Though he is of filthy Fishman lineage, he is still an exceedingly rare specimen, and you have allowed him to go missing for 2 years. The man in the black suit remained silent. Although he was not responsible for Harriet's disappearance, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, he was deemed inferior, and all such beings were considered alike. Thus, he refrained from exhibiting any discontent. Where is he now? Shalilia spoke again. The man in the black suit exhaled in relief and replied, according to intelligence from Logtown, Harriet has joined the Straw Hat Pirates and has entered the Grand Line. Then what are you waiting for? Go and retrieve him as a slave, Shalilia commanded. As if traversing from Mariewa to the Grand Line was a trivial task. Indeed, the man hesitated, pondering the daunting challenge of returning to capture him. Are you still dawdling? Do you wish to become a slave yourself? Shalilia glared disdainfully at the man in the black suit. Yes, of course. He quickly acquiesced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As night deepened, the atmosphere in Whiskey Peak was filled with laughter and joy, hosting a grand banquet. Come on, little brother. What an appetite you have. This is already food for 15 people. Impressive. In the room, a large group surrounded Harriet, showering him with compliments. Our Straw Hat brother is even more remarkable. He has already devoured the equivalent of 20 servings. Luffy, too, was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Yet, glancing at Harriet, an inexplicable sense of urgency washed over him. He might eat everything. A misconception. Thus, Luffy began to eat with even greater fervor. Harriet observed the seemingly carefree crowd, aside from Nami and Zoro, and then glanced at the enthusiastic townsfolk, letting out a deep sigh. After tonight, how many of these fools would remain? Nevertheless, he thought, it is best to eat to his heart's content first. Harriet once again immersed himself in his meal, the energy of the food continually being transformed into a sinister essence. So much so that his belly remained unperturbed. After half an hour, with his hunger sated, Harriet succumbed to a deep slumber. As the night deepened, each member of the Straw Hat crew fell into their dreams. Meanwhile, a few figures lurked outside, whispering amongst themselves. What a group of gluttons. Especially that orange-haired woman, she is practically a monster. Even I find it hard to keep up with her, remarked the dark-skinned nun, who had shared a drink with Nami until the end, as she tossed aside her nun-s habit to reveal a remarkably muscular physique. Mr. 8. Do we really need to welcome them like this? "They're just a bunch of small fries," muscled Miss Monday retorted, addressing a curly-haired man. "We could simply eliminate them right here on the shore." At that moment, the duo of the faux prince and the true princess, who had appeared from nowhere, interjected. "They are not to be underestimated. Just think of how swiftly Harriet dispatched them, and the thought sends shivers down our spines. What if we were to be killed?" "I have my own plans," Mr. 8 declared, producing 2 bounty posters. "Remember, Miss Monday, appearances can be deceiving. We may have just caught 2 big fish this time." "What?" Both Miss Monday and the faux prince true princess duo gasped in astonishment. They had 2 individuals with bounties, one at 15 million and the other at 30 million. Thankfully, they hadn't acted hastily. Miss Monday, filled with trepidation, thought of the pirate crew with a total bounty of 45 million. Even if they triumphed over this small town, it would likely leave them severely weakened. "Quickly, let us seize the wealth aboard their ship and bind them. If we kill them, the bounty will decrease by 30%. Mr. 8 instructed. "Excuse me, but the morning voyage has exhausted them. Perhaps we should allow them a moment of respite." A deep male voice resonated from above the group. The members of Baroque Works were immediately taken aback. Chapter 38, The Matter of Whiskey Peak Time, Late Night. Characters, Zoro and Baroque Works members. Event, Zoro vs. Baroque Works members. Outcome, Zoro achieves 100 manslaughter. In the shadows, Harriet recalled the animated events with a tinge of sympathy for these individuals who dared to confront Zoro. How foolish they were. Yet, "Nami, it seems you two are putting on an act." After Harriet glanced outside, he resolved to disregard it, for Zoro was there, after all. Naturally, such a trivial matter could not possibly intoxicate me. At that moment, Nami also rose and stealthily peered outside, then beckoned to Harriet, inviting him to see what treasures they might possess. "Oh." Harriet pointed at himself and asked, "Why seek me?" Nami retorted boldly, "What nonsense. I am but a frail woman, utterly powerless. What if I were to be captured?" Upon hearing this, Harriet felt a sense of embarrassment. Powerless? A weak woman? Very well. You have won this round, such is the essence of Nami. Harriet promptly capitulated and obediently followed. How utterly disgraceful. Nami, utilizing her innate talent for thievery, mysteriously procured a treasure chest from some concealed location, only to discover upon opening it that it was entirely empty. If these individuals were truly affluent, they would not have resorted to scheming against Labu. Harriet found a chair and took a seat. Nami remained silent for a moment before shifting the conversation by asking, "Is the Grand Line truly that perilous?" This question caught Harriet off guard, yet he quickly responded, "You have witnessed the climate of the Grand Line. The pirate crews that can survive in such an environment undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Not to mention, the New World is several times more fearsome than this." "I see," Nami murmured, gently touching the treasure chest, her eyelids fluttering. She genuinely wished to travel alongside Luffy, so she casually inquired, "Do you have any methods to help me grow stronger?" "Indeed," Harriet replied with a smile. Nami immediately turned her attention towards him. Harriet chuckled softly. "And in due time, you shall come to know." Nami raised an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to unleash her iron fist of love. "How infuriating. Would it have killed you to say it sooner? How about we step outside and take a look?" Harriet seemed to sense something amiss and deftly shifted the topic. Nami nodded in agreement. At that moment, a multitude of Baroque Works members had been struck down, while the Whiskey Peak welcomed 2 unexpected guests. One was a tall man clad in a dark trench coat, sporting an extravagant hairstyle and sunglasses, exuding an air of fashionable rock star. The other was a stunning woman, who, despite the late hour, carried an umbrella. She had golden locks and donned a pale yellow dress adorned with illustrations of lemons. Even her earrings resembled lemon slices, clearly reflecting her fondness for the fruit. It was indeed a lively scene in this small town at the witching hour, mused Miss Valentine's Day. To be dispatched to the front lines for such a trivial matter is truly overkill, Mr. 5 grumbled, picking at his nose. Yet, as they conversed, the duo made their way into the quaint town of Whiskey Peak. When Harriet emerged from the house, he found himself entangled in significant affairs, indeed, very significant. "I find your words intriguing. How about 1 billion berries?" Nami cheerfully perched atop the roof, observing Ikolam, who was clutching Zoro's foot below. As she spoke, she leaped down, evidently eyeing Vivy's status with the intention of making a considerable profit. After a round of extortion, the deal was finally sealed. "Go, Zoro, protect Vivy," Nami commanded. For Harriet had just claimed he could enhance her combat prowess, and she could not afford to offend him lightly. As for Zoro, Nami confidently asserted that she possessed a myriad of schemes to persuade him. Ultimately, Zoro was indeed duped into safeguarding Vivy. How could the honest and straightforward swordsman possibly stand a chance against the sharp-tongued thief? Herrick contemplated for a moment and resolved to rescue Vivy on his own. While the clash between Luffy and Zoro was quite entertaining, it appeared to be unnecessary, as Nami would ultimately intervene. Thus, Herrick decided to join Zoro on his endeavor. And then, Herrick glanced around. For just a moment ago, Zoro had clearly approached this direction. Herrick trailed behind Zoro, only to find, much to his astonishment, that Zoro vanished from sight shortly after stepping outside. His tendency to be directionally challenged kicked in. At that moment, Herrick found himself at a loss for words. Utterly bewildered that he had overlooked this particular trait of Zoro's. Leaping onto the rooftop, Herrick swiftly maneuvered. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated, illuminating his surroundings. There. Whoosh. Herrick dashed towards the flickering flames. A booger bomb. At that moment, Herrick witnessed Mr. Five extracting a booger and hurling it towards Vivy. Clang, clang, clang. Herrick was taken aback, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Suddenly, Zoro emerged from nowhere, cleaving the booger in two. His face immediately reflecting sheer terror. He had just cut into a booger. Why would you persist in such trivial matters at a critical moment? Vivy initially assumed Zoro had come to cause trouble, as the Peacock's cutting machine whirled violently, preparing for a fierce battle, only to be swiftly subdued by Zoro's single strike. Come to save me? Princess Vivy pondered, her confusion palpable. You are the swordsman who laid waste to the townsfolk? Why would you protect the Princess of Alabasta? Miss Valentine's Day regarded Zoro with curiosity. I have my reasons, Zoro replied, his lips twitching with irritation. Hey, Zoro, give it your all. Take them down. Herrick was inflating something above, though it appeared more like he was instigating a ruckus. You scoundrel. Come down here. Zoro's expression immediately morphed into that of a shark. Nami feigned inebriation, which was one thing, but this fellow was one of the formidable forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, and he was merely pretending. Allies, perhaps? Mr. Five. The booger-nosed man picked at his nose and promptly flicked a booger towards Herrick, a booger bomb. Whoosh. The projectile flew swiftly through the air. What the? Herrick was taken aback and hastily dodged aside. Goodness. Boom. The nose booger detonated, collapsing a wall. How outrageous. Herrick was incensed, donning his gloves as he prepared to strike. Zoro. At that moment, Luffy's voice rang out. Hey, Luffy, are you here to assist me? No need. Zoro replied with a light-hearted smile, displaying his naivety. Let us engage in a fierce battle, Zoro. Luffy exhaled 2 puffs of heated air from his nostrils, his expression earnest. How could you possibly harm the kind-hearted villagers who provided us with sustenance? Was the food not to your liking? Hey. Cold sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead as he realized the gravity of the situation. Then, with a resounding crash, Luffy unleashed a powerful punch, which Zoro narrowly evaded, resulting in the wall behind him shattering instantaneously. Are you trying to kill me? Zoro's face contorted into a shark-like grimace. Indeed, Luffy affirmed with unwavering conviction. Upon witnessing the scene, Herrick realized he was once again a witness to history. However, it was evident that the unfolding events would not simply continue in this manner. Whoosh. A swift movement. Although Herrick has not mastered the art of shaving, he has devised a method of movement derived from the incomplete technique, arriving before Luffy in a flurry of afterimages. Luffy looks up and exclaims, It's Herrick. Let's join forces to teach this ungrateful scoundrel a lesson. Hehehe. At this moment, Zoro is rendered speechless, his throat emitting inexplicable sounds. Indeed, the fellow's neural faculties are astonishing. Sweat. Herrick wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Luffy, they have just contracted a disease that can only be cured with a fatal blow. They are pleading for Zoro's assistance, after all. Zoro is a renowned swordsman of the East Sea. Fool. Who would believe such a ridiculous lie that even a child would see through? Both Zoro and Vivy silently roared in their minds. So that's how it is, Luffy blinked, tilting his head in contemplation. Then, with a decisive thump of his right fist into his left palm, he appeared to have an epiphany. He sincerely bowed to Zoro and apologized. I'm sorry, Zoro. I misjudged you. He actually believed it. Aside from Herrick, everyone present was drenched in cold sweat from the sheer absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Luffy, with his enormous round belly, bent over an apology, creating a rather comical image. It should have been hilarious, yet Zoro found no humor in it at all. The sheer terror of the situation left him utterly dumbfounded. I was wrong. I should never have boarded this ship. Had I not boarded, I would not be following this terrifying captain, Zoro lamented inwardly, tears welling up. It seemed they had ceased their farce. Mr. Five, with a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, remarked, It appears so. Mr. Five, with his hands tucked into his pockets, continued. Then let us hasten to complete our mission. If they attempt to hinder us, we shall eliminate them all. Let us go, Miss Valentine. Mr. Five leaped forward, charging at Vivy. Understood. Miss Valentine promptly followed suit. Who are they? Luffy asked, puzzled as he gazed at the duo. They are our adversaries. Zoro grimaced and resolved to focus on the task at hand. I will deal with them. That explosive maniac is going down. Harrot flexed his wrist and took a few steps forward. Resolve us. The fashionable duo erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. You go die first. With a deep breath, Mr. Five stood 5 meters away from Harrot and then forcefully exhaled, triggering an explosion. I can ignite even my breath. Boom. The location of Harrot suddenly erupted in an explosion, and a searing wave of heat surged forth. The intense light compelled Vivy to cover her mouth, thinking it was the end. However, Luffy and Zoro remained unfazed, showing no concern for Harrot. Haha. Miss Valentine, swept up by the explosive winds, burst into laughter, proclaiming that this was the fate of those who opposed them. Surely you must be dead by now. Are you referring to me? At some point, Harrot had stealthily approached Miss Valentine from behind, whispering softly. Startled, Miss Valentine turned around, her heart racing as she realized Harrot was mere inches away. A distance of only about 30 centimeters. Well, given that you are a woman, I'll go easy on you. As Harrot concluded his words, he raised his right hand. Miss Valentine's day was instantly taken aback, beginning to descend with a weighty thud. The onlookers below, noticing the commotion above, widened their eyes and craned their necks to gaze upwards. 500 tiles. Bang. Miss Valentine's day, caught entirely off guard, was struck squarely in the face, plummeting from the sky and crashing violently onto the nose-picking man beneath her. Bang. In an instant, both of them collapsed to the ground, unconscious, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Did you not say to be gentler? Vivy was nearly left speechless. Where was the gentleness in that? Tap, tap. Harrot descended from the heavens and, upon hearing the words, pondered for a moment. Did I not strike her upon the nose-picking fellow rather than directly upon the ground? I must have been quite gentle after all. Vivy was momentarily speechless. Truly, what a peculiar form of gentleness it was. A life of solitude indeed. However, they were undeniably formidable. Although she was uncertain of Luffy's strength, with Harrot and Zoro displaying such prowess, it was evident that their captain, Luffy, would not be lacking in might either. It seemed that the swordsman had mentioned he was there to assist her. With this thought, Vivy felt a surge of hope for her return to Alabasta. At that moment, Luffy laughed heartily, gazing at the individuals before him, exclaiming, So they are the villains. As he chuckled, his gaze fell upon Harrot, and he could not help but smirk, his long nose wrinkling in amusement. Harrot could not help but feel a sudden surge of heat on his forehead. What? Do you think I cannot tell you are calling me a fraud? However, at that moment, a shiver unexpectedly ran through the slumbering Usopp, prompting him to sneeze. It seemed as though a peculiar malice lurked nearby. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, but that is simply impossible. Vivy frowned. Why not? Aren't you a princess? Nami queried, perplexed at how a royal could lack the means to produce 10 billion. Have you heard of the Alabasta Kingdom? Vivy spread her hands and gradually unfolded the tale, revealing that her nation was in turmoil, incited by the Baroque Works, which ultimately led her to join this group. So, I understand now. The country is financially strained due to internal strife, correct? Nami's expression quickly turned frosty, disinterested in further involvement. No money? Then why protect her back to Alabasta? Why attract a formidable enemy? They are the ones who wish to overthrow Alabasta. Hey, who is the mastermind behind this? Luffy inquired with curiosity. You would do well not to ask about the boss's true identity. There is one thing I will not disclose. Vivy hastily waved her hands in refusal. This could endanger your lives. Indeed, it was true. Anyone capable of seizing a nation was undoubtedly formidable. Nami was particularly averse to provoking unnecessary foes, especially those of considerable strength. Yes, no matter how strong you are, you cannot contend with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Vivy nodded, inadvertently revealing too much. Silence fell abruptly. Vivy's face paled as she tightly covered her mouth, while Nami's jaw dropped in shock. The 7 warlords of the sea? Although she had never encountered them, she was aware that such individuals could easily inflict grave injuries on someone like Zoro. Suddenly, sensing an intense gaze upon them, the group turned around to see a bird and an otter perched atop the roof. In a swift motion, the otter leaped onto the bird's back, soaring away. Nami's expression shifted dramatically as she seized Vivy by the collar, her eyes brimming with tears. What were those creatures? Were they reporting back to the boss? What will we do now that you've revealed the secret? Are we betraying the warlords? That could be the case, Luffy and Zoro chuckled. Undeterred by fear and instead feeling a surge of excitement. Boom. Fire. Harrot would not easily let them escape. With a swift shot from his firearm, he struck them down with precision. Well done. Nami was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately turned to Luffy and Zoro, exclaiming, "You two fools. I certainly do not wish to be hunted by the 7 warlords as soon as we enter the Grand Line. What is there to fear?" Zoro replied nonchalantly, recalling that Mihawk was also one of the 7 warlords. If one does not dare to challenge the warlords, how can they ever summon the courage to confront them in the future? However, such sentiments would surely be lost on Nami. Truly, they are remarkably clever creatures. Harrot sighed and walked over to take a look. He recalled that this sea otter possessed remarkable sketching abilities. The world of pirates was indeed extraordinary. Not only were the animals intelligent, but their dexterity reached astonishing heights as well. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday approached, visibly relieved. If those two had not dispatched the information, they could have concealed the matter for a while longer. At this moment, what Vivy lacked most was time. Listen, Luffy, we absolutely must avoid provoking the 7 warlords. They are ruthless individuals capable of usurping nations. Nami came over and tugged at Luffy's face. Why? Luffy stared blankly, his eyes wide. Harrot, you understand the power of the 7 warlords, don't you? Nami, exasperated by Luffy's obliviousness, turned to Harrot, hoping he could persuade Luffy. We will inevitably encounter figures of the 7 warlords' caliber, but as it stands, we currently lack the strength to confront them. Harrot, living up to expectations, remarked. Did you hear that? Nami fiercely shook Luffy by the collar. Chapter 40, Continuation of Princess Vivy. P.S. I've been rather busy lately. Ha ha ha, it's all right. Luffy, as always, remained blissfully unaware. Well, since we haven't been discovered, we can sneak away. Nami, abandoning her efforts to persuade Luffy, covered her face and sighed. It seems those two have escaped. Harrot suddenly recalled the fashionable duo. Previously, he had concentrated on the animal group, completely overlooking the fact that the stylish pair could also divulge information. Now, however, the fashionable duo had vanished without a trace, evidently having fled. What? Nami's mouth fell agape, nearly transforming her into a pale silhouette against the backdrop. This is disastrous. We are bound to be exposed. Why did we unwittingly provoke the 7 warlords? Blame that old rascal Oda. Ahem. Fear not, for I have a plan. At that moment, Ikelim, disguised as Vivy, approached, drawing the attention of everyone present. Oh, how intriguing. Harrot expressed that his eyesight was nearly lost. Goodness, is this from Thailand? Or is it unedited and unrefined? How alarming. Well, your attire is quite amusing, uncle. Upon seeing Ikelim, Luffy paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. As long as your information reaches the Baroque Works intelligence network, there will surely be pursuers arriving. Ikelim, holding several fabric dolls, remarked, moreover, since you have defeated Mr. Five's partner, the organization will undoubtedly send even more formidable agents. Furthermore, although the bounty on the warlords has been lifted, Crocodile's previous bounty was a staggering 81 million berries. Ikelim continued, however, regarding the escort of Princess Vivy escorting Princess Vivy? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Oh, it means taking her home. Zoro pointed at Vivy. Hi, that sounds great. Luffy immediately replied with a grin. In a matter of moments, the two quickly settled the matter. Hey, you too. That bounty is 4 times that of the dragons. Nami exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, her expression transforming into that of a shark. Then, Princess, please hand over the permanent log pose of Alabasta to me. Ikelim looked at Vivy. Permanent log pose? Nami curiously observed as Vivy handed the permanent log pose to Ikelim. So, this is the permanent log pose. Previously, Harrot had mentioned this concept while introducing common knowledge to her, yet it was her first time encountering such a thing. Princess Vivy, pay attention. I shall disguise myself as you and set sail with the puppets pretending to be them, Ikelim said with a smile. I will divert the attention of the Baroque Works, and you can seize the opportunity to embark on your journey. Although I have never traversed this route to Alabasta, I believe we shall arrive after passing 1 or 2 islands. Ikelim gazed kindly at Vivy and expressed, I hope we can reunite safely in Alabasta. Vivy bit her lip and nodded. Then, I entrust everything to you, Princess Vivy. By the seaside, Ikelim fixed a serious gaze upon Luffy, fully aware that he was the one truly in charge. Hee, don't worry, old man, Luffy replied with a grin. You'll definitely be quite popular. Popular with whom, exactly? Harrot and Solon could not help but express their inner grievances. As the ship gradually sailed away, Harrot gazed at the distant vessel. Although he was aware that a tremendous explosion was imminent, He also understood that nothing would befall Calum, and thus he refrained from intervening. The mere thought of the impending appearance of Nico Robin caused Harriet a slight headache. He knew well that a significant part of Luffy's connection with her was forged amidst the rain. Yet he had no intention of allowing Luffy to be caught in a perilous situation, having witnessed Crocodile's formidable prowess firsthand. It was difficult for Harriet to fathom that Crocodile would not employ Haki, considering that nearly every captain-level expert in the New World possessed at least a modicum of it. And once Haki was invoked, oh dear, the difficulty of this quest would soar to unprecedented heights. This phenomenon was indeed astonishing. Why, oh why? Had I not naturally and inexplicably learned Haki? Harriet could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. This uncle remains amusing until the very end. Luffy chuckled and then turned to leave. Therefore, I have complete faith in him. Vivy smiled, her heavy heart lightening slightly as she too turned away. We must reunite safely. Icolum. Just then, boom. The sound of an explosion erupted suddenly, a blinding flash of fire illuminating the sea, and a wave of heat surged forth. Astonished, Luffy turned his head, his eyes wide with disbelief at the inferno raging on the water. Despite the heat enveloping them, a chill swept through the hearts of the Straw Hat crew. It cannot be, Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, murmuring, how could the pursuers have arrived so swiftly? What a terrifying sight. Harriet's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed such a breathtaking scene since his birth. Had he not already known that Icolum was alive, he would have surely thought there was no escape for him at this moment. With a sharp exhale, Luffy expelled a forceful breath from his nostrils, his expression grave and devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Excellent. Nami, has the log pointer been recorded and stored? Yes. It's ready, Nami replied, her forehead glistening with cold sweat as she quickly glanced at the pointer. Bring that girl. We are setting off. At this moment, Luffy's commanding presence momentarily silenced everyone. Even Harriet, who often found Luffy an easy target for teasing, was taken aback by his formidable aura. Without a backward glance, Luffy strode away with purpose. If they were to encounter Kuro, it would likely be a swift defeat, wouldn't it? Lost in thought, Harriet's mind began to wander. Vivy. Let us go. Harriet patted Vivy on the shoulder, observing the girl who was biting her lip so fiercely that it drew blood. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Vivy. At that moment, Nami embraced Vivy, shedding her earlier hesitance. It's all right. These individuals have saved the strongest 5 in the East Blue with them. Not even the 7 warlords pose a challenge. We will safely escort you back to Alabasta. By the end of her declaration, Nami's expression was resolute. A stark contrast to her previous avarice. Harriet lowered his head slightly. Upon learning that Icolum was still alive, the impact on him was considerably less than that on Luffy and his companions, making it difficult for him to undergo a profound psychological transformation. However, he couldn't express this feeling openly. What a hassle. Upon returning to the banquet room in the small town, Harriet couldn't help but twitch his lips. Bang, bang, bang. There he saw Luffy, grasping Sanji and Usopp by their arms, unhesitatingly dragging them along, causing considerable destruction to everything in their path. Hehehe. The two, eyes rolling back, emitted inexplicable sounds. Sweat. Harriet wipes the sweat from his brow, realizing that it is indeed Luffy. Is such a brutish approach truly acceptable? Haru took a moment to silently mourn for the two, then swiftly turned and dashed towards the Mary. No wonder your vitality is so robust. It appears you have been fighting for your survival all along. Chapter 41. The arrival of Robin as dawn gradually broke, the sky lightened, and the sun seemed poised to rise. A gentle mist enveloped the surroundings. Aboard the Golden Mary, Nami explained with remarkable speed, observing the infatuated duo sprawled on the deck. Their heads adorned with bumps, Haru couldn't help but smirk at the simplicity of it all. Indeed, I employ the most straightforward approach, Nami replied. Clapping her hands as if she had just pilfered a fortune of 10 million berries, her earlier stress finally alleviated. Very well, quite formidable, came the acknowledgement. Suddenly, Karu, Vivy's mount, let out a startled squawk, evidently frightened by Nami's actions. It seems we are ready to set sail, Zoro remarked, approaching after hoisting the anchor. Oh, Luffy replied. Hands on his hips, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he surveyed the fallen duo. Is everything all right? At that moment, Haru was struck by an odd sensation, as if someone were observing him. He turned abruptly. Upon turning, Haru beheld a stunning woman adorned with a purple jazz hat. Perched elegantly on the railing above, she rested her chin on her hand, her slender fingers rhythmically dancing over her smooth, delicate face as her captivating eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, keenly surveyed the Straw Hat crew below. Oh, the enchanting woman glanced curiously at Haru, her perceptiveness remarkable. As the alluring woman spoke, the Straw Hat crew whipped around, startled by her sudden presence. When did she arrive? Nami and Zoro simultaneously pondered. With a soft click, Zoro's left thumb nudged the hilt of his sword, the Sanai Katetsu slightly unsheathing. He fixed his gaze upon the mesmerizing woman, his demeanor taut, ready for a potential confrontation. "Oh, what a seductive older sister!" exclaimed a certain cook, who, upon witnessing the scene, sprang back to life, rising abruptly with his right eye transformed into a pink heart, his entire body writhing with exuberance. "Dang it, you're beyond saving." Harriet's lips twitched suddenly. "Sanji, is it truly appropriate to be so indiscriminately amorous at all times?" remarked the mysterious woman with a casual tone, admiring the ship. The Straw Hat crew fell into a momentary silence. "Robin, are you referring to the ship, or?" Harriet, recognizing Robin, cast a discreet glance at Luffy and the others. The woman before them could only be Robin, the historian of the future Straw Hat crew. They were amidst treacherous reefs, having narrowly escaped from their pursuers. Caution was of the essence. With a gentle smile, Robin gazed at the group. "Who are you?" the gluttonous captain inquired, his expression one of bewilderment at the presence of this peculiar individual aboard his vessel. "Miss All Sunday," Vivy gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "Could it be you who led to Akaram's fate? Who is she? Who is this partner?" Noticing Vivy's familiarity with Robin, Nami quickly interjected. "Miss All Sunday is the boss's partner. It was through following her that we uncovered the true identity of the mastermind." Vivy fixed her gaze on Robin, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "What?" Nami exclaimed, taken aback. "Crocodile's partner? That sounds truly formidable." Usopp and Sanji, tilting their heads in confusion, were oblivious to the implications of the boss's partner. "To be precise, I was the one who instructed you to follow her," Robin stated with a mysterious smile. Vivy immediately began to vociferously question Robin about her reasons for revealing the identity of the puppet master. Thus, revealing the identity of the puppet master was merely a whim of mine, Robin retorted, tilting her chin and exposing her elegantly swan-like neck. "Did you truly believe you could save this country? How naive, princess." At these words, Vivy's mind suddenly conjured the benevolent smile of Akaram and the promise made upon their reunion in Alabasta. Yet now, that detestable woman had slain Akaram. Vivy's expression darkened ominously. "Miss All Sunday." Vivy gritted her teeth, her hostility towards Robin unmistakable. "We shall meet again in Alabasta." Robin smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Vivy's animosity. "Well, is it not rather impolite to arrive unannounced and depart without so much as a word?" At that moment, Harriet contemplated for a brief moment before deciding to take action, intending to leave a lasting impression for future interactions. With a sneer, his right hand curled slightly, forming a claw-like shape, as slender blue fire serpents emerged from each fingertip, targeting Robin from 5 different directions. "Do not move, for I am wielding a flamethrower aimed directly at you. It would be unfortunate if you were reduced to charcoal." "Well done." Nami, who had somehow concealed herself behind the mast with her combined staff, exclaimed loudly. "You scoundrel." Upon hearing the threat of turning the beautiful Robin into charcoal, Sanji's temper flared, ready to confront Harriet. Bang! A powerful punch was thrown, and Nami swiftly knocked Sanji to the ground, transforming his expression into that of a shark. "You fiend! What are you trying to accomplish?" Clearly, this rascal was attempting to create chaos. The furious Miss Nami was undeniably beautiful. Despite the sinking of the Prince Sanji, he displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he radiated an aura of affection, exclaiming, "What a passionate love this is." Sweat. Harriet couldn't help but twitch his lips. What an amusing human indeed. "What a true gentleman," Robin remarked, casting a rare glance at Sanji with a smile. Flattery. Sanji nearly transformed into a blushing caterpillar. The Straw Hat crew collectively sighed at the infatuated chef. "However, is it wise to direct such a perilous thing at me?" "A wielder of abilities?" Robin waved her hand, instantly activating the powers of the flower fruit, causing 2 hands to sprout from Harriet's body, forcibly pulling his hands down. Robin, possessing keen observational skills, discerned that Harriet manipulated the fire snake through his hands. With a sudden flick, the fire snake was visibly affected, nearly dissipating, prompting Harriet to hastily extinguish the flames. After all, igniting the Mary would be disastrous. Witnessing this scene, Robin, who had initially contemplated leaving, abandoned the notion. It seemed this individual couldn't properly control his powers. She had initially assumed he was a formidable ability user, but if he struggled with control, he might not pose a significant threat. Yet, what exactly was his ability? Blue flames? Shadows of Harriet, you were quite intriguing. Robin smiled warmly at him. What is that? Nami and the others, unable to comprehend the unfolding events or Robin's abilities, were naturally taken aback. Is that so? The devil's child? Nico Robin? Harriet pondered for a moment, adopting a fade of profundity. This elicited a more scrutinizing glance from Robin, who had concealed her identity for years and had not altered the bounty notice. How could this individual recognize her instantly? Who is he? The Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivy were perplexed. The child of the devil? What on earth does that mean? Rest assured, I have not come bearing any orders to eliminate you, Robin reassured, tossing a small object to Vivy. An eternal pointer? Nami immediately recognized the item. Indeed, this is a pointer that directs towards Alabasta. Robin beamed with delight. This was a highly secretive route, one that even the members of our company were unaware of, thus it is unlikely anyone would pursue you. There must be some ulterior motive. Though the timid Usopp was oblivious to the unfolding situation, his acute sense of danger alerted him to the troubling predicament suggested by the terms members and pursuit. Robin did not hasten to refute. Instead, she continued, your next island is called Little Garden, where it is highly probable you may face utter annihilation. Wouldn't that be a pity? To accept or to decline? Vivy clutched the eternal pointer tightly, her mind in turmoil, as it seemed Little Garden was a place of great significance. Yet could she trust this woman? Though she was deeply reluctant to accept a gift from her adversary, Vivy feared that her stubbornness might endanger the Straw Hat crew. However, Princess Vivy soon found herself relieved of her indecision, for the captain of the ship had made a choice for her. With a loud crack, the pointer was snatched from her hands by Luffy, who, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, crushed the eternal pointer into shards. Bam! Nami swiftly delivered a kick, sending Luffy sprawling, her shark-faced glare directed at Robin. You scoundrel, what if she meant well? Luffy, sitting up on the deck, ignored Nami and resolutely addressed Robin. The direction of the ship does not require your input. In Luffy's heart, this detestable woman, responsible for Ikelim's demise, could never be trusted. The waves of heat from that catastrophic explosion had yet to dissipate in his mind. Indeed, it is Luffy. Harriet, Solon could not help but smile faintly. Is that so? What a pity, Robin murmured with a sigh. I do not harbor any disdain for those with conviction. Should you manage to survive, we shall meet again. With that, Robin turned gracefully towards the ship's edge, leaving behind a captivating silhouette, entirely unperturbed by the possibility of them taking advantage of the moment. Truly, a person of extraordinary perceptiveness. Harriet cast a few glances at Robin, pondering whether this woman had discerned the true nature of the Straw Hat crew in such a brief encounter. They hardly resembled pirates at all. Chapter 42. Analysis in the vicinity of Whiskey Peak. Aboard a modest candlelit vessel, Mr. 3 lounged in a recliner, sipping tea while observing the fashionable duo across from him. So, have you failed your mission? He inquired casually. No, we merely encountered a slight mishap. The stylish pair quickly waved their hands, eager to distance themselves from the stigma of failure, for in Baroque Works, failure equated to annihilation. The mere thought of admitting defeat sent shivers down their spines. Mr. 3, we would greatly appreciate your assistance. Their next destination is Little Garden, and all we need to do is eliminate him there, Mr. 5 remarked with a charming smile. Oh, Mr. 3 squinted at the fashionable duo, his gaze dropping into silence. The duo exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Mr. 3's intentions. If we eliminate her, the credit will be yours, Miss Valentine asserted. Oh dear. How could I accept such a thing? We are all colleagues here, Mr. 3 responded with a grin. After a round of pleasantries, the fashionable duo returned to the cabin to rest. How foolish, Mr. 3 muttered, glancing at the snail phone and recalling the details of their mission. The bounty of 30 million berries on the Straw Hat Kid and 15 million on the Swift Harriet posed quite a dilemma. Mr. 3 narrowed his eyes, taken aback that the organization had assigned Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine to collaborate on this task. 45 million berries was indeed a sum worthy of attention, however. He was no fool like those two. The thought of those imbeciles unwittingly ceding their accomplishments to him brought a wave of satisfaction. Clearly, he was the intelligent mastermind. If you wish to savor the rice crackers, you must procure them yourself. Mr. 3 turned around only to find Miss Golden Week gazing at him with a longing expression, weakly uttering, so, this is how the matter transpired. Harriet perched upon the railing, observing Usopp and Sanji. Ah, how fortunate I am to have fallen asleep, he mused. Usopp, drenched in cold sweat, appeared utterly startled. Alas, what a pity, yet I believe I shall still have an opportunity to showcase my prowess, he lamented. Sanji, exhaling a plume of smoke with an air of nonchalance, remarked coolly, however, now that the slumbering knight has awakened, your safety is assured. Ultimately, Sanji decisively contorted himself like a noodle to court Nami's favor. Truly, a dashing display that lasts but 3 seconds. Harriet gazed silently at Sanji. Infatuation is an ailment that must be cured. Very well. Herrick covered his face and said, "Everyone, gather around. I have information regarding Crocodile." "Wait, Herrick. Do you possess information about Crocodile?" Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "How reliable indeed. That despicable half-fish fiend," Sanji remarked, a flame of jealousy igniting in his eyes. The 7 warlords drew Luffy and Zoro's attention, prompting them to approach eagerly. As both Crocodile and Dracula Mihawk were among the 7 warlords, they understood the gravity of the situation, having witnessed Mihawk's formidable strength. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was a user of the Logia-type devil fruit. Herrick glanced at the crowd and then spoke, "The Sansan fruit user. A wielder of the natural type, is nearly impervious to ordinary physical attacks." "What?" Sanji furrowed his brow. Having encountered Smoker, he was acutely aware of the difficulties posed by natural-type adversaries, when one is unable to strike the opponent, yet the opponent can freely assail them. The situation becomes exceedingly disadvantageous. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew immediately turned grave. Crocodile's bounty stands at 81 million berries, a sum that, in reality, is grossly understated for someone of his caliber. Thus, we cannot merely regard him as possessing 4 times the strength of a mere dragon. In my estimation, given his prowess, he should warrant a bounty of at least 200 million berries. Herrick gradually articulated his judgment. "Nanny." Usopp's face instantly turned pale. "At least 200 million. Terrifying. Ladies and gentlemen, I have contracted an incurable ailment that prevents me from venturing into the desert," Usopp gasped, collapsing to the ground while clutching his chest. This revelation further intensified the somber atmosphere among the Straw Hat pirates. Is it truly that dreadful? Upon hearing this, Vivy bit her lower lip tightly, clearly demonstrating that she was not entirely ignorant of Crocodile's terrifying nature. Nevertheless, Crocodile also harbored vulnerabilities. Herrick surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Just as he chose Alabasta as his stronghold, the desert significantly amplifies his power. However, he possesses a vulnerability akin to that of sand. He is terrified of water." At this juncture, the eyes of the crowd began to glimmer with a hint of hope. Indeed, he is not devoid of weaknesses. Such knowledge might offer a glimmer of chance. His devil fruit abilities have been honed to a level comparable to natural disasters, so if we are to confront him, we must never engage him directly with his own powers. Herrick paused momentarily and remarked, "However, even if we discover a method to counter Crocodile's fruit abilities, his strength should not be underestimated." The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while finding a way to restrain Crocodile was advantageous, the feasibility of its application remained uncertain. "Do not worry, we simply need to escort Vivy back to her homeland and then unveil his true nature," Nami said, forcing a smile. "Yes. All I require is a return to Alabasta," Vivy replied, her expression tinged with unease. "Natural disasters? How terrifying indeed." "Everything will be all right," Nami reassured. Sensing her own apprehension towards Crocodile might have unsettled Vivy, she gently patted Vivy's shoulder and smiled. "There will surely be a solution." "Oh, a dolphin." At that moment, Luffy glanced at Vivy, tilted his head in contemplation, and then pointed towards the ship's stern. "Look," Nami exclaimed, captivated by the dolphin leaping gracefully from the water. Its adorable demeanor instantly enchanting her. "How delightful." Vivy also turned her gaze to the back, finding that charming creatures always appealed to young women, and her spirits lifted considerably. Zoro and the others followed suit, feeling a slight alleviation of their previous tension. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What a clumsy attempt at diverting the conversation. Yet, as long as it works, that's what matters. Observing Vivy's attention being redirected, Herrick silently pondered whether he had been too discouraging. However, if Crocodile were to truly exhibit his top-tier prowess, this battle would indeed be precarious. That Oda fellow. Herrick silently cursed the once hallowed figure he had revered in his past life. How immense! Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air as the Straw Hat crew's foreheads nearly burst with astonishment. This dolphin was indeed colossal. It leaped gracefully over the Mary, casting an ominous shadow upon the vessel. With a resounding splash, a towering wave surged forth. "Oh well." Luffy erupted into laughter, his adventurous spirit ignited. "Let us flee." "Indeed, Captain," Zoro exclaimed joyously. Usopp and Sanji promptly sprang into action as well. Gah! Karu's face turned ashen with fright. After a flurry of activity, the Mary narrowly evaded the towering wave that threatened to drag it beneath the sea. "Hiki." Luffy chuckled, raising his right hand high. "How delightful." The captain's adventurous spirit was boundless. Such minor turbulence merely amused him, failing to instill fear. They were quite dependable in critical moments. Nami smiled as she handed the orange juice prepared by Sanji to Vivy. Vivy glanced at the Straw Hat crew, who had appeared reliable before but now seemed rather lackadaisical, and her mood brightened considerably. Midnight. Splash. Bare-chested, Harriet burst forth from the water, clutching a massive fish measuring nearly 3 meters in length. The abundance of large creatures here is astonishing. I wonder how the food chain is established in this realm. As Harriet grumbled, he hoisted the large fish onto the deck. Upon examining the creature, he contemplated that for an ordinary pirate crew of comparable size, this fish could suffice for several days. However, this ship was home to an astonishing number of voracious appetites. Harriet couldn't help but reminisce about himself, Luffy, and even Zoro and Sanji. He had originally assumed that only he and Luffy were the champions of gluttony, unaware that Zoro and Sanji also possessed formidable appetites. Each of them could consume a feast meant for 10. However, this realization allowed Harriet to comprehend their voraciousness. They were indeed members of the formidable Straw Hat crew, expending considerable energy in their adventures. Previously, they had to ration their provisions aboard the ship, but ever since Harriet's arrival, fish and meat had never been in short supply. Consequently, they began to indulge their appetites. After all, they were not like Luffy, who indiscriminately devoured every morsel of food in sight. I shall take care of this matter myself first. Harriet pondered for a moment and ultimately decided not to disturb Sanji. Although he was not a chef, he had no trouble handling fish. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated, followed by the appearance of a figure. It was Nami. Despite her soft footsteps, Harriet, whose senses had sharpened after acquiring the deadly flames, perceived her presence quite acutely. "You can help me become stronger, can't you?" Nami said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Harriet. Although Vivy's situation was an unfortunate incident, she believed that if they were to continue their voyage across these seas, they would inevitably encounter foes of that caliber. Therefore, after a brief pause, Nami continued, "Rather than waiting until it becomes a headache, it would be wiser to seek ways to grow stronger now. Yet, I am aware that I do not possess the same abilities as you extraordinary beings. I once thought that to gain strength, I could only rely on external means. However, if you have a solution, I implore you to assist me." In her earnestness, Nami bowed deeply to Harriet. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Little Garden Indeed. If one wished to grow stronger swiftly, external assistance was the only recourse. Haru nodded in agreement, firmly believing that both the X-gloves and the deadly fire could be considered external aids. However, once acquired, he was confident that his combat prowess would multiply several times over. He held a similar perspective regarding Nami. The weather stick, a remarkable invention by Usopp, became Nami's vital asset in the later stages of their journey. With it, she shone brilliantly during the events at Eni's lobby. Although they lacked the necessary resources at present, Haru had already initiated discussions on the concept back in Logue Town, enlisting Usopp's assistance in its creation. One cannot deny the abundance of advanced technologies in the pirate world. Just like the cyborg Frankie and the weather stick crafted by Usopp, Haru remained perplexed by the underlying principles and mechanisms of these inventions. Nevertheless, functionality was paramount. He did not need to comprehend their workings. Harriet raised his head and called out, "Eh?" Nami immediately looked up in surprise. Ahem. Usopp, who was on watch at the lookout, coughed lightly a couple of times before descending. Swish. Nami's face began to flush with embarrassment. She had been overheard. She had been seen. In an instant, Nami felt the urge to unleash her judgmental iron fist. Well. Harriet perceived the signs and quickly remarked, "Usopp could be of great assistance. If one wishes to grow stronger, his help is essential." Indeed, at this moment, Usopp dared not face Nami, fearing her wrath might lead her to deliver a beating. He hastily took refuge behind Harriet. Just then, Nami, shedding her earlier demeanor of a supplicant, raised an eyebrow and regarded Usopp. "Harriet had previously instructed me to craft a specialized weapon for you, using materials purchased with the 2 million berries I acquired in Logue Town," Usopp explained. Logue Town? Nami suddenly recalled, realizing that Usopp had indeed borrowed 2 million berries from her without divulging the reason at the time. Had it not been for Harriet's intervention, she would not have complied. This thought made Nami feel considerably embarrassed. "Thank you." Nami beamed at Harriet, her heart warming at the realization that he had considered creating a weapon for her to enhance her combat prowess so early on. Fortunately, Sanji was not present. One must admit, at that moment, Nami exuded a youthful charm that was quite captivating, causing Harriet to feel somewhat uneasy as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Achoo! In his slumber, Sanji sneezed, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of hostility. "You bastard!" With a swift kick, he struck Luffy squarely in the face. However, Luffy seemed unfazed and promptly bit Sanji's foot. Nevertheless, while it is imperative to rely on weapons to bolster one's strength, one must also enhance their physical condition. Harriet cast a glance at Nami and spoke. Enhance? Nami inquired curiously, looking at Harriet. What do you intend to do? Usopp, who was nearby, expressed his curiosity and asked. To improve one's physical prowess is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Doubling one's capabilities is indeed unattainable, but with my approach, it is feasible to enhance oneself by 20 to 30% within a month. Harriet remarked that the physical constitution of the people in this world surpasses that of his previous life by a great margin, with just a modicum of exercise. One can experience significant improvement. Take KB, for instance. Within merely half a year, he became capable of utilizing the shave technique. Yet, such envy is unfounded, for he is under the protection of the legendary hero, Carp. In contrast, I tread an uncharted path, relying solely on my own exploration. Moreover, the training environments differ vastly. Here, there is neither ample space nor a stable surface. The possibilities of what can be accomplished on this confined vessel are exceedingly limited. Harriet stroked his chin, contemplating whether to acquire a treadmill in Alabasta. Previously, he had purchased various models of barbells for training but had not considered this substantial piece of equipment. Moreover, it seemed that this contraption was non-existent in this world. With this thought in mind, Harriet felt it was indeed time to prioritize this matter. If he remained uncertain, he could commence his training regimen the very next day. Harriet chuckled, however. This method is rather excruciating. Excruciating. Usopp and Nami blinked in surprise. It appeared that this was no ordinary training regimen. Should Usopp give it a try? Harriet cast a glance at Usopp. Usopp, momentarily taken aback, blinked and then nodded. Even someone as timid as he longed for strength. On the 7th day after departing from Whiskey Peak, aboard the Mary, within the cabin, a chilling scream erupted from Usopp. On the deck, Vivy felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Although such cries had persisted for 6 days, she couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was occurring inside. He seemed to be in great agony. The foolish captain picked his nose while watching the cabin door. It's not merely a semblance, it is indeed the case, Sanji thought inwardly. However, Nami was also enduring her own torment. The night Sanji's ship was engulfed in flames. That scoundrel would soon pay dearly. To him, harming a lady was an unforgivable sin. Moreover, Nami had endured mistreatment before. Yet, the sounds of her moans were exquisite. Mused a certain noodle-loving character. Love-struck. Noted a certain swordsman. You're doomed. Declared a certain princess. What on earth? Murmured the perplexed captain, alongside an equally baffled Duck. Bang. Nami's forehead bulged with veins as she unleashed a powerful punch, causing a large bump to sprout on Sanji's head. After executing a flawless flip and landing with a thud on the deck, it was the iron fist of love, moaned a chef, oblivious to his fate. Clack. A high heel made intimate contact with Sanji's face. The cabin door creaked open. Usopp staggered out, looking as though he had been electrocuted. With a clap, Harriet flexed his wrist and stepped forward. Done. You bastard. If it didn't truly work, I would have killed you. Upon hearing this, Nami's mouth twitched violently. Remembering her experiences over the past few days, her fondness for Harriet plummeted by half. Even though he had meant well, the excruciating shocks she had endured were profoundly irritating. After these 6 days, she finally comprehended the essence of this so-called pain. In recent days, Harriet has been employing microcurrent stimulation on both individuals to enhance their musculature. Coupled with 5 hours of targeted exercise each day, their physical constitution has finally experienced a modest improvement. Their resilience has also seen a slight enhancement. However, it is evident that this process is far from comfortable. After all, Harriet, lacking extensive experience with human anatomy, employs rather rudimentary techniques. The methods he previously devised for stimulating his own body cannot be entirely applied to Usopp and Nami. As a half-fishman, his physiology differs from that of the two humans, resulting in subtle distinctions. Were it not for the superior physicality of the inhabitants of this world compared to his previous life, they would have likely succumbed to hidden ailments by now. Nevertheless, the current outcomes have indeed exceeded expectations. Harriet emerged, smiling at Nami. I never anticipated such a swift increase of 10%. However, it appears we must pause for a while. Although she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, Nami could not deny the efficacy of Harriet's methods. Clenching her fists, the inherently fragile Nami distinctly sensed the augmentation of her strength. Yet, as the adage goes, moderation is key. Indeed, a brief respite was necessary for her body to recuperate. This is all thanks to the superlative and nurturing dishes I meticulously prepared. Sanji, resembling a twisted noodle, his eyes sparkling with hearts, clasped his fist near his left cheek, gazing at Nami in hopes of receiving praise. Nami, unreserved in her admiration, beamed at him, nearly sending Sanji into a blissful swoon. Harrod had nearly developed an immunity to this fellow's infatuation, casually responding, "Indeed, indeed. The strength cultivated through personal effort is the most tangible." At that moment, Zoro grasped an iron rod, one end burdened with considerable weight. As he meticulously practiced fundamental sword techniques, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. In the perilous Grand Line, they had little time for training. Upon hearing this, Harrod broke into a sweat. Usopp and Nami were not like you, a fanatic of training, who had undergone extraordinary training since childhood. Alas, Harrod turned around, casting a casual glance ahead. What was that? Before him, an island gradually came into view, adorned with lush vegetation, its vibrant vitality palpable even from a distance. Ah! The second island has arrived. The Straw Hat crew also took notice of the island ahead. I can smell the scent of adventure, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. There was no doubt, this would be our next destination. Nami observed the log pose and remarked, "Mr. 3, you mentioned that the scoundrel Harrod would arrive at this island. Correct?" In the depths of Little Garden, amidst the dense jungle, a burly man with an X-shaped scar on his left cheek sat on a boat. Gazing at a man opposite him, clad in blue and white stripes, his hair tied in a three-pronged manner, with a lecherous expression. In a low voice, he said, "Of course." Mr. 3 took a sip of red tea, a strange smile curling his lips, for Harrod was indeed our common enemy. Behind Mr. 3 stood a fashionable duo, while Miss Golden Week quietly sat on a picnic blanket. Surrounding them on the deck were over 20 sailors who appeared anything but benign, each engaged in tasks such as polishing blades or caressing firearms, clearly not ordinary men. "That bastard who killed my brother. I will tear him apart." The burly man's voice was deep yet filled with a brutal murderous intent, bloodshot eyes glaring. "If he doesn't show up in 3 days, I will kill you." Mr. 3's fingers glided over the rim of his cup, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Rest assured, according to my estimates, they should arrive within 2 days. The notorious Little Garden, home to only 2 giants, was experiencing an influx of visitors, the highest number in decades. Chapter 44, The Affairs of Little Garden Bear Bess. Bounty 55 million berries, captain of the Bear Pirates. Observing Bess, the fashionable duo exchanged wary glances. Previously, they had deemed million-level bounties lacking in strength. But Harrod had taught them a harsh lesson. They quickly adjusted their mindset, scrutinizing Bess with newfound caution. "He does seem rather formidable." Seeing Bess's imposing stature, even the two, who possessed abilities, felt a twinge of apprehension. Beck. The burly Bess felt a surge of heartache at the thought of his brother. Gazing at the sky, he was plunged into memories. "We must survive." These were the words of young Bess to Beck after being kicked out of their family dojo, following their father's untimely death. With the dojo's demise, former disciples turned against them, seizing many of its assets. At just 10 years old, Bess bore the heavy burden of ensuring survival for himself and his 4-year-old brother. It's all their fault. This was the 5-year-old Beck's lament upon witnessing a dojo while wandering with Bess. To survive, Bess resorted to theft, robbery, and fighting, even inadvertently killing a man at 16. That man happened to be the son of a well-known dojo master, leading to a severe beating and a near-fatal encounter. Had Bess not been skilled and ruthless, both brothers would have perished. However, Bess was now marked with a bounty for murder, to safeguard his brother. He left at the tender age of 16 to become a pirate. It's all their fault. Beck had cried as he watched Bess depart. Survive. Bess had uttered only this to Beck. In the ensuing years, Bess fought tirelessly to survive at sea, occasionally sending money to Beck to ensure his younger brother's well-being. By the time Beck reached adulthood and gained the ability to defend himself, Bess had established a crew of his own, boasting a bounty of an astonishing 10 million in the East Sea. Upon entering the Grand Line, Bess thrived, and his bounty rose to the current 55 million. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he was nearing the Sabaody archipelago, he received news of his brother's murder. The thought ignited a fresh wave of murderous intent within him. "Captain!" Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the jungle. With a loud clap on the armrest, Bess stood up. "Vivy come." "Yes." The pirate nodded in affirmation. "All hands on deck," Bess bellowed. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the cabin. "You need not return to the East Sea now." The vice captain of the Bear Pirates emerged from the cabin. Wolf Claw Sains, bounty 32 million berries. The fashionable duo turned their attention to the vice captain as he appeared. With a total bounty of 87 million berries, this should suffice to deal with that lot, right? They thought to themselves. The vice captain Sains was a young man with golden hair, dressed modestly, equipped with claw-like gauntlets. "Of course, since he has arrived at the Grand Line, I must entertain him properly. Bess could not suppress a wicked grin. Previously, he had expressed a desire to return to the East Sea, but faced strong opposition from his crew. Though he managed to navigate back to the early stages of the Grand Line using a permanent log post, his crew erupted in discontent whenever he mentioned crossing the Calm Belt. What is the Calm Belt? Those pirates who had sailed the Grand Line for years were well aware. They had no intention of courting death, while Bess was furious at the crew's resistance. He valued these elite sailors whom he had painstakingly trained and did not wish to eliminate them. It was at this moment that Mr. 3 approached him. Do you wish to kill this man? Mr. 3 inquired upon meeting Bess. Seeing Mr. 3 holding Harriet's bounty poster, Bess was puzzled by how Mr. 3 knew of their enmity, but consumed by rage, he readily agreed to ally with him. This is quite a dense rainforest. Is this truly Little Garden? It hardly seems like a land that could host such a charming place. The timid duo speculated. Be cautious, Vivy said, eyeing her surroundings with trepidation. Miss All-Sunday's words made me somewhat anxious. Will monsters emerge? Usopp, the timid one, expressed his fear. Indeed. Without courage, even physical prowess is of little use. Harriet cast a glance at the duo. We ought to replenish our supply of fresh water and provisions. Sanji, exhaling smoke and crossing his arms with a nonchalant demeanor, was unperturbed by any potential danger, owing to his formidable prowess. Previously, at Whiskey Peak, they had not restocked at all, and continuing in such a manner was untenable. Who knew how long it would take to reach the next island? Furthermore, subsisting solely on fish was hardly ideal. Except for Luffy, of course. That fellow could devour anything as long as it was meat. With this thought, Sanji cast a fleeting glance at Luffy, who, oblivious to Sanji's presence, was gazing vacantly at the sky. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry echoed overhead. Ah! Nami exclaimed, covering her ears and looking up. What was that noise? It turned out to be merely a bird. Sanji pointed to the feathered creature behind them, chuckling. This is just an ordinary rainforest. But scarcely had he spoken when the Straw Hat crew was left astonished. Is that a lizard? They exclaimed. For the creature above sported feathers yet possessed the head of a lizard. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Can such a noise be heard in a typical rainforest? Nami questioned, her faith in reality wavering. That sounded like a volcanic eruption. Usopp shouted, covering his ears. Just then, a large tiger emerged by the riverbank, only to collapse lifelessly. This sight startled Nami. If the king of the jungle could perish so inexplicably, what fate awaited her? Oh. Luffy suddenly trembled, lowering his head as if suppressing something. What are you up to? Nami felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. She did not believe Luffy was the type to succumb to fear. Sanji, Pirate Bento. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed longingly into the depths of the jungle. I crave a pirate adventure. I feel an irresistible urge for exploration. Hey, Luffy, we only need to stay here quietly until our records are filled. After all, we're on our way to Alabasta, aren't we? Nami hurriedly interjected. Sanji, Pirate Bento. But alas, at that moment, Luffy was beyond restraint, brimming with vitality and utterly restless. At this moment, Harriet contemplated, should he allow Nami to be bitten? Although intervention was an option, how could he possibly approach Chopper? If she were not bitten, how would she forge a connection with Chopper? He considered the possibility of using himself as a test subject, yet Harriet harbored little confidence. After all, he was a creature who had never fallen ill. Perhaps it is best to let nature take its course. Harriet relinquished his thoughts at once. Before long, only Harriet, Usopp, and Nami remained aboard the vessel. Fortunately, Harriet was still present. The timid duo expressed their heartfelt relief. Had it been just the two of them, they would likely have succumbed to their own fears. The little garden seemed familiar somehow. Nami suddenly furrowed her brow and remarked, without hesitation. She prepared to set off for a closer inspection. Upon witnessing this, Harriet casually remarked, the term Little Garden is derived from the notion that this island resembles a quaint garden for its inhabitants. The timid duo immediately turned their gazes in response. Wait a moment. This description seems to resonate with me. Nami's complexion paled slightly, as if she recalled a travelogue she had once perused. Harriet suddenly turned his gaze towards the depths of the jungle. What is the matter? Usopp felt a jolt of anxiety in his heart. Someone. Harriet squinted his eyes. Ever since he developed the electric abilities of the Fishman, his perceptual capabilities have been continuously enhancing. Although he cannot perceive things through electrical pulses, his five senses have ascended to a remarkably elevated realm. While he cannot achieve the effects of observation haki within a radius of 50 meters, he can still discern the presence of animals through subtle signs, provided he focuses his awareness. These are not giants. And there are indeed many humans. Harriet cast a casual glance, only to discover nearly 10 individuals lurking in the shadows. It was not solely Mr. 3 and his companions. Harriet found it peculiar that such a multitude of people occupied this small garden. Was it the butterfly effect? But where could all these individuals have come from? Harriet was utterly perplexed. Little did he know that this was related to his unfortunate encounter with Beck in the East Sea. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The trees along the riverbank were being relentlessly shattered, and Harriet could distinctly smell the sap of the broken wood. A giant. Harriet looked up and his heart skipped a beat. It was enormous. The sheer size of the colossal figure, upon closer inspection, was truly incomparable in its visual impact. Ah! The timid duo stood agape, their tongues trembling like waves. Do you have any alcohol? The giant inquired, smiling as if parting tall trees like mere weeds. A little bit. Usopp replied, drenched in cold sweat and quaking in his voice. Is that so? Splendid. The giant beamed with a naive smile upon receiving the affirmative response. Suddenly, the giant let out a tremendous roar, startling the timid duo to the brink of fainting. Turning around, he discovered a reckless Tyrannosaurus biting his rear. Enraged, he swiftly swung his axe, decapitating the beast, and raised his battle axe high, proclaiming to the heavens, I, Baroque, am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. The thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly. P.S. 3K. P.S. 2. It seems that the infamous pirate crocodile is nearing his end. Everyone is ready to take him down. After all, the showdown with the president is on the horizon. Chapter 45. Once, an opportunity lay before me. Meat is ready. Allow me to treat you, my guests. The giant Baroque turned back with a grin. Upon glancing back, he was momentarily taken aback. There lay the timid duo sprawled on the deck, feigning death, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably, unmistakable to any discerning eye. Harriet gazed at the two individuals in silent disbelief. For heaven's sake, giants are not bears. What purpose does feigning death serve? Moreover, your acting skills are utterly inadequate. I must say, how amusing humans can be. A fleeting, enigmatic glimmer danced in Harriet's eyes. A guest? Baroque immediately turned his gaze toward the soul-conscious figure, Harriet. Huh. Harriet gazed up at the giant with a smile and said, Since you have sincerely invited us, we shall not refuse your kind offer. The timid duo immediately shed tears of despair. Oh. Harriet suddenly glanced to the side. What is it? Baroque inquired, looking over as well, yet seeing nothing. Oh. It's nothing, merely an illusion, he replied. Harriet waved his hand dismissively, yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Who could it be? Behind a grand tree. 50 meters from the Mary, Mr. 5 slightly shrank back, casting a fearful glance at Harriet. What an astonishing intuition. I nearly got discovered. Mr. 5 felt a surge of frustration. The task assigned by Mr. 3 remained unfulfilled. Indeed, Mr. 5 had come here to deal with the giant, but not through direct confrontation, rather. He intended to employ subterfuge. Nevertheless, Harriet's keen perception swiftly dismantled his plans. At this rate, he could not approach them at all. How could he execute his ambush? From an extreme distance? That was not feasible. Curse be it. Mr. 5 simmered with anger. This fellow might invoke Mr. 3's wrath. The mere thought of Mr. 3's power sent a shiver down his spine. He was already in a precarious position. Killing him could be deemed an accomplishment. Regardless, with a resolve, Mr. 5 decided to retreat for now, seeking another opportunity to strike. Harriet could not contend with this alone, especially with a giant present as well. Casting one last glance at the Mary, Mr. 5 quietly withdrew, ensuring to signal the other pirates to vacate the area. They vanished into the shadows. Harriet moved the barrel of wine, and when he once again attuned himself with careful scrutiny, he found that all traces of human presence had vanished. What a nuisance indeed! Harriet cast a few glances at the timid duo, who were still feigning death. He remained here to protect the giant from potential treachery. Yet he was taken aback to discover the presence of a third party on the island. Who could it be? Harriet felt a sense of unease. The events had deviated from his recollection, and the disruption of the narrative's advantage was quite unsettling. I must conduct a thorough investigation soon. Harriet intends to wait until the giants have exchanged the barrels of wine before venturing forth to investigate. He cannot place his trust solely in Nami and Usopp. Hey, how much longer are you two going to keep up this act? Harriet covered his face and said, Giants do not consume humans. Huh. The duo slightly opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and then pondered earnestly. It seems Harriet possesses a deeper understanding of the great waterway than we do. So, do giants truly refrain from consuming humans? Contemplating this, the two decided to place their trust in Harriet, for he is undoubtedly the most dependable person aboard the vessel. With this thought, they rose to their feet. declaring themselves as valiant warriors of the sea. Upon seeing Harriet, Usopp felt a surge of confidence, his eyes wide and legs trembling as he spoke. "You fool!" Nami exclaimed, covering her face. "How can you be persuasive like this?" "Haha!" Baroque bellowed with a booming laugh. "You are indeed amusing guests." A short while later, they arrived at the home of the giant Baroque. It was scarcely a home at all, devoid of any structure, merely a peculiar mountain. Yet, Harriet was aware that this mountain was the transformed remains of a fallen sea king. The sizzling sound of dinosaur meat crackling over the flames filled the air, as Baroque presented a roast nearly 2 meters tall before Harriet and his companions. "It's ready, dig in." Baroque warmly invited. "Don't hold back, the dinosaur meat is exquisite." The timid duo shivered at the thought, casting a furtive glance aside. "Human bones," they thought, tears brimming in their eyes as they lamented. "You promised we wouldn't eat humans." Their gazes, filled with resentment, turned toward Harriet. However, he was oblivious to their distress, as a crucial realization struck him. It seemed that Elbaf, the island of giants, was likely located in the New World. "Oda, please don't let me down, TT. The New World. A realm where the users of Haki are most concentrated." This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Harriet. Was he just pondering how to train in Haki? Here stood a potential ally who might possess knowledge of it. With this in mind, Harriet could no longer contain himself. "By the way, my good sir, do you possess knowledge of Haki?" Harriet tilted his head in inquiry, for the giant's stature was indeed imposing. Kabang, kabang, kabang. Brooke was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "I never imagined that even in the first half of the Grand Line, there would be those familiar with Haki." "Haki?" Nami and Usopp tilted their heads, somewhat perplexed by the term. Did the giant exude an aura of power? It was certainly evident, for in the New World, Haki was an essential skill for the formidable. Brooke remarked with a smile. Oh. Harriet's eyes sparkled ever more brilliantly. How splendid. The formidable presence. A latent power possessed by all humanity in the world of pirates is an innate ability akin to instinct, embodying charisma and intimidation. Yet, the vast majority remain oblivious to this power, often failing to harness it throughout their entire lives. "So, does this mean you have it too, uncle?" Harriet was somewhat taken aback. Perhaps encountering this Haki here would facilitate its learning in the future. What exactly is Haki? Observing Harriet's elation, it was evident that it was something beneficial, yet the duo remained entirely perplexed by the term. Naturally, Baroque once more threw back his head in laughter, exuding a sense of pride. After all, the population in this area was quite sparse, making it a rarity for anyone to venture here. Harriet's eyes brimmed with excitement. Yet he understood that this was not the appropriate moment to inquire about mastering the art of dominance, especially given their lack of familiarity. However, perhaps once they had shared some experiences and their bond had deepened, it would be acceptable to seek guidance then. A dark thought suddenly surged within Harriet's mind. With a sharp clap, he unexpectedly struck himself across the face. How could I entertain such thoughts? At that moment, Nami, Usopp, and Bragi were momentarily taken aback. Why would he hit himself? Hiki. Upon witnessing the situation, Harriet chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "It's nothing, just a mosquito." "There's a situation." The duo immediately cast a vacant glance at Harriet. "Hiki, meat." Harriet deftly shifted the conversation, seizing a generous portion of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. This action, surprisingly, lifted Nami's spirits considerably. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Stealing a glance at the skeleton, Nami endeavored to quell the turmoil within her heart and inquired, "Mr. Bragi, may I pose a question to you?" Bragi, who had been savoring his meal, glanced down at her and replied, What is it, young lady? What is the duration required for the record on this island to be filled?" Nami asked, articulating the most pressing question of the moment. 1 year, Bragi responded casually. Upon hearing this, both Nami and Usopp collapsed in disbelief. 1 year. To remain in this wretched place for an entire year, they exclaimed in unison. "No way." Clang, clang, clang. Bragi chuckled heartily at their amusing reaction. What an entertaining response indeed. 1 year. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Harriet's eyes. Remaining here to master the art of dominance seemed rather enticing. Upon reflection, however, this revelation felt akin to falling into a deep pit. How absurd, learning such prowess in this very place. Yet, alas, one could not linger for too long. Curse be Oda. Author's expression, where has the once admired figure gone? Chapter 46, The Rampaging Bear. Following this, Baroque recounted to Usopp the circumstances that led him to this location. It transpired that he had been engaged in a duel with another giant, a contest that had persisted for a century without a victor. When Usopp inquired about the motive behind this prolonged conflict, Baroque admitted he had long forgotten. This revelation instantly commanded Usopp's respect for the giant. Usopp's aspiration was to become a valiant warrior of the sea, and Baroque's spirit of fighting for honor resonated deeply within him. Suddenly, a volcanic eruption occurred. Upon witnessing the cataclysm, Baroque sprang to his feet. The eruption of the central volcano signified the signal to resume their duel. With a hearty laugh, Baroque strode towards the battlefield. Should we make our escape now? Nami hesitated, observing Baroque engaged in combat with the other giant, though fearsome giants intimidated her. The determination evident in Herod and Usopp suggested they were not inclined to depart easily. How impressive! Usopp marveled at Baroque, recognizing the essence of a true man's battle. What on earth? Nami clearly struggled to comprehend. To illustrate, those two individuals had planted within their hearts a flag known as warrior, a banner more precious than life itself. They would never allow that flag to be torn asunder. Thus, in order to safeguard it, they had fought each other for a century. Do you grasp this? This is the true honor of warriors. Usopp declared with a serious demeanor, arms crossed. I have no interest in this, Nami retorted, utterly unable to fathom the romantic notions of men. Do not fear him. Giants truly do not consume humans. Herod reiterated once more, of course. If there are indeed some deviants, he would be powerless to stop them. Moreover, our departure from this island will likely necessitate the assistance of Uncle Baroque. Herod continued, indeed. How could someone like him ever resort to cannibalism? At that moment, Usopp became the staunchest supporter of Baroque, embodying the very essence of the brave warrior of the sea that I so fervently aspired to be. Nami sighed and took a seat. Realizing that these two had no intention of departing, she felt it was unwise to traverse this perilous ancient island, and thus she inquired, So, you intend to become a giant? Are you even grasping the essence of what I am saying? Usopp's expression morphed into that of a startled shark. Heh. Herod could not help but chuckle. How amusing indeed. Deep within the thickets of a small garden, in a peculiar white cubic house. For senior agents of the Baroque Works were presently gathered. What do you mean? Mr. 5 inquired of Mr. 3, perplexed as to why they sought cooperation with pirates, which seemed contrary to the tenets of their organization. Humph. Mr. 3 took a sip of red tea and scoffed. A failure in a mission has no right to question me. Not only Mr. 5, but Miss Valentine also furrowed her brow, irritated with this scoundrel. If only we could take him on, he would surely pay. In light of your ignorance, allow me to share my plan. Mr. 3 smirked cunningly and produced several wanted posters. The Violent Bear Pirates, with a bounty of 55 million berries for Violent Bear Bess, and 32 million berries for Wolf Claw Sains, along with several minor characters each with bounties exceeding 1 million, totaling a staggering 87 million berries. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, led by the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D, Luffy with a bounty of 30 million berries, and the Shadow Herret with 15 million berries, amount to a total of 45 million berries. And those two giants, surprisingly, the wanted notices from a century ago are still valid. Blue Demon Dory with a bounty of 100 million berries, and Red Demon Broggy likewise with 100 million berries. Haha. Mr. 3 exaggeratedly spread his arms and laughed heartily. Do you realize the magnitude of this fortune? 333 million berries. How could we possibly ignore such wealth? He continued. If we can orchestrate a mutual annihilation between the Violent Bear Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, and then procure the heads of those two foolish giants, I would instantly amass a considerable fortune. Perhaps too pleased with his scheme, Mr. 3 inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. Me. The fashionable duo furrowed their brows. Cough, cough. Mr. 3 quickly regained his composure and insisted, this is the wealth of our organization. Although he could profit immensely from it, Mr. 3 was not foolish enough to overlook the attention such as some would attract from higher authorities, as the organization required funds for various endeavors. Crunch, crunch. The only sound left was Miss Golden Week's crisp chewing. Well, I shall not pursue your fault for now. At this moment, the Violent Bear Pirates have confirmed the presence of Herod, and we must incite them to confront the Straw Hat Kid and the Bounty Hunter. Yes, yes. Let us first deal with the stragglers. Mr. 3 adjusted his attire and stepped outside. The fashionable duo exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. It appears all is well. Casting a glance at the erupting volcano once more, Herod exhaled in relief. Perhaps his presence had deterred Mr. 5 from any nefarious intentions, as he had yet to arrive. However, those figures have piqued my curiosity. Contemplating the inexplicably emerging characters, Herod frowned. Such matters beyond his control were indeed quite vexing. Rustle. Rustle. Step. Step. Click. A faint sound emerged. Someone approaches. Herod suddenly fixed his gaze upon the thicket to the right. The sounds were somewhat chaotic, suggesting that there were more than just a few individuals present. What could they possibly want? Harriet suddenly rose to his feet, his mind instantly alert. What is the matter? Usopp, who had been admiring the duel, noticed Harriet's strange behavior and inquired. Nami also turned her gaze in his direction. Someone is coming. Harriet spoke succinctly. Suddenly, two individuals were taken aback, surprised to encounter another group in the small garden. It was highly probable that they were adversaries. Harriet spoke in a low voice. Adversaries? The timid duo was immediately alarmed. Could it be that the pursuers from the Baroque workshop had arrived? Just then, a burly man with a scarred face emerged from the thicket. At a cursory glance, he appeared to stand at least 2 meters tall, and his robust physique indeed exuded an intimidating presence. Violent Bear Bess. Harriet was momentarily taken aback. Since entering the Grand Line, he had paid considerable attention to the notorious pirates, diligently perusing the bounty posters and clipping news articles from newspapers, enabling him to recognize the captain poised to complete the first leg of his voyage. Upon seeing Bess, Harriet instinctively became more vigilant. According to the reports, this individual was quite formidable. Although his bounty was a mere 55 million berries, he had consistently implemented a rigorous selection policy. The newspapers indicated that he had resided in the Grand Line for 4 years, annually recruiting new crew members, yet his ship's complement always numbered merely in the dozens. Reports suggested that he subjected his recruits to ruthlessly intense training, resulting in the deaths of nearly half of them. This brutal approach was precisely why he garnered significant attention from the Navy. While many pirates existed, few understood the importance of nurturing a solid foundation. A pirate of this caliber would undoubtedly not be an inconsequential adversary in the future. Consequently, the Bear Pirates were relentlessly pursued by the Navy. Whenever news of their whereabouts surfaced, naval forces would swiftly mobilize. However, the Bear Pirates excelled at evasion, frequently hiding on a small island for months, making them exceedingly difficult to track down. Harriet had seen in the newspaper that the Navy seemed inclined to raise the bounty on Captain Base. Captain Base, may I inquire about your purpose for being here? Harriet extended his left hand to signal a protective gesture towards Nami and Usopp. Although they did not comprehend the significance of the name Bess, they sensed an imminent danger from Harriet's actions. This individual is perilous. Observing Harriet's demeanor, it was evident that the adversary possessed the potential to inflict harm, capable of breaching Harriet's defenses. The timid duo swallowed nervously. How frightening. Harriet, with his head bowed, uttered in a deep voice, "You are formidable." Upon hearing this, Harriet's heart sank immediately. The tone was far from complimentary, and the palpable aura of murderous intent was unmistakable. It seemed inevitable that a fierce battle was on the horizon. Rustling sounds emerged as over 30 individuals poured out from behind Bess, armed with either guns or knives. Though their attire varied, each one exuded an air of formidable prowess. Harriet took a deep breath, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. How did Mr. 3 manage to persuade him? Moreover, wasn't he nearly at the Sabaody archipelago? Why was he here? Although a multitude of questions swirled in his mind, now was not the time for inquiries. Nami, Usopp, exercise caution. Those individuals are no ordinary pirates. Take care of yourselves. Harriet, without a glance back, spoke swiftly. The two understood that a crisis was at hand and promptly drew their weapons. What on earth is happening? Usopp's voice trembled as he anxiously regarded the individual before them. Are they here for revenge? Nami speculated. I have no recollection of offending him, Harriet replied. You certainly have offended me, Bess interjected, his eyes flashing with menace as he fixed his gaze upon the three. Oh. The timid duo jumped back in fright. What a terrifying gaze. Bess, known as the Violent Bear, with a bounty of 55 million berry, declared, I have never encountered you before. As Harriet remained vigilant, he donned the X-gloves with precision. 55 million. That was nearly 3 times greater than the Wicked Dragon. At this moment, both Nami and Usopp were on the verge of tears. Had they barely arrived at the second island only to encounter trouble? Author's face. Is it my fault? This is the beginning of chapter 47, The Crisis in the Little Garden. This situation must certainly surpass that of the insufferable chef. Zoro exerted himself to drag the Triceratops back, contemplating quietly. The surroundings were eerily silent, the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees. There was a palpable aura of menace. Click. Zoro promptly grasped his sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. His gaze scanned the area slowly, seemingly detecting nothing. Yet, the swordsman Zoro was exceedingly confident in his ability to sense danger. Such a murderous intent could not escape him, especially given its intensity. Truly, he was a formidable swordsman. Noticing Zoro's heightened alertness, Sains realized that a surprise attack would be futile, and thus he stepped forward. Who are you? Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword without a hint of courtesy. Observing the man emerging from behind a large tree, Zoro scrutinized him closely. He had golden hair and claws reminiscent of Wolverine. A cursory glance revealed that this individual favored a close combat style. However, I seem to have an aversion to blondes. Zoro squinted, recalling a certain infatuated chef, Russell. At that moment, 6 pirates dashed out from behind Saints, each drawing their blades towards Zoro. Among the Straw Hat pirates, aside from the 2 of them, it seemed Zoro was the most formidable. Saints remarked, among the Straw Hats. Aside from the bounty Luffy and Harrod, Zoro's reputation is the most significant. Huh? Zoro displayed a wicked grin. Is that so? They seem to have overlooked that infatuated chef. Although he often clashed with Sanji, the chef's combat prowess was indeed commendable, especially considering the presence of the timid duo. I hope those 2 aren't in trouble. Zoro's concern surfaced as his gaze flickered. Though he typically regarded those 2 with disdain, they were still comrades. Charge. Saints commanded with a wave of his hand, not one to waste words. With that order, the 6 pirates surged toward Zoro. Click. Zoro swiftly unsheathed his sword, revealing his 3-sword style. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 pirates simultaneously swung their blades at Zoro. Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Their formation, their strength, their determination, none of it resembled that of ordinary pirates. Clang, clang, clang. Zoro hurriedly swung his dual blades to defend himself. What immense power. They are far from ordinary pirates. They are stronger than the Navy. Zoro began to regard these foes with newfound respect. Though he was stronger and could dispatch them swiftly, their tenacity certainly caught his attention. With Harrod around, there should be no issue. Zoro thought of Usopp and the others, furrowing his brow. He swung his sword forcefully, unleashing an eagle wave. Swish. A sharp gust accompanied the swing of his dual blades, knocking down the assailants. Impressive, Saints exclaimed, taking a closer look at Zoro. He was astonished to discover such a formidable individual in the East Blue. Though these pirates were weak, they would command a bounty of at least 1 million in the East Blue. Hearing Saints' praise, Zoro felt no joy. Are they really just ordinary pirates? How can even ordinary pirates be so powerful? Zoro pointed his sword at Saints, declaring, I possess far more than this. Clang. Boom. Meanwhile, Broggy was locked in a fierce battle with Dory, completely unaware of the trouble that had befallen his guest. However, after fighting for over a century, their instincts guided their movements. This simply wouldn't do. Mr. 3, lurking nearby, grinned maliciously, allow me to lend you a hand. Witness my wax liquid. Extending his right hand forward, a torrent of wax suddenly erupted from his palm, swiftly surging toward Dory's feet. Whoosh. Just then, Broggy charged fiercely at Dory. Dory instinctively braced himself. Dory was suddenly taken aback, realizing his feet had become immobilized. With his feet rendered useless, his hands faltered as well. What is happening? Broggy's eyes widened. He couldn't fathom how Dory had made such a blunder after battling for so many years. Crack. However, the momentum of his swing could not be halted. The axe struck Dory squarely, blood gushing forth. Boom. Dory collapsed under the blow. The god of Elbaf. Dory lost consciousness, as both he and Broggy had been targeting each other's vital points, naturally resulting in severe blows. 7-3-4-6-7 battles, 1 victory. Broggy was somewhat incredulous. Had he really won so easily? What just happened? Broggy laughed and cried simultaneously. In what should have been a moment of joy, he felt no happiness at all. Ah. Mr. 3 guffawed nearby, sipping his tea. You should be delighted with your victory. Who are you? Broggy instinctively asked, still engulfed in the grief of losing a friend. Completely oblivious to the fact that this individual might be an enemy. Dory's residence. What is happening? Luffy, who had been spectating, abruptly stood up, fixated on the battlefield. Just moments ago, it was a stalemate. How had the tide shifted so suddenly? Uncle Dory. Seeing Dory fall, Vivy instinctively covered her mouth. I must go see, Luffy announced, preparing to move. Just then, he spotted the flamboyant duo, trailed by a dozen others. It's you guys. Luffy clearly recalled Nami mentioning that they were foes. There is no need to go. With Mr. 3 here, those 2 giants will be dealt with swiftly. We must repay you for your favor at Whiskey Peak. Mr. 5 spoke gravely. Broggy's master. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. He won? His condition seems rather peculiar. With a fleeting glance, Harrod discerned that Baroque appeared unable to move. Harrod suddenly recalled this individual. However, one must wonder, does Uncle Baroque possess the ability of observation haki? Or is it utterly ineffective? Harrod speculated, yet Bess granted him little time for contemplation, lunging forward in an instant. Bang! Bess's fist struck the very spot where Harrod had just been seated, shattering the fallen tree with a single blow. What an astonishing display of strength. At the moment of the impending attack, Harriet swiftly evaded, shouting, "Run." With so many people present, it was perilous for Nami and Usopp to remain. The cowardly duo glanced fearfully at the pirates charging toward them and immediately nodded before fleeing. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed as 6 pirates swiftly pursued them. Harriet silently watched them flee. Worried about them? Beth flexed her wrists, dismissing the thought, for they would soon encounter each other in the netherworld. Their vitality, however, was remarkably resilient. Harriet smiled faintly, and after all, their ability to survive had indeed improved significantly. Is that so? Beth sneered. Chapter 48. The Smoke of War Begins. Bang. At that moment, Beth struck a tree with a powerful punch, and the tree was instantly shattered. Whoosh. Harriet effortlessly evaded the attack. At this moment, the battlefield had shifted to the depths of the jungle. Damn it. Bess roared in anger. Possessing great strength and commendable skill, Bess unfortunately lacked the speed of Harriet. Although Harriet had not mastered the art of shaving, years of practice had endowed him with a speed that far exceeded that of the average person. Consequently, Harriet now relied solely on his swiftness to elude Best's pursuit. Capture him, Best bellowed, initially intent on personally dispatching the scoundrel, only to be taken aback by the astonishing speed at which Harriet was fleeing. Upon Best's command, his band of pirates sprang into action, charging towards Harriet. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground beside Harriet's foot. Harriet hastily concealed himself behind a tree. Was it not said that they were to capture him alive? Why then did they resort to gunfire? Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the jungle. So many people. Upon Harriet's glance, he beheld the emergence of over 30 individuals. Goodness! Such a multitude. Harriet could not help but exclaim, did the newspaper not state that this pirate crew consists of merely a few dozen members? He was well aware that the Savage Bear pirate crew also had a vice captain named Sains. If Sains were to bring along his men, there would be at least 100 of them. Just then, a pirate suddenly leaped forward, swiftly brandishing his blades at Harriet. Harriet reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the impending danger. To his astonishment, the pirate unexpectedly leaped backward, leaving Harriet momentarily stunned. What was happening? Boom. Another shot rang out, but this time it was not a bullet. A massive net surged toward Harriet, threatening to ensnare him. Should he be caught, the battle would come to an abrupt conclusion. Bang! Harriet felt a surge of alarm. And without hesitation, he broke off a branch and hurled it forcefully towards the large net, bringing it crashing to the ground. However, this delay allowed more individuals to draw near. Among them was Bess. Infuriating. This situation could not persist. He must first eliminate these pirates. Harriet could not help but furrow his brow. While he was indeed capable of running away, the thought of them potentially shifting their focus to pursue Nami was rather concerning. Although their interaction was brief, Harriet discerned that these seemingly ordinary pirates were, in fact, far from typical. They were several times stronger than the average pirate. While this posed little difference for himself and Luffy, it would spell significant trouble for Nami and her companions. If an additional dozen or so were to join, they would likely face considerable peril. Fortunately, the weather staff has been completed. A glimmer of light flashed in Harriet's eyes. Owing to him, Usopp had been crafting the weather stick since their time in Rogue Town, and just 2 days prior, he had successfully completed it and handed it over to Nami. Now let this serve as a test of his achievement. Harriet focused intently on confronting these adversaries. After rigorous training, while it might be difficult to quantify the enhancement in combat prowess for Nami and the others, their ability to survive had certainly improved. Then came the electric mode. With a low growl, Harriet's figure abruptly transformed, rising by 30 centimeters and crackling with electricity. Bess paused momentarily, sensing a power user? However, Bess was unfazed by any ability user. Though he had refrained from engaging in combat in recent years, his strength remained formidable. Let us begin with these fellows. Harriet leaped onto the tree with a swift motion, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Although he wished to contend with Base first, he recognized that the latter was no weakling. Their brief skirmish had already shown that he began to fall into a disadvantage within mere exchanges. Under such circumstances, even if he were to triumph, he would still be plagued by the presence of these pirates. How swift! The pirates under Base were taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Harriet had vanished and reappeared atop the tree. Do not hold back, Base commanded loudly, realizing that capturing an ability user alive was impractical. And he doubted the strength of his subordinates to defeat the opponent. The advantage of numbers would be significantly diminished against a power user. However, fortunately, he was an animal-type ability user. At first glance, Harriet's transformation might lead one to believe he possessed an animal-type fruit. Generally, Animal-type users lack substantial area attack capabilities. Thus, the numerical advantage would not be excessively compromised. Eliminate them all at once. Parrot, perched atop the tree, took a deep breath and glanced at the gloves on his hands, his gaze sharpening with intensity. With a sudden burst of speed, an array of Harrots, shimmering with a brilliant blue light, materialized before the astonished pirates. Where could they be? The pirates, taken aback, found themselves unable to discern their foe, leaving them at a loss for how to mount an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Harrot appeared before the three pirates and, before they could react, unleashed a flurry of 3 punches that sent them flying. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted, and bullets were hurled towards Harrot. Whoosh! Harrot leapt abruptly into the air, narrowly evading the bullet. Fool! The pirates regarded him, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. In midair, he had no means to propel himself further. Yet, seizing such a splendid opportunity, the armed pirates immediately opened fire. Suddenly, a faint blue glow emanated from beneath Harrot's feet. With a swift utterance, concentrated flames erupted forth, propelling him rapidly towards a pirate wielding a knife. What? The pirate stared in astonishment. Could he actually fly? Die. As Harrot sped towards him, the pirate swung his blade downwards towards his head. Clang! Harrot shielded himself with the back of his hand against the blade, having previously anticipated encounters with foes wielding knives when he commissioned his gloves. The gem embedded in the back of his hand not only possessed the capacity to store electricity, but its hardness rivaled that of steel. Indeed, this particular feature rendered the gloves exceptionally valuable. What? The knife-wielding pirate gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how a mere hand could deflect a blade. How could this be possible? Fortunately, the seasoned Bess quickly reacted, prompting the pirate to retreat. However, Harrot was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he seized the edge of the knife. 10,000 volts, discharge. Before the pirate could fully comprehend the situation, an intense electric current rendered him unconscious. Damn it! Observing this, many pirates broke into a cold sweat, shouting as they charged forward. Whoosh! Yet again, Harrot dashed away, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Swish! Bang! Bang! Numerous pirates futilely struck at the illusions. 600 electric punches. In a blur of rapid movement, Harrot unleashed a flurry of punches, incapacitating 7 more pirates in mere seconds. Fire! Harrot reappeared before the pirates, with blue flames erupting from his hands, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles. Bang! Ah! Instantly, numerous pirates screamed in agony. How noisy! At that moment, Sanji arrived at an odd white cubicle house, glancing around the surrounding jungle. It seemed rather loud, didn't it? However, the peculiar nature of the place intrigued him. After a moment's contemplation, Sanji stepped into the white cubicle house. Curiously, he peered inside. Just then, the snail phone rang, and without a moment's hesitation, Sanji answered. Is this your doing? At this moment, Luffy, clutching Mr. 5, approached the battlefield step by step, glaring furiously at Mr. 3. You are the one who has sullied this duel. Moments earlier, during his battle with Mr. 5, Luffy had learned that the cause of Don Lee's defeat was none other than the scheming Mr. 3. This revelation infuriated Luffy. This was a sacred duel, and these rascals dared to interfere. In a flurry of moves, he swiftly dispatched the flamboyant duo, dragging Mr. 5 to the scene. There, only the fallen Don Lee and the tea-sipping duo of Mr. 3 and Mississippi Golden Week remained, while Broggy had vanished without a trace. Oh, Mr. 3 chuckled, a gleam of amusement in his eyes as he regarded the unconscious Mr. 5. What a useless fellow, defeated once again, truly a fool blinded by his own abilities. His gaze shifted to Luffy, a sinister smile curling his lips. Your opponent is not me. Luffy clearly struggled to comprehend this statement. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed behind Luffy. Whoosh! The gust of wind howled as the enormous figure lunged at him. Bang! Luffy was sent flying. Crash! Crash! Bang! He collided with 3 towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Broggy. Having witnessed battles before, Luffy recognized his opponent. Striking him held no effect. He rose to his feet, eyes wide with fury. Why did you attack me, you bastard? Did you do something to him? Luffy bellowed at Mr. 3, his instincts sharp as ever. Oh. Mr. 3 replied with a mischievous tone. Why not consider that he collaborated with me to slay that giant bastard? He would never do such a thing. Luffy glared, incredulous. How could a being imbued with such a sense of honor stoop to underhanded tactics for victory? Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp sprinted desperately through the jungle, not daring to pause. Why is it you? Usopp nearly sobbed. Bastard. That's what I should be saying. You're so unreliable. Without needing to say more, Nami understood Usopp's meaning. Why was she, such a weakling, paired with him? She bared her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side, thrusting a blade. Wah! Ah! The timid duo screamed in fright, but their training bore fruit. Nami and Usopp leaped aside in unison, counterattacking. Whack! Nami blocked the strike with her staff, while Usopp seized the opportunity to shoot back. Deadly lead star. Whoosh! Bang! The assailant was swiftly taken down. The timid duo stood momentarily stunned. Was he truly so weak? Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates behind them were equally taken aback. The pirates present had undergone brutal training, surpassing even naval soldiers, yet they had fallen to these two seemingly inconsequential individuals. Kill. Nevertheless, the pirates quickly remembered their mission and lunged at the timid duo. Faced with the fierce onslaught, the duo's confidence evaporated, and they fled. Weather stick. At that moment, Nami produced her 3-section weather stick from seemingly nowhere. Usopp glanced over. You can use it now? Of course. Nami replied confidently, then transformed her expression into one of fury as she smacked Usopp on the head. You idiot. You added a bunch of unnecessary functions. It turned out Usopp had foolishly modified the weather stick for party entertainment, a fact that Nami, having spent 2 days with it, had discovered. Usopp scratched his head sheepishly. At least it has combat functions. Bang. Bang. At that moment, the gun-wielding pursuers opened fire. Wah! The timid duo hastily ducked behind a tree. Huff Nami exhaled deeply, then began to twirl her weather stick. Heat bubble. Cold bubble. Red and blue bubbles erupted from the stick, floating into the air. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zoro continued his fierce duel with Signs. What swift movements! Zoro pushed Signs back with his blade, inwardly reflecting that few could keep pace with his swordplay since his debut. Yet, this enigmatic opponent matched him blow for blow. But this is what makes it interesting. Zoro grinned wickedly, for it was his dream to become the world's greatest swordsman, and he welcomed the challenge. With his swords crossed before him, Shusui and Wado Ikamanji aimed at Signs. Zoro charged forward with ferocity. Bull Needle. Unleashing a relentless series of 8 thrusts, Zoro struck with precision. Whoosh. Clang. Clang. At this moment, Signs exhibited astonishing reflexes and agility, managing to evade while simultaneously parrying Zoro's attack. With a swift motion, his adamantium claws swept towards Zoro's chest. A sharp sound echoed as several crimson lines appeared on Zoro's torso. Zoro's eyes widened slightly as he quickly gripped his swords horizontally, evading the incoming strike. It seemed that confronting you head-on was not a viable solution. Signs narrowed his eyes and declared, I shall not be defeated. Zoro affirmed resolutely. Oh. A smile curled on Signs' lips, his gaze chilling. Let me witness your resolve. In an instant, Signs' speed surged dramatically, his claws transforming into mere phantoms as he darted around Zoro with remarkable swiftness. Clang. Zoro instinctively raised his swords to fend off the barrage of claws coming from all directions. However, Zoro could barely perceive his opponent, while Signs seized the opportunity to land occasional strikes. Behold my relentless assault. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Harriet remained in a state of rapid movement, confronting a multitude of foes. He abandoned his fists, opting instead for a direct charge to neutralize his opponents. Undeniably effective. The majority of pirates succumbed to unconsciousness upon colliding with the swiftly moving Harriet. In a flash, Harriet vanished, landing atop one pirate's head. What? The pirate attempted to grasp Harriet's foot. Bang. However, Harriet leaped fiercely, the tremendous recoil slamming the pirate's head into the ground. With a series of swift movements, Harriet delivered a powerful punch that toppled the remaining pirates. Harriet reappeared in Bess's line of sight, exhaling deeply as he deactivated the electric shock mode. Upon deactivation, he immediately felt waves of pain radiating from various parts of his body. It seemed that his physical condition had indeed improved slightly during this time in the Grand Line. As he sensed the alleviation of pain, Harriet mused to himself. The after effects of the electric shock mode were its greatest flaw, and the current relief was truly welcome. After all, the ability to discharge electricity was primarily effective in water. Employing it on land was understandably problematic. At that moment, Bess sat atop a bare tree root protruding from the ground, seemingly unperturbed by the defeat of his subordinates. It had only been a mere 2 minutes, yet he had managed to incapacitate so many. Are you truly allowing your subordinates to be defeated without concern? Harriet fixed his gaze upon Beth. Ever since the moment he initiated his rapid movement, the man had ceased his attempts to attack him. He did not presume that the boss was refraining from striking simply because he was occupied with the minions. Although he was unaware of the nature of Beth's abilities, it was evident that they seemed to be quite taxing on his stamina. Beth, unfazed, remarked, "You have displayed powers of electric shock, flame, and speed. Your Zoan-type fruit is indeed peculiar." However, he suddenly turned his attention to Harriet. "As long as I can discern the nature of your abilities, their sacrifices will have been worthwhile. Moreover, most of them are still alive." Harriet squinted his eyes, perhaps in an effort to discern his own capabilities. How remarkably cautious. Yet, it is indeed true that his physical strength has diminished significantly. Crack. Bess rose to stretch his limbs and then leapt with sudden vigor. Whoosh. That leap spanned nearly 10 meters, and with just a few more strides, Bess would soon stand before Harriet. Is this truly his genuine prowess? Harriet was taken aback. This speed far surpassed the previous one. With a whoosh, a fist hurtled swiftly towards Harriet's face. Fortunately, the electricity utilized earlier was stored beforehand. There should be at least half of the charge remaining in the gloves, which ought to suffice to handle this adversary. In a fleeting moment, Harriet contemplated a swift action. Reaching out to seize Beth's arm, his glove emitted a faint spark of electricity, a surge of 100,000 volts. Bang. Yet, at that very instant, Beth unexpectedly crouched low, bending her legs, and delivered a powerful punch that struck Harriet squarely in the chest, propelling him backward. Boom, boom, boom. Harriet collided with several trees, shattering them in the process. Ahem. Harriet coughed a few times, feeling the weight of a powerful punch. My sternum is likely injured. It seems he has seen through my moves, which is why he altered his attack to avoid being caught. No. Given his movements, he could certainly strike me. So, was that punch aimed at my face merely a feint? Truly formidable. Chapter 50. Zoro's victory. Stop it. Bragi. I do not wish to fight you. Luffy shouted as he narrowly evaded Bragi's axe. Unfortunately, Bragi's face contorted with struggle before ultimately displaying an expression of fury as he strode toward Luffy. At that moment, a black and red pattern adorned his shoes. Color combination. The black of betrayal plus the red of the bull equals the black and red of the enemy. Haha. The beauty of mutual destruction is undeniable. Even without lifting a finger, I can effortlessly reap the fruits of victory. Mr. 3 observed this scene, laughing heartily, while Miss Golden Week quietly munched on some bay. Damn it. Under the overwhelming strength of Bragi, Luffy found himself in a desperate predicament. His once proud power utterly suppressed at this moment. If only I had greater strength, that thought flickered through Luffy's mind. In that case, I shall silence you for a moment. Luffy clenched his fist, preparing to truly unleash his power. Subduing a giant cannot be accomplished in a state where he cannot fully exert himself. Rapid movement. Although he had not entered electric mode, Harriet's speed was still astonishing. This fellow possesses remarkable close combat abilities. Harriet circled around Bess, leaving behind a myriad of perplexing afterimages, yet he dared not approach Bess lightly. The recent lesson had proven that Bess's melee capabilities far surpassed his own. Reflecting on his abilities, Harriet couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. It seemed he possessed no skills for sudden bursts of mid to long-range offense, although the burst technique allowed for remote assault. Its overt nature could easily be anticipated and evaded by a skilled opponent. After all, it was a pillar of fire, not a laser. As for the great fire breath, what a joke. This was a jungle, and Harriet had no intention of igniting a massive blaze here. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that he had very few skills capable of countering Bess effectively. Perhaps he could swiftly dash behind him and use an electric shock to incapacitate him, followed by a series of relentless strikes. A thought flickered through Harriet's mind. Electrocution mode. Crackle. In a flash of electricity, Harriet once again entered an enhanced state. Fire. A torrential downpour of fiery bullets rained down. Flames surged from every direction, rendering Base seemingly unable to evade. Roar. However, Base let out a ferocious roar, tearing off his own garment and spinning it wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The fabric ignited rapidly. Although he had anticipated it would have little effect, he was surprised it could block any of the onslaught. Whoosh. Base hurled the burning clothing away, and it flew directly in front of Harriet. Swish. Harriet swiftly dodged. Was it by chance? A thought suddenly emerged in Harriet's mind. However, Base's subsequent actions clearly indicated that he was not acting recklessly. With a sudden push, Base charged towards the direction in which Harriet was advancing. Harriet was instantly taken aback, realizing he was on the verge of failing to evade the impending danger. 100,000 volts of electricity surged forth. With fierce determination, Harriet unleashed a surge of powerful electricity from his gloves, launching a formidable punch forward. Let us see how you dare approach me. Suddenly, Bess swiftly kicked out, sending a cloud of dirt flying towards Harriet's eyes. What astonishing reflexes! Haru's heart raced with astonishment. Yet he quickly retreated. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Best came to an abrupt halt. Remarkably, he was able to maintain such formidable output. Best gazed at Haru, acknowledging. Your abilities are indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Harriet tugged at the corner of his mouth. He would certainly not divulge that the power within his gloves was nearly depleted, allowing for a misunderstanding to take root. However, the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. After their encounter, Harriet had come to a clear realization of the formidable prowess of this opponent's martial arts, even with the assistance of his deathly flames and electrical abilities. Landing an attack seemed a daunting task. The moment his hand drew near, Best would likely evade, perhaps even employing a strategy to divert attention and thus squander his own vitality. It was likely that his rapid movements would not escape Best's keen perception. Therefore, he resolved to act decisively. In an instant, Harriet vanished from sight. Startled, Best immediately began to cautiously scan his surroundings. His first mate, Sains, was a remarkably swift individual, and after countless battles alongside him, Best had grown accustomed to Sains' rapid movements. Thus, although Harriet's speed was impressive, it was merely a shade faster than Sains, allowing Best to perceive some of Harriet's vulnerabilities. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Sains exhibited such speed exclusively in close combat, while Harriet could maintain his velocity over extended periods. However, at this moment, Harriet's speed far exceeded Best's capacity to track him. Yet, Best remained undeterred, thinking, "Let us see if you dare to approach me. If you come within reach, I am confident in my ability to strike back. For my own speed is no less formidable. Then off I go." Harriet felt a surge of emotion and swiftly made his way to Baroque's residence. Upon witnessing this, Best immediately pursued him. As Harriet arrived, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Back again?" Best sneered. "You think you can defeat me here?" "Indeed," Harriet nodded. "Phew." Flames erupted from Harriet's hands. "Huh." Zoro gasped, his body marred with numerous blood trails, appearing utterly disheveled. "It seems you are at your limit." Sains remarked with a hint of mockery as he observed Zoro. "This battle must come to an end." Sains crossed his arms in front of him, bending slightly forward. "Indeed. It is time to conclude." Zoro nodded, aware that the next strike would determine the victor. "Oh." Sains discerned Zoro's confidence in victory, sneering. "Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? The previous exchanges have consistently favored me, and it has been you who has sustained the injuries. What basis do you have for such confidence?" "What a foolish fellow." A glimmer flickered in Sains' eyes. "Let us see you perish beneath this move." Raging wind claws. Sains charged towards Zoro, his hands moving rapidly, conjuring a flurry of razor-sharp claws before Zoro. "I see it," Zoro murmured, his gaze serene. Realizing his eyes could no longer track Sains' movements, he decided to rely on his instincts. Zoro seemed to take up his sword in slow motion. His entire demeanor relaxed. Such a death wish. Sains thought Zoro had abandoned his resistance. "Die." Sains roared, unleashing the claws upon Zoro. In response, Zoro gently waved his left hand, slicing through the air. Clang. The sound echoed as he struck the claws, the sheer force overpowering Sains. "What?" Sains exclaimed in astonishment. "Heh." Zoro grinned wickedly. "Got you." Sains' pupils dilated as he prepared to retreat at lightning speed. However, Zoro's blade was swifter. Three-sword style, demon slash. Zoro and Sains crossed paths, and instantly, 3 streaks of blood erupted from Sains, who collapsed to the ground. "I shall become stronger." Zoro sheathed his snow-walking ghost slash, holding the Wadakamanji and murmuring to himself. Chapter 51. 2 Victories. The intuition of a swordsman? Earlier, as Zoro endured relentless attacks, he sought to break the stalemate, yet his eyes struggled to keep pace with his opponent. However, he inadvertently discovered that he sometimes instinctively blocked the incoming attacks. It was a peculiar sensation, as if he anticipated where his adversary would strike, positioning himself ahead of the attack's trajectory. Being a swordsman sensitive to the blade, Zoro immediately recognized the advantage of this feeling and endeavored to harness it in the ensuing battle. It was only by the end that he had grasped it to a degree. "I must grow stronger. I am far from satisfied," Zoro mused. He then lifted his gaze, contemplating. The Mary is outside, meaning it lies in the opposite direction of the volcano? Yes, in the opposite direction of the volcano. With newfound confidence, Zoro strode boldly towards the volcano. Meanwhile, a knife-wielding pirate spotted Nami and charged at her. "Die," he shouted, swinging his blade. Clang. Nami instinctively parried with her staff. The training has finally shown some results, she thought to herself. During her time on the ship, she had endured numerous beatings. As Harriet had said, enduring beatings naturally led to better evasion skills. Of course, this training was formally termed evasion and counterattack training. but the outcome was quite similar to enduring blows. Usopp! Nami shouted urgently. Got it. Usopp, hiding nearby, swiftly pulled back his slingshot, aimed, and fired. Must kill lead star. Bang. The pirate was instantly felled. Damn. What is with these two? The remaining 4 pirates, having caught up with Nami and Usopp, stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, these two had appeared timid and weak. Yet suddenly they had dispatched one of their comrades. It is important to note that pirates on this island are generally 1 to 2 times stronger than ordinary marines. However, Nami and Usopp were not entirely weak either. Nami, having long been a thief, had honed her agility and combat skills through encounters with pirates and affluent powers, making her far superior to an average individual, though she lacked the courage for a bloody battle. Usopp, too, was not without physical prowess, wielding a slingshot that could deliver firepower comparable to a firearm, indicating his arm strength was not to be underestimated. Like Nami, he also lacked bravery. Now, against these pirates, one could not claim they could entirely suppress and annihilate them like Luffy and Zoro, yet a fierce struggle could yield a chance of victory. Everyone, be cautious of the thunderstorm today. Nami playfully grinned. The pirates paused, only to feel a dark shadow looming overhead and instinctively looked up. What? They gasped, noticing a cumulonimbus cloud stretching over an area of 10 square meters. How can a cloud be here? Huh? Nami stuck out her tongue and fiercely swung her weather stick. Electric bubble. A yellow, transparent bubble shot up into the cloud. Boom. Instantaneously, the cloud rumbled ominously. The pirates widened their eyes, instinctively wanting to flee. Boom. Thunderstorm. Several bolts of lightning struck down, directly hitting the pirates. Ah! They screamed, their white bones visible against the backdrop. Thud, thud, thud. Within mere moments, the pirates collapsed, losing consciousness one by one. Truly impressive. Usopp, the creator of the weather stick, exclaimed in awe. Although Herod had specified the requirements and functionalities of the weather stick, he had not anticipated that Nami would wield it with such devastating power. It was indeed a weapon tailored for her. Next, we should, Nami pondered, glancing at Usopp. I want to seek out Master Baroque. I am quite concerned about him. Usopp nodded, understanding her intent. Then I shall accompany you. After careful consideration, Nami resolved to join forces with Usopp. She feared that if she ventured to Herod's location, it might disrupt his battle. Moreover, Luffy was likely engaged with the giants. Nami recalled having heard from Baroque about a giant named Dory, who also had some guests in his company. With his presence, the enemy should be easily dispatched. Nami held great faith in Luffy's abilities. He was undoubtedly the most formidable member of the Straw Hat crew. Even Herod was capable of defeating the elite agent Mr. 5. So it stood to reason that Luffy would have a fighting chance against even more powerful adversaries. Presently, he should be in the safest position. However, Nami soon found herself under a delightful misconception. It appeared that the situation was far from secure. A great burst of flames erupted. Herod faced Bess with both palms extended, unleashing 2 fiery blasts. Bess, taken aback momentarily, swiftly retreated without hesitation. In that instant, Herod entered in electric shock mode, utilizing a swift maneuver to appear behind Bess. Bess's battle instincts were astonishingly acute. A chill ran down his spine, alerting him to imminent danger. With a sudden leap to the left, he evaded his original position. The fiery surge propelled forth. With a fierce thrust of his right hand, flames erupted, sending Herod hurtling towards Bess's rear, while the trailing flames took on an erratic form. Is it beginning to spiral out of control? Herod could not help but furrow his brow. The fire of death, though controllable, was somewhat weaker than natural flames. It demanded an immense amount of energy to maintain, and the moment control wavered, it would spiral into chaos. It could be said that it was far more challenging to manage than its natural counterpart. Fortunately, the vastness of the surroundings allowed Herod to unleash the flames without the dread of igniting a forest fire. Should such a disaster occur, it would be no trivial matter. They would have no choice but to abandon the island, which was largely cloaked in dense forests, and the fates of those 2 giants would be perilously uncertain. 800 tiles. Herod adjusted his body, exhaling deeply, as his right fist crackled with electricity. In an instant, he struck with a powerful electric punch, slicing through the air with a whoosh. This blow possessed formidable force. As long as I avoid your fist, I'll be fine. Suddenly, Bess revealed a sinister grin, swiftly pivoting midair to grasp Herod's arm while simultaneously launching a punch. Having previously endured a blow from Bess, Herod understood that this strike bore a greater threat than his own 800-watt punches. However, foolishly, just as Bess aimed to seize his arm and disrupt his balance while attacking, Herod chuckled, I am not limited to merely discharging electricity through my hands. Bess, Momentarily taken aback, realized that Harriet did not seem to be deceiving him, yet he was certain that the electric discharges had always originated from his hands. 1,000 volts surged forth. Beck shuddered, yet his punch did not falter, crashing directly into Harriet. Ugh! Harriet felt a surge of nausea, as if he were on the verge of expelling blood, and his body was propelled backward. Yet, he could not afford to squander this fleeting opportunity. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a small burst of flames. His legs bent slightly, and blue flames erupted forth, immediately halting his backward momentum. However, under the influence of these opposing forces, he sensed that his injuries had intensified. With a surge of voltage, he unleashed 100,000 volts, seizing the moment when Base was momentarily incapacitated. Harriet gritted his teeth against the pain and grasped Base tightly with his right hand in midair. Zzz. The electrical discharge struck true, causing Base, who was on the verge of recovery, to lose consciousness once more. With a thud, Base's body could no longer be controlled and crashed to the ground. With remarkable speed, Harriet propelled himself forward. As Harriet descended to the ground, he instantly transformed into a series of afterimages. If not now, then when to strike. 500 bolts of electric energy surged through his fists. In that moment, Harriet embodied the essence of Luffy, unleashing an uncountable barrage of punches, each infused with the force of 500 volts. Bang, bang, bang. In his moment of unconsciousness, Beck could offer no resistance, enduring each blow as his body trembled irregularly. A great burst of flames erupted forth. Harriet, fearing the uncertainty of his safety, delivered one final strike. With a resounding burst, Beaston was instantly reduced to a charred, blackened state. At this moment, Harriet could not help but sink to the ground. Finally, I have dealt with this fellow. Glancing at the completely unconscious Base, Harriet silently sighed in his heart. Chapter 52. Usopp's Courage. It seems that a few of my ribs may be broken. Harriet silently clutched his chest, contemplating. Yet, having vanquished this foe, it seemed his combat prowess should now rival that of a malevolent dragon. An enigmatic gleam flickered in his eyes at the mere thought of the dragon, which could be deemed the most formidable adversary in the Eastern Sea, disregarding the hidden masters who were hardly worthy of mention. This reflection led Harriet to feel that the weapon he had customized was indeed a worthy investment, as its mere presence significantly augmented his strength. He wondered how things fared with Luffy. Casting his gaze toward the volcano, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, vowing to himself that one day he would surely overcome this lingering after effect. At that moment, Harriet had returned to his normal state. Yet the repercussions of the electrical stimulation began to manifest. It appeared he could no longer engage in battle using the electrical mode. Harriet sighed, contemplating that aside from Bess, there seemed to be no other formidable figures present. This individual is indeed quite powerful. Harriet gazed at the lifeless body of Base sprawled upon the ground. This fellow was indeed formidable, had it not been for his fortunate circumstances and his ability to unleash electric powers. He might not have triumphed solely with the flames of death. 55 million, indeed. If word got out about my bounty, it would surely escalate. Harriet suddenly became intrigued by the bounty. Having long been influenced by Luffy, he now felt a sense of pride in the bounty he had earned. Although a bounty does not necessarily reflect one's true strength, it is a widely held belief in this era that the higher the bounty, the more formidable the pirate. At times, the mere presence of a notorious pirate, with their substantial bounty, can instill fear in the hearts of many. However, considering the multitude of individuals gathered here, they must possess a ship. As this thought crossed his mind, Harriet's eyes sparkled with excitement. This group must be quite wealthy. Ding! The greedy Harriet is now in action. They should be swimming across the riverbank over there. Harriet swiftly set off towards the river. Upon their arrival, they had not spotted any vessels. It seemed likely they were deeper within. As for Nami and Usopp, Harriet was confident that the few pirates they would encounter were no match for them. Hey, what is going on here? Usopp and Nami were taken aback as they reached the scene. Before them, Luffy was engaged in a fierce battle with Baroque, and the surroundings were a chaotic mess, littered with shattered trees. Luffy, why are you fighting Master Baroque? Usopp shouted at Luffy. Ah, Usopp, Nami. Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them, only to be sent flying by his shield. The impact sent him crashing through several large trees. His abilities are truly bizarre. Mr. 3 remarked, nearly losing his composure. Luffy's resilience astonished him. Despite being struck repeatedly by the giant, he remained lively and spirited. Those two must be members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Mr. 3 speculated, noting that, since Harriet had eliminated the ill-fated crew, Nami and Zoro's identities had not been revealed, leaving him unaware of Nami's appearance. However, it was evident that apart from the Beast Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, no other ships had arrived on the island. I suppose I must take action myself, Mr. 3 thought, observing Nami and Usopp. Although he was unsure of the current situation, it was clear that something had gone awry with the Beast Pirates. What is happening to the Beast Pirates? Could they have been defeated? How useless. Mr. 3 frowned. Stop, Master Brokey. Usopp called out urgently as he witnessed Luffy under attack. Unfortunately, Brokey was not in a position to heed Usopp's words and continued advancing towards Luffy. What is going on? Usopp exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Brokey would fight Luffy. Wait, there seems to be something on his foot, Nami observed. Surprisingly calm compared to Usopp, who was in a state of panic. She quickly noticed the unusual pattern of black and red on Brokey's foot, which she recalled was not present when he had departed from them. This meant it had only recently appeared, which was quite peculiar. What is that pattern? Usopp questioned with concern, unable to grasp its significance. Fool. This world is inhabited by devil fruits. Nami scolded, realizing that Brokey might be under someone else's control. Usopp gasped as he remembered that they had indeed entered the Grand Line, where encountering individuals with abilities was not uncommon. After all, this was a place where the strongest gathered and miraculous events transpired most frequently. Yes, indeed. You are right. Usopp, now alert, suggested, shall we attempt to destroy that pattern? Nami was taken aback and promptly hit Usopp again. Why are you hitting me again? Usopp protested, nearly transforming into a shark-faced expression as he roared. I don't want to die. Nami, standing her ground, retorted, just now, it was because Brokey was under control. It was a moment of impulse for you. Now, thinking it over, approaching Brokey alone is indeed quite daunting. We are not rubber men. A single blow from Brokey could be fatal. The weight of the word death pressed heavily on Usopp's heart as he gazed at Brokey's towering figure, which exuded immense power. The thought of charging at him, only to be turned into a pile of mush by a single kick, sent cold sweat pouring down Usopp's back. What should I do? Usopp struggled internally. Let us first find Zoro and the others. Nami patted Usopp's shoulder and sighed. No, at this moment, Usopp surprisingly calmed down. I will stay. Nami, you go alone. Nami was astonished, slapping Usopp's face. Stop messing around. Fool. I want to stay and rescue Master Brokey. He is such a proud person. He must be suffering greatly. He is a warrior of the sea, filled with honor. As she spoke fervently, Usopp's eyes widened, nearly shouting in response. Usopp. Nami seemed to see him in a new light, staring at him in disbelief. Soon, a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead as she noticed. Could you stop shaking your leg? Usopp's leg was trembling at an alarming rate, revealing his underlying fear. Fool. That is Master Brokey. Of course. I would be scared. Usopp exclaimed, his face morphing into an exaggerated expression of worry. Have you finished your little act? Mr. 3 approached ominously, his expression dark. I suppose I must intervene again. Mr. 3. Upon seeing him and recognizing his distinctive hairstyle, Nami and Usopp immediately identified him. Baroque Works high-ranking agent, Mr. 3. They exchanged glances, and fear was evident in their eyes. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were both capable individuals, while they had not encountered them directly. They were well aware from Herod's accounts of their formidable prowess. Thus, Mr. 3, who was 2 ranks above Mr. 5, would undoubtedly be even stronger. What should we do? Let us stall him for now. Avoid direct confrontation. Then we can seize the opportunity to destroy that pattern so that Master Brokey can be freed. What? Just go with that. They exchanged glances, inexplicably understanding each other's intentions. What a remarkable development. Ultimate Stinky Egg Star. Usopp shouted, launching a stinky egg at Mr. 3 with his slingshot. Mr. 3's eyes widened in shock. Stinky egg. No way. Such a ridiculous weapon? However, whether or not it was truly a stinky egg, he did not wish to be struck, and he swiftly raised his hand, producing a large amount of white substance. Then flinging it away to create a wax wall. Bang. The stinky egg collided with the wax wall, releasing a foul odor. Indeed, it's a stinky egg. Mr. 3's expression darkened further. Self-proclaimed as elegant and intelligent, Mr. 3 could not tolerate such humiliation, and murderous intent surged within him. I have decided. I shall turn you into an art piece. Mr. 3 glared at Usopp with a malicious gaze. How terrifying. Usopp was momentarily startled. But upon witnessing Brook still engaged in combat with Luffy, he regained his courage. After all, he was Captain Usopp, commander of 8,000 subordinates. Those who know better should surrender at once. Mr. 3's expression turned flat. What a pathetic lie. A devil fruit user. It cannot be wrong. That was undoubtedly the power of a devil fruit. To think I have encountered yet another ability user. At that moment, Nami felt like crying. The once legendary ability users from the East Blue were now emerging one after another, and they were her adversaries. This was unbearably cruel. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The three-section weather staff transformed into a long rod, firmly held in her hand, as she remained vigilant against Mr. 3. Nami's determination moved Usopp. It was evident that she intended to stand by his side in battle. "You fool. We came together," Nami exclaimed, touching Usopp's heart, before continuing. "And the jungle is fraught with danger." Nami recalled the presence of numerous gigantic creatures in the jungle, including mini dinosaurs. Suddenly, a sound echoed, as if something had shattered. Usopp stared blankly at Nami. "Damn it. Give back my emotions. P.S. Is there any support available? I need it." Chapter 53. Weakness. Indeed, here it is. Herod arrived at the upper reaches of the river and, indeed, discovered a magnificent vessel. How grand it is. How did they manage to navigate it here? Herod sighed as he gazed upon the pirate ship, which was scarcely smaller than an ordinary warship. Nonetheless, it was only natural for the formidable bear pirates, with their numerous crew members, to possess such a sizable vessel. Who goes there? As Herod approached the ship, he was immediately spotted. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon a dozen armed individuals rushed out. Indeed, the bear pirates had concealed a portion of their strength. Observing this scene, Herod realized that the external perception of this pirate crew was far from complete. However, this was to be expected. After all, the bear pirates were indeed pirates, navigating the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Given the circumstances, it was commendable that the ordinary media had managed to uncover so much information over the past 5 years. The intricate details, however, were likely known only to the intelligence agencies of the world government. Unbeknownst to Herod, the bear pirates had already suffered the loss of some crew members in their attempt to return. If one were to factor in the others, the numbers would undoubtedly exceed 100. It appeared that battle was inevitable. Herod furrowed his brow. To be honest, at that moment, he had no desire to engage in combat. Although he had only been struck twice, the force of Bess's blows was anything but gentle. Fire. A sphere of azure flames erupted from his hand, gathering power for a brief moment before it was unleashed. Whoosh. A volley of fireballs surged forth, striking the approaching pirates, hitting 5 or 6 of them with precision. Herod did not believe he could resolve the situation in one fell swoop. While the flaming bullets rained down upon the pirates, he too sprang into action. Kill. Upon witnessing Herod charging towards them, the pirates hastily drew their swords in response. 100,000 volts, discharge. Harlot's method was rather straightforward. After evading a few strikes in close proximity, he unleashed a powerful electric discharge that incapacitated his foes. Bang, bang, bang. The pirates fell one by one, unconscious on the ground. With the guards dispatched, Harlot confidently boarded the ship to plunder its treasures. Meanwhile, in the giant battlefield, Usopp exhibited remarkable speed as he sprinted desperately. Deadly lead star. While racing across the giant's arena, Usopp did not forget to launch an attack at Mr. 3 trailing behind him. Damn, this guy is indeed fast. Mr. 3 casually constructed a wax shield to block the incoming assault, visibly annoyed by the swiftness of his 2 adversaries. Little did he know, their speed was a result of over a decade of training. As a devil fruit user, he lacked such extensive experience in evasion, making it impossible for him to catch up with them. Wax flying spear. With a flick of his wrist, Mr. 3 conjured dozens of wax spears and hurled them towards Nami and Usopp. The duo was startled. Deadly gunpowder star. Usopp retaliated by launching a firework. Boom. A burst of flames erupted, surprisingly effective, melting a considerable number of wax spears, while the remaining ones quickly lost their potency and fell to the ground. Fire. Mr. 3 grimaced. As the waxman, his greatest aversion was fire. Even though his wax solidified into a substance as hard as iron, it would still melt. Fire was, without a doubt, his nemesis. Well, the effectiveness is astonishing. Both Nami and Usopp were taken aback, especially Usopp, who had merely intended to block a few spears but ended up neutralizing all of them. Realizing this, Mr. 3 understood he could not handle Nami and Usopp at the moment. Forget it. I'll deal with that guy first. Unable to pursue Usopp and Nami, Mr. 3 shifted his focus to Luffy. A glint flashed across his glasses as he called out, "Miss Golden Week, go take care of that Straw Hat Kid." Alarmed, Nami and Usopp exchanged worried glances. They had quickly grasped the situation. Baragi was under control, fighting Luffy, and Mr. 3 was clearly not a user of control abilities. Therefore, the girl munching on Senbei must possess the power to control others. Usopp, stop that girl. If she controls Luffy, we're doomed, Nami urged urgently. At this moment, They were still quite a distance away from Miss Golden Week, relying solely on Usopp's long-range sniping capabilities to thwart her. I understand, Usopp replied. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Broggy alone was terrifying, and with Luffy involved, this battle was spiraling into a nightmare. Calm down. Think rationally. Usopp pondered furiously about Mr. Three's abilities. Recalling the white substance Mr. Three had created and considering the names of his attacks, he suddenly realized, wax. He is the Wax Man. Enlightened, Usopp thought, yes, indeed he is the Wax Man. This means I have a way to deal with him. He put on his glasses. Surveying Broggy and glancing at Miss Golden Week. That pattern seems painted. It must relate to the art supplies she holds. Does she control others through the patterns? It appears to be oil painting. Then, Nami, Broggy, it's going to rain. Usopp shouted to Nami. Mr. Three did not comprehend the meaning behind his words, but Nami understood. She had to use the weather stick to create rain around Broggy. Nami's gaze landed on the rising Miss Golden Week, her eyes lighting up. Oil painting. As long as she doesn't finish her painting, we should be fine. And if it's oil paint, we might be able to wash it away. Clearly, Nami also believed Miss Golden Week controlled others through her patterns. All right. Temperature, humidity, wind direction. Nami responded, carefully sensing the surrounding weather conditions. She disassembled her weather stick into 3 sections, spinning 2 of them in her hands. Heat bubble. Cold bubble. A multitude of red and blue bubbles soared into the air, merging together. What are you planning? Mr. Three exclaimed, although he did not grasp Nami's intentions. He sensed it was not a good omen and prepared to intervene. Just then, deadly lead star, triple shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 lead bullets soared towards Mr. Three. Wax wall. Mr. Three easily deflected the attack. Crack. At this moment, Usopp turned around, confidently pointing his thumb at his long nose. Your opponent now is me. Oh. Mr. Three squinted, skeptical that this timid fellow would dare confront him directly. However, halting was foolish. Wax lock. Mr. Three flung his wax liquid towards Usopp's limbs. If struck, the wax would solidify, immobilizing him, and it would mean victory for Mr. Three. I've seen your weakness. Deadly gunpowder star. Usopp declared solemnly, swiftly launching a shot of gunpowder. Boom. The intense heat melted the wax liquid. Now your techniques are useless against me, Usopp proclaimed with a smug smile. Ugh. Mr. Three's expression darkened. What an annoying fellow. A sniper who refuses to play with guns and instead resorts to slingshots. Such contraptions are truly bothersome. Chapter 54. The Proud Sea Warrior. Usopp versus Mr. Three. Do you think knowing my weakness allows you to defeat me? Mr. Three sneered. Even someone as weak as you can be dealt with. Regardless of your knowledge of my vulnerability. Usopp felt a twinge of fear at this remark. What if he truly could overcome him? No. Usopp, right now. Broggy's fate rests on you. Usopp internally motivated himself. Don't underestimate me. I will become a proud sea warrior someday, Usopp declared loudly. However, Mr. Three remained unfazed. His eyes narrowing, his expression impassive. Raising a hand, he summoned a torrent of wax liquid, whipping it with force. Wax flying spears. Whoosh. The air filled with the sound of whistling as hundreds of flying spears shot towards Usopp. Deadly gunpowder star, triple shot. Bang, bang, bang. The flames expanded, melting a considerable number of spears, yet a few still slipped through. Poison. Several flying cones plunged directly into the ground near Usopp's feet, causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Is it because there are too many that he couldn't melt them all in time? Unfortunately. Before he could ponder further, Mr. Three's assault commenced once more. Candle giant sword. Mr. Three flung a mass of wax, which transformed midair into a 5-meter-long sword, hurtling towards Usopp. This is against the rules. Usopp was startled. This was something that mere gunpowder couldn't handle. He turned and fled, completely abandoning the demeanor expected of a so-called sea warrior. Deadly lead star. In that moment, Usopp remembered to call out to Miss Golden Week, firing a lead bullet in her direction. Miss Golden Week's response was simple. She immediately ducked and fled, neglecting even her drawing tools. Usopp and Nami were astounded to witness such a scene. Is this truly a high-ranking agent of Baroque Works? It couldn't be. They initially thought that high-ranking agents were formidable fighters. This is for the best. Nami and Usopp exchanged glances and nodded slightly. If that is the case, it would be more advantageous for them. Miss Golden Week and Mr. Three were equally helpless. Although Miss Golden Week's abilities complemented his, her practical combat skills were virtually non-existent. Mr. Three. At that moment, Vivy dashed out from the jungle, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Mr. Three. Indeed, Mr. Five did not lie. Mr. Three was also on this island. Vivy. What are you doing here? Nami couldn't help but inquire upon seeing her. Nami, Usopp. Vivy glanced at the timid duo before turning her gaze towards Luffy, exclaiming, "What is going on? Baratie is under control. That girl is the one with the powers. If we defeat her, Baratie should be freed from control." Witnessing Miss Golden Week's apparent weakness, Nami felt emboldened and declared her intention to take her down. Vivy nodded in agreement. "You bunch." Mr. 3, feeling ignored, became furious. "Candle, candle." He raised his hands, and wax began to flow as if it were free. The liquid wax quickly pooled on the ground. "Watch as I capture you all." Mr. 3 pointed one hand at Vivy and the other at Nami and Usopp. "Go." A torrent of wax surged towards their feet. Usopp and Nami gasped in shock. How would they melt this? "Run." They began to sprint desperately, although Vivy was still unaware of Mr. 3's abilities. She understood that she must avoid contact with the white substance and quickly retreated. Deadly gunpowder star. Usopp fired several shots, but it only scattered some of the wax. This one do. Usopp's eyes widened. The wax hadn't solidified, so the flames were ineffective. What to do? Nami screamed, realizing that the entire area would soon become a wax candle. Without a second thought, Usopp rummaged through his bag and pulled out a rope. "Use this," he declared, gripping one end of the rope. "What?" Nami was puzzled. Usopp didn't have time to explain. He quickly ran while tying a heavy object to the rope and pouring a bottle of liquid onto it. "Ah!" At that moment, Vivy screamed. The two turned to see her standing on the white ground. Without a doubt, they understood that Vivy had been captured. "Usopp! Nami!" They shouted in unison. "I know." Usopp acknowledged what needed to be done. The rope had already become ensnared in the wax, so he no longer needed to lower it manually. He drew his slingshot and aimed at the ground beneath Vivy. "Not on my watch." Mr. 3 suddenly flung upwards, sending a massive amount of wax into the air. Candle rain. The wax solidified, transforming into a multitude of sharp spikes that fell towards them. Whoa. Nami and Usopp were taken aback by the deluge of falling objects, and Usopp quickly aimed his slingshot at the sky. Deadly gunpowder star, 5 shots. Boom. A cloud of thick smoke erupted. "Ah!" They both cried out, realizing that while the candle spikes had melted, the boiling wax was still descending, leaving them with no means to prevent it. They quickly shielded their heads. Sizzle. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." They cried as white smoke billowed from their bodies. "Ah, got you." Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and grinned maliciously. "Ah." They looked down to find that the wax had completely encased their feet. Usopp, Nami, Vivy. Luffy shouted in concern upon witnessing the scene. "Wahahaha." Mr. 3 couldn't suppress his laughter. "You are all finally mine. I shall turn you into art pieces for my collection." "I don't want that." Nami screamed, realizing that this so-called art was likely far from pleasant. "Usopp, think of something," she urged. "I have an idea." Usopp replied with a mysterious smile. "It might be a bit hot. Bear with me." "What?" Nami was bewildered. "Watch this." Usopp severed the rope and shot a lead star at it. Instantly, boom. The special rope ignited, erupting into flames, and under the influence of the wax, it truly transformed into a giant candle. "What?" Mr. 3's eyes widened in shock. "This is how it works." "Usopp, Nami, Vivy." Luffy yelled from his battle with Baratie. "You scoundrel." Bang. "Ah, why are you hitting me? Who told you to be so reckless?" Nami retaliated, giving Usopp a hard whack, her expression resembling that of a shark. Usopp looked innocent, but without this, we wouldn't escape. "Humph," Nami huffed, spinning her weather stick while looking upwards, as the raging fire intensified the situation. In the sky, a massive storm cloud began to form, gradually engulfing the battlefield. "You owe me 100,000 berries for my clothes," Nami exclaimed, glancing down at her singed attire. "What?" Usopp's eyes nearly popped out. "Sister, I just saved you. You're about to fall into the money pit." Peacock display. Swish. In an instant, the peacock wood cutting machine in Vivy's hands was hurled towards Mr. 3. The candle wall. With a resounding thud, the peacock machine struck the candle wall, sending a cascade of wax splattering. "Damn it. Is it so difficult to solidify under the influence of heat?" Witnessing this scene and glancing at the still-burning candles, Mr. 3 could hardly be oblivious to the cause. With a sigh of relief upon seeing everyone safe, Luffy turned his attention back to Baratie, completely focused on the confrontation at hand. It was indeed a rainy day. At that moment, Nami smiled at Mr. 3, warning him to be cautious of getting drenched. "Huh?" Mr. 3 was baffled. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed from above. "Clouds." Mr. 3's eyes widened in shock. How did this happen? It was a rainy climate. Nami flicked one of her weather rods, and a ball of electricity shot skyward. With a thunderous boom, raindrops began to fall, initially sparse, then intensifying into a torrential downpour. Hiss. The flames gradually extinguished under the deluge. How can it be raining? And in this isolated area? The astonishing spectacle nearly left Mr. 3 in a state of disbelief. Thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of colossal footsteps reverberated, casting a gigantic shadow. What? Mr. 3 realized something, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he slowly lifted his gaze. Thanks to your hospitality just now. Broggy, drenched in rain, peered down at the tiny figures below, revealing a terrifying smile as he glared. Now, let me treat you properly. More cold sweat poured from Mr. 3, mingling with the rain, as he caught a glimpse of the patterns on Broggy's feet becoming obscured by the relentless downpour. It's ineffective, Mr. 3 gasped, abruptly turning to Miss Goldenweek. Miss Goldenweek. Yes. Miss Goldenweek had intended to make a discreet escape, but Mr. 3's call drew everyone's attention to her. How terrifying. As Miss Goldenweek glanced at the fearsome giant, tears welled up in her eyes. Hee. Usopp wiped his nose and chuckled. Great Captain Usopp's mission to save the giant Broggy has succeeded. Let us see what you do now. Nami narrowed her eyes, emboldened, as she assembled her weather rod and approached Mr. 3. Mr. 3. Vivy also moved closer. Snap. Uncle, I'm going to give this guy a good beating. Luffy flexed his wrists as he strolled over. I'm all for it. Broggy displayed a malicious grin. Ugh. Mr. 3 was at a loss for words. Facing this band of ruffians seemed nearly impossible. Having witnessed the giants battle alongside Luffy, Mr. 3's mind raced frantically. What to do? So many of them. Chapter 55, The Departure and Inquiry What? Upon arriving at the battlefield of giants, Harriet was met with a tremendous wailing. Looking up, he saw Broggy weeping uncontrollably over the corpse of Dongli. Accompanied by the cries, Harriet witnessed a wondrous sight. 2 streams of tears erupted from Broggy's eyes, refracting into 2 rainbows under the sunlight. How fascinating. Harriet could not suppress his laughter, glancing at the chaos strewn across the ground. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place, yet the absence of the senior agents from the Baroque Works suggested they had either been defeated or had fled. Harriet, Luffy exclaimed upon spotting him, offering a cheerful greeting. You've arrived as well, Zoro remarked, nodding at Harriet. I had intended to return to the Going Merry first, but I unexpectedly arrived here instead. What a hassle. Upon hearing this, Harriet couldn't help but chuckle. The direction of the Merry was entirely different from here, wasn't it? What are you carrying on your back? Nami asked, looking at Harriet with curiosity. At that moment, Harriet was shouldering an oversized backpack, which was nearly as tall as he was. On either side of the backpack, there were around 10 knives placed. Considering he stood over 1.90 meters, one couldn't help but wonder what could possibly be contained within such a massive pack. Not only Nami, but Vivy and Usopp were also intrigued. Harriet set down the hefty backpack and remarked, it contains merely some bandages, as well as the treasures and weapons of the Violent Bear pirate crew. Treasure. Nami instantly seized upon this word, leaping forward to eagerly unfasten the backpack. Where is it? At that moment, Harriet noticed Nami draped in a black cloak. And upon glancing at Sanji beside him, he instantly understood. What a surprise. Has she been bitten after all? Although he was uncertain whether Nami had been bitten on her way back or just now. The relentless march of history was indeed formidable, culminating in the unexpected emergence of the ferocious bear pirate crew. Remarkably, Nami's attire had been scorched. How terrifying. You half-fish scoundrel. Where are you looking? At this sight, Sanji was incensed, nearly ready to engage in a fierce duel with Harriet. Nami had unwound her bandages, revealing beneath them a trove of treasure and currency. Such exquisite gems. Nami seized a handful of jewels, her gaze transfixed upon the stacks of money, her eyes transforming into dollar signs. How blissful. Instantly, Nami embraced Harriet, exclaiming, Thank you. This all belongs to me. Oh. Harriet was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain his composure. How is it that everything has come to belong to you? The night Sanji erupted, flames of anger, jealousy, and envy bursting forth from his being. You half-fish scoundrel. Let us fight to the death. At this moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Harriet's forehead, urging him to refrain from making rash decisions. Suddenly, Dongli sat upright, clutching the wound on his left chest. The weeping Brook was taken aback, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, aside from Harriet, shared the same astonishment, for according to Brook, Dongli was supposed to be dead. How excruciating. I'm on the verge of fainting. Dongli grimaced, pressing his hand against his chest. It must be due to the weapon. A weapon? Nami and Vivy blinked in surprise. Indeed. After all, That weapon has been in use for a century. It's remarkable that Elbaf's armament has endured this long. Upon hearing this, Usopp seemed to come to a realization. Oh. Herrick gazed at Dongli, remarking, "It seems that the bandages I brought have some utility after all." His backpack contained bandages collected from the ship of the brutal bear pirate crew, yet it was evident that they were ill-suited for Dongli and required further modification. Once Dongli was tended to, Nami could not help but feel a twinge of worry. Were they truly destined to remain here for an entire year? According to Brogy, the island's records necessitated a year to complete. Was there truly no other alternative? Vivy also felt troubled. At that moment, Alabasta was embroiled in internal turmoil. And time was of the essence. A year's time, and the situation in Alabasta could very well shift dramatically. Returning then might prove to be an exercise in futility. Suddenly, Sanji made his entrance, twirling around with an air of gentlemanly flair as he produced a permanent log post, smiling. "Do we really need to wait a year?" The Straw Hat crew widened their eyes in astonishment. How did that happen? Sanji explained that he had spoken with Mr. Zero. He recounted his experience, which was largely similar to the previous journey, save for the absence of the ill-fated combination. It turned out that the permanent log pose in his possession had already been acquired by Mr. 3. Meanwhile, Crocodile, misled by Sanji's words, believed that the Straw Hat pirates had been vanquished and was plotting the demise of Mr. 3. How splendid! Upon hearing Sanji's explanation, Vivy joyfully embraced him. "Oh, it's nothing," Sanji beamed, his eyes sparkling with affection. "I didn't anticipate you would be this pleased. This is fantastic. We can set sail." With the log pose issue resolved, the Straw Hat crew was filled with exuberance. "Let us hold a senbei party to celebrate." Luffy beamed brightly. "By the way," Sanji interjected, glancing at Zoro, "what about our hunting competition? I'm certain I will win, having hunted such a grand rhinoceros." Zoro gestured, boasting of his considerable trophy. Hunting? A competition? The two giants appeared to recall something, tilting their heads in contemplation. With the log pose dilemma resolved, Herrick turned to Brogy and inquired, "Uncle Brogy, is there a swift method to master hockey?" Dongli looked over in surprise, asking, "You know about hockey?" After spending some time together, Dongli had learned that this newly formed pirate crew hailed from the East Blue. Outside the Grand Line, users of hockey were exceedingly rare. So it was astonishing that Herrick was aware of it. What exactly is hockey? Nami could not restrain her curiosity any longer. Hockey is the latent power within every individual and serves as a crucial means to counteract the abilities of natural-type users. Herrick glanced at the crowd, who were captivated by his words. Could one truly contend with a user of the Logia-type abilities? Even the seemingly indifferent Luffy turned his attention. Fully aware of his own limitations, despite his formidable strength, he knew that when faced with a Logia user, his power was nearly rendered ineffective. During their encounter in Logtown with Smoker, he had been utterly powerless. Luffy adjusted the straw hat atop his head and began to listen intently. "Hockey, huh?" Brogy mused, smacking his lips. If one wishes to master it quickly, perhaps a year would suffice. Herrick could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's been a year. How can this be a crash course? However, considering the lifespan of giants, a year is indeed a fleeting moment. Unfortunately, in this brief span, the Straw Hat pirates had no time to squander on such matters. With this thought, Herrick felt a headache coming on. Such a rare opportunity to closely engage with hockey should not be easily overlooked. "Could you perhaps share some methods for cultivating hockey?" he inquired, scratching his head. "Of course. My friends." Eastly and Brogy exchanged glances, smiling warmly. "That is splendid." Herrick beamed, pleased with this promising gain. "In that case, Uncle, we shall take our leave. If mastering hockey requires such an extensive period, it is indeed unsuitable for learning here, especially since Vivy is the one most pressed for time." The foolish captain was still preoccupied with the internal strife unfolding in the princess's homeland. "You all head back to the ship. I will jot down some notes here." Herrick addressed the group. They all nodded in agreement, and Nami, of course, would not let the opportunity for treasure slip away. With a few casual commands, Sanji eagerly set off to do the heavy lifting and quickly returned to the Mary. "We excel in Busashoka hockey," Brogy remarked as he made his way toward the river mouth. "The methods for training include." Eastly followed suit, also addressing Herrick. At that moment, Herrick perched on Eastly's shoulder, hastily pulling out the pen and paper he had procured from the bear pirates to diligently record the giant's insights. This was indeed invaluable knowledge. As the giants arrived at the river mouth, the Mary had yet to appear, and Herrick seized the opportunity to gather even more information. Finally, he turned to the two giants and asked, "Uncles, could you strike me with hockey?" The two giants looked at Herrick with puzzled expressions, bewildered by his request. It is worth noting that the strength of giants is formidable. Had it not been for Luffy's rubbery constitution, he might not have withstood such blows. Of course, not with full force, they assured. Harriet also realized the flaw in his words. Alas, he was no rubber man. A single blow could leave him gravely wounded. If not dead, especially given his current state of injury. Merely a gentle tap to allow him a taste of the domineering presence, was it? With this understanding, Dongli and Baroque grasped the notion. To inscribe the essence of dominance upon one's body? How intriguing humans are. In that case, allow me to take the lead. Dongli nodded, placing Harriet gently upon the ground, then curling his index finger slightly, as an invisible force began to coil around it. Harriet clasped his hands before his chest, instantly transforming into a state reminiscent of a fishman, a flicker of blue flames igniting at his brow. Over the past few days, he had begun to grasp a semblance of understanding. If this flame was primarily of the nature of the underworld, it would bestow upon him a sense of tranquility and focus. At this moment, it was perfectly suited for the retention of profound power. With a swift flick of his index finger, he struck Harriet. The impact was akin to being struck by the main cannon of a battleship, sending Harriet hurtling through the air. At this moment, Harriet could not help but grimace, having taken a few splashes before plunging into the sea. Pain coursed through his arms, a sharp ache that, despite his awareness that the giant had lessened his force, still left him astonished. Is this the might of Hawkeye? In the original narrative, the warriors of Nine Snake Island employed Hawkeye to envelop their arrows, achieving the impact of cannon fire. Clearly, the amplification effect of Hawkeye is remarkably pronounced. Although Dongli had indeed moderated his strength, the power was still significantly augmented by the Hawkeye. After all, he is a giant. Chapter 56, The Hawkeye Kingdom. Harriet, how did you end up clashing with Uncle Dongli? At that moment, the Mary emerged from the jungle. And from the bow of the ship, Luffy instantly witnessed Harriet being sent flying. Suddenly, Luffy entertained a possibility. Springing to his feet in astonishment, could it be that Uncle Dongli has been controlled? Upon hearing this, the crew aboard the Mary gasped in unison and turned to look. No way. Upon hearing this, Dongli burst into laughter, assuring them that it was certainly not the case. Luffy immediately accepted this explanation. That was indeed a powerful blow. Harriet struggled to swim to the side of the Mary, then pulled himself up using a rope. Gazing at his crimson arms, he couldn't help but reflect on the formidable strength of giants. With their natural advantage in size, giants inherently possess overwhelming power that surpasses that of ordinary humans. Is the only means to confront giants their own strength? Harriet could not help but recall Luffy's third gear, the bone balloon. In a certain sense, it is an imitation of the techniques employed by giants. Harriet began to ponder slowly, contemplating what he would do if he were to encounter a creature as formidable as a giant. The advantage of strength was overwhelmingly apparent. He was not like a rubber man, capable of inflating his bones to gain power. Rest assured, such minor injuries are of no concern. Harriet grimaced painfully. He had sustained severe injuries moments before, and another powerful blow was indeed unbearable. Fortunately, the physical constitution of individuals in this world far exceeded that of his previous life, and his own resilience was considerably superior to that of the average person here. While ordinary individuals might require a month or two to recuperate, Harriet felt confident he could recover in just over a week. This bolstered his resolve to endure. Turning his gaze towards the two giants, he observed them facing the sea, their capes billowing dramatically in the ocean breeze, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. What brings them here? Nami wondered. The inability of the humans on this island to reach the next one stemmed from another reason. At that moment, Baroque tightened his grip on the colossal axe he wielded and slowly spoke. The reason they cannot reach the next island lies ahead. Dongli also grasped his massive sword firmly and declared, "You have fought valiantly to defend our honor. Your enemies are our enemies." As Baroque raised his axe, he continued, "We must not allow our friend's pirate flag to be torn asunder." Dongli lifted his great sword in solidarity. "Trust us, let us forge ahead without hesitation, no matter what may come." At that moment, the two giants roared in unison. Understood. Although perplexed by the unfolding events, Luffy was moved by the giants' words and nodded in agreement. No matter what happens, we will press forward. With their captain affirming this determination, the crew felt it was inappropriate to voice their inquiries, so they adjusted the sails and sailed straight out of the harbor. Wait, Harriet suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that the dominant nation was indeed a manifestation of the fierce application of power? With this thought in mind, Harriet hurried to the stern of the ship and unleashed the flames of despair once more. The foolish captain was captivated by this scene. "Harriet, flames are erupting from your forehead. How fascinating." Harriet was left speechless, on the verge of uttering something. Just then, the previously tranquil sea suddenly began to tremble violently, as if some creature were about to emerge from its depths. The Straw Hat crew quickly grasped the railing, their astonishment directed towards the rising surface of the water ahead. Oh my goodness! Moments later, their surprise transformed into sheer terror as a colossal goldfish, resembling a small island, breached the surface. It was gradually opening its mouth, seemingly intent on devouring the Mary. The glimmering red scales reflected the sunlight with dazzling brilliance, while its gaping maw was lined with teeth that resembled small mountains. Witnessing this scene, not only Nami but the entire Straw Hat crew broke out in a cold sweat. This is truly terrifying. We could die. This creature is definitely of a level beyond ordinary. Even with prior preparation, Harriet was still taken aback. How could such a massive goldfish come to be? Luffy, can we truly trust them? At that moment, Sanji could not help but voice his concerns to Luffy. He had no experience with giants, and it was difficult for him to believe in their goodwill all at once. Rest assured, if they possess the strength, it should not be difficult for them to escort us safely. At this moment, Harriet gazed at Sanji, his thoughts drifting to the technique of the legendary war Peachmaru, known as the Soka KK, which bore a striking resemblance to the concept of haki. What, then, is haki? Nami, having never witnessed its manifestation, was instantly overcome with tears. We're doomed, she lamented. Trust in our master. Press forward with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Usopp stood with his arms crossed, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, trembling with emotion. The two giants loomed silently in the background, their expressions unchanged despite the immense size of the goldfish before them. They focused intently, an invisible aura gradually coalescing around them, making the very air feel thick and viscous, blurring the surroundings. Incredible, Harriet thought, feeling an increasing yearning for haki. It was a power accessible to anyone, akin to the capabilities of Isa from Skypiea and the warriors of Amazon Lily. Not every wielder of haki is necessarily strong, yet all formidable beings possess it. As their energy continued to build, the once thick atmosphere around them suddenly returned to calm, and the gathered force surged toward their weapons like a delicate mist. In that instant, the weathered giant axe and sword radiated a renewed brilliance, shimmering with an almost divine light. Just then, under Nami's despairing gaze, the island goldfish devoured the Going Merry in one swift motion. Press on, Usopp shouted, a mix of trust and resignation in his voice. Fool, it's already been swallowed. Nami's heart sank, tears welling in her eyes. Here it comes. Harriet felt a familiar chill run down his spine. Behold, the mightiest spear of Elbaf. Haki. With a thunderous roar, the two giants swung their weapons in unison, unleashing a formidable force that erupted like a tidal wave toward the island goldfish. The impact was cataclysmic, creating an enormous gash in the creature as if it were mere fabric. Under this overwhelming power, the Going Merry soared through the air, clearly shielded by the giant's might. For the force of haki had not fallen upon it. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to splinters. After all, even the much larger island goldfish had been pierced through. In the blink of an eye, the Straw Hat crew found themselves bathed in light, once again witnessing the world outside. Ah, Nami, Usopp, and Vivy gasped in astonishment. Such incredible power! Usopp exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Ha, we're flying. Luffy beamed with a radiant smile, struggling to keep his hat from being blown away. This is the might of the Elbaf warriors? In that moment, Usopp's eyes sparkled with tears of exhilaration and longing, his resolve to visit the giant's homeland solidified. This was the essence of a true man of the sea. Such was the mark of a true hero. Truly, it was unparalleled. Harriet felt the surge of power coursing through him. Though he did not fully comprehend it, witnessing the giant conjure dominance from nothingness left him profoundly enlightened. At that moment, the tumultuous waves persisted, cleaving through the Fish of Food Island and splitting the ocean's surface. This force was almost beyond belief. It seemed to transcend human capability, reaching into the realm of the divine. Crack, crack. At that instant, the weapons of the two giants shattered in an instant. Friends, let us depart. Ha, wahahaha. Dongli and Brogy casually discarded their broken weapons, gazing at the retreating Going Merry, their laughter resonating in the air. Until we meet again, dear friends. Chapter 57. Nami falls ill and Vivy's resolution. Moments later, the Going Merry, having left the little garden, sailed quietly across the sea. Harriet gazed up at the sky, noting the stable weather as a sign that they had not yet departed from the waters of the little garden. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were on deck, singing and dancing enthusiastically, exclaiming their desire to visit Elbaf. Clearly, they were captivated by the giants, who possessed both a formidable sense of honor and remarkable strength. Zoro, on the other hand, was immersed in his daily training. Despite having sustained numerous injuries, he merely tended to them briefly before diving back into his regiment. Evidently, The giant's immense power had inspired him. His aspiration to become the world's strongest swordsman burned brightly within him. He felt it was essential to reach such heights, although he was uncertain of Mihawk's true strength. Encountering such a master at the onset of the Grand Line suggested that the world's acknowledged greatest swordsman would undoubtedly be even more formidable. He felt he was still far from sufficient. He must grow stronger. Zoro reaffirmed this conviction. Mr. Samurai truly is diligent. Vivy remarked that since boarding the ship, she had witnessed Zoro and Harriet training daily, while their captain, Luffy, seemed to spend his time in carefree merriment. At times, she found it perplexing why Luffy held the title of captain. They possessed such vibrant spirits. Nami, with a hint of exasperation in her tone, felt utterly fatigued. Was it due to the overexertion during the battle at Little Garden? Or perhaps from the overwhelming fright? Nami was uncertain. But she recognized her pressing need for rest. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. She leaned against her forehead and handed the eternal pointer to Vivy, knowing that there were only a few aboard whom she could trust to safeguard it. As for Luffy and the others, well, she would be grateful if they merely refrained from breaking the pointer. Vivy, gazing at the eternal pointer, fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the direction of her homeland. At that moment, Harriet flipped through his notes, confirming their contents before stowing them away, casting a concerned glance at Nami. It appeared she was showing signs of illness. Observing her gradually sweat, Harriet's suspicions were confirmed. Sure enough, moments later, as Sanji brought snacks for the two women, Nami collapsed. After a flurry of chaos, the crew realized Nami had fallen ill, and they carried her back to the cabin. Would Nami survive? Vivy, filled with worry, questioned Sanji as he saw Nami lying there, looking unwell and in distress, causing him to bite his handkerchief and weep uncontrollably. Perhaps it was the climate, Vivy speculated, suggesting that Nami's ailment could stem from the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. Is there anyone on the ship with medical knowledge? Vivy asked. At that moment, Luffy and Usopp, standing nearby, simultaneously pointed to Nami, and then to Harriet. Oh. Harriet noticed the four individuals and the duck gazing at him, and nodded, saying, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. My expertise lies in the restoration of health, particularly in treating both internal and external injuries. I can manage common ailments. Yet when it comes to maladies potentially induced by viruses, such as Nami's condition, I find myself lacking. Virus. The four in the cabin were taken aback. Have you forgotten about Little Garden? It is worth noting that Nami had spent a considerable time there without clothing. In such an ancient land, it would not be surprising to encounter insects carrying some archaic virus. Harriet solemnly revealed a rather terrifying matter. Could it be true? Vivy was instantly taken aback. Upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, that was the ancient island, and the presence of primordial viruses was indeed plausible. Nami, being a modern individual, naturally lacked the antibodies to such viruses. Is being ill truly frightening? Luffy inquired, blinking in bewilderment. I have no idea. I've never been sick. Chimed Sanji and Usopp in unison, tilting their heads. Indeed, it seems so. At this moment, Harriet also stepped in, attempting to show off. However, it is true that Harriet has never been ill. You are all monsters. Vivy's face instantly transformed into that of a shark. Is it possible that there are beings in this world who have never fallen ill? What kind of creature is this? Terrifying. Hey, Sanji, why not give Nami some meat? Eating meat might cure her. Observing Nami in pain, Luffy suddenly had a whimsical idea. Clearly, he was projecting his own experience onto Nami. Hey. Do you think everyone can simply revive to full health by eating meat like you? Harriet could not help but scoff internally. Fool. How could this be possible? Usopp mercilessly shattered Luffy's bizarre fantasies. However, could it be that Nami was merely unaccustomed to the climate? Vivy, gritting her teeth, spoke up. It would take more than a week to return to Alabasta from here. If it were solely a matter of acclimatization, with Harriet and herself caring for Nami, her condition should stabilize, and they could seek medical treatment later. After all, time was of the essence. Unfortunately, Harriet was already aware of the true cause of Nami's illness and promptly dispelled Vivy's hopes. Nami had been traversing the East Blue for years, visiting numerous islands. If it were merely a case of environmental adaptation, she would have experienced it long ago. Even if similar circumstances arose in the Grand Line, her condition would not be so severe, especially with Sanji's nutritious meals, which ensured her diet was well balanced. Upon hearing this, Sanji wholeheartedly agreed. He had always been attentive to Nami's meals, ensuring she received all necessary nutrients. Thus, it seemed likely that her ailment was indeed virus-related. What should they do? The cabin fell into a heavy silence. Such an illness was beyond the capabilities of these amateurs. A doctor is needed. The assembled crew immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Would Nami perish? The foolish captain, realizing the severity after all this time, finally reacted, his face stricken with fear. We must find a doctor. I must save Nami. Nami-chan. Woo-woo. Ah. Gah. The trio and the duck erupted into chaos. Quiet. You will disturb the patient's rest. Vivy could not help but roar, exasperated with this motley crew. Enough is enough. Upon hearing this, the trio and the duck promptly covered their mouths. Their eyes fixed anxiously on Nami's perspiring face, fearful of disturbing her. Moreover, seeing Nami in such discomfort, Herod opened a drawer and handed a newspaper to Vivy. Take a look at this. Gulp. Vivy's expression changed drastically upon reading it. How could this be? It turned out that 30,000 soldiers from the king's army had defected to the rebel forces, plunging the situation into peril. Vivy was engulfed in profound terror. What should they do? This was a newspaper from 3 days ago. It seemed Nami had hidden it to prevent her from worrying. Herod gazed at Vivy and remarked, After all, it is a war involving 1 million people. 1 million. Luffy was instantly taken aback. You truly bear a tremendous responsibility. Sanji glanced at Vivy, finding it hard to fathom that such a delicate girl should shoulder such a heavy burden. Vivy remained silent, yet her body trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. I am fine. How could I possibly have a fever of 40 degrees? The thermometer must be faulty. At that moment, Nami sat up and forced a smile. As she did, Luffy and the others were immediately alarmed and looked over with concern. Nami, do not worry, it will get better in a while. We promised you we would reach Alabasta as swiftly as possible. This minor ailment is nothing to fret about. Nami reassured them. But her strained expression indicated that she was merely putting on a brave front. Nami, this simply will not do. Herod gazed at Nami and, although he could not recall the specifics of her ailment, he remembered it was a fatal illness that would claim her life within days. He continued, You are the most skilled navigator on our ship. If it turns out to be an acute illness, we are in grave trouble. For we lack the expertise to provide proper treatment. Acute illness. I'm going to die. No. Doctor. I need to find a doctor. Nami, please don't die. At his words, the trio of fools erupted into chaos, and Karu flitted about, flapping his wings. Regrettably, Nami lacked even the strength to unleash her judgment iron fist and could only endure their commotion. What should I do? What should I do? What can I possibly do? Vivy bit her lip tightly, her face pale, and her heart filled with confusion. How can I choose between one person and 100,000? Looking at Nami, Vivy was reminded of the care the Straw Hat crew had shown her since the death of Akaram and of their shared battles at Little Garden. They don't have to risk their lives for me. The thought that the Straw Hat crew, who could have remained uninvolved, did not complain despite her interference ignited a sense of resolve within Vivy. Everyone, Vivy set down the newspaper and surveyed the group. The 3 jesters fell silent. And even Zoro outside the cabin subtly leaned in to listen, sensing Vivy's newfound determination. You have already allowed me to board your ship. I cannot bring myself to make selfish demands. However, my country is in dire peril, so. Vivy paused, observing the expressions of disappointment that washed over the listeners. This ship must sail at the fastest possible speed to Alabasta, Vivy declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, even Sanji, who adored women above all, fell silent, gazing at Vivy with an expression as neutral as that of a mere passerby. So let us swiftly seek an island with a doctor. Then, with a shift in her tone, Vivy added, only by curing Nami's illness and then heading to Alabasta can we achieve the swiftest speed for this vessel. A truly moving declaration. In that instant, Herod felt a stir within his heart. Vivy, well said. I have a newfound respect for you. Such grace. The Straw Hat crew instantly regained their vitality, beaming with smiles and returning to their lively antics. In that moment, they fully embraced Vivy as one of their own, rather than merely a passenger aboard their ship. Chapter 58. Approaching Winter Island. Meanwhile, on the maritime route to Alabasta, 2 warships sailed side by side. Aboard one of them was Smoker, the White Hunter, who had crossed paths with Luffy before. Farrell, what brings you here? Smoker asked, a cigar clenched between his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside him. The man, a towering figure at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, with dark hair, was clad in attire befitting a Navy colonel. In response to Smoker's inquiry, Farrell turned slightly, stating, I am here to apprehend the Bear Pirate crew. Oh? Smoker raised an eyebrow, having received recent notices dispatched to nearby naval vessels, instructing them to report or eradicate any sightings of the Bear Pirate crew. As a Navy colonel, despite having strayed from his post, he still enjoyed some support and easily obtained relevant intelligence, naturally familiarizing himself with the details pertaining to the Bear Pirate crew. Is this an order from the Admiral? Smoker queried, aware that this colonel was one of Akainu's favorite subordinates. Farrell shook his head, countering. Did you not see the intelligence on the Bear pirate crew? Such dangerous pirates can wreak even greater havoc upon entering the New World. If they were to establish a more formidable crew, it would spell disaster for the entire world. As he spoke, a glimmer of hatred for pirates flickered in Farrell's eyes. The entire world? Smoker mused. Though he found the claims somewhat exaggerated, he recognized the potential threat if this militaristic pirate were to expand in power. I have been pursuing them from the Sabaody archipelago, but it seems there is little point in continuing this chase. Farrell exhaled. Smoker tilted his head, intrigued by the colonel's demeanor. The Bear pirate crew has been completely apprehended. Farrell revealed, we caught them at Little Garden, but they were defeated prior to our arrival. And the ones who defeated them? Farrell glanced at Smoker, stating, are the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker was taken aback. The Straw Hat Pirates? They have the strength to defeat the Bear pirate crew. Indeed, they would become a significant threat in the future. In that moment, Smoker's resolve to capture the Straw Hat crew solidified. What? Are you also heading to Alabasta? With that, Smoker began to grasp the colonel's intentions. He was on the hunt for the Straw Hats. Of course, I cannot allow evil forces to escape. They have shown such strength so early in their journey. They are bound to cause even greater chaos in the world. I must capture them. Farrell did not disguise his disdain for pirates. What connection does Crocodile have with the Straw Hat crew? Smoker pondered aloud, recalling that just a day prior, he had intercepted part of a conversation through a listening snail. Casting suspicion upon Crocodile, the Merry-Go was currently navigating through a snow-laden sea, having departed Little Garden a day prior. Flurries of snow cascaded down, and the wintry weather had persisted for quite some time. At the ship's stern, Herod observed the changing weather, realizing they were nearing Drum Island. Such was the nature of the Grand Line-S weather. Only as one approached a particular island would stable weather conditions manifest. Regrettably, even after having come into close contact with hockey, he still could not perceive it. Throughout the day, Herod had diligently practiced hockey, but alas, there were no signs of awakening. Though hockey is an innate ability, much like how many cannot discern their instincts, Herod too was unable to awaken his hockey at this time. Indeed, this cannot be rushed. Herod silently lamented that although he had acquired the training methods for hockey, it was evident that a considerable amount of time was still required. Nevertheless, despite the lack of progress in hockey cultivation, Herod did not remain idle. He began to delve into the skill known as electric mode. The principle of electric mode lies in utilizing microcurrents to stimulate the body, thereby significantly enhancing its capabilities. However, prolonged stimulation could also inflict harm upon the body, resulting in pain. To address this issue, Herod intended to enhance his physical constitution and strengthen his control. Yet, it was clear that substantial progress in improving his constitution was not feasible in the short term. Consequently, Herod focused his efforts on enhancing his control. His body housed a multitude of specialized cells that remained dormant, only awakening when his Fishman lineage was activated. His ability to discharge electricity stemmed from these cells generating microcurrents. If he could manipulate them to produce varying microcurrents, it should alleviate the burden. In the Herod secret passage, the entire vessel suddenly began to sway violently. After a brief moment, the Mary ceased its tumultuous motion. What on earth is happening? Herod exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he rushed to the foredeck. Upon arrival, his expression turned to one of stark disbelief, observing the menacing figures brandishing firearms directed at him, while also glancing at Luffy and Usopp, who were equally under threat. An ambush? He wondered, reflecting on the ship's woefully inadequate defenses. Herod could not help but twitch his lips. It is worth noting that aboard the ship were several formidable masters capable of facing 100 foes alone. Yet, could they not exert some effort in maritime matters? However, considering the personalities of Luffy and his crew, this seemed rather implausible. Haha. So, were you frightened? Terrified by this grand submarine battleship, the White Iron Crown. At that moment, Herod beheld a stout, short man with a metal-clad mouth standing on the ship's edge, laughing boisterously. Upon hearing this, Herod immediately turned to look behind him. There, he saw a vessel that was more than 10 times the size of the Mary, its hull enveloped in iron plating, equipped with wheels on either side. And at the bow, a pirate ship adorned with a crowned hippopotamus. The deck was teeming with figures, and it was evident at a glance that many were clad in matching uniforms. This ship hardly resembled a typical pirate vessel. Judging by its exterior, it was clear that such a creation could not have been constructed in a short span. It must have required an immense investment of manpower and resources. Moreover, those in uniform appeared to be well-trained regular troops, rather than the carefree pirates one might expect. Valpo. Harriet's mind immediately conjured the name. Only this individual commanded a pirate crew of such magnitude in these waters. Ha! Harriet, we have been ambushed. At that moment, Luffy found the situation amusing. Pointing at the uniformed figures surrounding them, clearly entertained by his own predicament. Harriet, please save me. In stark contrast, Usopp exhibited a reaction more befitting an ordinary person. I had anticipated that we might be attacked, Sanji remarked, striking a match with a tone of resignation. Oh, there are so few of you aboard. Just the 5 of you? Valbo looked down at the Straw Hat crew with disdain, then proceeded to devour the skewered meat. Even biting into the dagger it was impaled upon. How painful. Upon witnessing this, the Straw Hat crew collectively felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, it was a dagger. What a fool. Never mind, I shall inquire nonetheless, Valbo began. But before he could finish, Harriet interjected, Do you have a doctor on your ship? Valbo felt irked at having his words interrupted. I do have a doctor aboard, but they serve only me. With this revelation, the attention of the Straw Hat crew shifted entirely to Valbo, and Luffy eagerly asked, Could you let the doctor examine our companion? At that moment, Luffy was visibly excited at the prospect of encountering a healer. Absolutely not, Valbo retorted, displeased. My doctor is only for my ailments. Others have no right. What is your companion worth? Just a worthless life. Luffy fell silent, adjusting his straw hat. Yet those who knew him well could sense that he was on the verge of taking decisive action. A worthless life? Nami exclaimed. At this moment, Harriet could not help but mourn for the unfortunate king for a brief second, for one must acknowledge that Luffy holds his comrades in the highest regard. A worthless life? Soon enough, you shall discover who truly possesses a worthless life. You, my friend, shall feel the full force of my wrath. As expected, Luffy's anger flared up instantly, and he charged forward. It was high time he took action. Sanji and Zoro exchanged faint smiles. Do remember to leave their ship behind. Harriet did not forget to remind everyone. Chapter 59, Arrival at Winter Island. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Though Luffy may lack in certain areas, he proved to be a formidable fighter, swiftly sending Whirlpool flying with a single blow. Not good. Lord Whirlpool is a power user. We must rescue him. Sounds of urgency erupted from the White Iron Crown ship. The ship is too slow. Use the small boat. Almost immediately, a vessel slightly smaller than the Mary set sail from the White Iron Crown. The ensuing developments became even more straightforward, without their main force. The Whirlpool pirate crew stood no chance against the combined might of the Straw Hat crew's 4 formidable fighters. Despite being seasoned soldiers, they were no match for these near-superhuman adversaries. Before long, each resisting foe was subdued, and naturally, 20 doctors were summoned aboard the Mary. Harriet also seized the opportunity to take control of the ship, recognizing it as Whirlpool's vessel, undoubtedly filled with valuable items. Doctors, please attend to Nami. Luffy earnestly implored as the 20 physicians entered the room. The doctors were taken aback by Luffy's expression, expecting to confront ruthless pirates instead. A glance around revealed that the surrounding pirates seemed far from villainous. Rest assured, it is our duty to heal the sick, an elder physician affirmed. Regardless of the circumstances, their mission remained to save lives. Consequently, the 20 doctors began their examination of Nami. After 20 minutes, they collectively shook their heads, declaring that they were unable to treat her ailment. Damn it, you charlatans! Sanji erupted in fury, nearly losing his composure and kicking them away. Calm down, calm down. Harriet swiftly grasped Sanji's arm and turned to the doctors, stating, Doctors, please elucidate Nami's condition first, and then consider potential remedies. Upon hearing this, the doctors nodded in agreement, grateful for the presence of someone with understanding, and proceeded to explain. The affliction plaguing this woman is known as the 5-day disease, a once dreaded infectious ailment that has long since been eradicated. Without specialized antibiotics, there is no hope for salvation. However, this disease has been extinct for over a century. How could we possibly possess the necessary antibiotics? An esteemed elder among the 20 doctors stepped forward and pronounced gravely. This revelation caused the Straw Hat crew to furrow their brows in concern. An illness that vanished a century ago? Indeed, it is a relic of the past. Nami. Sanji's eyes brimmed with tears. Could it be that the 5-day disease implies a dreadful possibility? The timid Usopp gazed fearfully at the 20 doctors. Yes. The explaining doctor nodded solemnly, gesturing towards the bite wound on Nami's body. Given the state of her wound, it appears that this is already the 2nd day, which means she has merely 3 days remaining. Vivy's face turned pale as she spoke, her voice trembling. The Straw Hat crew fell into a profound silence. struggling to accept this harsh reality. Nami. At last, their collective gaze settled upon her. Indeed, the fragility of human life is a poignant truth. Is there truly no one who can save her? Harriet spoke up, for he was aware that an elderly woman in the Drum Kingdom possessed the ability to save Nami, although he could not recall her name. Moreover, it was highly likely that these doctors had access to the permanent pointer. It is essential to note that these physicians were not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, they would not have ultimately rescued Dalton and remained in the Drum Kingdom. In this moment, it was imperative to inquire about the whereabouts of the permanent pointer, as this would undoubtedly be far more efficient than aimlessly wandering about like a headless fly. The 20 doctors appeared somewhat hesitant, yet they did not outright deny the possibility. We implore you. Luffy earnestly stepped forward and bowed, saying, please, you must save Nami. We have 3 days. If we can find a doctor capable of saving her within this time frame, it would be sufficient. With that, Luffy stood up and turned around with a smile, exclaiming, I will undoubtedly save my companion. Observing Luffy's cheerful countenance, the oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. Indeed, if they could locate someone to heal Nami within 3 days, the situation had not yet reached its direst point. Having such a foolish captain was not entirely a disadvantage. One must admit, in this moment, Luffy was a source of great reassurance. 3 days. With their assistance, we should be able to reach Drum Island ahead of schedule. Harriet couldn't help but steal a glance at Dr. 20. What an extraordinary captain. Observing Luffy's smile, the doctors involuntarily recalled a certain quack. Indeed, such a similar smile. Perhaps this man is not a villainous pirate after all. Dr. 20 exchanged a few glances. We possess a permanent pointer to Drum Island, where resides a physician of remarkable skill. If even she cannot heal, then there is little hope. At that moment, the esteemed elder physician stepped forward, producing a permanent pointer. Drum Island? Vivy was somewhat astonished. It is the island renowned for its exceptional medical expertise. Alas, upon hearing this, the elder physician could not help but sigh. Drum Island still bears that reputation in the outside world. What a pity. That is but a matter of the past. The elder physician clearly wished to avoid delving deeper into the issue. Really? There is still a doctor who can save Nami. Sanji and Usopp appeared utterly delighted. Oh ho ho. Luffy was equally elated, surprised to find a breakthrough among these doctors. Then, we shall rely on you to care for Nami. Harriet spoke sincerely. Indeed. Dr. 20 nodded in agreement. And it seems you have no intention of letting us leave. The thought of the detained white iron crown made Dr. 20 uncertain whether to weep or laugh. A vessel so abundant with people had been captured by a mere band of 7 ruffians. What a disgrace. After acquiring the permanent pointer, their destination became crystal clear. The Mary sailed tirelessly and finally reached Drum Island the following day. This is Drum Island, gazed Harriet in awe at the snow-laden isle. Marveling at the wonders of the Grand Line, realizing that any island could be encountered. What towering chimneys! Drum Island, a winter all perpetually blanketed in snow, featured several mountains resembling grand chimneys. From a distance, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Nothing remarkable. I once climbed a chimney as tall as the Red Line. Usopp crossed his arms, a grin spreading across his face as he brazenly fabricated his tale. Oh, the foolish captain believed him instantly. How impressive. Fool, there aren't chimneys that tall. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, gazed joyfully at Drum Island, knowing that once they reached that isle, Nami would be saved. In the heart of the lovesick chef, rescuing Nami was paramount. He had no time to appreciate the beauty of the snowy land. Could there be snow monsters on that island? Usopp, gazing at the snow-blanketed Drum Island, was suddenly struck by an idea, only to frighten himself. I've contracted an illness that prevents me from landing. Usopp, there's a doctor on board. Hurry and ask them to treat you. Luffy said with a worried expression, appearing genuinely concerned. Should that fail, there's an exceptional doctor on the island. Zoro chuckled mischievously. On this day, although Nami remained unwell, Dr. 20 proved somewhat capable, stabilizing her condition significantly. She no longer appeared as weak as before. Consequently, the spirits of the Straw Hat crew lifted considerably. At that moment, Harriet gazed at Luffy with curiosity. Luffy, are you not cold? Despite being in winter, Luffy continued to wear his usual attire. Harriet felt a chill merely from observing his thin vest. A gust of frigid wind swept through. Suddenly, a certain fool realized. Clutching his chest in terror, it's freezing. How oblivious. Now, the crew on deck could not help but voice their jests. Chapter 60. Landing on Drum Island, the Mary sailed along the inland river into the heart of the island, closely followed by the White Iron Crown. As they approached, the Straw Hat crew gained a clearer understanding of what constituted a snow country. Snowflakes danced through the air, and strong winds bowed many trees under the weight of the snow. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the princess, marveling at the silver-clad world. Captivated by the breathtaking spectacle she beheld for the very first time, Harriet, indeed, comprehended the situation well. For it was nearly impossible to behold such a magnificent sight in the desert nation of Alabasta. Soon enough, the group discovered a suitable spot to dock their vessel and prepared to moor. At that moment, a multitude of armed individuals unexpectedly emerged from the shore, each one anxiously scrutinizing the Mary and the white Iron Crown. It seemed their attention was solely directed towards the latter. "Pirates! And Walpo, you are not welcome here. Depart at once, or we shall open fire." A cacophony of voices filled the air, laden with both fear and fury. "How terrifying!" exclaimed Usopp, his face a mask of trepidation. It was impossible not to feel fear with so many guns aimed in his direction. "We are indeed unwelcome," he lamented. Observing the scene with an impassive expression, Sanji, cigarette in hand, noted that these individuals did not appear to be a regular military force, especially after the events they had just endured. Harriet gazed at the armed populace on the shore, reflecting on the day's events surrounding the capture of the White Iron Crown. Although he was already aware of certain aspects of the narrative, he still gleaned pertinent information from these deserters. Consequently, the Straw Hat crew found themselves empathizing with the reactions of the people on the shore. "Hey!" Harriet greeted the crowd and then gestured toward the ship. The White Iron Crown, stating, "This vessel has been captured by us, and within it, Walpo was dispatched by our captain. Although a few managed to escape, they pose no significant threat. Captured, Walpo was defeated." The onlookers on the shore were taken aback, pointing and murmuring about the White Iron Crown. On board the White Iron Crown, rows of soldiers stood, yet they bore no weapons, their hands empty. This was entirely expected, having been captured. There was no way Harriet could arm them. Additionally, he had unreservedly taken some of the supplies and treasures from the ship. The bulk would remain for Drum Island, a fact Harriet was well aware of. These soldiers would eventually return to Drum Island, and it was only fair to leave something for Chopper's homeland. Thus, he could not pillage excessively. However, a tyrant is indeed a tyrant, and Walpo had amassed considerable wealth. Even a fraction of it surpassed the Straw Hat crew's entire worth. "We are in search of a doctor. There is a critically ill patient aboard," Luffy and Vivy exclaimed anxiously from the ship's edge, desperate to reach the shore without delay. Yet, in their quest for medical assistance, they could not bypass the throng of people, especially since they were unfamiliar with the area, and Dr. Correja was the last doctor on the island. "Impossible. You must be deceiving us. That is clearly Walpo's ship. You are likely feigning illness to gain access to the island." Their inherent disdain for Walpo and fear of pirates led them to instinctively reject the claim. "We did indeed encounter Walpo, but we speak the truth. Dr. Correja can testify for us. They are currently aboard our ship, treating our crew. If you allow us to enter the island, we will assist you in dealing with Walpo." Harriet gazed at the crowd and proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the island's populace began to murmur amongst themselves. Their eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as they beheld the Iron Crown. It was not merely fear of Walpo, but of the Straw Hat pirates as well. If his words bore truth, they were faced with a formidable pirate crew capable of toppling Walpo's elite subordinates. Would this not invite disaster? The recollection of the Blackbeard pirates' rampage heightened their anxiety. Comparing the Straw Hats to the soldiers aboard the Iron Crown, they could not help but perceive the former as another incarnation of Blackbeard's crew. "Perhaps we should allow the doctor to come forth and elucidate matters," Sanji exclaimed, believing that the country's previously esteemed medical practitioners still held some degree of authority. However, as he turned, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the ground beside him with a resounding thud. In that moment, several veins bulged on the forehead of the lovesick chef. Realizing how foolish he had been, with Nami gravely ill and in a state of unconsciousness for several days, Sanji was in no mood to squander time with these individuals any longer. "Wait a moment." Harriet seized Sanji with a firm grip, then turned and declared, "We harbor no ill will, yet we are not to be trifled with." As he spoke, he ignited the flames of death. Boom. The fire erupted instantaneously. As Harriet raised his right hand, an azure flame surged forth, coiling around his hand and swiftly forming a colossal fiery arm in the air. Nearly the size of the Mary, his hand contorted into a claw, the blue flames swirling within, presenting a rather fearsome sight. "Oh wow," gasped the crowd on the shore. "A devil fruit user." The onlookers, not devoid of discernment, quickly deduced Harriet's powers, their expressions turning tense. In many respects, a devil fruit user epitomizes formidable strength. "I am a user of the natural type, you know." Harriet, with an unflinching demeanor, uttered a falsehood. The fierce flames blazed, casting an eerie blue glow upon the faces of the crowd, illuminating their expressions with a mix of uncertainty. The term nature users struck terror into their minds. Ah, Harriet. Could you possibly be? The foolish captain, astonished, pointed at Harriet, but before he could utter the words nature user, Usopp swiftly covered Luffy's mouth, leaving Luffy to emit only muffled sounds. What a fool. Both Zoro and Sanji simultaneously broke into a cold sweat. They understood that Harriet's deception was intended to intimidate those on shore. Since entering the Grand Line, they had increasingly grasped the formidable power of nature users. And having one aboard their ship undoubtedly served as a deterrent. With a nature user present, the people on shore would think twice before acting rashly. Unfortunately, this dim-witted captain had fallen for the ruse. Moreover, he was actually aware of the truth. There exists a type of deceived individual known as Luffy. Just then, a man, robust as an ox, emerged from the crowd and interjected. He gazed at Harriet, his eyes flickering, before stating, "Allow me to see Dr. 20. Zoro, who had nearly drawn his sword, sheathed it instead, and, moving towards the cabin door, he simply approached and opened it. With a creak, the door swung ajar. Through the light emanating from within, the crowd immediately caught sight of the figure in white. Dr. 20. It truly is them. The people began to murmur among themselves. I shall place my trust in you, Dalton remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Harriet. Harriet, upon understanding the situation, promptly retracted the flames. It was evident to him that a nature-type ability user had intimidated Dalton. Many were well aware of the formidable nature of such powers in the first half of the Grand Line. They were akin to natural disasters. After enduring the devastation wrought by Blackbeard on Drum Island, they could hardly withstand the chaos caused by a nature-type wielder. Is it true? Exclaimed the foolish captain, bowing deeply upon hearing that they had been granted permission to land on the island. Thank you so much. Dalton found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that they might not be the villains he had presumed. It had to be genuine. Given Walpole's temperament, he would not engage in such benevolence. Casting a glance at Luffy, Dalton addressed the gathered crowd. You all shall deal with the scoundrels aboard the White Iron Crown. Having settled the matter of their landing, Harriet gestured towards the ship. The soldiers aboard the White Iron Crown immediately tensed, eyeing the populace on the shore. Captives. This time, the onlookers were convinced that the soldiers had indeed become prisoners. With a nature-type user present, it was a rather effortless feat. Instantly, hostile glares were directed at the soldiers. Walpole's lackeys. Someone bellowed, and soon a chorus of shouts erupted as more individuals joined in, swiftly constructing ropes to board the White Iron Crown and apprehend the soldiers. Before long, the soldiers were escorted to Horn Village, and what would transpire next was beyond the control of the Straw Hat crew. On Drum Island, in Horn Village, Dalton's residence, the slumbering Nami lay in Dalton's bed, while Dr. 20 tended to her. Thanks to Dr. 20's presence, Dalton felt no need to elaborate on the reasons behind the nation's disdain for pirates. Is it so? You were lying all along, Dalton remarked with a resigned smile. Glancing at Harriet. Just moments ago, Harriet had inadvertently revealed that he was not, in fact, a nature-type user, though he said little more on the subject. Despite the newfound knowledge of Harriet's true abilities, Dalton felt more at ease with these pirates. At least they exhibited no overt hostility. As he spoke, Dalton pointed towards the window, saying, after Walpole fled, his castle was left vacant. It was subsequently occupied by that witch, Dr. Correa, who was likely atop that mountain now. At this, the crowd followed his gesture, their foreheads furrowing with lines of concern. That's the snow monster, Sorora. That's the super snowman. The comical duo frolicking outside ignited Sanji's ire. Those two idiots. They certainly are brimming with energy. Harriet gazed at the two individuals, profoundly questioning whether he had indeed aged. Several minutes later, on the snowy expanse, a makeshift snowmobile raced across the terrain. This rudimentary contraption consisted of two sleds at the front, a wooden plank in the center, and tracks at the rear, with the very engine of this endeavor being Harriet himself, seated at the back. Alas! Exclaimed Luffy, perched on the wooden plank, exuberantly shouting, this is exhilarating. Of course. Do you not recognize who I am? Harriet smiled, his left hand enveloped in flames grasping a pipe, evidently the source of power, while his right hand held the control stick. The one steering this makeshift snowmobile was indeed Harriet. Blue flames continuously surged into the pipe, which, through a series of mechanical operations, propelled the tracks, allowing the rudimentary snow vehicle to advance swiftly. Indeed, Usopp is remarkably clever. It is astonishing that he conceived this idea. Observing the snowmobile, Sanji couldn't help but reminisce about Usopp. Although this fellow is timid, his mind is exceptionally sharp, upon hearing that Magnetic Drum Island was a winter island. He devised this plan and enlisted Harriet as his laborer, claiming that searching for a doctor in the snow would undoubtedly require such a contraption. He was proven right at this very moment. Harriet could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had not particularly wanted to come, wishing instead to spend more time consulting the doctor on the intricacies of human anatomy. Yet, unexpectedly, he was conscripted. Fortunately, the doctor had promised to provide him with relevant literature. Reflecting on the future ship's doctor, Chopper, he realized there was no rush. Haha. Luffy laughed heartily, tugging at Harriet. Can't you go any faster? Idiot, if we go any faster, this vehicle won't hold up. Moreover, it will affect Nami, Harriet retorted, unable to restrain himself. At that moment, the vehicle was already cruising at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Any quicker, and this makeshift carriage would likely collapse. Indeed. You fool, behave yourself. Sanji kicked Luffy in the face, glancing at Nami, who lay in the center, baring his sharp teeth. Got it, Luffy replied with reluctance, but upon considering Nami, he acquiesced. Chapter 61. The appearance of Chopper since entering the Grand Line. An array of wondrous creatures had continuously emerged, perpetually reshaping Harriet's understanding of life. Just moments ago, a group of beings known as Ravens had leapt forth to launch an attack on them. Their physique resembled that of oversized polar bears, yet they bore the head of a rabbit. The combination of a rabbit's head with a bear's body created a strikingly dissonant image. Harriet could not help but marvel at the wonders of the Creator, which only strengthened his resolve to traverse the world. However, despite the ferocity of these creatures, Harriet felt no fear and hastily made his escape. The consequence of this was a swift kick from Sanji, resulting in a few cracks appearing on the makeshift snowmobile. With the absence of conflict, the avalanche naturally subsided. How steep it is! Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Harriet gazed at the nearly vertical rock face in awe. You fool, now is not the time for such musings. Sanji, seated on the sled, appeared somewhat anxious. The sheer steepness of the cliff made climbing it a daunting task. Especially in such frigid weather, relying solely on their hands could lead to frostbite. How about I carry Nami and fly us up? Harriet suggested. Are you up for it? Sanji inquired, knowing that Harriet's fiery aura was limited, having been utilized considerably on their journey thus far. I can do it. Harriet confidently nodded at the rock face. Even if it were impossible, he would make it happen. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having warned Nami earlier in the small garden. And now that they had arrived here, retreat was not an option. Then I entrust Nami to you, Sanji, and I will climb up as well, Luffy asserted with a serious nod. Haru nodded slightly, saying little, as he lifted Nami and descended from the cart. With a powerful exhalation, blue flames erupted from his feet, coalescing and deepening in hue at a visibly rapid pace. Finally, with a resounding boom, the flames exploded, propelling Haru upward with tremendous force. In an instant, like a rocket, he soared into the sky. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, and even though Haru possessed great strength, he felt a chill enveloping him. However, he dared not shield himself from the cold with the ominous flames, instead choosing to envelop Nami in a protective mantle of fire, unwilling to squander his dark flames unnecessarily. With his mastery over the ominous flames gradually increasing, he had finally achieved the ability to shape them and release fire without causing harm. Of course, the shaping technique had yet to prove significantly beneficial. It was time-consuming and challenging to control, although it could serve to intimidate the average person. For instance, during this ascent, after nearly 5 minutes of flight, Haru began to feel a slight dizziness. Curse be it, prolonged precise control is mentally exhausting. Harriet gritted his teeth. Releasing flames did not require excessive energy, yet compressing and maintaining a steady rate of flame eruption proved to be quite taxing. After 5 minutes, Harriet felt as though he had engaged in a fierce battle. Persevere. A faint glimmer of the edge was visible. Suddenly, the flames on his left foot twisted and expanded uncontrollably. This is bad. The shadow in mid-air abruptly spun. I can do this. Harriet's heart screamed in anguish. Even in this moment, he clung tightly to Nami, disregarding the peril of shattering into 1,000 pieces upon falling. Ignoring the encroaching darkness before him, Harriet fixed his gaze on the direction ahead and took a deep breath. Boom. Harriet released the controls, and the flames emanating from his feet erupted in a single breath, resembling a blue meteor from a distance. What transpired? Sanji, still scaling the mountain, could vaguely hear the thunderous roar and see a faint blue glow. This radiance was all too familiar to him, for Harriet practiced maneuvering this device daily aboard the ship. It's all right. Have faith. Harriet will undoubtedly succeed, declared Luffy, who was also climbing the mountain with unwavering conviction. Sanji remained speechless, yet his heart inexplicably lightened. Though this foolish captain often lacked seriousness, he possessed the remarkable ability to instill a sense of reassurance in critical moments. Bang! Crash! Harriet fell to the edge of the cliff, yet he did not hesitate to use his own body as a cushion to protect Nami, extinguishing the flames that surrounded her. This is it. A sharp pain pierced his head, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Although he yearned to continue providing warmth for Nami in his current condition, he could only risk setting her ablaze. This is the end. Harriet exerted himself to raise his right hand, and with a sudden explosion, he unleashed the final burst of flames before promptly losing consciousness. Outside, as anticipated, the sudden flare of fire captured the attention of both a solitary figure and a reindeer within the castle. When Harriet regained consciousness, he found himself in a room. Where was he? Harriet felt somewhat disoriented, as if he had fainted at the edge of a cliff outside the castle. Fainted? Harriet's eyes suddenly widened, and in an instant, he recalled Nami. He glanced around, only to find himself utterly alone, observing the desolate room and then his own form lying on the hospital bed. With a needle connected to an 4-drip in his hand, Harriet's mind swiftly pieced together the events that had transpired. He had been rescued, Harriet murmured to himself, clearly aware that he had been rescued by Chopper and Dr. Kureha. Thus, Nami must also be resting in a nearby room. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, prompting Harriet to turn towards the source of the sound. Bang! The door burst open, and an upright creature resembling a raccoon with antlers dashed into Harriet's view. Chopper. The sight of this peculiar being instantly brought that name to Harriet's mind. In this castle, only it could be so bizarre. Stop. It's Nami supplements. Upon hearing these two voices, beads of cold sweat appeared on Harriet's forehead. He knew all too well who these two rascals were. Amid the commotion, Luffy and Sanji rushed in. Ah, Harriet, you're awake, Luffy exclaimed, jogging in place as he turned to face Harriet. Thanks to you. At that moment, Sanji was also smiling warmly at Harriet. To Sanji, a person who prioritizes a lady's needs above their own deserves utmost respect. You're still a bit weak, but it's nothing serious. Just replenish your energy. Chopper, having clearly miscalculated, looked at Harriet with a puzzled expression. Why would you climb a mountain in such a state of hunger? From Chopper's perspective, it was evident that Harriet had fainted due to starvation. Sweat. Harriet could not help but wipe his face. He was acutely aware of the reason behind his predicament. His prolonged and intense utilization of the dead fire during his journey here had undeniably drained his reserves. Ultimately, this depletion of the energy stored within the dead fire led to the exhaustion of his own bodily energy, which caused him to faint from hunger. However, it appears that you have inadvertently taken a wrong turn. Harriet gazed at the blue-nosed reindeer and spoke with a tone of resignation. Dr. Chopper was taken aback, quickly retreating behind a pillar and peeking out, unlike before when he merely concealed his head while leaving his body exposed. With a fierce expression, he exclaimed, Enough of your prattling, human. Well, in any case, thank you. You appear to be a doctor, don't you, reindeer? Harriet gazed at Chopper earnestly and remarked, Even if you say that, it won't bring me any joy. You scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Chopper immediately began to twist and squirm with delight, his face betraying immense happiness. Though he awkwardly retorted, I'm clearly not that pleased. Observing the insincere blue-nosed reindeer, both Luffy and Sanji felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. By the way, I hope our companion is all right? Harriet inquired, thinking of Nami. Yes, Chopper nodded in affirmation. It seems a skilled doctor attended to her previously, preventing her condition from worsening significantly. She has now received treatment, but complete recovery will require a few more days. Oh. The 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates present all nodded in understanding. Ah, it can speak. At that moment, Luffy and Sanji were suddenly taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Chopper's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he quietly withdrew. Only just realized, Harriet could not help but feel anxious about the sluggishness of these 2 individuals. Surely, they had captured it for quite some time already, hadn't they? There are numerous wondrous phenomena on the Grand Line. Perhaps it has consumed some devil fruit. Harriet deduced the truth and remarked that the creature seemed to be a doctor, advising others to treat him with courtesy. Upon hearing this, the 2 nodded in agreement. Sanji speculated that this peculiar being might be Dr. Kureha's pet, possessing some medical knowledge, while only a creature of his kind could fathom what Luffy was thinking. Chapter 62. Nami awakens. After a round of inquiries, Harriet discovered that these 2 individuals had arrived at the summit merely 20 minutes after his own ascent. This revelation left him marveling at their remarkable physical condition, capable of conquering such a daunting mountain in such a brief span. It is worth noting that this peak stands nearly 5,000 meters high. Unencumbered, the duo relied on their formidable stamina, managing to rest for several minutes and quickly recuperate, appearing lively and energetic. Upon spotting Chopper, the scene reminiscent of what Harriet had previously witnessed unfolded before him. In other words, have you seen Nami? Harriet inquired. And both individuals nodded affirmatively before stating that the local physician, Dr. Guliva, had already descended the mountain. Harriet was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that this was only natural. After all, there had previously been only one doctor on this island, and Dr. Kariva could hardly wait for patients to arrive. Considering the situation, it seemed that the Straw Hat Pirates had arrived here somewhat earlier than in the original tale. It must be the time when Dr. Kariva was out attending to her patients. Glancing at the 4-drip, which was evidently a source of nutritional support, Harriet casually removed it. Noticing this, Sanji gestured towards the door they had entered through and said, "I've prepared some food over there, in the 3rd room to the left." As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was well aware of what Harriet needed at that moment. Without further ado, Harriet swiftly made his way to the food and indulged in a hearty meal before promptly locating Chopper, who was tending to Nami. Knowledge of the human body. Chopper remarked with curiosity, and after their previous interactions, the man and the reindeer were finally able to communicate effectively. Harriet nodded affirmatively. I had also conducted some research in the past. Upon hearing Harriet, Chopper realized that this was likely related to the studies on the Lumbo ball and surgical techniques. How splendid that is. Harriet burst into laughter, realizing that with Chopper by his side, he could further his journey of strength. Though Chopper was initially perplexed, the sight of Harriet's smile, free of any disdain, caused him to gently curve his lips in response. When Harriet expressed his interest in human anatomy and his desire to engage in a discussion with Chopper, the latter readily agreed. Meanwhile, on the coast near Magnet Drum Island, Valpo glared irritably at the soldier delivering the report. What? My castle has been taken? The soldier hastily replied, yes, it was seized by a doctor named Dr. Grieva, along with 20 other doctors and soldiers who have been captured at Big Horn Village. Captured? Valpo's forehead throbbed with veins. My castle is of utmost importance. I will deal with that reckless fool first, and then I shall take care of these lowly peasants. After all the trouble I went through to find my way back from the sea, how could this happen? Unforgivable. I shall sentence them to death. As he spoke furiously, Valpo mounted a white hippopotamus, accompanied by 2 loyal aides, and rode towards the castle, leaving a dozen bewildered soldiers behind. Is the castle all that matters? Will we too be abandoned one day? These soldiers felt a twinge of discomfort, yet they were powerless to change their fate. What should they do next? Confusion reigned in their hearts. At Bighorn Village, Dalton's home, alarm struck. What? Valpo has returned. Dalton slammed his hand on the table, fixing his gaze on the villager who had come to report. The villager gulped and affirmed, I saw soldiers lurking outside the village, and Valpo is headed towards the castle. Dalton furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. Do not engage them lightly. Keep a close eye on those soldiers. The villager nodded, understanding that Dalton referred to the captives. If Valpo arrived and these soldiers caused a ruckus, it would spell trouble, for the villagers were no match for them in a direct confrontation. Fortunately, their weapons had already been confiscated. Dalton pondered for a moment, initially suspecting that Valpo was drawn by the Straw Hat Pirates. However, upon reflection, he realized they had already encountered Valpo in nearby waters, making his return inevitable. Thankfully, Valpo had not yet directly targeted the villagers. Casting a glance at the villagers, a flicker of worry crossed Dalton's eyes. This tyrant would show no regard for the lives of the common folk. He must not be allowed to rule any longer. He is nothing but a forsaken king of this nation. Valpo, let us put an end to this. Dalton murmured, then opened the door and rushed towards the castle. A faint sound echoed in Nami's ears as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she was greeted by a horrifying sight, a figure alongside a small deer-like creature, both pointing at a skinned human body, with several skeletal remains nearby. Startled by the gruesome scene, Nami instinctively recoiled. The bed creaked ominously beneath her. Oh no, still half asleep. She feared she had encountered a pervert. I'm too beautiful to be turned into a specimen. This is terrifying. Oh, Nami, you're awake. Harriet, upon hearing the business at hand, turned to Nami and spoke. Ha, Harriet. At the sound of his voice, Nami calmed down. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were examining a remarkably lifelike human muscle model, so realistic that it could easily be mistaken for a real body. The skeletal remains nearby were merely internal organ models and skeletal replicas. Glancing around the room, she observed various skulls adorning the walls, alongside an array of weapons. The table was cluttered with peculiar reagent bottles, creating an eerie atmosphere. No wonder such a misunderstanding occurred. Nami immediately found her explanation. Meanwhile, Chopper was startled to see Nami awake and quickly hid behind his companion, nervously watching her. His instinct to conceal himself backfired as Nami, noticing this peculiar raccoon, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. What an intriguing creature. Chopper, upon hearing her, was taken aback again and quickly concealed himself, exclaiming, "Stop rambling, human." Previously, Harriet had revealed his identity to Chopper and even demonstrated his Fishman form, which excited Chopper immensely, leading him to classify Harriet as one of his kind. He also envied Harriet's ability to assume a normal human appearance. At that moment, it was evident that Nami still seemed like a fearsome human. "You have already taken antibiotics. Doriel's medicine works remarkably well, so your fever should have subsided considerably," Chopper stated, despite his nervousness, fulfilling his duties as a doctor. Nami paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon realized she had indeed come to see a doctor. She touched her forehead and confirmed that her temperature had indeed decreased somewhat. "I heard Harriet mention that you were aware of your condition beforehand, so I won't elaborate further. This illness typically requires a 10-day course for recovery, however, under Doriel's care. You will need to rest for 3 days to truly recuperate," Chopper said, looking at Nami with a hint of anxiety, as he was not accustomed to speaking so much in front of others. 3 days? Nami exclaimed in shock, attempting to throw off the covers. "We don't have that much time. The fever has already subsided. As long as I rest at home, I should heal gradually. Best to remain lying down for now," Chopper advised. Harriet approached and firmly restrained Nami, meeting her gaze. "You are merely experiencing a fever. Most of the pathogens still reside within you, and you cannot endure much more strain. We have no doctor aboard our ship." As he spoke, Harriet exchanged a meaningful glance with Nami. Nami blinked in surprise, suddenly more subdued. "Is there something amiss?" she pondered. "Thank you." After a moment's thought, she expressed her gratitude to Chopper. "You scoundrel. Even if you thank me, it won't bring me joy," Chopper exclaimed, writhing with a mix of irritation and delight. Nami observed this scene, several dark lines appearing on her forehead. "What a peculiar creature. Wait, it can speak. A talking reindeer with horns." Nami was taken aback, scrutinizing Chopper intently. Indeed, in the Grand Line, one could encounter all manner of strange beings. Reindeer. Miss Nami. At that moment, 2 individuals burst through the door, one fixated on Chopper and the other on Nami. "Ah." The lovesick chef began to twist, clasping his fist before his left cheek. "Nami, I shall prepare heartwarming medicinal meals for you. Nami, you're awake." Luffy grinned at Nami before turning his attention to Chopper. "Reindeer, will you join our pirate crew? Be my companion." After Harriet's earlier remarks and recalling Dr. Korea's mention of another doctor in the castle, coupled with Chopper's ability to converse, Luffy's mind was immediately sparked with the desire to invite Chopper aboard. In the idiosyncratic thought process of their captain, perhaps amusement was one of the criteria for selecting crew members. Chopper's heart trembled at the suggestion. A companion? How could that be possible? "I am but a reindeer." Dr. Hiralik. The memories weighed heavily on him, casting a shadow over his eyes, and he abruptly turned to flee, his silhouette reflecting a sense of despair. Chapter 63. The Return of Warble. His name was Chopper, an ordinary reindeer who had consumed the human fruit. Dr. Korea had returned at some point, recounting Chopper's tale in Nami's room, now with 2 additional listeners. Meanwhile, Harriet, clad in black, engaged in his daily training alone within the castle, occasionally flirting with a reindeer. As previously mentioned, Chopper felt a sense of kinship with Harriet, knowing he was a half-fishman, perhaps due to their shared status as outcasts. Chopper observed as Harriet sketched something on paper. Whenever there was a pause, he would approach Harriet, feeling his muscles or using a stethoscope to listen to his heartbeat and lungs, sometimes checking his pulse. After nearly 30 minutes, several anatomical sketches appeared in Chopper's hands. "Is this my body?" Harriet examined Chopper's drawing, and indeed, his physical structure differed from that of an ordinary person. Chopper nodded and remarked, "Harriet, you possess a dual respiratory system, and as you mentioned, there exists specialized muscular tissue. Although it is rather rudimentary, it is the extent of what can be achieved at present." Haru nodded in acknowledgement, for achieving such progress in such a brief period is indeed commendable. After all, one cannot simply dissect oneself, can they? While that might yield swift results, it would ultimately lead to demise. And what purpose would there be in death? Perhaps I could employ a special diagnostic tool known as the blue wave orbonule. This unique substance, which I have meticulously developed, has the capability to disrupt the transformation wavelengths of those endowed with animalistic abilities, enabling me to achieve a 7-stage transformation. One of these transformations enhances cognitive faculties, allowing me to gain a more precise understanding of your physiology. With that, Chopper gazed at Haru with eager anticipation. Harriet did not disappoint him and immediately uttered the words Chopper longed to hear. You truly are remarkable. You fool, even if you praise me like that. It won't bring me any joy, Chopper exclaimed, twisting his body, his heart in turmoil. Harriet pondered for a moment, realizing that if Walpo arrived now, it would indeed pose a challenge for Chopper, who had utilized the rumble ball. Nonetheless, he believed he could persuade Luffy to invite Chopper. Perhaps persuasion was unnecessary. Luffy had exhibited a keen interest in Chopper previously. Chopper produced the rumble ball, and Harriet observed it with curiosity. Was it not supposed to be blue? Having once followed the anime One Piece, Harriet had not developed the habit of watching it repeatedly, and thus many details had faded from his memory during the long wait for new episodes. For instance, he had forgotten that the rumble ball was yellow. To Harriet, the presence of the word blue suggested it should indeed be blue. How literal he had been. It was yellow after all. Chopper cast a puzzled glance at Harriet before tossing the rumble ball into his mouth. Eager to showcase his research findings to a fellow creature he felt had much in common with himself. This kindred spirit not only lacked true humanity but could also transform. Most importantly, both were doctors, one a professional, the other an amateur. Such similarities provided ample reason for Chopper to share his discoveries. Harriet quietly observed from the side. He was not an empowered individual, and although he was curious about the blue wave ball, he held no particular desire for it. However, at that moment, Valpo. Chopper's nose twitched, revealing an expression of astonishment. How did he return? Harriet was taken aback for a moment. So soon. It is worth noting that with the permanent pointer, they should have arrived on the island ahead of the original narrative. At this point, even if Walpo had landed, he should still be boasting among the villagers. What Harriet was unaware of was that, with the absence of numerous soldiers, those who ventured forth to scout were too apprehensive to delve deep into the village, which consequently led to Valpo refraining from proceeding there as well. Upon discovering that his castle had been seized, a furious Valpo hastened directly towards the fortress, naturally arriving much sooner than in the original narrative. Harriet, please inform Dr. Doriel that Valpo has returned. Choba, having not consumed the blue orb, dashed out of the castle. Valpo. Harriet stroked his chin, pondering the ineptitude of the fool before him. Were it not for Luffy's erratic nature, he could have likely resolved the matter within 3 moves. Reflecting on this, he found Zoro to be considerably more reliable. Regardless of the adversary, he would relentlessly strike down any foe. One only need to consider the unfortunate souls who had faced the blade on Whiskey Peak. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Harriet leisurely made his way towards Nami's room, exuding an air of nonchalance, utterly devoid of any sense of urgency. After all, Walpole was hardly a match for the current Harriet. Should he provoke him? Well, one could only chuckle at the prospect. Harriet did not mind imparting lessons on how to navigate life. The sound of footsteps approached, and upon turning, Harriet discovered it was Luffy. It's so cold, Luffy shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. He then looked at Harriet with urgency and inquired, Harriet, do you have any warm clothing? It's freezing outside, and I need to hurry and give that fool who wields knives a good beating. Upon seeing Harriet, he was immediately rendered speechless. This fellow was once again clad in a red top and knee-length shorts, utterly oblivious to the biting cold. Harriet swiftly removed his black coat and handed it to Luffy. Curiously, Luffy gazed at Harriet and inquired, Aren't you cold, Harriet? In response to this question, Harriet chose to demonstrate rather than explain. Suddenly, blue flames erupted beneath his feet, coiling around him in the form of a serpent, their heat instantly dispelling the chill in the air. How cool is that? Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his eyes sparkled with wonder, and he exaggeratedly gaped in awe. Harriet gazed at Luffy and remarked with a tone of exasperation, Is it now the wrong time for that? Upon hearing this, Luffy suddenly realized, Oh right, I need to go teach that guy a lesson. With that, he hurriedly dashed out. He arrived at Nami's room, and through the window, Harriet observed the battle outside. Harriet, aren't you going to fight? And who is that Walpo? Nami, still unaware of the situation since she had been unconscious during Walpo's earlier attack, inquired. Oh, just a foolish glutton, Harriet casually replied. A glutton? Haha, you are quite amusing. Young man, Dr. Correja exclaimed, taking a hearty swig from her bottle. And besides, with Luffy down there, that big eater will hardly be a match. At this, Harriet paused and looked at Luffy, contemplating that if he could fight seriously. Seriously fight. Nami's forehead immediately broke out in a sweat. It was a challenge to expect their captain to fight earnestly. If he could manage to refrain from being ridiculous for even half the battle, it would be a feat. For now, we should focus on getting Chopper away. After all, he is a remarkably skilled doctor. With that, Harriet flashed a smile at Dr. Correa. Haha. How amusing that you would say you want to take my reindeer right in front of me. Dr. Correa laughed heartily and took another large gulp of her drink. If you can take him, then by all means, do so. Harriet and Nami exchanged glances, momentarily speechless at Dr. Correa's bold demeanor. Are you really 139 years old? I can hardly believe it. Meanwhile, at the port of Drum Island, aboard the Going Merry, Zoro, just back from a winter swim, pointed nonchalantly at a soldier sprawled on the deck. So that gluttonous fool has returned? The soldiers, initially thinking they could easily handle Zoro, were now defeated. Yes, yes. Usopp eagerly nodded. Uncle Dalton has also gone over there. We should hurry too. But Zoro, why are you wearing their clothes? Vivy asked curiously. Oh. I just came back from a winter swim, Zoro replied indifferently. Winter swim? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. You dared to swim in winter? Ah. Vivy finally understood why she had rescued Karu from the river. Gah. Karu also widened his eyes, shivering as he quietly berated the fool. Chapter 64. The battle on the summit. At that moment, Harriet had reached the rooftop of the castle and surveyed the surroundings. This castle was perched atop the highest mountain on Drum Island, and Harriet found himself at one of its highest points. From this vantage, he felt a sense of superiority over the landscape. As he gazed out, he beheld a breathtaking expanse of snow, a sight he had never encountered before in this snow-covered realm. Reflecting on it, he realized he hadn't truly taken in the beauty of this winter island yet. Surely, he needed to appreciate the final winter scenery, especially since he knew the Straw Hat crew had yet to set foot on Drum Island. With a whimsical impulse, Harriet had scampered up to witness the myriad wonders the island had to offer. However, the discordant sounds from below disrupted his enjoyment of the snowy vista. Haha. You say I don't understand the meaning of that flag, Straw Hat? What significance could there possibly be in a pirate's foolish adornments? Walpo's derisive voice echoed from below. So you're just a useless fool. Luffy's serious tone reached Harriet's ears as he grasped the pirate flag. This was no mere ornament that could be casually displayed. Chopper looked up at Luffy, seemingly gaining a newfound respect for him. Bastard! Tear down that flag. Walpo paid no heed, raising his transformed cannon arm and aiming it at Luffy. I told you, this is my kingdom. Watch as I shatter your pathetic flag. With a resounding bang, a cannonball soared upward, striking Luffy directly. Idiot! Sanji below widened his eyes, given Luffy's abilities, avoiding that should have been effortless. As the flames and smoke dissipated, a disheveled Luffy emerged. Harriet was taken aback, exclaiming, Isn't that a rubber man? Why isn't he rebounding? At the base of the flagpole, a section had been shattered by an explosion, and the flag bore several tiers. Nevertheless, it continued to flap vigorously in the swirling snow. This scene profoundly shook Chopper. Is this what being a pirate truly means? The kind of pirate that Dr. Silvers had yearned for? I told you it was unbreakable. Just look. Luffy wore a triumphant smile as he gazed down at Walpo. Although I do not know whose flag it is a flag defended with life, and thus, it must not be easily hoisted. The pirate's skull flag. Luffy took a deep breath and shouted, This is the symbol of belief. In that moment, Chopper's heart was indelibly marked by the presence of a man named Luffy. Beneath the falling snow, this man appeared to Chopper like a radiant sun. Doctor, is this what it truly means to be a pirate with belief? What a stirring captain he is. Upon witnessing this, Harriet's lips curled into a subtle smile. It was precisely because of this fool that he chose to join his ranks. Now, I shall deliver a sound thrashing to you, Luffy exclaimed with a grin, his gaze fixed intently on Walpo. You rascal! Bang! Bang! At these words, Walpo immediately fired 2 cannon shots. Fire! Harriet, witnessing the situation, immediately unleashed 2 fiery bullets, igniting them mid-air. Luffy, you should hand over that flag to me. You can simply go and pummel that fellow. At this moment, Harriet gazed at Luffy with a sense of exasperation. Is it truly necessary to endure such bombardment? Oh, thank you. Luffy smiled at Harriet, urging him on. Very well. Off you go. Harriet waved his hand while leaping up to catch the flag. He had little interest in defeating Walpo, after all. Luffy was more than capable of handling him. It was far more enjoyable to admire the scenery from above rather than engage in battle. Just as Luffy was about to jump down, another figure appeared. It was Dalton. Breathing heavily from his long run, Dalton's face was contorted with anger as he shouted, You are no longer the king of this country. Get out. Walpo's forehead bulged with veins at Dalton's words. What did you say? Leave? It seems you've forgotten that I am the ruler of this land. Before he could finish, Walpo unleashed a barrage of cannon fire at Dalton. Bang, bang, bang. The cannonballs soared towards Dalton. Swiftly, Dalton dodged the projectiles, leaping towards Walpo with his massive sword drawn, ready to strike. Suddenly, 3 arrows were shot, perfectly intercepting Dalton midair, leaving him unable to gain leverage. Clang! Dalton reacted quickly, raising his sword to deflect the attack. Die! Walpo's eyes widened as he aimed his cannon at Dalton. Boom! The blast struck Dalton, who, despite blocking with his sword, was still injured by the force of the explosion. Dalton fell to the ground. Uncle! Luffy exclaimed in shock, quickly reaching out to pull Dalton back to safety, desperate to prevent further harm. Incredible! He is still standing. Harrot had initially thought that Dalton would survive the encounter with Walpo, but the outcome was tragically predictable. History's momentum was indeed formidable. After securing the pirate flag of Sir Crocodile, Harrot turned his attention to the battle below, which had escalated. 7-stage transformation. What an interesting reindeer! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he watched Chopper demonstrate his remarkable skills, overpowering the flag-waving Marimo. Arm strengthening. Chopper's muscles bulged impressively, proving to be no mere display of strength. As he charged at Marimo, he shattered the opponent's hammer effortlessly. How dare you underestimate me? Marimo retorted, producing 4 axes from seemingly thin air and attacking Chopper furiously. Chopper had to dodge swiftly. Damn. The effect of the rumble ball is fading. I need to finish this quickly. In a moment of urgency, Chopper transformed back to his initial form, hooves together, declaring, we cannot have weaknesses. Marimo charged at Chopper, axes swinging wildly. Just as the blades were about to connect, Chopper remained unfazed. He leapt into the air, muscles tensing, and brought his hooves together for a powerful strike. Cherry blossom. Thud. His metallic hooves connected with Marimo's chin, sending him flying. Time seemed to freeze as Luffy watched in awe. 3 minutes. Done. Chopper reverted to his original reindeer form, adjusting his hat. Oh, I must have him as my partner. At that moment, Luffy resolved the fate of the blue-nosed reindeer. Fantastic. A reindeer. Luffy beamed. Chopper, taken aback, quickly retorted, idiot. Even if you praise me, I want to be pleased. Sanji, who had joined them, was left speechless, clearly amused despite Chopper's protests. Hey, where's Walpo? Suddenly, the trio and their reindeer noticed Walpo's conspicuous absence. Did he take the opportunity to escape while we were distracted by Chopper's transformation? Sanji speculated, immediately rushing back. At that moment, a loud crash erupted as a window shattered, and a figure hurtled out. Whoosh! The figure raced swiftly down the mountainside. Walpo, Dalton, lying in the snow, recognized the fleeing shadow. 1 minute earlier, Walpo, having reverted to his original form, stealthily slipped into the castle, heading for the armory. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The castle was shrouded in a thick layer of snow, devoid of its former splendor. Unforgivable! Looking up, Walpo spotted a lit room where he could discern a figure. Furious, he charged towards it, intent on eliminating whoever was inside. Hey, that's the sick room. Stay out. You ugly brute. You might frighten the patients. Harrot called out from the balcony, having seen Walpo sneak in and prioritizing the safety of Nami, who was unwell. You're that fool who stayed atop the castle. Walpo recognized Harrot. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. I'll swallow you whole. He roared as he opened his massive jaws, lunging at Harrot. In that instant, Harrot's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. It was one thing to see it on television, but witnessing that enormous mouth in person was quite comical. Chomp. 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 Walpo snapped his jaws repeatedly, pursuing Harrot. Yet, his movements were alarmingly slow, allowing Harrot to evade him with ease. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted from Harrot's right elbow, rippling inward towards the center, its hue gradually deepening. Is he an ability user? Witnessing this scene, Walpo momentarily believed Harrot to be one of the extraordinary individuals found in the Grand Line. While there are many remarkable beings in that realm, only those capable of distinctly manipulating flames could be deemed ability users. Alas, he was mistaken. Harrot revealed a peculiar smile, declaring, in that case, allow me to impose a punishment. Valpo, startled by this, swiftly resolved to act first, devouring voraciously. Valpo's mouth widened to a size surpassing even Harrot's height. As he lunged forward to take a bite, should he succeed, there was an 80% chance that Harrot would be swallowed whole. Observing this scene, Harrot couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, bemused by such an eccentric method of combat. Engaging in battle with one's mouth, how absurd. With a surge of deathly flames erupting from his left hand, he moved with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Harrot approached Valpo, accompanied by a trail of afterimages, with Valpo's mouth mere inches away. In that fleeting moment, Valpo's eyes shifted towards Harrot as his mouth began to turn. Boom! Flames erupted from Harrot's left hand, propelled by immense kinetic energy aimed at Valpo. Rocket Fist. Bam! In an instant, flames burst forth from Harriet's right elbow as he threw his punch, unleashing a long tail of fire. His right fist nearly broke the sound barrier, rippling waves of air dispersing in its wake. Thud! In a split second, his fist collided with Valpo's body, the tremendous force nearly popping his eyes from their sockets, while his tongue extended in a comical gasp. Unable to emit a sound of anguish. Whoosh! Crash! Valpo's corpulent form was catapulted through the air, shattering glass, and within mere blinks, he vanished from sight. Indeed. What formidable power! The corners of Harriet's mouth curled slightly upwards. Chapter 65. Chopper joins the crew. Who is that? As Zoro and the others ascended via the cable car, they spotted an unidentified flying object soaring from the mountaintop. Whoosh! Unfortunately, before they could discern the nature of this mysterious object, it vanished from their sight. What on earth transpired? The group turned their gazes towards the mountaintop, less than 200 meters away, their minds swirling with questions. Crack, crack, crack. Harriet had not savored his joy for long when tragedy struck. A faint sound of bone cracking emanated from his right arm. Ouch, it hurts. Harriet furrowed his brows deeply, his face slightly contorted. Upon closer inspection, even his arms appeared to be slightly swollen and reddened. Alas, it seems I am indeed not cut out for explosive growth. At that moment, Harriet felt an overwhelming discomfort, and the injury on his chest began to throb subtly. Influenced by the condition of his arm, it appears I must take some time to recuperate. What was that just now? Luffy rushed in, glancing up at Harriet, and inquired. Oh. Harriet felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. That was Walpole, and I accidentally sent him flying. Dalton, who was being supported by Sanji, looked at Harriet with a bemused expression. Accidentally? Why does it sound as if Walpole is rather weak? After all, he is an ability user. Oh, I see. Luffy said, blinking in surprise before adding, the next time, you must let me send him flying. Harriet, taken aback by this suggestion, felt a bit awkward. Next time. Will we even encounter this fellow again? According to Harriet's recollections, it seemed that the Straw Hat crew would not meet such a character in their future adventures. Hey, why is it so noisy outside? Nami, clad in a thin white shirt, peeked out from the room to observe the commotion among the crowd and the hole. Ah. Nami looked stunning in that white shirt. Upon witnessing this, the love-struck chef became infatuated once more, twisting in a daze. Harriet, who was above, felt speechless. After all, he had just seen her earlier. Oh, Walpole came in just now, and I sent him flying again. Harriet calmly pointed at the shattered window, clearly regarding the act of launching Whirlbow as a trivial matter. Launch him away. Nami felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. After all, he was not Luffy, capable of such feats. Dalton, upon hearing this, became even more convinced of the situation and knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you for saving this country. Please help him up. At that moment, Dr. Gareva emerged, addressing Sanji. Meanwhile, Dalton, having been struck by cannon fire, had not yet received any medical attention. As a physician, Dr. Gareva could not overlook such neglect. Oh. At this juncture, Luffy noticed the absence of enemies and immediately shifted his focus to Chopper, beaming at him with a radiant smile. Join me as my partner, Reindeer. Chopper was momentarily taken aback, his hooves clashing against his chest in surprise. A sudden wave of inexplicable joy flooding his heart. Is he inviting me to be his partner? Can I truly be a partner with a human? Eventually, Chopper, feeling a wave of melancholy as he recalled his past experiences and thought of Dr. Gareva, turned and dashed away. Hey, stop, Reindeer. Be my partner. Let us become pirates together. Luffy followed suit, racing after him. What boundless energy! Observing this, Harriet couldn't help but envy Luffy's spirited demeanor, as his own vitality felt somewhat depleted after exerting control over the dead spirit fire. Hey, young man, you should also receive treatment. It seems you have sustained injuries again. I noticed earlier that your sternum was damaged, Dr. Gareva remarked while sipping her drink. No need, came the reply. Harriet instinctively prepared to refuse, determined to handle matters on his own. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept past him, the cold gleam of a blade reflecting in his eyes. Poison. A knife quivered slightly as it embedded itself in the wall behind Harriet. What need is there for anything? Dr. Gulliva, with one eye shut, cast a sidelong glance at Harriet. No, there is nothing at all. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Harriet's forehead. What a vivacious old lady she is. Ouch. It hurts. Lying on the hospital bed, the bare-chested Harriet let out a piercing wail. Meanwhile, Dr. Gulliva held a mysterious red vial in one hand, vigorously applying its contents to Harriet's body, completely disregarding his current status as a patient. This medicine is quite potent. At this moment, Harriet felt a warmth radiating from his chest and arms, as if the medicinal effect had permeated to his very bones. Does that old woman even comprehend what it means to heal? Observing Dr. Gulieva, the corners of Harriet's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he could no longer muster any respect. What should have been a proper healing had turned into this. Harriet firmly believed that if he handled the situation, it would not unfold with such brutality. Lying beside him, Dalton mourned silently for Harriet. Upon witnessing this, Nami felt a few beads of cold sweat appear on her forehead. Even as an outsider, she could sense the pain. Very well. Next, let us use all of your ship's possessions as medical expenses, Dr. Giriev exclaimed, clapping her hands. What? All of it? Nami nearly exploded with indignation. You intend to take everything from us just for a medical treatment. With that, she prepared to confront Dr. Giriev. Just then, a large group of villagers appeared outside the door. Mr. Dalton, are you all right? The villagers who had taken the cable car rushed towards Dalton, who was lying next to Harriet. Dalton was quite astonished to see the villagers. We were worried about you, so we all came up, one villager explained. Dalton's eyes misted over at the sight of so many people. It's good to have you all here, Doctor. Giriev pushed her glasses up onto her forehead and addressed the crowd. Later, come with me to the armory to gather supplies. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances at the elderly doctor. Dalton, you have the key to the armory, right? Dr. Giriev asked, looking at him. No, Dalton shook his head. Is this the key you're referring to? At that moment, Harriet produced a key, having seized it while dodging Walbo's attacks. Though he had forgotten much, he still remembered the gift from Sakura. How did you come to possess that? Dr. Giriev was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head and smiling. Oh, how about we use this key to offset the medical fees? The astute Nami seized the opportunity upon noticing Dr. Giriev's interest in the key. She would not easily let go of the opportunity to protect the Straw Hat Crew's, her own, possessions. All right, Dr. Giriev was taken aback by Nami's obvious greed, but then smiled and agreed, as she had never intended to demand such payment. Knowing Chopper well, she could tell he had already developed a fondness for this group and was eager to set sail. Furthermore, she was aware of their true nature and felt no concern for Chopper's safety. Listen carefully, young lady. I need to go downstairs to attend to some matters, which means I will not be here to supervise you for a while. The cabinets in the room contain my clothes. Also, that young man's treatment is complete. Do you hear me? Under no circumstances should you attempt to escape from here. After taking the key, Dr. Giriev turned to Nami as she exited and then strode away without looking back. Nami, upon hearing this, looked at Harriet in surprise, her implication being that they should escape. I believe so. Such an obvious hint could be understood by anyone, she pondered. Why did I suddenly think of Luffy? Harriet shook his head, casting aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. At that moment, Chopper found Dr. Kureha and, with a serious expression, declared to her, Dr. Doriel, I wish to join them. Chapter 66, The Cherry Blossoms and the Banquet. Harriet had barely reunited with the others when Chopper transformed back into his reindeer form, dashing out with a sled, pursued by the heavily armed Dr. Kuriva, who was hurling knives in frantic pursuit. Swish, swish, swish. Unidentified, dangerous projectiles whizzed past the Straw Hat Crew. A chill swept through the air, leaving the crew in a state of shock. Indeed, this was a remarkably spirited and violent elderly woman. Witnessing her fervor startled not only Chopper but the entire crew, prompting them to hastily board the sled and descend along the cableway from an altitude of 5,000 meters. Couldn't they bid farewell in a more civilized manner? Dalton, now bandaged, emerged, followed by townsfolk pushing a cannon. I despise whimpering, Dr. Kuriva said with a smile, quietly watching the departing sled. Under the full moon, snowflakes danced as the sled sped along the cableway. From a distance, it appeared as if the sled had leapt straight from the pages of a fairy tale. Whoa! Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, clearly relishing the thrill. In stark contrast, Nami and Usopp wore expressions of sheer terror, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Zoro and Sanji, however, remained composed, seemingly unaffected. Vivy, though displaying a frightened demeanor, harbored a glimmer of exhilaration in her eyes, indicating her untamed spirit. As for Harriet, he wore a look of sheer delight, a smile gracing his face, reveling in an experience he had never encountered in his past life. Life should be brimming with such exhilarating moments. What an intriguing grand line. Well, let us do it again, Luffy shouted, still yearning for more as they reached the end of the cableway. You fool, Nami retorted, unleashing her judgment iron fist. Just moments after the sled touched down, the group heard the thunderous sound of cannon fire from behind. Turning around, they were met with a breathtaking sight that was almost unimaginable on Winter Island. Trees transformed into mountains, snow into blossoms, At the peak of Magnetic Drum Island's highest summit, a radiant light illuminated the dark night sky, pink snow swirling around the mountain that symbolized royalty, captivating the eyes of all the islanders. Cherry blossoms. This phenomenon, nearly impossible to witness on Winter Island, emerged at this moment in its unique form. This spectacle profoundly moved the observing inhabitants of Winter Island, etching itself into their memories. The miracle known as silica unveiled itself to the world at this moment. As pink cherry blossoms proudly bloomed on this island, eternally draped in ice and snow. At this instant, everyone was enchanted by this beauty, gazing in awe at the magnificent scene. This was a miracle, a rebirth. Dr. Silica's research, Dr. Doriel. Wow, wow, wow. Chopper suddenly felt his eyes welling with tears, bursting into loud cries. Truly, what a stunning farewell gift. Harriet gazed at the scene atop the mountain, somewhat at a loss for words regarding the disingenuousness of the elderly woman above. However, the gift was truly splendid. What a marvelous fantasy it was. Dalton spread his arms wide, smiling as he looked up at the breathtaking view. Hiki, the thoughts of a fool are indeed foolish. Dr. Guriva, while gazing at the sky, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Go on, you foolish child. Having departed from Magnet Drum Island, the Mary slowly sailed across the sea. This time, Winter Island yielded considerable rewards. Not only did they save a significant sum on medical expenses from Nami's perspective, but they also welcomed a ship's doctor from Harriet's perspective and discovered an amusing reindeer capable of 7 transformations from Luffy's perspective. In the end, they were treated to a breathtaking view that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. All in all, the journey was indeed worthwhile. With such bountiful gains, how could they not host a banquet? Thus, Sanji immediately busied himself with his duties. Seizing the opportunity, Harriet took Nami into the cabin. Upon entering, Nami was utterly astonished. So many treasures. Overwhelmed by the array of gems, golden ornaments, and stacks of berries piled nearby, she stammered in excitement. Hiki. Harriet wiped his nose and chuckled. This treasure was salvaged from the ship of Walpo. Although it is merely a portion, combined with our previous gains, we should be able to enjoy a prosperous life ahead. A portion. Nami immediately furrowed her brow, questioning why they hadn't taken the entirety. However, considering that these items belonged to Chopper's homeland, she recognized that leaving some behind would benefit the construction of his new country, so she refrained from further comment. Gazing at the yellow and white treasures, her mind raced with calculations. There must be at least 200 million, and that's not counting the spoils from the bear pirates. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into dollar signs. Filled with emotion and ecstasy, she felt utterly blissful. Well done. In a moment of exhilaration, Nami unleashed a legendary move known in the underworld as the chest compression. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, it seemed that only the 2 of them paid heed to the treasures they had acquired. Harriet was equally astonished by the scene, rendered motionless. Ding, ding, ding. The overwhelming effect of the suffocating pressure took its toll, plunging Harriet into a state of distress. Health -10, blood pressure 10, ding, ding, ding. Harriet has been awarded a heartfelt medal of appreciation from Nami. Harriet has acquired the mark of envy and resentment from the chef Sanji, resulting in a disapproval rating of -50. What a half-fish rascal. At this moment, Sanji's inner turmoil was palpable, his eyes ablaze with a fierce jealousy, nearly causing him to abandon his culinary duties. Ha, ha. Harriet struggled to extricate himself, panic evident in his voice. Hey, hey, hey. Someone could get hurt. Flustered, Harriet spoke without thinking, inadvertently igniting Sanji's temper nearby. The flames surged dramatically, and Sanji swiftly tossed the ingredients in the pan before plating the dish, followed by a flying kick directed at his target. You half-fish bastard. At that moment, Sanji found the half-fish man exceedingly irksome. Bang. Harriet instinctively raised his right hand to shield himself, and then tragedy struck. His eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch. A wave of pain surged through his mind like a barrage of notifications. Harriet momentarily forgot that his right hand had just endured a grievous injury, almost resulting in a catastrophic fracture. At that moment, receiving another kick was excruciating enough to bring him to the brink of tears. And then, Harlot was furious. You bastard. Do you want to kill me? Indeed. Die. In an instant, Harlot and Sanji were embroiled in a fierce brawl. What on earth? How did they end up fighting? The little reindeer, possessing almost zero experience in social interactions, entered upon hearing the commotion and was taken aback by the scene. Aren't they all comrades? Luffy also walked in, glanced at the chaos, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Those 2 are so full of energy. Idiot. Is that really the reason for their vigor? Zoro, Usopp, Vivy, and Karu all exchanged puzzled looks. Why are they fighting? The princess was perplexed, after all. Harlot was one of the few sane individuals aboard the ship. The author's expression, well, let's consider him a person, making his conflict with Sanji utterly unexpected for her. Who knows? The instigator was blissfully rubbing his face against the treasure, seemingly oblivious to his actions. As if, slap. Zoro and Usopp simultaneously smacked their right hands against their foreheads in disbelief. Eventually, Nami emerged to intervene, exclaiming with exasperation, "You two are simply too impulsive." Harlot, sporting a bruised face, was at a loss for words towards this woman. Indeed, she was as dark inside as she appeared outside. Who was responsible for this outcome? Nami, even while feigning indifference, looked so beautiful. The lovesick cook continued to fawn over her, despite his battered state. Unbeknownst to him, his words had completely betrayed Nami. Zoro, Usopp, and Vivy stared at her with incredulous eyes. Not involved? Slightly angered, Nami unleashed her judgmental fist upon Sanji. Meanwhile, Chopper, fulfilling his role as the ship's doctor, approached Harlot to examine him. "Your arm is injured. The damage seems to have worsened." After saying this, he retrieved some medicine from his bag to treat Harlot. Chopper was truly kind-hearted. He was indeed a doctor. After dealing with Sanji, Nami turned to Chopper. "You scoundrel. Even if you compliment me, I want to be pleased." Chopper immediately began to squirm, his face lighting up with joy. "He certainly looks delighted." The Straw Hat crew collectively scoffed in their hearts. "Wait, is Chopper really a doctor?" Vivy exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Haru nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, so that's how it is." Luffy furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation, as if a light bulb had suddenly lit up in his mind. It was clear that he had just remembered Haru's earlier mention of Chopper being a doctor. Until now, his impression of Chopper had likely been overshadowed by the antics of the 7 transformations. "We have a doctor now," Usopp exclaimed with a hint of joy. After the incident at the Little Garden, everyone had finally recognized the significance of having a doctor on board, and it was indeed a cause for celebration. Luffy, didn't you already know that Chopper was a doctor? Why did you invite him up then?" Nami looked at Luffy with a puzzled expression. "The 7 transformations," Luffy blurted out. "Spare ingredients." Sanji chimed in, joining the fray. "Dolly, I want to go back." Chopper's eyes brimmed with tears at the thought. Let's celebrate our ship's doctor Chopper joining us." Before long, the food was prepared, and everyone gathered around the dining table. To make up for forgetting that Chopper was a doctor, Luffy immediately teamed up with Usopp, and together they stuck chopsticks up their noses and mouths, convulsing and dancing in a bizarre manner. Upon witnessing this, Zoro and Haru nearly spat out their food. "You two fools." Ha. Nami and Vivy burst into laughter. Soon enough, the silly duo approached Chopper. "Is it really okay?" The bewildered little reindeer thought this was a display of camaraderie and pointed joyfully at himself. In response, the silly duo nodded affirmatively. "Chopper, don't imitate them." Before Nami could finish her sentence, another dancing reindeer had joined the scene. Nami's forehead twitched with irritation as she unleashed a powerful judgment iron fist, knocking down the duo who were leading the young one astray. "Don't corrupt Chopper," Nami roared, her face transforming into a shark's as she stomped on the silly duo. "Sorry." The duo lay there, defeated. Chapter 67, on the road just hours after the Straw Hat crew departed from Drum Island. A basement somewhere beneath the 63rd Red Tree of Sabaody Archipelago in the Grand Line received news about the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates appeared on Drum Island? Are you certain? A man in black, designated A, asked while gripping the microphone. Absolutely. Many people here have seen them. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to report. However, according to witnesses, they have already left Drum Island. The snail phone displayed a remarkably serious expression, mirroring that of the speaker on the other end. All right. We will confirm the information through a third party, and within 24 hours, we will have verification. If the information is accurate, your reward will be processed within 36 hours. The man in black nodded, promptly hanging up the snail phone and rising to approach a door. Knock. Knock. A knocking sound echoed. "Come in." A faint voice called from within. "Commander." The man in black opened the door, saluted, and said, "We have news regarding the Fleeting Herod. They left Drum Island a few hours ago and are currently undergoing final confirmation." "Oh." Commander B, seated at his desk and handling paperwork, looked up with a furrowed brow. "So, his route can be confirmed?" Commander B was quite confident in his intelligence department. By the time it reached them, there was already an 80% chance it was genuine. However, this is still early in the journey. Who knows where the Straw Hat Pirates may head next? "Continue monitoring." Commander B issued his directive. "Understood." The man in black responded and exited the room. Tap, tap, tap. Commander B drummed his fingers on the table, his eyes flickering with thought. Drum Island? Huh? If that's the case, it should be this route. Commander B pulled out a nautical chart, contemplating one of the routes. The day after leaving Drum Island. Aboard the Mary, Luffy and Usopp sat at the edge of the ship, fishing to pass the time, while the giant duck, Karu, watched nearby. Passing the time. Ever since Herrick came aboard, his skills had enabled them to catch large fish almost every night, easily satisfying the appetites of the ship's gluttons. Thus, fishing. Once a survival skill in the original story, had become a leisurely pastime. Just as Luffy was about to doze off from boredom, suddenly, the fishing rod jerked violently. A big fish. Luffy exclaimed in delight, springing to his feet and gripping the fishing rod tightly. Creak. The rod bent to a terrifying angle. Whoa. Karu and Usopp became exhilarated. Darn it. Luffy strained, his face contorted with effort, as he leaned back forcefully, nearly snapping the rod in half. Bang. With a splash. A massive fish, almost 5 meters long, soared onto the deck behind them, eliciting gasps from the duo. Huff. Huff. Zoro swung a pair of dumbbells vigorously. Suddenly, an ominous sensation crept into Zoro's mind, and he quickly looked up. A gigantic shadow loomed overhead. Damn it. Without needing to say a word, Zoro could guess who was responsible and hurriedly rolled to the side. Bang. The Mary shook several times. What the hell do you think you're doing? Zoro shouted at Luffy, now sporting a shark face. I'm so sorry. Luffy earnestly apologized. I'll be more careful next time. Next time. At that moment, Zoro felt an urge to draw his sword and slice this fool. Ah, so it was you causing all this trouble, Sanji said, cigarette in mouth. Looking exasperated at the apologetic Luffy. On this ship, he could hardly think of anyone else capable of making such a ruckus aside from this dim-witted captain. Yo, Sanji. I'm hungry. I want meat. Hi. Upon seeing Sanji, Luffy's expression shifted completely, tossing aside his previous apology and grinning at Sanji. Seriously? Sanji appeared somewhat resigned but soon smiled. Well, since the captain is hungry, I suppose I'll get to work. With that, he began to roll up his sleeves. You idiot. Seeing how quickly Luffy had forgotten his mistake, Zoro's mouth twitched in irritation. Hey, what is going on? Such a commotion naturally drew Harriet's attention, prompting him to step out of the cabin and observe the ruckus on deck. Luffy, Zoro, and this fish. Harriet glanced at the expressions on their faces and then caught sight of the fish on the deck, instantly deducing the truth. A faint smile graced his lips as he recalled that among the Straw Hat crew, Zoro seemed to be the most unfortunate, often being struck by the peculiar objects that Luffy hurled at him. Nevertheless, at that moment, Harriet found himself siding with Zoro, exclaiming, Hey, Luffy, behave yourself. I am currently engrossed in research on medicine with Chopper. He added, It seems you and Chopper have been busy together for the entire morning. Usopp blinked, looking at Harriet. Of course, the research for the new medicine is not an easy task, but fortunately, the medication I require can be developed in a relatively short time. Haru nodded in agreement and spoke. Harriet seeks to develop a medication that can replenish energy, whether it is the ability to discharge energy or the essence of vitality. Their utilization depletes the energy stored within Harriet's body. Given his current condition, relying solely on sustenance has proven insufficient to meet his energy demands. Consequently, he has turned his attention towards pharmaceuticals. Chopper, not only a skilled physician but also possessing a background in research, has previously developed the remarkable Blue Wave Ball. However, it is believed that, in comparison to the myriad of eccentric and advanced medications found within the pirate world, the nutritional supplement he envisions should be relatively straightforward to create. As anticipated, within less than a day, Chopper has made significant progress and is currently engaged in experimentation and risk assessment. It is estimated that within a day or two, he will be able to produce the first batch of products. However, Harriet gazed at Usopp with a discerning eye, contemplating that rather than idly fishing, it would be more prudent to engage in rigorous training. After all, there remained merely about a week until their arrival in Alabasta, and a fierce battle was likely on the horizon. Harriet sighed, deliberately casting a gaze upon Usopp that resembled that of a corpse. As expected. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Usopp's forehead, causing the smile he wore moments ago to vanish into thin air. Swish. It was unclear what imaginative scenarios Usopp had conjured in his mind, but the result left him thoroughly terrified, nearly turning him pale. At that moment, the little reindeer also emerged from the cabin, and upon seeing Usopp's distressed state, it mistakenly believed something grave had transpired. It hurried over to inquire what happened to Usopp. The little reindeer's concerned expression instantly elicited laughter from Nami and Vivy, who had also come out. Crocodile. Yet, Vivy vaguely caught a hint of the phrase fierce battle, which cast a shadow over her heart. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. With a bounty of 81 million berries. The mere thought of Harriet mentioning that he could potentially be a pirate of a 200 million bounty level only heightened Vivy's unease. This was indeed the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were scarce. However, Vivy was a member of the royal family. A descendant of the 20 gods of creation. Even without her privileges, her exposure to information far surpassed that of ordinary nobility. In these waters, the distinction between 100 million and 10 million in bounties marked a significant divide, with those exceeding 100 million undoubtedly being formidable adversaries. They were either powerful ability users or martial artists of exceptional caliber. Regardless of the category, such figures represented a catastrophic threat to the current state of Alabasta. Contemplating these matters, Vivy clenched her fists and bit her lip. Nami, perceptive to Vivy's distress, reached out to grasp her hand, smiling as she said, "Vivy, why don't you share with us what you know about Crocodile?" Perhaps it would also provide her an opportunity to release some of the pressure she felt. Crocodile? The little reindeer was perplexed. This was the first time he had heard that name, and being inexperienced, he was unaware of the significance behind it. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea were government-sanctioned pirates, possessing formidable powers that ordinary individuals could hardly withstand, capable of defeating one pirate after another. Thus, the world government acknowledged them as enforcers against piracy. By leveraging the title of the 7 warlords, the government sought to recruit these pirates to combat their fellow marauders. It must be noted that from the perspective of ordinary pirates, the 7 warlords often appeared as the government's hounds, inciting considerable animosity towards them. However, through the might of these powerful pirates, the world government managed to bolster its authority, instilling fear in many pirates. Although many among the warlords harbored ulterior motives or resisted directives, the benefits still outweighed the drawbacks, resulting in minimal constraints imposed by the government upon them. As long as they did not oppose the government and focused on eliminating other pirates, they were free to act. How terrifying. Upon hearing this, the little reindeer suddenly grasped the concept and was taken aback. Subsequently, Vivy elaborated that Crocodile was seen as a beloved hero in Alabasta, as he assisted in suppressing the pirates attacking the nation. However, that was merely a facade. In reality, the current turmoil in Alabasta was orchestrated by him, with the obvious aim of seizing control of the kingdom. When discussing the pirates attacking Alabasta, Herod internally speculated whether Crocodile was deliberately inciting chaos among the pirates to maintain his heroic image. Yet, neither the people of Alabasta nor the king had yet uncovered Crocodile's true nature. The ability to manipulate an entire nation so effortlessly illustrated that Crocodile's cunning and strategy were far from ordinary. He truly is an anomaly. Herod silently shook his head. In the world of pirates, it could be said that ignorance reigns supreme. A schemer as competent as Crocodile was indeed a rare specimen. Should one perhaps bestow upon him the label of a first-class protected species? Herod's heart was filled with malice as he mused through the prior chapters. He was well aware that Crocodile had dared to challenge the formidable Whitebeard, whose stronghold lay in the New World. It was certain that Crocodile had ventured there. Given his prowess, he must have encountered Hawkeye to some extent, even though he was a Logia-type user, primarily focusing on the development of his fruits abilities. He would undoubtedly have come across it. After all, this was a power capable of contending with Logia-type abilities. Moreover, seizing control of a nation's governance? Herod silently shook his head. The true aim of the Sand Crocodile was none other than the king of the underworld. In the end, Vivy spoke of BW, elucidating its operational structure, to which Usopp responded with astonishment. Does that mean we will have to confront 7 formidable adversaries? In the Little Garden, Usopp had witnessed firsthand the troublesome nature of BW's elite agents, each possessing peculiar abilities. Among the remaining 7 elite agents, 2 had already been confirmed as power users. And the likelihood that the rest possessed similar capabilities was indeed staggering. Devil Fruit users. Given the current circumstances, it was inevitable that they would appear in Alabasta. The very thought sent Nami and Usopp into a near-emotional breakdown. They had only just embarked on their journey through the Grand Line. Yet they were continuously encountering power users, enemies, no less, who had not appeared in the East Blue for over a decade. Could life become any more unbearable? However, with Vivy by their side, the duo managed to suppress their negative emotions deep within. She bore the true weight of pressure, shouldering the fate of an entire nation. From prior intelligence, it was evident that over 1 million individuals had entered a state of confrontation, all of whom were military personnel. When civilians were taken into account, the population of Alabasta could very well be in the millions. Millions. Contemplating such a figure, the Straw Hat crew, aside from the carefree Luffy, the bewildered Chopper, and the foresight Harriet, silently nodded in solidarity with Vivy. This seemingly fragile girl harbored immense strength within. "Hey, Sanji, I'm hungry." At last, Luffy shattered the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, raising his fist and grinning. "So, all we have to do is defeat that sand crocodile. Is it really that simple?" Sanji replied, cigarette in mouth. His tone tinged with exasperation. He is a well-known Logia user. "I don't care. I'm going to take him down." Luffy pouted, displaying his stubbornness. Sighing, the others shook their heads, yet their spirits lifted considerably. Gazing at Luffy's radiant smile, the tension that had weighed upon them dissipated. Indeed, smiles broke out among the Straw Hat crew. Perhaps hope lay ahead. Chapter 68, On the Road, continued. For days after leaving the little garden, water splashed as Harriet recorded. 632 throws, 512 failures, 120 successes. Sitting at the stern, he gazed at the damp, somewhat damaged wooden target at the bow, exhaling a long breath. At last, he had reached a ratio of 5:1. Since departing from the little garden, he had intensified his training regimen. Whether due to his efforts or the environment of the Grand Line, Harriet felt a familiar sense of progress akin to that he had experienced 6 months prior. 600 precise punches. Harriet stood firm and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. With his normal strength, he could exert a force equivalent to 600 watts. Harriet gazed at his clenched fist, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. In merely a few weeks, his progress had surpassed that of the previous 6 months. At this moment, Harriet began to comprehend why Luffy and his companions encountered so many formidable fighters in the Sabaody archipelago. If he had made such significant strides, those extraordinary beings must have advanced even further. Suddenly, from his perch nearby, Luffy cast a resentful glance at Harriet. The bow of the ship was supposed to be Luffy's favorite seat, yet for the past few days, Harriet had often occupied it for an hour of training. Consequently, Luffy could not remain there, as it would be rather inconvenient for him to be splashed by water. He truly felt a sense of remorse. Harriet scratched his head and chuckled. The efficacy of water striking hinges on 2 factors: the force exerted by an individual and the ability to control that force. Only when the power is sufficient and can be concentrated upon the water without dispersing can the strike be deemed successful. If the ferocious dragon's water strike is akin to that of a shotgun, then Harriet's current technique resembles that of a mere handgun, with an effective range of merely 20 meters. In comparison, 2 years hence, Hody Jones will be leagues ahead. That formidable being possesses an attack range measured in kilometers. 3 days prior, Harriet commenced the arduous training of this technique, progressing from a mere 1 success in 10 attempts to now achieving success in 1 out of 5. A significant improvement indeed. What remains is the relentless pursuit of mastery. The journey ahead is both arduous and long. Harriet was acutely aware of how far he still had to go. At present, he could only wield a force of 600, and he believed that true mastery, worthy of a bounty exceeding 100 million, would only be achieved when he could effortlessly unleash 1,000. Although he had previously defeated Bess, who had a bounty of 55 million berries, Harriet understood that luck played a significant role in that victory. For instance, Bess had not utilized any weapons throughout their encounter and had never truly fought with all his might against Harriet. In a desperate struggle, the outcome could have been entirely different. At that moment, Usopp, who was also training at the stern of the ship, was drenched in sweat, supporting himself on the ground as he gasped for breath. Ever since Harriet began assisting him with his training, he had often been summoned to join in for an hour of rigorous exercise. Usopp had contemplated evading the training, but he found himself unable to resist Harriet's determination. Additionally, as this training posed no real detriment to him, no one had come to his aid in escaping this arduous regimen. With the imminent confrontation against the 7 warlords approaching, Usopp resolved to endure, driven by a singular thought: survival. Harriet's training regimen for Usopp was quite straightforward, consisting primarily of dumbbells, push-ups, and evasion drills. After a period of diligent practice, Usopp managed to significantly enhance both his arm strength and dodging abilities. While Harriet did not insist on Usopp participating in direct combat, there was no doubt that improving Usopp's arm strength was a means of augmenting his overall prowess. It is well known that Usopp wields a slingshot, and with increased strength, the weapon's potency naturally escalates. Everyone seems awfully bored, Luffy pouted, remarking that aside from their carefree captain, the other crew members had quietly dedicated more time to their training routines. At times, Harriet genuinely found it perplexing how this simpleton managed to grow stronger. Was it merely through feasting? Harriet stroked his chin, gazing at Luffy's belly. At that moment, 2 naval vessels, one large and one small, were sailing side by side in the weather-affected waters of Alabasta. "Colonel Farrell, may I see your sword?" Dasky, unable to contain her curiosity, fixated on the blade at Farrell's waist. In recent days, Colonel Farrell had occasionally visited the ship to spend time with Smoker, which greatly surprised Dasky. Though she was not well acquainted with Smoker's past, she was aware of his lack of popularity. After all, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he would not have been relegated to the remote East Blue otherwise. It was worth noting that during the same period, Tina had been making a name for herself in the Grand Line. Being sent to the East Blue was akin to stagnation, as opportunities for promotion based on merit were virtually non-existent there, especially with the absence of formidable pirates. This was evident from the naval vessels themselves. Farrell's ship was considerably larger than Smoker's. However, it was Farrell's sword that proved to be more captivating than the man himself. "Oh," Farrell exclaimed, taken aback. He glanced at the sword at his waist, nodded, and handed it to Dasky. "Huh," Dasky exclaimed as she accepted the sword, drawing it from its sheath with a satisfying snick. Excitement illuminated her face. Quick blade, black cut. She grasped the hilt adorned with a striking black and red design, scrutinizing the gleaming blade with admiration and silently nodding in approval. Clink. Dasky flicked the blade, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Her aspiration was to collect the renowned weapons wielded by pirates and bounty hunters, and although this exquisite sword was not hers, the fact that it was in the hands of the Navy brought her a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Smoker's expression darkened, perplexed by Dasky's rapturous demeanor, especially in the presence of the outsider, Farrell. "Haha," Farrell chuckled, giving Smoker a friendly pat on the shoulder. Despite Smoker's unpopularity, he was a dedicated officer, as evidenced by the state of law and order in Logtown. The weapon shop owner had remarked that business had significantly declined since Smoker took office. Logtown, being a critical juncture between the East Blue and the Grand Line, should not have been facing such a downturn, which indicated that Smoker had indeed succeeded in deterring pirates. In regards to dealing with pirates, Farrell held Smoker in higher regard. "From what you say, it seems there is a connection between the Straw Hat Pirates and one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile," Farrell stated, turning his attention to Smoker as they broached the serious matter at hand. Indeed, Smoker nodded, harboring a strong disdain for the 7 warlords. Upon learning of Crocodile's ties to the Straw Hat Pirates, he immediately sensed potential malice in the air. "I reached out to Colonel Tina to investigate Crocodile's recent activities, which have indeed been suspicious," Farrell explained, sharing the intelligence he had gathered from Tina. As contemporaries in the Navy, Farrell and Tina were well positioned to utilize their resources, especially since Tina was stationed near Alabasta. "A hero?" Smoker furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning grave. "This ruthless pirate can become a hero?" "A pirate is a pirate," Farrell wholeheartedly agreed, expressing skepticism that Crocodile would transform into a guardian of the people simply due to his title as a warlord. He suspected a conspiracy lay beneath the surface. However, what exactly were Crocodile's intentions? What could possibly draw him to the nation of Alabasta? Recalling Tina's mention of Alabasta's internal strife, which had begun shortly after Crocodile's arrival, Farrell pondered, could he be the cause? Just wait. "One day I will follow Admiral Akainu's footsteps and eradicate these scoundrel pirates." A vision of a burning town flashed through Farrell's mind, echoing with the desperate cries he had heard years ago, mingled with maniacal laughter. His fists clenched involuntarily. The scene shifted back to the Mary. Swish. Harriet suddenly vanished from the deck. Whoosh. At that moment, Luffy's arm extended with remarkable speed. Had he been a moment slower, Harriet would have been caught. "How fast?" Vivy exclaimed, watching the playful exchange unfold. In recent days, Harriet had taken to challenging Luffy to games of chase, much to Luffy's delight. As the days aboard the ship had grown rather dull, especially with the inability to indulge in feasting at will, naturally, they engaged in play. The outcome, as expected, was a victory for Harriet. Whether through rapid movement or the shave technique, his agility was nearly impossible for an average person to track. Nevertheless, true to his nature, Luffy, while merely playing a game, began to catch up to Harriet's pace in no time. Swish. Harriet suddenly appeared atop the mast. "Huh." Luffy forcefully exhaled 2 jets of air from his nostrils, tilting his head in mild irritation. "Harriet, how did you get up there so quickly?" The foolish captain felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as he had yet to emerge victorious in any of their recent games. At the mention of his name, Nami, who was lounging on a deck chair reading the news, turned her head with curiosity to gaze at Harriet. Harriet can be regarded as the swiftest member of the Straw Hat crew. Once he unleashes his speed, none among them can keep pace with him. Harriet gazed at Luffy, inwardly lamenting that he truly deserved the title of protagonist. In just a few days, he had compelled Herod to resort to his electric mode, as his ordinary high-speed maneuvers had already been deciphered. Upon hearing Luffy's inquiry, Herod explained, "This technique is called Zoro, a unique movement skill that I believe you have already discerned." Luffy nodded in understanding. Zoro entails rapidly striking the ground over 10 times within a mere 0.36 seconds, harnessing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to propel oneself. Given Luffy's keen perception and innate talent, it was only natural that he had unraveled the technique in such a short span of time. However, Nami and the others were oblivious to this, prompting Herod to elucidate further. While the concept of explosive speed may seem straightforward, relying solely on sheer force, one must also take into account the environmental factors. For instance, aboard a ship, excessive force could result in the destruction of the deck. "Well, as long as you keep up with me, you'll surely grasp it," he added. Herod chuckled, prompting Luffy to pout. Complex matters were not to his liking. Nami sighed in resignation, having discerned Herod's intentions over the past few days. Did she wish to master this technique? Although she yearned for such swiftness, knowing it would undoubtedly bolster her thieving endeavors, the physical demands required were rather steep. Without considerable effort, it would be unattainable. Chapter 69, On the Road, continued, Alabasta. Rain Feast. This city, situated on the western bank of the Santo River, serves as the residence of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. It thrived with vibrancy, even in the deep of night, its cacophony of sounds rendering it exceptionally lively. From the surface, the city appeared affluent and stable, as if Alabasta were a flourishing nation. However, beyond Rain Feast, the flames of rebellion and insurrection were rapidly spreading throughout Alabasta, the nation resembling a gravely ill patient, barely clinging to life. Hero Crocodile, due to his presence, had not only become the guardian in the eyes of Alabasta's citizens but also a reliable ally in the eyes of the king, and a figure worthy of respect among the rebel forces. It could be said that Crocodile's influence had gradually eclipsed that of the king, with the drought-stricken populace viewing him as a beacon of hope. Rain Feast, however, remained plentiful in water. Yet, few in all of Alabasta were aware that this guardian was, in fact, the very source of the ensuing chaos. At this moment, within the largest casino in Rain Feast, which belonged to Crocodile, he sat in the basement, cigar in mouth, expressionless as he perused the intelligence in his hands. It appeared that the Navy had been making appearances in Rain Feast recently. A cold voice emanated from Crocodile's lips, his brow furrowed, the scar across his face resembling a horizontal centipede, rendering him a fearsome sight. This was unexpected. Crocodile found himself perplexed. After all, the Navy had not approached him for years, and his exemplary image as a compliant warlord should have been acknowledged by the world government. Why, then, had they suddenly come to investigate his affairs? Unusual. The schemer Crocodile instantly sensed a whiff of danger. Who knows? Beside him, Robin, engrossed in her book, wore a serene smile, as if the book delighted her, or perhaps she was mocking Crocodile's predicament. Miss All Sunday. Crocodile's eyes subtly shifted towards the woman clad in a moon-white coat, unfazed by her presence, akin to a crocodile lurking in water, fixating on its prey. Regardless of whether information had leaked or not, the time was ripe. Mr. 3, that fellow, has he been dealt with? A week prior, in the small garden house. Despite the absence of the animal duo's interference, Sanji's frivolous demeanor had irked Crocodile, particularly his lackadaisical report, which fell far short of past performances. Instantaneously, Crocodile deemed him unreliable and dispatched Mr. 2 to handle the situation. Calculating the days, it was about time. Yet, there was still no news. Robin remained unaffected by Crocodile's icy tone, her tranquil smile seemingly a mere fade. Crocodile glanced at Robin and then at the intelligence in his hand. Had it not been for the necessity of her expertise in deciphering ancient texts, her attitude might have provoked him, but he was still in a tolerable state. Regardless, no one can impede me now. Once I obtain it, the Pluto, I shall possess the mightiest military force in the world. At that point, the Navy will be of little concern. Crocodile squinted, resembling a crocodile entering a predatory state. Robin's expression remained unchanged, impervious to Crocodile's declarations. Years of traversing the shadows had honed her into a master of disguise. The sounds of roars, the collision of flesh and bone, and uproarious laughter filled the air. Herod dreamed once more of his past. The Colosseum, a place he had envisioned countless times, was dominated by lofty deities above, while below, cage beasts struggled desperately for survival. Roar. A colossal, monstrous figure hurled a despairing, weeping human aside, scattering blood in every direction. The immense silhouette, with eyes ablaze, emitted a howl unlike that of any ordinary human. Clank, clank, the sound of chains echoed around him. Ha! Harriet jolted awake from his slumber, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. With his right hand pressed against his brow, he realized he had once again been haunted by memories of the past. How vexing. Harriet clenched his fist, a faint smile on his face. The influence of this body still had not completely dissipated. Just the thought of the past made the mark of the sky-soaring dragon on his back ache subtly once more. Indeed, it was a past fraught with embarrassment. Harriet was acutely aware that this was a terrifying memory from over a decade ago, and to forget it would likely take a considerable amount of time. With a sigh, he recognized that it was merely due to his excessive training yesterday that had led him to dream of events he hadn't contemplated in over a year. After a moment of reflection, Harriet climbed out of the cabin. However, upon encountering the others, he was taken aback by the news they relayed. What? Mr. Tu has been on this ship. Harriet could hardly believe that such an incident occurred while he was asleep. Upon further inquiry, he was left speechless. It turned out that Luffy had pilfered some food, which Sanji discovered, leading to Luffy being punished by having to fish as compensation. Unexpectedly, while traversing a steamy area, he caught a rather unique individual, Mr. Tu, a transvestite. How embarrassing. After hearing the account, Harriet felt a wave of shame. Indeed, history marches inexorably onward. Currently, only Sanji and Chopper remained unknown in terms of their appearance, yet fortunately, they too were not well acquainted with our looks. We can only hope that Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 have not disseminated our identities. Nami observed the group and analyzed the situation. Among the Straw Hat crew, only Harriet and Luffy had bounties on their heads, making their appearances relatively easy to ascertain. However, the remaining crew members should remain largely unknown to the outside world. After some reflection, Nami felt a tinge of sadness. Just when they had evaded the animal duo's attempts to capture their likenesses and rumors of their demise had circulated, it now seemed highly likely that their identities might be exposed. Nonetheless, it would be all right. Harriet comforted Nami by patting her shoulder. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept through, startling Harriet into a hasty retreat. What on earth do you intend to do? He exclaimed in alarm. Harriet bellowed fiercely at Sanji. It is you. Keep your filthy hands away from Miss Nami. Sanji transformed into a shark-faced figure, roaring in response. Harriet felt a sense of frustration, after all. Was not his adversary the one known as Green Algae? Why then was he at odds with him? Indeed, it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable, and Harriet was ready to clash with Sanji. What foolishness, he thought. Ultimately, it was Nami who utilized her judgment iron fist, successfully defusing the conflict. Is this what it means to be a companion? The innocent little reindeer found himself perplexed by the notion of companionship, as it often led to brawls. He chuckled softly. Vivy, too, was breaking into a cold sweat, unsure how to interpret the dynamics within the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 70, Canola Flowerport. Thus, it begs the question, do we need this to discern what constitutes a true companion? Harriet gazed at the white bandage adorning his left hand. At this moment, it had been 7 days since they departed from Magnet Drum Island, and they had arrived near Alabasta, where the land was now visible. Along the way, they encountered numerous ships belonging to B.W. and were preparing to disembark. However, due to the rather troublesome abilities of Mr. 2, they devised a method to mark their hands. The bandage merely served as a disguise. The true insignia was the concealed's mark on their hands. There was no alternative. The abilities of our adversary posed a considerable challenge this time. As Zoro wrapped the bandage, he remarked, while Mr. 2's combat capabilities derived from the clone fruit may not be exceptional, he excels at infiltrating the enemy ranks and sowing discord within their midst. Faced with such a threat, everyone understood the necessity of vigilance. A moment's carelessness could result in being undermined from within. All right, regardless of what lies ahead, Luffy declared, extending his left hand, joining the others and forming a circle with their bandaged hands, and added with a smile, this is the emblem of camaraderie. Canola Flowerport is a bustling harbor city, thriving in commerce, where the residents enjoy a relatively comfortable life. However, since the onset of the uprising, the number of pirates in the area has significantly increased. Fortunately, the presence of the guardian crocodile has allowed the citizens to live in peace and prosperity. From this perspective, Crocodile truly embodies the role of a dedicated hero. At this moment, Harriet strolled along the street, gazing at the vibrant scene before him with a sense of melancholy. Who could have imagined that this was a nation caught in the midst of tumultuous storms? Nevertheless, despite his wistfulness, he remained steadfast in his duties. He sought out Smoker to impart the news regarding Crocodile. From his understanding of Smoker, Harriet recognized that this individual held little regard for the Shichibukai. If he could incite Smoker's suspicion towards Crocodile, it might indeed pose some difficulties for Crocodile. As for relying on Smoker to undermine Crocodile, Harriet truly harbors doubts regarding the possibility. Firstly, both individuals belong to the natural element category. Secondly, Smoker's offensive capabilities are rather limited. Unlike the likes of the Maramara Nomi or the Gura Nomi, which possess inherent formidable attacking power, it is nearly impossible for his Moku Nomi to pose a genuine threat to Crocodile. Furthermore, it appears that he has yet to master Haki. Harriet, do you recall how Smoker was utterly astonished when he was struck by the Empress while atop the platform? Clearly, at that moment, he was oblivious to the existence of Haki. However, considering his rapport with others, it seems plausible to inflict harm upon Crocodile. It would require nothing less than a fierce confrontation with him. Harriet also recalls that this individual carries weapons made of sea prism stone. However, it is evident that the moment for him to engage in a fierce battle with Crocodile has not yet arrived. A restaurant? Harriet peered intently, seeking the whereabouts of a restaurant. While he was somewhat hazy on the details of the pirate narrative, he distinctly recalled that Luffy had encountered Smoker within a dining establishment. Moreover, Ace had been present at that time as well. Given his affiliation as a crew member of Luffy, it was likely that Ace would intervene should a confrontation arise with Smoker. With this thought in mind, he considered the risks to be minimal. Thus, upon disembarking, he separated from the others and made his way alone to Canola Flower Port, while Luffy, eager to savor the local delicacies, vanished in an instant. The plan was splendid. Yet unforeseen complications were inevitable. As Harriet strolled through the streets, an individual from afar had set his sights on him. The moment Farrell spotted Harriet, his demeanor darkened. Since arriving in Alabasta, Farrell had commenced an investigation into Crocodile. Indeed, Tina's information regarding the people's hero was accurate. The locals had wholeheartedly embraced Crocodile, regarding him as a hero. Terrifying. When had pirates garnered such a claim? What schemes was this individual concocting? Farrell, well aware of the true nature of pirates, greedy and bloodthirsty ruffians whose primary occupation was plunder, was convinced there was a hidden agenda at play. Determined to unveil the conspiracy, Farrell promptly initiated an investigation into Crocodile. Unlike his counterpart Smoker, Farrell, as a direct subordinate of Admiral Akainu, possessed a robust network of connections and numerous allies. Consequently, despite Alabasta not being under his jurisdiction, he mobilized considerable resources to scrutinize Crocodile. The findings were startling. Such a polished was this truly a pirate? This prompted the allocation of even more manpower to Farrell, as it was evident that the government was equally eager to comprehend Crocodile's intentions. This sudden interest perplexed Crocodile, who had previously been left to his own devices. Why the sudden scrutiny? Although he was contemplating severing ties with the Marines, now was not the time. Desbones, assemble the Navy quickly. The Shadow Harriet has appeared, Farrell commanded with a wave of his right hand. Initially, Desbones assumed Farrell was merely parched, but to his surprise, it was a matter of urgency. The Shadow? Desbones paused, his gaze sharpening. Harriet? Isn't he a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? That implies the bounty hunter Zoro is also here. With a swift motion, Desbones drew his sword. They were here to investigate, and thus would not engage in a full-scale operation. Fortunately, Farrell's subordinates were well prepared and ready for action, unlike Smoker, whose resources were scant. Desbones hastily made his way toward a nearby street where the waiting troops were stationed. Although he yearned to capture the bounty hunter, he recognized the importance of prioritizing their mission. As the crowd thickened, upon spotting Harriet, Farrell quickly concealed himself, discreetly tailing him. Although Farrell was confident in his ability to subdue foes, the bustling marketplace posed a risk of endangering innocent bystanders. He was not like Smoker, who, in his fervor to apprehend a pirate, might recklessly charge in without regard for the surroundings. Farrell understood that capturing the formidable foe who had bested the bear was no simple task. Indeed, this place is quite prosperous. Harriet felt somewhat perturbed, as it seemed that even in the brightest of places, there were always lurking shadows of deceit. After strolling down the street for a while, he sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him, or rather, upon his purse. Earlier, Harriet had indulged in a plethora of local delicacies and fruits, evidently drawing the attention of those unsavory individuals. Was it perhaps because he was an outsider? Harriet is acutely aware that he is not akin to the denizens of Alabaston, those individuals who habitually engage in petty thievery. However, indeed, Harriet stroked his chin, pondering that these individuals might possess considerable intelligence and likely be privy to the naval news. This thought sparked an idea within him. Just then, a diminutive man suddenly appeared on the street ahead, rushing towards him in haste. Bang! Ouch! It seemed he had inadvertently collided with Harriet, who, in a flurry, hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I have urgent business, he muttered as he swiftly departed. Per outsider, lamented the merchants around. "This scoundrel targets foreigners, tarnishing our reputation." They whispered among themselves, mistakenly believing that in the chaos of the bustling street, Harriet would be oblivious to their remarks. Little did they know, with his extraordinary senses, Harriet had heard every word. Indeed, he was a habitual offender. Harriet patted his body and, to his dismay, discovered that his wallet was missing. However, he remained unfazed and proceeded in a determined direction. Despite the bustling crowd, Harriet had already set his sights on a target. "Ha ha ha. This fool is indeed loaded. Brother, you are truly impressive." In a dimly lit alleyway, a slight man opened the wallet, revealing a bulging stash of cash, and erupted into laughter. Opposite him stood a stout man and a short fellow, both showering him with flattery, yet their eager gazes were fixed on the wallet, clearly envious of its contents. "Let us go. I'll treat you both to a grand feast." The slight man waved his hand with an air of authority, brimming with confidence. "Indeed." The two lackeys nodded vigorously in agreement. "I must ask, have you taken my belongings?" Harriet suddenly appeared behind the slender man, tapping him on the shoulder. "Who?" The slender man turned around, instantly drenched in cold sweat. "The owner. How did he appear? How did he get here?" His two companions behind me could not have failed to see and warn me. Chapter 71. Farrer takes action. What is happening? What is that strange smell? At this moment, Luffy was sprinting down the street, his nostrils flaring wide. In the presence of food, Luffy's sense of smell rivaled that of a dog. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Luffy inhaled deeply, and suddenly his eyes lit up, his tongue greedily extended as he fixated on a restaurant ahead. Eureka! There it was, a restaurant. With a swift motion, he lunged forward and grasped the door. Rubber rocket launcher. In an instant, Luffy shot out with a whoosh. Bang! He collided with Smoker, who was confronting Ace, sending both of them crashing through several buildings. The bystanders' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in shock, staring blankly at Luffy. Unfortunately, this fool remained blissfully unaware, rhythmically tapping a knife and fork at the counter while urging the owner to prepare his meal. What is he up to? Concealed and observing. Farrer fixed his gaze on Harriet, furrowing his brow. Could it be that he intends to eliminate those individuals? Farrer initially thought that Harriet had discovered his lost belongings and was seeking trouble with the thieves. Given the ferocious nature of pirates, he might very well kill these petty criminals. Although thieves are not virtuous, they cannot be deemed utterly malevolent. With this thought, Farrer's heart sank. Take action. After all, this place is deserted. As he contemplated, his right hand slowly grasped the hilt of the dagger at his waist. A murderous intent. In the dimly lit alley, Harriet rested his hand on the shoulder of the slender man, his eyes subtly shifting as he pondered. There is a murderous intent. Could it be that this malevolent gaze does not belong to these thieves? Baroque Workshop. Or perhaps, several thoughts flickered through Harriet's mind. Do you know where the naval commander is? As Harriet pondered the identity of the menacing figure, he inquired aloud while deftly reclaiming his wallet. Thanks to Crocodile, Alabasta was largely free from the threat of pirates, and being a nation of considerable military strength, it naturally did not host a naval presence. Reflecting on this, it became evident that Alabasta was indeed a fitting locale for Crocodile. Not only did the environment enhance his abilities, but the naval forces were notably weak. At this moment, the presence of the Navy would undoubtedly be conspicuous, and those lurking in the shadows would surely be privy to the news. The diminutive man, seemingly oblivious to Harriet's formidable strength, instinctively cursed, "Damn it. Let go of your hand." Feeling a twinge of guilt, he suddenly drew a dagger, lunging it towards Harriet. His companions gasped in shock, sensing that the situation was escalating dangerously. However, the man's feeble attempt was no match for Harriet, who effortlessly seized his wrist. In that instant, the thief's mind raced. The ease with which Harriet had caught his sudden move indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a glint of cold steel flashed before him. With a swift motion, a figure emerged from the alley, striking towards Harriet's arm. Had Harriet attempted to retaliate with the dagger against the small man, his arm would surely have been severed. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Harriet's astonishment was palpable. CP? This is impossible. How could they be here? Harriet's mind swiftly raced with several thoughts. Simultaneously, his hands moved with agility, retracting swiftly as he leaped back a couple of steps. The Navy. Upon recognizing the individual wielding a blade, Harriet was taken aback. This person appeared to be a naval officer of the Academy. When had Alabasta acquired another such figure, and not even Tina? In Harriet's recollection, Tina was responsible for overseeing this maritime region. We must depart at once, Farrell urged, his gaze fixed intently on Harriet. Instantly, the few dawdling thieves regained their senses and hastily fled. How terrifying. That naval officer appeared out of nowhere. Farrell's sudden entrance evidently startled them. They could scarcely comprehend how he had materialized beside them. However, upon realizing his naval affiliation, the thieves swiftly understood that this was no affair in which they could intervene. "Shunning Harriet, you shall not escape today," he proclaimed, vanishing in an instant. Swish. When he reappeared, it was already behind Harriet, and with a swift stroke. It was clear that the force of the blow would inflict severe injury. As expected, he is proficient in the art of shave. A fleeting thought crossed Harriet's mind as his feet sprang into swift action. Accelerate. Farrer's blade descended in an instant, striking the ethereal figure. With such speed, it seems you indeed have the potential to vanquish the raging bear. This strike did not incapacitate the adversary. Yet Farrer remained undaunted. According to the captured pirates, Harriet possessed remarkable swiftness, capable of swiftly dispatching those marauders. It is likely that this very speed contributes to his ability to confront the formidable bear. However, do not even think of escaping from my grasp, pirate. As he spoke, his tone grew notably ominous. Thud, thud, thud. Concurrently, a cacophony of footsteps echoed rapidly, and Harriet's ears perked up, recognizing the approach of an organized contingent. The Navy. It was evident. This was the most plausible scenario. Is this fellow akin to Smoker? The 7 warlords are government-sanctioned pirates, in a sense allies of the Navy. If this individual is not one who harbors disdain for the 7 warlords, and if he were to assert that Crocodile harbors nefarious intentions, it is likely he would perceive it as an attempt at sowing discord. Indeed, the old Smoker proves to be quite astute. Harriet experienced a slight headache, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a complete stranger. Should he retreat? Observing this individual wielding the technique of shave, it was evident that he posed a significant threat to the Straw Hat crew, few of whom could hope to outrun him. In an instant, Farrell employed shave once more, dashing towards Harriet and delivering a swift strike. The air sliced with a chilling whoosh, evoking a familiar sensation that startled Harriet momentarily. Confronted with the aura of dominion, he swiftly transitioned into a state of heightened alertness, his form transforming dramatically as he adeptly evaded the attack with another application of shave. The strike missed its mark, yet it cleaved into the adjacent wall, leaving behind a gaping fissure nearly 5 meters in length. Such was the potency of the aura, enhancing the cut to such an extraordinary degree. Harriet felt a mix of envy and apprehension. You can actually wield a blade? And you possess hockey? Farrell was taken aback. Such skills and insights were not typically found in a novice pirate. However, if you are indeed this formidable, you cannot be spared. The glint of murder flashed in Farrell's eyes. Should you escape, you may endanger countless innocent lives in the future. The black blade lay across, an invisible force enveloping it. Yet, having once been struck by such power and having encountered hockey at close range, Harriet recognized it. The armament hockey entwined. Chapter 72. Framing, what a nuisance, a colonel in the Navy, is it? It seems he is an elite as well. As Harriet gazed intently at Farrell, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Although only a few exchanges had taken place, Harriet swiftly discerned that this individual was a formidable adversary. Snip. Harriet swiftly leaped onto the rooftop, utilizing the momentum to ascend with agility. However, Farrell was not far behind. Almost the instant Harriet reached the summit, Farrell closed the distance. Gale slash. Farrell uttered with a low growl, and with a sudden motion of his black blade, he delivered a fierce strike. Whoosh. A blue arc, approximately 5 meters in length, surged forth horizontally, aiming directly at Harriet. Harriet swiftly crouched down, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Even so, he could feel the oppressive gust of wind generated by the attack. Seizing the opportunity presented by Harriet's evasive maneuver, Farrell swiftly closed the distance, launching a flurry of over a dozen stabbing motions. Whoosh. These rapid thrusts were executed in the blink of an eye, compelling Harriet to move with astonishing speed, almost failing to evade the onslaught. How formidable! A cold sweat broke out on Harriet's forehead. This individual truly possesses formidable strength. Could it be that Smoker associates only with powerful colonels? Tina is an ability user. Although the number of ability users in this grand line is considerable, they remain exceedingly rare when distributed across the global population. Yet, this colonel does not appear to be an ability user. A master of pure physical combat, perhaps? Harriet suddenly recalled those members of CP9. They were indeed the first genuine masters of martial arts encountered by Luffy and his crew. Hey, what is your connection with Crocodile? Just then, Farrell struck with his blade, and in an instant, Harriet donned his gloves to parry the blow, hearing Farrell's inquiry. What connection? Harriet suddenly realized that he had mistaken us for allies of Crocodile. What is happening? Harriet felt a sense of confusion. Just at the moment he was distracted, Farrell pressed down with force, nearly striking him in the chest, prompting Herod to leap back in alarm. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets rained down beside him, nearly causing him to break into a cold sweat. The Navy. A mere glance revealed a group of naval soldiers aiming their weapons at him. The Navy. They are apprehending pirates. The citizens on the street, startled by the gunfire, hastily sought shelter, resulting in a chaotic scene. Do not fire recklessly into the crowd. Farrell observed the situation below and promptly commanded. Yes. Numerous naval soldiers responded swiftly. How noisy. At that moment, Zoro and the others, having gathered their supplies, stood together, observing the surging crowd and the cacophony, along with the recent gunfire. Zoro remarked, "It's likely some foolish pirate has drawn the Navy's attention." Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette and casually commented. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze in realization. Foolish. Pirate? It seemed oddly familiar. Strangely, an image of a straw-hatted figure began to flood his mind. Nami and Usopp's expressions also shifted. This seems very much like the style of that foolish captain. Could it possibly be his doing? Zoro instinctively covered his face, making a terrifying conjecture. The Straw Hat crew fell into silence. It is highly likely. This indeed resembles his modus operandi. Foolish. The Straw Hat crew silently raged in their hearts, unaware that they had misidentified the source of the chaos at that moment. Though, in a minute, their captain would indeed cause turmoil. What is your purpose in Alabasta? Plunder. Do you think you can contend with Crocodile? Or are you colluding with Crocodile, and this rebellion is your handiwork? Farrell launched a fierce attack, posing a barrage of questions, each one amplifying his imposing presence and fortifying his authority. Clang, clang, clang. Herod continued to retreat. Even though the gloves in his hands rivaled iron, he found himself at a disadvantage against the encroaching armament Hawkeye. After enduring a flurry of blows, his hands began to tingle. Several times, Farrell came perilously close to striking him. With a swift flash, the blade glinted, severing a portion of the hair from Herod's forehead. Curse it. Detestable Hawkeye. Herod furrowed his brow as electric sparks flickered intermittently across his gloves. Confronted by this formidable opponent, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. With each block, he employed electric shocks. However, the overwhelming aura enveloping the blade hampered the electric assault against Farrell. Is it an invisible armor? Herod has come to understand why Rayleigh describes the armament Hawkeye in such a manner. Indeed, when the armament Hawkeye envelopes a weapon, it serves as a protective layer, shielding against external encroachments. Without breaching the defenses provided by the armament Hawkeye, it is exceedingly difficult for one's electric current to inflict harm upon Farrell. Great fire. At that moment, Herod puffed his cheeks, inhaled deeply, and then unleashed a torrent of flames. Whoosh. A surge of blue fire erupted forth, startling Farrell, who swiftly leaped back and brandished his dark blade. Swish. The flames were astonishingly cleaved apart, revealing a fiery passage. It goes without saying that this too is a manifestation of Hawkeye's prowess. Herod's hand trembled slightly. The amplification of Hawkeye against physical attacks is remarkably substantial. The warriors from Amazon Lily, for instance, launch arrows that, according to Luffy's description, could rival the might of cannon fire. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless illustrates the extent of the enhancement provided by armament Hawkeye. As these blades descended upon him, Herod felt as though Farrell wielded a colossal hammer weighing a ton, causing his arms to tingle with each strike. Bang, bang, bang. Before Herod could catch his breath, gunfire erupted once more from below, prompting him to dodge in haste. Damn it. Wait a moment. It seems this fellow is also harboring doubts about Crocodile. Herod suddenly noticed the gaze of Farrell directed at him. Such intense hatred. I have not wronged him in any way. Herod pondered in silence, contemplating the backdrop of this world, where pirates seemed to run rampant. The legendary pirate king, Gold, Roger, was indeed a remarkable figure, yet in a certain light, he could also be perceived as a malevolent character. It was he who, with his own hands, ushered in the era of piracy, inspiring countless men to set sail in pursuit of their dreams, or rather, in quest of the great treasure. Wealth served as the driving force that compelled innumerable individuals to embrace the life of a pirate. However, it was precisely because of this wealth that many succumbed to villainy, acting with reckless abandon and spawning countless tragedies. Thus, could he not also be considered one of the victims? Herod understood that merely serving as a naval officer would not incite such profound hatred, a sentiment so palpable that even he could discern it with ease. Herod is acutely aware that he is not particularly sensitive. Even he can discern that the animosity runs exceptionally deep. It seems feasible as well. We have come to establish a utopia alongside Lord Crocodile. This nation rightfully belongs to us. As Harriet feigned a longing expression when Farrell charged towards him, he exclaimed, Almost immediately, Harriet appeared to have accidentally let something slip, hastily covering his mouth. His complexion shifting dramatically. That was all just nonsense, I uttered. Upon hearing this, Farrell's eyes widened in shock, his reaction delayed. And Harriet seized the opportunity to swiftly employ his shaving technique and escape the scene. The pirate Harriet has vanished. The surrounding naval soldiers erupted into chaos, their eyes scanning frantically. Yet, with their limited skills, they were utterly incapable of detecting Harriet's whereabouts. Chapter 73. The gradual unfolding of the prelude. Due to the connection between Harriet and Luffy, the Straw Hat crew found themselves exposed to the Navy's scrutiny, resulting in a relentless pursuit. Fortunately, Ace made his entrance, single-handedly blocking the advance of two formidable colonels, in the presence of the Whitebeard pirate crew leader. The colonels dared not act carelessly, allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape once more. Karu, there is something that only you can accomplish. On the shore. Just as everyone was about to board the ship, Vivy turned to Karu. Huh? Karu replied, tilting his head in confusion as he looked at Vivy. You must head north to Alabasta and deliver this letter to my father. Vivy produced a letter and solemnly tied it around Karu's neck, stating, the results of the investigation by Icolum and me are detailed within. Mentioning Icolum caused Vivy's expression to dim slightly, evidently recalling the devastating explosion. Moreover, I am alive now, having returned to Alabasta with reliable companions. Then, Vivy took out a small water container and secured it to Karu's neck, saying, you must traverse the desert alone. Treasure this water. Now, quickly inform my father. Tell him that this country is hope. Vivy smiled as she spoke. With determination in his eyes. Karu let out a resolute cry before dashing towards the north. Is this truly going to work? The crew on the ship, except for the carefree Luffy, shook their heads in disbelief. Although they had only recently arrived in this nation, they had become acutely aware of Crocodile's formidable reputation during their brief stay. The townsfolk they had inquired of spoke in high regard of Crocodile, with none expressing concern over his status as a pirate. It was evident that Crocodile had made a profound impact on the hearts of the Alabasta people through his actions. Thus, it was clear how much effort he had invested. His plans would not be easily thwarted. However, despite their ominous premonitions, they found it difficult to voice their concerns upon seeing Vivy's joyful expression. This is so cruel. Hey, Harriet, why did you stir up trouble as well? Coming back to her senses, Nami raised an eyebrow, casting an irritated glance at Harriet. Moments earlier, she had witnessed Harriet's unique blue flames, followed by Luffy being pursued, clearly two separate disturbances. Luffy's situation was one thing, but what was Harriet thinking? I encountered another colonel from headquarters. Although this individual doesn't possess abilities, he is nearly on par with Smoker, which is how I ended up in this predicament. A colonel not inferior to Smoker. Usopp and Nami exclaimed in surprise, as they knew Smoker was a formidable Logia user. The mere thought of encountering another colonel of such caliber was alarming. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji remained silent, listening intently, though their expressions revealed a clear wariness towards this colonel. Harriet pondered for a moment and continued, however, I have also caused some trouble for Crocodile. Nami was taken aback, but soon urged Harriet to reveal what had transpired. I see, she nodded. If Harriet's words held any truth, then indeed, it could pose some difficulties for Crocodile. Even Zoro and Sanji exchanged slight nods of agreement. Nami squinted her eyes at Luffy, pondering that while Harriet had stirred up some chaos, he had also inadvertently contributed to their advantage. Yet, this fellow appeared to be nothing but a source of disturbance. Luffy tilted his head, gazing vacantly at Nami, observing his expression. Nami realized that attempting to teach him a lesson would be futile. You can't possibly navigate the desert looking like that, can you? Harriet had long forgotten what Nami wore during the Alabasta arc and now regarded her with a peculiar expression. It was quite strange. Such a dancer's attire was ill-suited for traversing the desert. She could easily suffer from sunburn in this outfit. No worries. We will drape a coat over it when the time comes, Vivy interjected as she boarded the ship to respond on Nami's behalf. Nanny. A certain lecherous chef nearly turned ashen, wearing a look of utter despondency. This was the meticulously chosen outfit that showcased feminine allure. Sanji rambled on, his incessant complaints causing a bead of cold sweat to form on the brows of those present. Indeed, there was no saving him. What a hopeless romantic, Zoro muttered, shaking his head in disbelief at the infatuated chef. He then turned to Luffy, who was perched on the railing, and inquired, who is that fiery captain with the white beard? Luffy paused for a moment, then quickly responded with a broad grin. He is my brother. Brother? The Straw Hat crew gasped in astonishment. This guy had a sibling. If he is indeed related to this fool. Nami and Usopp stared at Luffy, suddenly reminded of something quite inappropriate. Could it be that this individual is also a fool? Terrifying. Ace, indeed. A glimmer of light flickered in Harriet's eyes. This was indeed a rare occasion in the pirate world where a character had met their demise. Should he lend a hand by revealing information about Blackbeard? However, when it came to dissuading Ace from pursuing Blackbeard, Harriet realized it was an impossible task. Someone like Ace could not be swayed merely by words. It would ultimately depend on his fortune. To his surprise, both of you brothers have consumed devil fruits, Sanji exclaimed, astonished. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare. One hardly hears of them in the East Blue, yet this fool has 2 individuals with powers. Haha, I was equally startled. Ace is 3 years my senior and set sail 3 years before me. I had no inkling he had consumed a devil fruit. As he never indulged in such things before, Luffy reminisced with a smile. Though he had never bested Ace in their childhood brawls, he confidently declared, if it were now, I would surely win. As he concluded, Luffy clenched his fist, exuding an air of self-assurance. After all the experiences he had undergone, Luffy's strength had significantly increased. Never having won against a monster, his brother truly is a monster. Nami and Usopp quietly reflected, although they were uncertain when Luffy had consumed the fruit. His adeptness suggested he had been wielding its powers for quite some time. Otherwise, given his foolish nature, it would be impossible for him to use the abilities so skillfully. Here they come. At this moment, Harriet's ears twitched, and tilting his head, he exclaimed, What? Nami, Vivy, Usopp, and the ship's doctor, Chopper, appeared somewhat bewildered, while Zoro and Sanji turned their heads, seemingly having made a discovery. Who can you defeat? A clear, ringing laughter echoed, followed by a figure leaping aboard the Mary, knocking Luffy off the railing and onto the deck. Observing the man, bare-chested and wearing a hat, the Straw Hat crew realized he was Luffy's brother. I can't believe Whitebeard's captain actually knows those guys, Pharaoh remarked, sitting amidst the rubble. Indeed, that fellow is a notorious pirate. Smoker's voice was low, fingers interlaced thoughtfully. What is their relationship? Hey, Smoker, that Shadow said they have a utopia plan with Crocodile, Pharaoh noted, shaking his head with a chuckle. But that guy's acting is truly poor, though he managed to bluff us. Upon reflection, it seems he was lying. Utopia, Smoker's eyelids drooped, as if he had heard that term from Mr. 11. It appears Crocodile is indeed problematic. Smoker's voice suddenly deepened. Although the pirate's words are untrustworthy, the hero is equally dubious. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Pharaoh's eyes, hatred and distrust. As a notorious pirate, how could he possibly be deemed a hero? There must be something amiss. However, the 2 colonels, seeing the situation, were reminded by Dashki we should investigate why the Princess of Alabasta is with the Straw Hat crew. The princess? Pharaoh and Smoker exchanged glances. Since they had mentioned Crocodile, they decided to rain banquet. Smoker asserted, while Pharaoh solemnly stated, a visit there will reveal the truth. Pirates will forever be pirates. Guardians. The 2 colonels were filled with skepticism. Chapter 74, Ace's departure. Meanwhile, in the underground casino of Rain Banquet, Crocodile, the mastermind behind several years of drought in Alabasta, puffed on a cigarette and addressed a scar-faced man in black standing nearby. Have you figured out why the Navy and government are investigating me? It's still unclear. The scar-faced man wiped his sweat, nervously responding. Crocodile remained silent, his expression darkening further. Our internal information has been nearly sealed off. It is impossible to obtain news without incurring great costs, the man added hastily, fearing for his life. Internal sealing. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the implications as a schemer. Has my importance to CP increased? Glancing at the information broker, Crocodile understood the man's background. The underground intelligence organization he belonged to had been established decades ago by retired CP members looking to earn extra income, and over the years, it had expanded its reach globally. Although their intelligence-gathering capabilities may not rival CP's, their former ties to CP allowed them to access information through less reputable channels. If he could no longer obtain intelligence about himself, it could only mean that CP had designated him as a key subject of observation, thereby complicating internal information retrieval. Moreover, we have collaborated for many years. The information here has been concealed by us. How could we not assist you? The scar-faced man continued, subtly aligning himself with Crocodile. I understand. Crocodile's expression remained impassive, yet it exuded a chilling aura. You may leave now. The scar-faced man nodded hurriedly and departed. Aware of the formidable presence of a warlord of the sea, to be casually eliminated would be utterly unjust. It seems the government indeed harbors some distrust towards you, remarked Nico Robin, a knowledgeable beauty, supporting her chin with a formal smile. There's no need for concern, only a few days remain, and the government will not act recklessly. Crocodile replied, maintaining his composure. Though I am uncertain which link in the chain has faltered, the image we've constructed over the years with their funding still holds some value. At least it delays their decisive actions. Despite Farrell mobilizing numerous resources, Crocodile believed that as long as those CP departments remained inactive, they could buy some time. CP was the true intelligence agency of the world government. The others paled in comparison. After a lengthy discussion, the Straw Hat crew was astonished to discover that Luffy's brother was entirely unlike Luffy, not only behaving like a normal person but also exhibiting extraordinary politeness. Following Ace's expression of gratitude, the crew was nearly moved to tears. A normal person. Luffy's brother is indeed a genuinely polite normal person. Here, Ace, perched on the railing, retrieved a folded piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Luffy. I came to give you this. It will allow us to meet again next time. Huh? Both Luffy and the Straw Hat crew were momentarily bewildered. A piece of paper. You traveled all this way just to give him a piece of paper. Is this a Vivy card? At this moment, Harriet gazed curiously at the slip of paper, which possessed a certain enigma reminiscent of the soul lamps depicted in web novels from a previous life. This prompted him to marvel at the remarkable technology found within the realm of pirates. Oh, did you know? Ace responded with surprise. This fellow was a companion of his younger brother. From the newspaper, he learned that he too had set sail from the East Blue. It was indeed unusual for pirates from the East Blue to be aware of such a phenomenon as the life card. The life card? The Straw Hat crew turned their attention to Harriet, well aware that he had acquired knowledge beyond their grasp. To be honest, I am also quite intrigued by this fascinating object. Harriet nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Ace expressed his intention to depart, mentioning that he was pursuing a pirate known as Blackbeard. The Straw Hat crew was taken aback. They recalled that Blackbeard was the very pirate responsible for the destruction of the Drum Kingdom. Speaking of Blackbeard, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Harriet inquired, looking at Ace. Ace appeared puzzled, but nonetheless followed Harriet to the side. How much do you know about this pirate, Blackbeard? Harriet spoke with a certain gravity, as far as I know. This individual possesses the powers of the dark fruit, making him a formidable adversary to all others. In a short while, Harriet relayed all the information he could recall about Blackbeard. How do you know this? Ace, listening intently, observed Harriet's demeanor, which did not suggest mere fabrication. How could he possess such extensive knowledge? After a moment of silence, Ace shook his head internally, recognizing that this was someone else's secret, and it was not his place to pry further. Thank you for sharing such valuable intelligence, Ace bowed respectfully. With this information, I feel more confident in my ability to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Harriet immediately understood that even if he were aware of Blackbeard's capabilities, he would not retreat an inch. Though reluctant, one cannot simply assert that engaging Blackbeard would lead to capture. Those of great strength are often imbued with pride, especially considering this individual had once battled Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, for 5 consecutive days and nights 2 years ago. At this moment, he must have grown even more formidable. It is nearly impossible for such a character to relinquish his ambitions lightly. Seeing you so lively puts my mind at ease. Ace suddenly turned around and smiled, saying, well then, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for the Straw Hat crew's response, Ace leapt onto his specially crafted small sailboat. Hey, aren't you going to sit for a moment and have something to eat? Sanji urged upon witnessing this. After all, he was Luffy's brother, deserving of a warm welcome. No, thank you. Ace replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then turned to Luffy and said, make sure to keep that piece of paper safe. Although Luffy was uncertain of its significance, he nodded earnestly, clearly taking the words to heart. I am determined to capture the one who took my comrade's life. It is my responsibility as captain. I shall not retreat. Though Ace wore a smile, the Straw Hat crew could easily sense his unwavering resolve. Not retreating, huh? Indeed. That is Fire Fist Ace, Luffy exclaimed. When we next meet, I hope it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. Ace lowered the brim of his hat, speaking in a somewhat cool manner. Luffy remained silent, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. The pinnacle of piracy. That is Fire Fist Ace. Kill him. If I can eliminate him, I shall surely ascend to the rank of commander. Just as Ace set his specially crafted boat in motion, several ships adorned with the Baroque emblem approached from the distance, their sails billowing as voices of the unaware echoed from aboard. Harriet found himself at a loss for words. Given that these individuals were aware of the infamous title of Fire Fist Ace, how could they not recognize him as the notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million? Moreover, He was a wielder of Logia-type abilities. Was it a death wish they harbored? In the face of such a situation, Ace maintained an air of calmness, swiftly unleashing flames that propelled the ship forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The vessel surged into the sea, swiftly passing beneath the Baroque Works ships. Bang! Ace leaped, his lower body transforming into fire as he soared above. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire erupted incessantly, yet this group, lacking the mastery of hockey, posed no threat to Ace. As he landed upon the sea's surface, the ship emerged from the depths, perfectly poised to catch him. Fire fist. Ace swung his fist with ferocity. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted forth, sinking all the Baroque vessels within mere breaths. With a gentle puff, Ace extinguished the flames, placing a finger to his lips. Come on, Luffy, let's ascend to the pinnacle of piracy. Chapter 75, The Desert Incredible. Chopper's eyes sparkled with amazement. To think he could sink so many ships in one fell swoop, how formidable he must be. Is this the power of a great pirate? Zoro was equally struck, acknowledging that while he could handle those minions, he could not achieve such effortless grace as Ace. Indeed, the strong within the Grand Line were as numerous as the stars. Sanji couldn't help but recall the words of Zeph from the past. As Sanji spoke, Nami and Usopp nodded in agreement. It had been but a short time since they entered the Grand Line, and already they had encountered so many capable individuals. Ace was truly remarkable. Luffy beamed with pride, feeling a swell of joy for his brother's prowess. Ah, Harriet, can you do that? Suddenly, Chopper blinked his large eyes, looking at Harriet with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew turned their gazes toward Harriet. Speaking of which, you can wield flames as well. Nami raised an eyebrow and remarked, I can, indeed. But I cannot achieve such effortless mastery, and my output is rather limited. When Harriet obtained the deadly flame, he had already contemplated its inherent limitations. After all, he was not a wielder of extraordinary powers. Nonetheless, the scene was undeniably enchanting. Witnessing Ace's strength intensified Harriet's desire for personal growth. Someday, I too shall attain such formidable prowess. What exactly is this life card that Harriet possesses? At that moment, Luffy inquired, curiously gazing at the paper in his hand. Oh, this? Shortly after Vivy decided to head to Yuba, the Mary reached an oasis known as Elmaru after a period of sailing. As soon as they disembarked, before they could even unload their belongings, they were greeted by a swarm of small turtle-like creatures emerging from the surroundings. They bore green shells, initially resembling sea turtles. But upon closer inspection, they bore some resemblance to seals. Wow, what is that? Is it a sea turtle or a seal? Usopp exclaimed, astonished, realizing that in the Grand Line, one could encounter the most peculiar of creatures. Ah, those are Kung Fu manatees. They are quite combative. Vivy cautioned upon seeing them. Kung Fu manatees? Combative? Longnose blinked in surprise, observing the adorable creature before him, and felt it was time to demonstrate some strength. Consequently, he proudly showcased his bulging biceps to the little reindeer, declaring, Let Chopper witness the might of the courageous sea warrior, Captain Usopp. Usopp's tone grew solemn, exuding an air of authority. The naive little reindeer assumed Usopp was about to unveil the formidable powers he often recounted in his stories, and his eyes widened with innocent anticipation. I can't wait. Usopp sensed this admiration in Chopper's gaze, and his spirits soared. Indeed, although I typically encounter monsters that prevent me from taking action, now, Usopp gazed at the adorable creature before him, playfully throwing punches. And couldn't he discern any semblance of combat capability? The moment has arrived. Chopper, allow me to showcase Captain Usopp's strength. Longnose, filled with fervor, struck a pose, and then, under Chopper's admiring gaze, he swung his fist with great force. No, Usopp, they are quite formidable, Vivy exclaimed, trying to intervene, but it was too late. Harriet, Nami, and Zoro simultaneously sighed and waved their hands dismissively. Bang, bang, bang. The valiant sea warrior and the clumsy sea cow exchanged 10 blows, only to be reduced to a comical state before the sympathetic gazes of onlookers. Usopp, the little reindeer's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, filled with disbelief. Is this truly the courageous sea warrior? The little reindeer felt as though a once great image in his heart had been shattered. Indeed, there has been considerable progress. Harriet was both exasperated and amused. Despite undergoing rigorous training, this fellow could only manage 10 moves. Is this the transformation from a mere combatant to a slightly less inept one? How pitiable. Observing Chopper and then glancing at Usopp, who lay defeated on the ground, Nami realized that Usopp had lost his only admirer. What a lamentable situation. Nonetheless, it matters not, for our captain has already avenged him. Harriet gestured towards Luffy, who was striking a victorious pose ahead. Nanny. Chopper and Nami gasped in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He performed magic, they exclaimed, astonished at how he had managed to defeat the entire herd of kung fu manatees in mere moments. This cannot be. If they are vanquished, they will surely seek to become disciples of the victor. Vivy, ever eager for attention, once again made her presence known. It was too late, however. The crowd sighed in resignation, bemusedly pointing at the already engaged group of manatees. After approximately 10 minutes of demonstrating the straw hat-style martial arts, and following some negotiation by the linguistically gifted Dalu, the manatees agreed to abandon their pursuit of Luffy in exchange for half of the provisions. They would instead ensure the safety of the merry-go. At this moment, the manatees, clutching the Straw Hat Crew's food, bid a reluctant farewell. As they journeyed on, the Straw Hat Crew, who had never encountered a desert before, came to understand the sensation of eating sand, not literally, of course, beneath the blazing sun and the howling winds, which whipped up dust and sand into their faces. The desert revealed its imposing nature. Gazing upon the desolate and monotonous landscape, the initial novelty of the desert had long since faded. It's scorching, so unbearably hot. The crew's spirits were dwindling. Oh no, not him, Luffy exclaimed, panting like a dog, only to end up with a mouthful of sand. The wind, laden with grit, swept swiftly across their faces. At that moment, they found themselves atop a makeshift desert chariot, racing through the sands. Fortunately, Harriet was with them. The young reindeer lay atop the board, enduring the relentless sun, with only the breeze brushing against his face providing a momentary reprieve. Chopper, hailing from the wintry island, was clad in fur that shielded him from the cold. Yet in this summer island desert, it became his greatest vulnerability. The heat. It was the sole sensation he could perceive. I am suffering as well. Harriet found himself at a loss for words, devouring meat voraciously to replenish his energy. Ah, how enviable. Luffy nearly drooled at the sight, throwing a temper tantrum as he rolled about, exclaiming, I want to eat. I want to eat. The modest cart suddenly lost its balance, swaying slightly. Hey, you fool. The Straw Hat Crew instantly transformed into a collective display of frustration. Are you trying to topple the cart, you idiot? Bang. Nami, the most direct among them, delivered a forceful blow, reducing Luffy to a state resembling that of a swine. I'm sorry. Luffy apologized while sprawled on the cart. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Harriet's forehead. Could this be the long-lost technique of overpowering Luffy? Are you still holding up? The princess inquired with concern, gazing at Harriet. Thankfully, I had brought back some provisions earlier. Harriet could not help but twitch his lips. Ever since Winter Island demonstrated the practicality of the Harriet model automaton, our skilled Usopp has concocted the second generation of the cart. Thus, Harriet has been reduced to a mere automaton. Fortunately, he had an inkling to pilfer some food while escaping from Canola Flower Port. Otherwise, he would now find his provisions nearly depleted. No matter, under the current circumstances, it seems that a run of 2 or 3 hours should suffice. Harriet sensed the digestion and absorption rate of the food within him. Since entering the Grand Line, his control over his body had advanced significantly. He could distinctly feel the life force within him continuously transforming sustenance into fuel. Although the intake could compensate for the expenditure, the sensation of incessantly depleting his own body was rather unpleasant, especially when one is acutely aware of it. After a frantic run of over 10 minutes, a desolate landscape gradually emerged before the group. As they approached the city, the expressions of the Straw Hat Crew grew increasingly somber. They had heard Vivy describe the city of Almaru as a vibrant oasis. However, now all that remained was a ruin, nearly engulfed by sandstorms. At Vivy and Harriet's insistence, the cart came to a halt in a shaded area. Vivy wished a glimpse at the once thriving city, while Harriet was simply fatigued. Alabasta was significantly larger than Drum Island, and he lacked the resilience against the scorching sun. Thus, the exertion had taken a toll on him. Naturally, a brief respite was welcome. Vivy wandered through the abandoned city, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Once, this place was a bustling metropolis. Now, it stood as a mere shadow of its former self. From that moment on, the relentless sand and fierce winds became the prevailing theme, drowning out the echoes of laughter and joy that once filled the air. Who could fathom the prosperity that once graced this land? This had been an oasis. Vivy, overwhelmed by the scenery, couldn't help but voice the misdeeds of Crocodile. From the dance powder incident to framing the king, to becoming a supposed guardian, and inciting rebellion, his transgressions were countless. He had stripped the people of their trust in their king, their very lives. Why? Why did he possess the right to do so? As she reached the end of her lament, Vivy struggled to contain her emotions. I will never forgive him. The Straw Hat Crew fell into a profound silence. their gazes towards Vivy filled with compassion and indignation towards Crocodile. Indeed, these were the lives of countless ordinary people. How could one so easily take them away? Though they were pirates, the members of this crew were never truly villains in the genuine sense. At that moment, Harriet couldn't help but reflect on the citizens of Oilseed Flowerport and their perception of Crocodile. Convincing them that he was the true perpetrator would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Crocodile's name shone even brighter than that of the king. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from a nearby building, causing it to collapse with a deafening roar. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the group, Luffy emerged, vigorously waving his arms as he approached with an earnest expression. "Let us go. I can't hold back any longer." Harriet remained silent. Yet he understood that this usually playful individual had begun to adopt a serious demeanor. Chapter 76, Striving Together. Yuba, once the largest and most prosperous oasis in Alabasta, had gradually lost its allure since the onset of a drought 3 years ago. Now, when the Straw Hat crew arrived in the afternoon, they found the area nearly engulfed by swirling sands. Abandoned houses and crooked trees served as stark reminders that this oasis was inevitably approaching a fate akin to that of Almaru. How could this be? Witnessing such a scene, Vivy was momentarily stunned. Is this truly Yuba? Am I mistaken? Vivy desperately wished to refute this reality. Yet her memories confirmed that this was indeed Yuba. It is far too desolate. How does it differ from Almaru? Zoro gazed at the barren landscape before him. Reflecting on the stark desolation, Vivy had mentioned that this was an oasis. Sanji glanced around, noticing the absence of any human presence or signs of activity, muttering to himself. It was evident that this was yet another oasis stripped of its vitality. Although the earlier experience in Almaru had already made him acutely aware of the hardships faced by this nation, the sight of what was once the grandest oasis deepened his understanding of the suffering endured here. Turning his gaze around, Harriet failed to spot any individuals. Where's that old man? Though his memories were somewhat hazy, he still recalled an elder in Yuba who was acquainted with Vivy. Could it be that we arrived too early? Harriet speculated that after switching to a power-driven cart, the Straw Hat crew would undoubtedly arrive in Yuba considerably faster than before. Just then, a door creaked open, and an emaciated old man emerged, wielding a shovel. His hands were rough, and his face resembled tree bark. Clearly a man weathered by the trials of life. Upon noticing the presence of outsiders and the numerous items on the cart, the old man expressed his surprise. Could it be that you are desert travelers? You must be quite weary from your journey. Despite Yuba's appearance, there is a silver lining. You may choose any house to rest in. The old man's warmth was evident, clearly pleased that someone still visited this city. Any house. Upon hearing this, anyone in the Straw Hat crew with a modicum of common sense realized that the houses were all abandoned. Is that true? However, one individual remained oblivious, the captain, who looked utterly astonished. At this, Harriet silently mourned for the captain's bewildered mind for 3 seconds. As the old man's gaze began to shift towards her, Vivy quickly turned her face away, concealing half of it with her veil. She was quite a renowned figure in this country and could not afford to reveal her identity easily. Meanwhile, Vivy subtly signaled to Harriet with her eyes. Among the Straw Hat pirates, Harriet was regarded as one of the few rational individuals in Vivy's eyes. Ahem. Although Harriet was already aware of the outcome, he feigned seriousness and inquired, "Sir, may I ask if the rebel army is still present?" The mention of the rebel army immediately altered the previously amiable demeanor of the old man, who erupted in fury, shouting, "Get out! There is no rebel army here! Are you another miscreant seeking to join their ranks?" In that moment, the old man summoned an unexpected surge of strength, seizing a battered bucket nearby and hurling it at Harriet. In his eyes, these were all rogue youths lured by the allure of the rebel army. With a resounding thud, the old man's attack was sudden, yet for Harriet, it was a mere trifle. He effortlessly caught the bucket between 2 fingers of his right hand. "Why did you suddenly throw a bucket at me?" Luffy exclaimed, astonished, as his emotional intelligence failed to grasp that the frail old man was enraged by the suspicion that they had come to join the rebels. However, the foolish captain, upon hearing that the rebel army was not present, took a moment to process this information before turning to Vivy with a face full of terror, exclaiming, "Vivy, what are we going to do now that the rebel army is not here?" Idiot! Nami and Sanji could hardly contain their urge to strike him. Hadn't they previously advised against revealing Vivy's identity so carelessly? What had this fool actually heard? Vivy. Indeed, the old man raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on Vivy. She instinctively shifted uncomfortably. At that moment, Luffy suddenly realized that Vivy's identity was supposed to be a secret, and in a panic, he rushed forward to clarify. Vivy is not a princess. With that, Nami could no longer hold back and delivered a solid punch to Luffy. What a fool. Herod involuntarily twitched his lips, as if it were an obvious revelation to others that she was indeed a princess. At that moment, a gaunt old man approached with palpable excitement, tears brimming in his eyes. He placed his hands on Vivy's shoulders and exclaimed, "It's you, Vivy. It's Uncle Dotto. Do you not recognize me?" It was no wonder. Upon hearing this, Vivy scrutinized the frail old man closely and noticed a certain familiarity in his brow. The image of his once plump face gradually merged with the visage worn by the passage of time. "You are Uncle Dotto," Vivy gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She never imagined that this once rotund elder would transform into such a figure. A gentle breeze whispered by, and Herod turned his gaze toward the north, where a vast expanse of yellow dust swirled on the horizon. To the north, Herod squinted thoughtfully. "A sandstorm is approaching," he quickly alerted everyone. Having traversed the desert, he was quite familiar with this natural calamity and instantly recognized it. Come. At his words, Dotto looked surprised for a moment, then beckoned everyone to take shelter indoors. Although the cart was laden with goods, the group led by the Straw Hats had plenty of strong individuals, and they swiftly organized everything with ease. The sandstorm descended upon the city, and Dotto busied himself inside the house, clearly accustomed to dealing with such storms. Soon, he began to discuss the current state of the rebel forces, while also expressing his unwavering trust in the king. How could this be? Vivy struggled to comprehend. Wasn't Cartlia near the canola flower port? It seemed they had missed their chance from the very beginning. Was this some sort of divine jest? Vivy clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. "I believe persuading the rebels is not the most pressing matter at hand." At that moment, Herod, seated in a chair, spoke. All eyes turned towards him. The senior agents of the Baroque Works Society had begun to assemble, indicating that their preparations were entering the final stage. Herod glanced around and remarked, "Moreover, considering Miss All-Sunday's situation, it seems they have likely entered the final stage." Why would Robin want Vivy to know the truth? Is it out of morbid curiosity, or perhaps genuine concern? Herod does not deny the possibility that Robin may still harbor some goodwill. However, the historical narrative is her pursuit and her solace. How could she easily shatter her own dreams? Informing Vivy would only indicate that Vivy's awareness has become inconsequential. The war has ceased to be swayed by anyone's will. As long as this nation continues to endure drought, Vivy's complexion turned pale. Astute as she is, she too contemplated this possibility. Yet, she gritted her teeth and replied, "We still have time, as long as you truly believe you can meet the leader of the rebels." Herod couldn't help but shake his head, stating that given the current circumstances, it is likely that there are undercover agents from the Baroque workshop embedded within both the rebel army and the king's forces. As soon as one approaches the rebel army, it is probable they will be detected, thwarting your endeavors. Furthermore, Herod cast a meaningful glance at Vivy and remarked, "Will they believe in a hero, or will they perceive this as a conspiracy orchestrated by the king?" Enough. Vivy could not contain her fury as she shouted. These thoughts had indeed crossed her mind, yet faced with the formidable power of Crocodile, she was reluctant to confront him directly. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew lapsed into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the possibilities were quite plausible. "I trust you comprehend that the rebel army now boasts a staggering 70,000 strong, and the war has transcended the will of any individual. Furthermore, should Crocodile wish to ascend the stage of this nation, both the royal army and the rebels pose significant threats to him. It seems he may already be contemplating a plan to pit the royal forces against the rebels, leading to their mutual destruction." Herod, though not particularly adept in the realm of politics, comprehends that for Crocodile to ascend to the throne with legitimacy, both the rebel forces and the royal army must be eradicated. Only in such a scenario can his identity be rendered inconsequential. After all, he is, at his core, a pirate. As long as there exists another individual of similar renown, the rationality of his claim to kingship becomes nearly impossible. Naturally, the deceased pose no complications at all. What else can I do if I choose not to intervene? That entails the lives of millions. Vivy roared, akin to a provoked beast. "You are exceedingly naive," Luffy interjected with a grave expression. Not only Nami, but even Herod looked at Luffy in astonishment. Naive. Is this something Luffy would utter? However, Herod soon regained his composure. Is it too soon? Herod recalled that Luffy had only given up after departing from Yuba. Upon reflection, it seemed he had harbored such thoughts prior. Contemplating this, Herod promptly resolved to allow the captain to assume the role of the antagonist. Thus, Herod fell silent, observing the captain as he spoke. In the chaos of war, death is an inevitable companion. Luffy's expression was one of indifference, as if the loss of life held little significance. Upon hearing this, Vivy's anger flared. She lunged forward, seizing Luffy by the collar and exclaimed, "Is it wrong for me to wish for everyone's safety?" At that moment, Vivy, having her delusions shattered by Harriet, teetered on the brink of losing her composure. Dodo remained silent, clearly understanding that Vivy's perspective was somewhat naive. This was, after all, a war. The enemy was a formidable pirate among the 7 warlords of the sea. And as Harriet had stated, this was a conflict involving millions, an outcome where no one is injured or killed was utterly impossible. Her innocence was disheartening. Luffy's demeanor grew increasingly serious, even coldly regarding Vivy, wholly indifferent to her crumbling mental state. "How astutely you speak." At that moment, Harriet could not help but commend the captain's oratory skills. It turned out that the usual levity was merely a fade. Usopp and the others silently regarded Luffy, having to admit they wholly agreed with his words. With a sharp slap, the princess could not contain herself. Luffy was sent sprawling. "Silence. Do not utter such words again. Whether it be the rebel army or the royal forces, neither was at fault. Why should lives be sacrificed because of his schemes? But what am I to do if I do not stop the rebels?" Vivy fervently shook Luffy. "We must defeat Crocodile. As long as we vanquish him, that is all that matters." Luffy shouted back, unreservedly striking Vivy in return. "You scoundrel!" Sanji, witnessing this, nearly lost his composure. How could one dare to strike a woman in his presence, regardless of justification? A gentleman could not abide such behavior. Zoro remained silent, yet placed a hand on Sanji's shoulder. Only he could temper Sanji's fury at that moment. "But even if I exert myself to the utmost, I cannot defeat him. If my life alone could ensure his defeat, I would gladly offer it. But alas!" Vivy and Luffy began to brawl. "You wretch!" Uncle Dodo nearly lost control, ready to rush in and confront Luffy, but Harriet swiftly restrained him. "If that is the case, then let us wager our lives." Luffy took a deep breath, forcefully restraining Vivy, and shouted, "Are we not partners?" Vivy was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Partners?" Vivy glanced around, noticing the smiles etched upon the faces of her comrades. "Do I still hold the lives of my partners?" With that, Vivy could no longer contain her tears, covering her mouth in a futile attempt to stifle her sobs. Indeed, there is a certain flair to it. Harriet couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. One must admit that this foolish captain possessed an unexpectedly infectious charisma at this moment. Heh. Observing this, Luffy wiped his nose and broke into laughter, finally shedding tears of joy. This is how it should be. Now, the most pressing matter was that Luffy gazed solemnly at everyone. Gulp. Clearly, Luffy's earlier display of determination had somewhat intimidated the crew. At this moment, the captain's authority reverberated within their hearts as they quietly awaited his words. "The most crucial matter is dining." Bang. The Straw Hat crew fell over, drenched in sweat, nearly rendered speechless. Wipe. What the heck? Why is it about eating? The crew members felt utterly exasperated. I was wrong. I should have known he would always be a goofball from the very beginning. Harriet felt a profound sense of shame for his earlier thoughts. Hee, Sanji, I am famished," he remarked, while the oblivious captain remained entirely unaware that he had momentarily exuded an aura of legendary authority, grinning foolishly. Chapter 77, The Abacus Now. "Allow me to share my thoughts," Harriet began. Inside the room, the Straw Hat crew had gathered at the table after a satisfying meal, each member bearing a serious expression as they listened intently to Harriet. Firstly, it is highly probable that the rebel forces will initiate their uprising during this period. Even if they are inadequately prepared, Baroque may have already made provisions for them. Secondly, according to Vivy, it seems that the royal army is unlikely to follow Crocodile's lead in confronting the rebels with fervor. Thus, Harriet surveyed the surroundings, meeting the gazes of the crowd, and proclaimed the future as he envisioned it. Thus, it is highly probable that Crocodile will clandestinely abduct the king, subsequently exploiting Mr. Two's abilities to instigate conflict, ultimately igniting a war. Vivy's eyes widened in shock, and upon reflection, she realized that indeed all members of Baroque Works had converged upon Alabasta, and war was indeed imminent. Nevertheless, I have prepared the transponder snail and can only hope that the king will establish communication with us. Harriet produced the telephone bug he had been nurturing and addressed the crowd, remarking that after all, Vivy's letter could not possibly contain such extensive content. It became clear that the telephone bug number he had asked me to write down was intended for this purpose. Vivy, taken aback, recalled that Harriet had indeed requested her to note his telephone bug number while she was composing the letter. Well, as long as we can establish contact, the particulars can be elucidated gradually. Haru's distinctive features caught everyone's attention. "You are truly remarkable, Harriet," exclaimed Luffy, his eyes widening in astonishment, while the others nodded in agreement. Although they did not fully comprehend the intricacies, it appeared to be something Herod had devised. Moreover, it seemed that he had conceived this plan even before arriving in Alabasta. Herod could not help but feel a flush on his cheeks. It was not his prowess that was at play, but rather his foreknowledge of the future. However, this was certainly not something he could divulge. As for Crocodile, Herod produced a rudimentary map and said, at present, he should still be in the Rain District. Therefore, if we wish to defeat him, it would be prudent to embark on our journey to the Northern Rain Banquet at dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, once he begins to overthrow Alabastan, locating him may prove exceedingly challenging. Herod's words hold merit. If we truly establish contact with Cobra, capturing him would undoubtedly become a far more arduous task. At that point, Crocodile might very well retreat into the shadows, swiftly steering the situation into a new direction. Oh. Zoro nodded gravely, observing, so, the Rain Banquet is situated in the north. This response elicited a barely restrained twitch from Nami and Usopp's lips. We had already heard Vivy mention the direction of the Rain Banquet while on the ship. The timid duo couldn't help but internally lament. Suddenly, Luffy slammed his hand on the table, rising with enthusiasm. So, we can simply go to the Rain Banquet and defeat Crocodile, right? I am going to pummel that guy. Haru nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, it is indeed necessary to go there, but you shall not face Crocodile alone. Eh? Luffy blinked in surprise. Clap. Herod retrieved a peculiar water gun and placed it upon the table. Upon seeing this contraption, Usopp couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he wiped his nose. This was indeed his creation. I had previously mentioned that Crocodile's Achilles heel was his aversion to water. And this water gun crafted by Usopp boasts an approximate range of 50 meters. However, in truth, its efficacy diminishes significantly beyond 20 meters. Thus, I will need to distract Crocodile. With my speed, he should not be able to catch me. As long as there is water, I can restrain him, thereby providing Luffy with the opportunity to engage him in combat. Haruto immediately began to express his thoughts. That is my entire plan, he concluded. As he glanced back, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At that moment, he noticed Luffy, seemingly bored, picking his nose, Zoro fast asleep with 3 swords in his embrace, and Sanji preoccupied with desserts, leaving only Vivy and a few others genuinely attentive. Indeed, it seems futile to discuss battle strategies with this bunch. Herod silently scoffed. Recalling the past, when it came to Luffy and his crew, there was never a serious battle planned. They always charged forward with their fists. Relying on intellect? Goodness. Trying to convey a strategy to Luffy proved to be utterly futile. It truly was a challenge to expect him to adhere to a plan. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. Meanwhile, Karoo was still racing through the desert on the other side, with only half the journey to Albana remaining. On the side of Yuba, the Straw Hat crew was taking a well-deserved rest. Herod stood alone upon the sand, his right hand suspended in midair, gesturing gracefully. Within the palm of his hand, a small amount of water danced and swirled, yet it never spilled over, responding to his movements. This was the mermaid martial art, a skill he had acquired from a black belt, and he held a profound belief in its potential. The question that lingered in Herod's mind was whether this technique could be applied to air. After some contemplation, he concluded that it was indeed a distinct possibility. Water and air share certain similarities. Both are fluid and elusive. He was convinced that if he mastered the mermaid martial art to a high degree, he could certainly adapt it for use in the air. After all, his primary battlegrounds were on land. If Jinbei's Fishman karate could harness the water in the air for attacks, then it was entirely feasible for him to utilize the mermaid martial art as a medium through the air. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Herod. Practicing a new technique. Herod, without turning his head, was already aware of someone's presence thanks to his increasingly heightened perceptive abilities. Nami, seated nearby, gazed in admiration at the water in Herod's hands, exclaiming, such remarkable control. Indeed, even when Herod executed a flipping motion, the water seemed to adhere to his hand as if it were magnetized. This must surely be the fruit of years spent honing his skills in Fishman karate. Haru features a distinctive style of combat known as Fishman karate. Prior to assuming control of this body, Herod had occasionally practiced this martial art. After 2 years of dedicated training, he has completely internalized the techniques for controlling his physical strength, transforming them into instinctive responses. This proficiency is also the reason he can swiftly wield the powers of the deadly flame. With enhanced control, mastering new abilities comes naturally. However, I cannot believe you would ask me to join you in confronting Crocodile, Nami suddenly exclaimed. Herod was momentarily taken aback, causing the water in his hand to spill and soak into the sand. In Herod's plan, the expedition to confront Crocodile in Rain Base consisted of 4 members. with Nami being one of them. Meeting Nami's gaze, Herrick could discern the apprehension reflected within her eyes. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Rest assured, you will not have to face Crocodile directly, Herrick reassured, and even if we cannot defeat him, we still have a fair chance of escaping. In Herrick's memory, the president's speed was rather lacking, and as long as he decided to flee, the likelihood of success was considerable. Nami was somewhat at a loss for words. Yet her spirits had lifted significantly. Indeed, if Herrick's plan came to fruition, the chances of Crocodile, whose Logia fruit abilities would be restricted, meeting his demise were quite high. Reflecting on Herrick's strategy, Nami couldn't help but smile, casting a peculiar glance at him, and said, "You, who usually don't show much, surprisingly have such a keen grasp of the situation here." At this point, Herrick felt a twinge of guilt. Nami was not as easily deceived as Luffy. He had not demonstrated any strategic acumen in the past, yet upon arriving in Alabasta, he had almost accurately deduced the workings of Baroque Works. This, he feared, might raise Nami's suspicions. Clearing his throat, he remarked, this is merely my personal conjecture, based on an analysis of some of Baroque Works' maneuvers. Aren't biographies often written in such a manner? There are certainly similarities in the machinations employed, Herrick hurriedly explained, though he appeared rather disheveled. Upon witnessing Herrick's state, Nami felt an immediate uplift in her spirits, bursting into laughter that echoed far into the night. Chapter 78, Undercurrents Alabasta, around 8 o'clock the following morning. It was truly unexpected that he would be the mastermind behind it all. King Cobra of Alabasta, a beloved ruler known for his compassion, now pressed his forehead with a trembling hand, his voice quaking as he spoke. Because he is an ally of the government, I let my guard down. Realizing this now is not too late. However, the news of Vivy's survival has likely reached Crocodile, which means he may act preemptively. I previously mentioned that the Baroque Works has a high-ranking agent capable of mimicking devil fruit powers, so you must be vigilant about your safety. At this moment, the telephone bug in Gaka's hand spoke solemnly. I understand, Cobra replied, his expression grave. Herrick had already laid out the situation for him, and he was well aware of the formidable enemy they faced, a criminal underground composed of those with powers. If they were all capable of wielding such abilities, it would indeed be challenging for his army to ensure their protection. Cobra recognized the catastrophic consequences should he vanish and fall into the hands of the enemy. Since that is the case, I shall hang up, the telephone bug said, its expression softening considerably. Thank you for your immense kindness, Cobra said after a moment of silence. Expressing his gratitude, Cobra's demeanor then softened, and he spoke gently, Vivy, you are remarkably strong. I am aware of the situation with Icolum. Father. The telephone bug's voice trembled with emotion, emitting a feminine tone. Click. Immediately, the telephone bug lowered its head. Once the call was disconnected, Cobra's expression turned serious again. Clenching his fists, he gazed out at the cityscape and commanded, Gaka, proceed as instructed. Disseminate the news immediately. Also, mobilize the troops. Prepare to confront Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Gaka's countenance shifted slightly, and he quickly responded, Are we truly going to spread that information? It may significantly impact your reputation. Moreover, what will happen to the palace if the army departs? Indeed, the rain is too distant. If the enemy chooses to evade battle, we may find ourselves in a precarious position. Currently, Crocodile has garnered considerable support from the populace. Forgive my candor, but he may even be more favored than you. Bell interjected, raising his hands in protest, his expression darkening at the last remark. Previously unaware of Crocodile's true nature, he had inadvertently allowed him to amass immense prestige domestically. To now accuse him of being a villain without evidence would likely tarnish the king's image even further. Thus, Cobra's position as king could become increasingly unstable. What does it matter if the palace is occupied by rebel forces? What does it matter if I lose my throne? Cobra slowly turned his head, speaking deliberately but with a compelling intensity. I have stated before that the most crucial aspect of a nation is its people. Even if our royal army is entirely vanquished, as long as we can defeat Crocodile, the citizens will rebuild our nation. However, if we direct our ire towards the rebels, the one laughing in the end will be Crocodile, Cobra asserted, his voice low yet commanding. Gaka and Bell were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the king's profound awareness and remarkable resolve. Even if he were to forsake his throne, even if the royal army were to perish, he remained steadfast in his commitment to protect the citizens. Even if they did not comprehend his motives, he would protect them. This is our king. Furthermore, Vivy is also fighting tirelessly for Alabasta. Cobra lifted his gaze towards the sky, his tone softening. Princess. The two exchanged glances, and the image of that fragile girl flickered in their minds. Yes, she too was battling for Alabasta. The wind whipped against their faces as Harriet, Luffy, Nami, and Vivy hurriedly sped towards Rain Base in a cart. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had already split into two groups, with Zoro and the others heading towards Alyabarna. Harriet still recalls that the elite agents of the Baroque Works would gather in Albana. To be candid, he finds it rather perplexing regarding the military reserves of Alabasta. Logically speaking, as a nation that was once one of the 20, even after losing its status as a celestial dragon, it ought to possess a certain standing within the world government. Moreover, this nation is not insignificant, situated on the Grand Line. It is astonishing that there are so few formidable experts stationed there. Harriet could not rest easy relying solely on the protection of the Royal Army. Thus, he sent Zoro and the others to Albana at 5 o'clock to thwart the senior agents of Baroque Works. Moreover, the battle against the elite operatives of Baroque Works would significantly contribute to the growth of the Straw Hat crew. Vivy, your father is indeed a king of remarkable fortitude. Harriet cast a glance at Vivy, slightly tightening his grip on the transponder snail, and smiled. Indeed, he remarked. Vivy, taken aback, also smiled, her earlier sorrow dissipating significantly. 2 hours later, in the Rain District, Farrell strolled along the street, accompanied by a dozen naval officers. As they walked, numerous onlookers pointed at him, akin to the way one might observe a rare creature. This was hardly surprising. Under the diligent efforts of the Guardian, Mr. Crocodile, the pirates had been thoroughly suppressed, and consequently, the Navy no longer needed to deploy substantial forces in Alabasta. Furthermore, this situation served as a form of respect towards Crocodile, or perhaps more accurately, the 7 warlords of the sea. See? I'm not surveilling you. The world government undoubtedly intended to convey such a message, reassuring the 7 warlords. Otherwise, if they were constantly monitored, how could they possibly remain compliant as warlords? Such actions would clearly signal distrust. This led to a peculiar scenario where the citizens of Alabasta had grown quite unfamiliar with the Navy, gazing at them with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Some civilians even speculated that the Navy had come to confront Crocodile, with a few rushing to the casino to relay the news. Evidently, the citizens of Alabasta placed greater trust in pirates than in the Navy. Farrell found this to be silently exasperating. It was unexpected that his role as a protector of justice was perceived as villainous. However, this only intensified his suspicions towards Crocodile. Such a seemingly perfect facade, why then did he choose to become a pirate in the first place? The world government was not to be underestimated, once mobilized. A plethora of information regarding Crocodile surfaced. Farrell was aware that this individual had willingly become a pirate in his earlier years, devoid of external coercion. Moreover, Farrell narrowed his eyes, casting a furtive glance towards a shadowy corner. This city harbors many extraordinary individuals. He pondered the true identity of the pirate Crocodile. In the basement of the casino, the senior agents of Baroque Works had long departed, leaving only Crocodile and Robin. Ideally, with the commencement of the Utopia project, Crocodile should have been elated. Yet, he found no joy in the current circumstances. What? Cobra has intensified his protection. The elders concealed within the Royal Army cannot approach the king. The Royal Army continues to disseminate news of the king in Alabasta. Crocodile picked up the phone, his countenance darkening with palpable frustration. Yellow sand swirled around him, rapidly spinning before violently scattering, demolishing nearby furniture. Miss Wednesday, the Straw Hat crew, Crocodile uttered, his voice low, his gaze laden with malice as it fell upon a photograph on the long table. It depicted Mr. 2. Utilizing his abilities to transform into members of the Straw Hat crew, a comical image that now irked Crocodile even more. It was clear to him whom these maneuvers were directed against. Only someone aware of his secrets, like Vivy, could have disclosed such information to Cobra. This realization further fueled Crocodile's ire towards Mr. 3, who not only failed to eliminate Vivy in the little garden, but also dared to speak arrogantly. Crocodile's forehead throbbed with irritation. Had he not already fed Mr. 3 to the crocodiles, he would have ensured to teach him a lesson. What a hassle, Robin chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Crocodile's agitation. I never expected they would suspect you of kidnapping the king. Under typical assumptions, if Vivy had contacted Cobra, he would merely heighten his vigilance towards Crocodile or possibly inform the Navy to investigate him, rather than taking direct action against the rebel forces or Crocodile himself. After all, he was a benevolent ruler, unwilling to witness unnecessary casualties among his troops. However, the current escalation in protective measures clearly indicated a fear of abduction. According to intel from the Royal Army, only those loyal to Cobra for 3 generations or more could approach him now. This suggested a potential traitor within his ranks. Robin understood that given Cobra's temperament, He would never suspect such treachery. So then, who could it be? The silhouettes of the Straw Hat crew flitted through Robin's mind. The captain? The swordsman? The navigator? The gentleman? The long-nosed one? The princess? Or perhaps, Robin ultimately fixated on a figure wielding flames. Is it you? Although she had only met them briefly, Robin felt she could rule out Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. Harriet's mention of the son of the devil had evidently left an impression on her. Suddenly, Crocodile broke into a smile, though it only accentuated the long scar across his nose, rendering it particularly sinister. Do you truly believe that merely enhancing your protection will suffice? That this will thwart my plans? Naive. Crocodile's eyes glinted. Since he could not strike under such strict discipline, he turned his gaze to the transponder snail, picked up the receiver, and dialed. Notify the rebel forces' informants to ambush Cobra and frame the royal army, and provide them with weapons. With a click, the call ended, and Crocodile spread his arms wide, unleashing a slightly deranged laugh. Ha! You think you can stop me? As long as the hatred endures. As long as the rain does not fall, the true villain, the king, shall remain the target of my vengeance. Come forth. Witness the deep-seated animosity rooted in Alabasta over these years of drought, and behold the depths of resentment towards the king. Cobra's ominous words echoed within the basement, chilling the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Robin remained silent, a cryptic smile lingering on her lips, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling within her mind. Chapter 79. Arrival at the Rain District. In the streets of Cartlay, a soldier clad in royal army attire sprinted through the thoroughfare, shouting, "The king is in Alabasta. Residents, do not trust anyone who approaches the king outside the royal army. If the king appears, the rebel forces may capture him directly." He had been shouting for over 10 minutes. Yet the surrounding populace looked on in confusion. What does this mean? What has happened to the king? Why would he send such strange messages? Why incite the rebels to seize the king? The citizens murmured among themselves, some harboring doubts about the king's sanity. Rebel headquarters. This is bad. Leader. At that moment, a young man burst into the tent, calling out to the contemplative figure with deep, tea-green short hair and a scar across his left eye. Outside. The king, before he could finish his sentence, Kosh interrupted, not lifting his gaze, as his fingers rhythmically tapped against his thigh. What exactly does the king intend? Kosh pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. What purpose did disseminating such information serve? Or was it merely a ruse? Would he take the initiative to act? As Kosh reflected on the past conduct of the king's army, he recalled that they had never proactively dealt with the rebel forces, instead consistently exhibiting forbearance. Moreover, based on Kosh's understanding of the king, he seemed unlikely to engage in such duplicitous maneuvers, despite their current opposing positions. Kosh did not perceive this king as a tyrant or a fool. Then I shall go and see, Kosh declared, rising abruptly and exiting the tent. Just then, as Kosh stepped outside, the messenger's young man flashed a sinister smile, an unusual glimmer appearing in his eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the young man's clothing to ripple, revealing the faint insignia of B.W. on his shoulder. In the rain-soaked ground, after several hours of arduous travel, Harriet and his companions finally arrived at the rainy land. At that moment, Harriet selected a spot and proceeded to unload several water barrels from the vehicle. Listen well, Luffy. You must heed my words and avoid unnecessary confrontations, Harriet said earnestly to Luffy. All right, Luffy exclaimed, raising his arms without a second thought, while also declaring, I am going to take down that crocodile guy. Harriet could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, knowing that a punch was imminent. Do you truly comprehend the situation? Very well, Nami, you shall remain here for the time being. Once we have lured Crocodile in, you shall spring into action. At this moment, Harriet turned his head and addressed Nami. With a confident expression, Nami picked up the weather stick and declared, Leave it to me. Haru nodded slightly. Although Nami was somewhat timid, she proved to be quite dependable when confronting adversaries. From this point onward, it would rely on herself, along with Luffy and Vivy, to draw a crocodile. Harriet's gaze swept over Vivy and Luffy. Harriet's eyes bulged in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. While the two women were equally taken aback, their mouths agape and gazes vacant. Magic trick. Luffy. The three individuals present were rendered speechless. Where did he go? In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Vivy covered her face, nearly in tears, exclaiming, Can't he just stay put? Nami, gritting her teeth, exuded an unmistakable fury, her anger palpable enough to raise the temperature of the room several degrees. That guy. Harriet turned to gaze towards the direction of the casino and sighed. Luffy has likely already set off in search of Crocodile. What on earth has he come to understand? At this moment, Harriet felt an inexplicable surge of anger. uncertain of how to express his emotions. Indeed, Luffy is akin to a single-celled organism, or perhaps he resembles a hairless primate. How terrifying. What should we do? Vivy also felt a sense of urgency. Prior to their arrival, they had analyzed Crocodile's abilities, and relying solely on Luffy's strength would indeed be quite challenging. Let us take a moment to compose ourselves. Herod hastily reassured, at this moment. The worst scenario would simply be akin to being captured in a sea prism stone cell as before. Given Luffy's straightforward nature, he would likely blurt out that they had already split into two groups. How infuriating. I originally intended to provoke Smoker and that fellow to confront Crocodile. Herod's mind raced. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, with Luffy's unexpected interference, it seemed inevitable that they would face the formidable warlord of the sea. Oh. May the divine light of Oda illuminate my path. At this moment, Herod could only hope that this warlord, ensnared by Oda's machinations, was not as powerful as he feared. Luffy's final confrontation with Crocodile had seemingly bestowed upon him an aura of foolishness, transforming a cunning schemer into a mere fool. Instead of leveraging his formidable devil fruit abilities, he engaged in a brawl with a martial arts expert, resorting to poison. You are a powerful Logia user? Must you resort to such disgraceful tactics? However, at this juncture, Herod genuinely wished for Luffy's foolish aura to shine even brighter, ideally rendering Crocodile utterly bewildered. Very well. Vivy, remain still for the time being. I shall fetch Luffy. This fellow might unwittingly fall into the enemy's trap, and I must keep a vigilant eye on him. Herod turned to Vivy, secured 2 water guns at his waist, and grabbed 4 bags of water before hastily making his way towards the casino. Vivy understood. Given Luffy's personality, falling into a trap was almost inevitable. So there was no need for her to join the fray. If she went, she would only add to the trouble. Whoosh. Herod swiftly darted towards the casino, deftly evading the throngs of people. Capture him. Where has that straw hat brat Luffy gone? The pirates are causing a ruckus. The Navy is also present. Mr. Crocodile. Indeed, it wasn't long before Herod was enveloped by the cacophony of chaos. Herod appeared in a corner, observing the situation in front of the casino. The Baroque Workshop and the Navy are present. Herod immediately discerned that 2 groups were pursuing Luffy. Are they not afraid of the Navy? Herod exhibits a peculiar demeanor. After all, you are all armed militants, yet you appear so brazenly in public. However, upon reflection, given that the Utopia project has commenced, even if Alabasta remains elusive, securing the formidable Crocodile would provide the leverage necessary to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, thereby significantly diminishing any trepidation. First, I must devise a means to ascertain the route to the basement. Herod muttered to himself, though only a few minutes had passed. The chaos outside the casino suggested that Luffy had likely entered the establishment, or perhaps had already fallen into a trap. This time, however, he was without the company of the Straw Hat crew. How was he faring with Smoker inside? The thought of Smoker left Herod somewhat speechless. After all, he was a character who shared a tumultuous relationship with Luffy. Inside the casino's basement, the Straw Hat boy found himself under the sinister gaze of Crocodile, who wore a mocking smile as he observed Luffy trapped in a cage. This fool had spoiled his plans, and as a rookie pirate, he was quite irksome. Yet, witnessing the foolish antics of Luffy brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to Crocodile. You're Crocodile, aren't you? Luffy shouted, gripping the bars of his cage in fury. His voice quickly dwindled. I will defeat you. Alas, his strength faltered suddenly, and Luffy, panting, could only stammer. Humph. Smoker stepped forward, effortlessly sending Luffy flying before pinning him down with his jutty, preparing to impart some knowledge. By the way, where are your companions? Crocodile inquired. Having observed the farcical scene unfold, he did not expect to glean much information, as he assumed Luffy's allies were also caught in the rain. Speaking of companions. Luffy perked up, and as Smoker withdrew his jutty, Luffy sprang to his feet, shouting at Crocodile, You despicable fiend. Herod has seen through your scheme. And Zoro and the others are dealing with your high-ranking agents in Alabasta. They want to let you kidnap Vivy's father so easily. They are formidable. Luffy beamed with pride, exuding an air of confidence. Crocodile was taken aback by Luffy's bold proclamation. However, upon reflecting on Cobra's movements, it indeed seemed plausible. I cannot linger here any longer. Crocodile resolved. Despite having formidable agents at his disposal, he did not fully trust them. Alabasta was now home to 2 devil fruit users. And with the prohibition against outsiders approaching Cobra, coupled with the Straw Hat crew's knowledge of Mr. Two's abilities, success was uncertain. Pluton. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, a sinister glimmer flashing across them. It seemed he must take matters into his own hands. Hey, Crocodile, What are you plotting? Smoker demanded, fixing his gaze on Crocodile. Seeking an answer. Crocodile's eyes shifted, resembling a crocodile stalking its prey, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Plotting? Chapter 8. Rescue Luffy. In a nearby alleyway not far from the casino, a heap of bodies lay sprawled in disarray, with Harriet being the sole figure standing upright. What followed was. Harriet turned his gaze towards the casino, and then approached a man who still retained some semblance of awareness, inquiring. Do you know how to access the basement of the casino? The man was taken aback. The basement? How could I possibly know the way in? A chuckle escaped his lips. It seems you have arrived as well. Suddenly, a soft laughter echoed through the air, and as Harriet lifted his eyes, he beheld a woman clad in a moonlight-hued coat atop the ceiling. Nico Robin. Upon encountering the woman once more, Harriet instantly recognized her identity. Why have you chosen to involve yourselves in this matter? Surely you comprehend the nature of the adversary you are up against. Robin observed Harriet with keen interest from below. Although their interaction had been brief, she surmised that this man was not the type to be oblivious to reality. The 7 warlords are not a force that can be shaken by a mere band of insignificant pirates. Harriet smiled and shook his head, saying, Since our captain is prepared to confront the 7 warlords, I can only support him. Oh. Robin raised an eyebrow, a seductive smile gracing her face, and remarked, But your captain has already been captured. With that, Robin cast a curious glance at Harriet, adding, Given the current situation, he may not have much time left. Robin's observation was astute. Crocodile had indeed begun to flood the basement, signaling his intention to abandon the casino. At this moment, preparations were underway to depart for Albana. Therefore, I require your assistance. Harriet then flashed an odd smile at Robin. Suddenly, Robin became alert, taking a few steps back while activating her abilities, 2 flowers bloom. Her movements were swift, yet Harriet's response was even quicker. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself onto the rooftop in an instant. Just then, Robin's hand appeared at Harriet's back, poised to constrict his throat. A burst of blue flames erupted, and fortunately, Robin quickly retracted her power, averting serious burns. However, Robin seemed to have noticed something, scanning Harriet up and down. Hey, your abilities have no effect on me. Harriet appeared rather pleased with himself. Do you know my abilities? Robin asked, her demeanor growing serious as she regarded the man before her. Setting aside the fact that her bounty was from 2 decades ago, and that she seldom made her presence known in the open world. How could he possibly be aware of her capabilities? Although she had briefly employed her powers against him before, it was merely a fleeting moment. One could argue that Harriet should not have been able to perceive her abilities at all. So, from where did he acquire knowledge of her skills? His demeanor suggested he had long been on guard against her powers. Harlot was momentarily taken aback by her words. Upon reflection, it seemed he had never heard her speak of her abilities, and his reaction had been rather hasty, responding the instant his arm sprouted. Typically, those unacquainted with the powers of the Hana no Mi would not act with such swiftness. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Had he truly deduced it from his instinctive movements? Indeed, Luffy is truly remarkable. So easy to manipulate. At that very moment of Harlot's distraction, Robin hastened her retreat. Although she lacked a comprehensive understanding of Harlot's powers, she recognized that distancing herself from this man was the most prudent course of action. If I had known it was this fellow, I would have refrained from investigating. Robin sighed inwardly. She had originally come upon receiving word that someone was causing trouble for the Baroque Works, only to unexpectedly encounter this individual. Her expertise lay in joint techniques. Yet Harlot's flames rendered her methods nearly ineffective. Unless, of course, she risked injury to launch an offensive. Whoosh! As Harriet took a step forward, eager to pursue Robin. 2 hands unexpectedly emerged from the rooftop, grasping his feet. This sudden occurrence caused Harriet to lose his balance in an instant, sending him crashing to the ground. Such a fall could potentially result in serious injury. Harriet was equally astonished, yet his reflexes were swift. Flames erupted instantaneously, swirling around his feet. With a flick of his right hand towards the ground, he regained his balance. The fire rope. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Harriet no longer dared to be careless and immediately shot forth a fiery lasso that ensnared Robin. At that moment, Robin found himself immobilized. Bururu. Just then, the din-din mushy on Robin's person began to ring. Both individuals' gazes converged upon it simultaneously. Crocodile. Harriet instantly deduced the identity of the caller. What should be done? Harriet's mind sparked with an idea, and he promptly turned to Robin, saying, Hand me the phone book. Without hesitation, Robin complied and handed it over. Taking a deep breath, Harriet swiftly connected the call. Where are you? Haven't you captured that troublesome individual? As soon as the call was answered, A deep voice resonated from the other end. Crocodile was already aware that an intruder had arrived, as the million messengers had informed him. Nico Robin is now in my possession. I have handed her over to the Navy. Harriet spoke at an astonishingly rapid pace, yet his enunciation remained impeccable. As soon as he finished, he decisively terminated the call. Hello? Hello? On the other end, Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened ominously. How infuriating. That woman had been captured. This was a private communication device. Now fallen into the hands of another, and naturally, Robin would not fare any better. The Navy. Crocodile squinted, deep in contemplation. Harriet swiftly terminated the call, leaving Crocodile with barely 2 seconds to analyze the situation on the other end. However, the prospect of handing Robin over to the Navy darkened Crocodile's expression further. Nicole Robin played a pivotal role in his plans. If anything were to befall her, he would find himself utterly at a loss. There were few in this world who could decipher the historical texts, and in a short span, he would be unable to find a replacement. Was he aware of Robin's significance, or was it merely a tactic to divert my attention? Crocodile pondered. If she were indeed surrendered to the Navy, he would have no choice but to take action to reclaim her. As he stood at the entrance of the casino, Crocodile transformed into sand and surged towards the Navy's temporary encampment. Mr. Crocodile. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed his passage. Could it be that the pirate was making a move again? How could you possibly know he would seek out the Navy? Robin, trapped, suddenly spoke up. Though the distance from the casino was 100 meters and tall buildings obscured the view, her Hana Nomi abilities allowed her to perceive Crocodile's actions. A glance at Harriet reassured her that, for the moment, she was safe. In light of this revelation, Harriet found himself at a loss for words. The Baroque Works organization had a straightforward principle of abandoning those who failed. If Robin fell into enemy hands, she would naturally be forsaken. Yet, Harriet's tone unmistakably conveyed his certainty that Crocodile would come to her rescue. Indeed, certainty. This only deepened Robin's suspicions about this man and the basis for his judgments. Harriet understood that the more he spoke, the more his flaws would be exposed, so he straightforwardly declared, "Take me to the place where Luffy is confined." Robin did not object and led the way without hesitation. Fortunately, this fellow did not employ the observation haki. Harriet followed Robin, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Although this place was remote, it would be disastrous if Crocodile activated his observation haki. After all, it was quite close to the casino. If Crocodile were to discover that Nico Robin was right under his nose while he foolishly sought out the Navy, he would surely be infuriated. Upon descending into the basement, Harriet noticed water continuously bubbling up, with the banana crocodiles scuttling about. Huh, Harriet, come save me. Upon seeing Harriet, Luffy exclaimed with delight, grasping the railing, only to collapse completely thereafter. Harriet, feeling utterly exasperated, decided to descend to the front of the cage. At that moment, the water had risen to Luffy's knees. Suddenly, a ferocious banana crocodile lunged forward, snapping at Harriet. Bang! With a single punch, Harriet sent it crashing to the ground. Luffy, are the keys inside the bellies of these banana crocodiles? Harriet inquired. What bellies? Smoker, standing nearby, immediately furrowed his brow. Harriet's mind sparked with realization. It was likely that without Vivy, Crocodile would cease his playful antics and instead seek to drown Luffy and his companions. The release of the banana crocodile was probably a precautionary measure. Step aside. Harriet, without any preamble, swiftly assumed a stance, his hands clasped together, aimed at the prison. With a breath, a plume of azure flame erupted forth. What is this? Smog narrowed his eyes. However, at that moment, the banana crocodiles, oblivious to their impending doom, charged recklessly towards Harriet. Harriet's lips twitched momentarily before he resolutely directed his ire towards these creatures. In no time, one after another, the banana crocodiles lay lifeless. Flames burst. Harriet once again aimed at the cage, concentrating his energy as flames accumulated for nearly a minute before erupting with a sudden force. Boom! A column of fire surged forth, unleashing a power comparable to that of a battleship's main cannon, shattering the cage with devastating effect. Crack, crack, crack. The subtle sound of splintering echoed as the walls surrounding the cage succumbed to the impact. Finally, a deluge of water poured in. Wow, Harriet, you are truly remarkable. Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder. Was this truly the time to express such admiration? Harriet quickly exclaimed, simultaneously picking up some broken railings. Yes, yes. Run quickly. Luffy also realized that water was flooding in, his face beaming with excitement. How exhilarating. Harriet's lips quivered. Was there still humor to be found at such a moment? Whoosh. Smoker, the swiftest among them, transformed into a plume of white smoke and surged ahead, with Harriet and Luffy closely following. It was her. Midway, Luffy finally noticed Robin. Upon seeing Harrod approaching, Robin too started to run. Although she had initially wished to flee, she was surrounded by the ominous flames. Despite her lack of understanding regarding Harrod's abilities, she could sense the energy within those flames and dared not act recklessly. Boom. A deluge of water surged forth. Chapter 81. The battle on the desert. That man, Crocodile, wore a grim expression and quickly returned. Sure enough, the basement was deserted, apart from the defeated Banana Crocodile. Only water remained. I've been outsmarted. Crocodile's face darkened further. He had rushed to the nearest Navy base only to find no sign of disturbance. Realizing he had been tricked, hastily returning, he discovered the prisoners had vanished. How did he break the cage? Crocodile pondered, bemused. After all, the cage made of sea prism stone possessed considerable strength, impervious to anything short of a large caliber cannon. Yet, the basement was now filled with water, rendering it impossible for him, as a devil fruit user, to investigate further. Boss, a timid man in black, around 50 years of age, stepped forward. Crocodile's displeasure was instantly directed at him. Gulp. The man swallowed hard, clearly aware of Crocodile's foul mood, yet he mustered the courage to say, "Someone asked me to deliver this note to you, claiming they have kidnapped the store manager." Crocodile's gaze snapped to the note. He snatched it up and crushed it in his hand, instantly activating his powers to reduce it to fragments. The southernmost point of the rain-soaked area? The information suggested they wanted him to go there. A trap. Crocodile immediately considered this possibility. No, it must be a trap. However, the Navy has now become a nuisance. Crocodile turned toward the southern edge of the rain-soaked area. Aware that Smoker had escaped and that he had disclosed his plan to seize Alabasta, it was likely more Navy forces would be arriving soon. Alabasta, Crocodile contemplated, realizing he could no longer aspire to become the king of Alabasta. If all the prominent figures were eliminated, perhaps under the people's nomination, Crocodile could still become a king recognized by the world government. However, once the truth was revealed, he understood the government would not let it slide. If word got out, wouldn't he expose the world government's inaction to other allied nations? Pluton. I must possess it. Crocodile clenched his fists. With Pluton, Alabasta would become inconsequential, granting him one of the world's most formidable military powers. No, Roa. I must reclaim the legendary sword you possess. Meanwhile, the previously alerted Dasky was still scouring the rain-soaked area for Luffy's whereabouts. In her eyes, Luffy's appearance meant Zoro was undoubtedly nearby. Dasky. While wandering the rain-soaked area, or perhaps gathering intelligence, Farrer encountered Dasky and, noticing her anxious demeanor, immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" Captain Farrer. Upon seeing Farrer, Dasky quickly halted and replied, "The Straw Hat crew has appeared here." Farrer was taken aback, then furrowed his brow, asking, "Where's Smoker?" Captain Smoker went after the Straw Hat boy, Dasky responded, but now Captain Smoker has also gone silent. Oh, Farrer frowned, stating, "It seems we must pay a visit to the casino. The Straw Hat crew's target is Crocodile. We should gather some information from there." Yes. Dasky paused, then nodded. "They're coming." Harrod, preparing for battle outside the rain-soaked area, suddenly whispered. Nami and Vivy were startled, quickly displaying expressions of panic as they hurried to hide around the corner of a nearby building. Originally, Vivy intended to lure Crocodile out, but with Luffy's commotion, she was relegated to a mere supporting role. Hi, Luffy chuckled, slowly retreating away from the building. Harrod approached a nearby water barrel, where Robin was bound. Whoosh. Sure enough, within mere seconds, a multitude of sand particles swept in. Straw Hat boy. Crocodile emerged, his gaze first landing on Robin before shifting to Luffy and Harrod. His voice chillingly cold. "You two little pirates truly have no sense of danger. Let's talk. I'm going to send you flying." Luffy roared, launching his attack. Gomu no pistol. Bang. Luffy's right fist shot forward, extending over 20 meters to strike Crocodile's face, yet Crocodile remained unfazed, his head merely absorbing the blow. Luffy, undeterred, unleashed a series of attacks. Gomu no rocket. Gomu no gatling. Gomu no axe. A relentless barrage ensued. Yet Crocodile's expression remained unchanged, his form continually transformed, dissipating Luffy's strikes. That fool. Nami, hidden away, covered her face, recalling that it had been stated before that ordinary attacks were ineffective against Crocodile. How could he recklessly expend so much energy attacking multiple times? Have you had enough? Crocodile grinned menacingly, then summoned sand from his right hand, sweeping it fiercely toward Luffy. Desert sword. Swish. A blade of sand sliced through the air, cleaving the desert floor as it advanced. Harriet was taken aback by the oncoming sand blade and swiftly kicked a bucket out of its path, promptly pulling Robin to safety. However, he suddenly heard the faint sound of swirling sand. Turning around, Harriet was instantly alarmed. At some point, Crocodile had seized Robin in his grasp. Huh. Harriet swiftly struck with his right foot, aiming to disrupt Crocodile's grip. However, Crocodile reacted even more quickly, instantly transforming his hand into sand and lunging towards Harriet's eyes. Harriet swiftly leapt backward as a cascade of sand surged forth, separating Robin from him. "Nicole, Robin, I never expected you to be so careless," Crocodile remarked with a tone laced with hostility. Despite having endured capture and subsequent rescue, Robin's expression remained largely unchanged. She merely smiled in silence. Observing her demeanor, Crocodile felt a surge of irritation, yet he acknowledged that this woman still held some utility for him, thus he restrained his displeasure. However, Crocodile's gaze shifted back to Harriet and Luffy, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You fledgling youths, let us engage in a little game together." Harriet toyed with him, while Crocodile was determined to show them what true despair entailed. With a casual flick of his wrist, Crocodile tossed a sand timer into the air, declaring, "I shall entertain myself with you for a mere 3 minutes." He cast a dismissive glance at the two, believing that these obscure little pirates posed no significant threat to him. Humph. Upon witnessing this, Luffy felt a surge of anger and prepared to retaliate. Luffy. At this moment, Harriet understood that he could no longer allow Luffy to squander his energy. He suddenly let out a resounding shout. Luffy was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, nodding emphatically as he charged forward. "Fool," Crocodile scoffed, raising his right hand as a swirling mass of sand began to form. Just then, Harriet seized a nearby water barrel and hurled it towards Crocodile with great force. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Crocodile unleashed a desert saber strike. Boom. The barrel shattered abruptly. Mere meters from him, the sound of water was unmistakable. Water. Crocodile was momentarily startled, instantly realizing that his opponent intended to use water against him. However, it was astonishing how easily it had been thrown. "Imbecile," Crocodile sneered inwardly. At that moment, Harriet made his move. Blazing Inferno. Boom. Blue flames erupted forth, surging towards the water barrel. Splash. Harriet amassed his energy, and the intense heat instantaneously transformed water into steam, propelling it towards Crocodile. Rubber gun. Simultaneously, Luffy launched his assault, delivering another powerful punch. What? Crocodile, caught off guard, never anticipated such an occurrence, and in an instant, he was enveloped by the steam. Following a brief cooling period, the steam swiftly condensed back into water. In that moment, beads of sweat erupted across Crocodile's body. Bang! Luffy's fist struck with precision, sending the momentarily stunned Crocodile flying. Chapter 82. The battle in the desert continued. A hit. Nami and Vivy, concealed in the shadows, could not help but gasp in astonishment. What is the greatest challenge when confronting a user of natural abilities? It is, indeed, the inability to land a blow. Now, possessing a method to counteract a natural abilities user undoubtedly enhances their chances of victory. Robin, who had distanced herself from the battlefield, remained silent, pondering whether she had discovered a way to restrain Crocodile. She had certainly put in considerable effort. Luffy did not relent. His combat intelligence was soaring amidst the fray. He understood the importance of delivering a relentless assault on a beleaguered opponent, knowing that allowing Crocodile to regain his composure would spell trouble. Rubber machine gun. Swish, swish, swish. In that moment, Luffy's fist rained down like a frenzied barrage from a machine gun, targeting Crocodile. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a cloud of sand and dust erupted from the ground where Crocodile had fallen. Did he land a hit? Harriet fixed his gaze intently on the scene ahead. His hands, now clad in X-gloves, firmly grasping 2 water guns at his waist. Crocodile. Luffy retracted his hand, unable to suppress a furious shout as he prepared to charge forward once more. Desert Sunflower. Just then, Crocodile's ominous voice pierced the air. The desert suddenly sank dramatically, forming quicksand that ensnared the moving Luffy. Wow. Quicksand. Luffy's face transformed with astonishment. Why had quicksand suddenly appeared here? Luffy. Harriet was taken aback, but he swiftly employed his technique and propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. Bang. The tremendous force catapulted him towards Luffy, and he seized both of Luffy's shoulders. Great fire breath. The flames that had been accumulating around his feet erupted. Boom. In an instant, the fire lifted the two of them into the air. Desert Blade. Crocodile was not idle either. He unleashed 5 sand blades in one breath. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The razor-sharp sand blades arrived in the blink of an eye. Great fire breath. Harriet's eyebrows twitched furiously as he swiftly exhaled a plume of flames towards an oncoming blade of sand. Bang! However, the sand blade instantly dispersed the fire. Wow! Yet, thanks to the force of the flames, Harriet and his companion narrowly evaded the deadly strike, barely escaping with their lives. Luffy, feeling a chill of apprehension, gazed at Crocodile, who had emerged from the swirling dust. The power of Crocodile's desert sword was formidable. Being struck by it was akin to being slashed by dozens of blades, a significant threat to Luffy, the rubber man. You little brats have incited my wrath. Crocodile's voice was laced with fury. After so many years, he had been hit by mere novices? What a disgrace. The sand began to swirl ominously around him. You actually know my weakness. How delightful. Crocodile's smile was devoid of warmth, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as it settled upon the two. Before shifting to 5 wooden barrels lying nearby on the sandy surface. Water. Initially, he had assumed the barrels to be abandoned. But now it was evident they were tools devised specifically to counter him. However, do you truly believe that water can confront me? How navi? Crocodile's tone was chilling as he slowly raised his right hand, a whirlwind of sand spinning violently upon it. Upon witnessing the scene, Harriet immediately comprehended that the water barrel had been destroyed. Electric shock mode. Harriet did not hesitate to activate his swiftest form. A crackling sound echoed as a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, causing his hair to stand on end. A sandstorm. Indeed, with a mere wave of Crocodile's hand. The mass of sand expanded rapidly, surging forward with formidable force. Slash. Harriet suddenly sprang into action, hurling 2 buckets skyward in an instant. Boom. Simultaneously, a sandstorm crashed down, sending a layer of sand flying. Wow, what immense power. Luffy gasped in astonishment, yet he managed to evade the storm, avoiding a direct confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 wooden barrels still resting on the sandy ground were instantly crushed by the weight of the sand. Empty. Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. He had initially believed those to be water buckets, thinking Harriet had only managed to save 2 in time. However, the reality was now evident. He abruptly looked up and spotted Harriet's silhouette before one of the airborne barrels. Harriet exerted all his strength and hurled the wooden barrel, which soared towards Crocodile like an arrow released from its bow. Sandstorm. Crocodile, not to be outdone, unleashed his sandstorm technique, challenging Harriet to break through the dense barrier of sand. The thick veil of sand and steam was impenetrable. Great fire. Harriet employed the same tactic once more, striking the bucket. The sound of water splashing echoed as the intense heat vaporized the liquid. However, the steam could not penetrate the sand. In that fleeting moment, as visibility was obscured, Harriet and Luffy swiftly approached Crocodile. Rubber rocket. Luffy unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Crocodile's abdomen, yet Crocodile's gaze remained fixated on Harriet, who appeared on his left. In his view, it was this individual with control over water that posed the greater threat. Bang. Yet again. Luffy's hands made contact with solid form. A gasp escaped Crocodile as his eyes momentarily rolled back, and he was sent flying. Once more, he was hurled away. Observing this, Robin's previously composed expression shifted slightly. How can this be? He is merely a Paramecia-type devil fruit user. The bewildered Crocodile's gaze fell upon Luffy's hands. In that instant, he discerned the secret. Water traces. When did that happen? His eyes shifted, revealing that Harriet had somehow grasped a water gun. That peculiar weapon. In a flash, Crocodile comprehended the situation. It was indeed a water gun. With a swift roll, he regained his balance. Luffy, go. Harriet let out a low growl and forcefully hurled the water bucket, striking Crocodile squarely on the head. Bang. In a flash, Luffy sprang into action, delivering a rubber bullet that exploded the bucket still suspended in midair. Water splashed forth in all directions. Crocodile, on high alert, observed the falling water, seemingly unavoidable. Yet he was confident in his ability to evade it. What were they plotting? Crocodile's mind raced with speculation. At that moment, Harriet leaped into the air, propelling himself forward with flames. 700. Arrowfish. With both hands in motion, the water he touched transformed into bullets, hurtling towards Crocodile. Simultaneously, Luffy's fist surged through the descending droplets, targeting Crocodile. At first glance, it appeared that Crocodile was ensnared in a predicament. However, you little brats. Veins bulged on his forehead. This time, Crocodile was genuinely enraged. For many years, he had reveled in an invincible state during his time in the first half of the Grand Line, and now, unexpectedly, he faced consecutive obstacles. Moreover, his adversaries were mere children. Fury surged within the President's heart. It had been far too long since he had unleashed his true power. You little brats. Crocodile roared, his gaze, filled with murderous intent, fixated on Harriet. Boom. The sand erupted, swirling around him like a tornado, providing a formidable shield. The droplets of water incessantly pelted the whirlwind, or rather, the sandstorm, showing no effect whatsoever. Even Luffy's punch met with failure, unable to penetrate the sand. This realization caused Harriet's heart to plummet. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. Nevertheless, Harriet's gaze was resolute as he took a deep breath. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a resounding boom, a torrent of flames erupted, ultimately coalescing into a massive fireball directed at the whirlwind of sand. In an instant, the whirlwind transformed into a fiery dragon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Harriet squinted his eyes, evaporating the tension in the air. Now, it seems you are not faring well either. Bang. Indeed, mere seconds after the formation of the fire tornado, a surge of sand erupted violently. Flames, after all, consume oxygen. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. At that moment, the sand soared into the sky, and Crocodile's cold voice resonated. Swish. A crescent-shaped blade of sand slashed towards Harriet. So swift. Harriet, be cautious. Luffy, on the sandy ground, was in a state of panic. He lacked the ability to soar through the skies. Harriet was equally astonished, never expecting Crocodile to strike so swiftly. A jet of flames was unleashed, swiftly altering its trajectory to aim at the ground. Although capable of flight, the earth remained his most familiar terrain. Desert sword. Yet, Crocodile offered Harriet no respite. Before he could even gather himself, nearly 10 blades of sand descended upon him. Whoa. In that instant, both Harriet and Luffy widened their eyes in shock. Boom. 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 The previously smooth surface of the sand was suddenly marred by numerous ravines. Coughing and sputtering, the figures of Luffy and Harriet emerged from the dust. However, both were in a state of disarray. Luffy fared relatively well, with only a scraped face and torn clothing. In contrast, Harriet bore deep lacerations on his chest and right arm, blood streaming profusely. Indeed, this adversary should not be underestimated. Harriet was secretly taken aback. You little brats? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Crocodile cast a cold gaze upon the two below. He would no longer underestimate them. Now perish, you little imps. Chapter 83. The battle on the desert continued. Observing Crocodile floating in midair, Harriet could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards his Logia abilities. Such powers were undeniably advantageous. With the mere elementalization of one's body, one could soar through the skies. For instance, the figure before him, Crocodile, had transformed his lower body into sand, suspended in the air, as his right hand rose, swiftly coalescing the sand into a formidable sandball. Sandstorm. Heavy pressure. With a flick of his wrist, the sand rapidly dispersed, descending with immense force. In the face of such an onslaught, Harriet and Luffy quickly evaded, promptly retaliating. Indeed, this was quite troublesome. Harriet let out a sigh, gripping the water gun firmly as blue flames ignited, enveloping the weapon. This water gun, too, could harness flames as a source of power, augmenting its pressure. With a sharp sound, a fiery blast propelled forth. In an instant, Harriet vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Crocodile, swiftly pulling the trigger. Whoosh! 2 jets of water shot forth. However, Crocodile seemed to have anticipated Harriet's movements, transforming into his elemental form beforehand. Consequently, the water surged harmlessly through Crocodile's form. Meanwhile, below, Luffy was not idle. He unleashed a powerful rocket punch. Bang! Yet, Crocodile abruptly caught the attack with his hand, causing Luffy's arm to be deflected instantly. What just happened? Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. This sensation, it felt different from striking flesh. True to his nature, Luffy's superhuman instincts detected something amiss. Harriet's expression shifted slightly. It was noteworthy that Luffy's attack was no trivial matter, yet Crocodile had managed to withstand it. If memory serves, Crocodile had once been sent reeling and spitting blood from a similar rocket punch delivered by Luffy. A thought fleetingly crossed Harriet's mind. Upon closer inspection of Crocodile's movements, he pondered, could it be Haki? In an instant, Harriet was struck by a surge of dominance. Contemplating this possibility, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Indeed, this man, who had dared to challenge his father, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Have you had enough? Crocodile's cold voice resounded. Now, it is my turn to strike. As he spoke, the sand whirled violently, producing a howling sound as it sliced through the air. At that moment, a voice declared, enough. Nami emerged from the shadows, halting the spinning climb attack she wielded. Crocodile's gaze fell upon Nami, startling her momentarily. He couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh. If you had stayed hidden, perhaps I would have spared you. However, his eyes slowly shifted behind Nami. But Miss Wednesday, I shall not let you escape. With a sinister grin that accentuated his scars, he instilled fear in those who beheld him. Cobra's action suggested he was well aware of the war's intricacies, perhaps even the puppeteer behind this calamity. It was evident that Vivy had disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. Cobra's foreknowledge could very well have alerted the Marines. Although the Seven Warlords are an organization under the government, the voice of the King of Alabasta, a member of the world government, still held substantial weight within the Navy. The mere thought of this stirred a wave of murderous intent within Crocodile. For this was a nation he had sought to conquer for years. Your time is up, Crocodile. Vivy stepped forward, glaring fiercely at him. To her, Crocodile was the vile villain who had shattered the peace of her homeland. Humph. Despite feeling intimidated by Crocodile's oppressive gaze, she bravely declared, Your powers have been sealed by us. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. Sealed? Crocodile paused, then erupted into laughter. My abilities are still intact. Nami, incensed by Crocodile's demeanor, huffed indignantly and swung her climb attack with fervor. Heat bubbles. With a series of pops, bubbles ascended and burst, causing Crocodile's expression to darken. Clouds. Crocodile abruptly looked up, noticing an unprecedented concentration of clouds gathering above him. And so close. A gust of wind swept through, turning the clouds over a 20-meter radius ominously dark. A low hum reverberated, and Crocodile's demeanor shifted dramatically. Rain. Just as anticipated, within moments, a torrential downpour ensued, drenching everyone present. However, the most adversely affected was Crocodile himself, the user of the sand fruit, who found himself thoroughly displeased with the deluge. This woman. He had never anticipated that she could conjure a storm. It seems you are not merely hiding, Crocodile said coldly. Previously, thanks to his somewhat unrefined observation hockey, he had sensed the presence of individuals nearby, but upon closer inspection, he had identified them as two women. Being one of the Seven Warlords, he had thought little of the threat they posed and had relaxed his vigilance, only to be met with such an unexpected gift from one of them. This ignited a tumult of rage within Crocodile. Seeing Crocodile's gaze, Nami was unable to suppress her fear and quickly sought refuge, shouting, Luffy, hurry and deal with him. What an amusing little girl. Robin couldn't help but chuckle. Frankly, Nami's ability to manipulate the weather was astonishing. All right, Luffy proclaimed, swinging his fist with determination. Crocodile, prepare to be knocked away. For Luffy, the mere prospect of striking his opponent filled him with confidence. However, Harriet's gaze fell upon the man with a sullen expression. Could it be that simple? Do you truly believe this will be enough to vanquish me? Crocodile slightly shook his head, revealing a smile brimming with malice, and softly uttered, Do not be so naive. Young one, how would you know without trying? Before Luffy could finish his words, he launched a fierce attack. Gum pistol. With a swift extension, his arm stretched out, reaching Crocodile's side in the blink of an eye. However, Crocodile effortlessly sidestepped the blow, seizing Luffy's arm and yanking him forcefully. Whoosh. Wow. In an instant, a stunned Luffy was pulled closer. Your attack was anticipated long ago. Crocodile mocked, raising his formidable hook to strike at Luffy. Boom. Just at that moment, Harriet appeared nearby, delivering a powerful kick that sent Crocodile's golden hook flying, allowing Luffy to seize the opportunity to escape his grasp. Indeed, it was not so simple. Harriet did not pause, his hands flickering with electricity as he circled around Crocodile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The raindrops were continuously sent flying, yet no figure was visible. Electric fist. Countless shadows of punches emerged, striking in an instant as if dozens of people were battering Crocodile from behind. In his current state, Crocodile could only withstand the blows with sheer physical resilience, and being hit would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Crescent Sand Dune. Crocodile's voice was cold and deep as he swiftly moved a few times at breakneck speed, his right hand transforming into a colossal blade of sand. Years of utilizing his devil fruit powers had allowed him to develop them to a remarkably advanced level. Even drenched to the skin, Crocodile prepared to retaliate. Whoosh. Harriet was caught off guard, instantly struck in both arms. Subsequently, his limbs swiftly lost moisture and became parched. Alarmed, Harriet recoiled. With a swift movement, he distanced himself from Crocodile. Chapter 84. The Battle in the Desert continued. Harriet. Upon witnessing Harriet's state, Luffy gasped in shock, feeling the weakness in his arms. Harriet hastily trembled as he retrieved a pouch of water, gulping down half of it, which restored his arms to their former state. Glancing at Crocodile, Harriet felt a wave of headache wash over him. It was indeed not as simple as it appeared. It seems your earlier actions were merely a prelude to this rain, Crocodile remarked, observing the dark clouds still pouring down. He was well aware of the climatic conditions in this desert and knew that, under his influence. The possibility of rain here was non-existent. Harriet's previous act of evaporating moisture was evidently a preparation for this downpour. Crocodile, distracted by the two young pirates, had overlooked the changes in the moisture of the air. Crocodile pondered, growing increasingly displeased with those present. Indeed, sending them to the underworld himself would be the most satisfying form of revenge. With that thought, he raised his golden hook and advanced towards Luffy. Rubber pistol. Sensing the threat, Luffy unleashed a powerful punch. You fool. I told you I could see through your attacks. Truly forgetful. Crocodile scoffed, easily evading the strike. To him, Luffy's onslaught was all too transparent. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Luffy unexpectedly lunged forward, catching him off guard and forcing him back 2 steps with a headbutt. Harriet observed keenly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he noted that the fool had finally managed to exercise a modicum of control over his elastic transformations. While reveling in this small triumph, Harriet was not idle. Flames erupted from his elbow as he charged forward with a swift strike. Crocodile, confronted by the onslaught of the 2 attackers, found his elemental powers diminished. Nevertheless, he skillfully evaded several blows with his rudimentary martial arts, extending his right hand forward. In an instant, sand whirled like a vortex within his palm. Following this motion, the moisture in the air began to diminish at a visibly alarming rate. Within mere seconds, the rain clouds started to disperse rapidly. Oh no, he can absorb moisture from the air, Nami exclaimed in shock. However, upon reflection, she surmised that this was likely the very ability he employed to siphon the rain from this nation. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Was it merely due to the dance powder? This power was akin to a natural disaster. The capability to deprive an entire island of its rain was staggering. Nami's respect and trepidation towards users of natural abilities grew even stronger. Beside her, Vivy clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Crocodile, her astute mind grasping the gravity of the situation. In a moment of solidarity, Nami gently patted Vivy's shoulder. Faced with such a monstrous adversary, it was all too easy to succumb to despair. Ah, the rain is almost gone. Luffy gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Damn it. Harriet could not help but clench his fists. Even in such dire circumstances, this fellow still possessed the ability to turn the tide. Shave. A great burst of flame. Harriet launched a surprise attack from behind, unleashing a burst of flames that instantly pierced through Crocodile's back. Yet, Crocodile remained unfazed, gradually regaining his composure. Sandification. After siphoning the moisture from the surroundings, he once again reclaimed his elemental form. Harriet was also taken aback, not expecting Crocodile to dry him out so swiftly. Indeed, the temperature was insufficient. Had it been Ace, you likely would not have been so easily elementalized. Harriet pondered deeply, realizing that high temperatures could indeed obliterate sand. Regrettably, his flames, lacking the process of condensation and compression, were weaker than ordinary fire. In an instant, Harriet seized the water gun once more. Your tricks have come to an end, Crocodile intoned darkly. As if on cue, the rain clouds in the sky dissipated completely, returning everything to its original state. Not yet. Luffy shouted fiercely, charging forward to unleash a rapid assault. Meanwhile, Harriet attacked Crocodile with the water gun, occasionally spraying water onto Luffy. However, Crocodile, ever vigilant, skillfully maneuvered with his fruit powers, sand swirling around him, quickly draining the stamina of both Harriet and Luffy. How was this possible? Nami and Vivy could only watch in despair, wondering if this was the might of the warlords of the sea. Suddenly, Crocodile unleashed a crescent-shaped sand dune that struck Harriet's leg, causing him to collapse onto the sandy ground. With a swift motion, Crocodile raised his golden hook, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Harriet. Harriet was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, yet he had no time to evade as Crocodile siphoned away his moisture, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Harriet, the 2 women exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted forth. Ugh! Both the women and Harriet stared in disbelief. Luffy. Crocodile gazed at Luffy, who had stubbornly withstood his attack, and couldn't help but chuckle. This fool had dared to shield himself with his own body. What utter foolishness! Coughing, Luffy staggered a couple of steps, his eyes burning with anger. I want to allow you to kill my comrades. Crocodile regarded Luffy with a malevolent smirk. Oh? Let us see how you intend to protect them. With that, Crocodile swung his hand violently. Desert Sword. A blade of sand shot towards the 2 women. Whoa. Nami and Vivy hastily dodged, barely escaping the deadly strike. The house behind them, however, was not so fortunate, being cleaved in 2 in an instant. As Crocodile's lower body transformed into sand, it surged towards Vivy. Vivy. The trio gasped in alarm. Damn it. Luffy extended his arms, desperate to seize Crocodile. Yet the wounds on his body hindered his movements, allowing Crocodile to slip away effortlessly. Vivy, filled with terror, watched Crocodile as she retreated. Yet, Crocodile showed no mercy. He seized Vivy by the neck, lifting her off the ground. "Did you think these little pirates could possibly stand against me?" His expression remained impassive, but his tone was laced with chilling malice. As Vivy struggled against his grip, Luffy's eyes widened in fury, ready to charge forward. Just then, a flash of steel descended, severing Crocodile's arm. In an instant, however, his hand returned to its original form. Navy. Crocodile's gaze fell upon the female Navy officer before him. Tashigi. Harriet finished half a bag of water and gazed at Dashki, feeling somewhat perplexed by her presence. Could it be that Smog has also arrived? Harriet surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of the old smoker. Crocodile, why have you harmed the Princess of Alabasta? Dashki demanded, brandishing her sword with evident intent to engage. Indeed, as one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, I believe you owe us an explanation. At that moment, Farrell's figure also emerged. It turned out that the two had arrived at the casino only to discover Crocodile's absence. After inquiring, they learned he had headed south. Subsequently, they heard a tremendous noise, followed by an inexplicable rain falling close to the ground. Thus, they rushed over and chanced upon the current scene. Despite their confusion regarding Princess Vivy's association with the Straw Hat crew, it was clear she was indeed a princess. Given Crocodile's long tenure in Alabasta, he could not possibly be unfamiliar with Princess Vivy, and his earlier actions suggested a lethal intent. Although Crocodile was recognized as a pirate by the government, assassinating a princess of a major nation was no trivial matter. The 2 naval officers fixed their gaze on Crocodile, demanding a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, crack. Farrell raised his left thumb, his blade slightly unsheathing. Chapter 85, The Rainy Conclusion. Farrell cast a fleeting glance around. It seemed the only one present who was not a pirate was the princess. Observing the tension between the Straw Hat crew and Crocodile, Farrell confirmed their conflict. However, what was the nature of Princess Vivy's involvement? Abduction? He found himself somewhat perplexed, yet the presence of the pirate reignited his desire to apprehend him. Nevertheless, as he regarded Crocodile, Farrell felt an acute sense of vigilance. After all, this man was a bona fide warlord, acknowledged by the world government for his formidable strength. And he could not afford to be careless. Armament Haki enveloped him. In an instant, Farrell prepared for battle. Haki. Crocodile's gaze fell upon Farrell's blade. As a user of a Logia-type ability, he recognized the capacity to counteract his elemental powers. It seems that the Navy and I are at odds, Crocodile remarked nonchalantly. Clearly, Farrell was unaware of his plans. Was it possible that Smoker had not encountered them? Or had he already been slain by the Straw Hat crew? In any case, it was evident that matters could not end amicably. Kill them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, igniting a murderous intent. Whoosh. His right hand shot up, ready to strike. However, Farrell, having anticipated the move, swiftly dodged and drew his sword. Bang! As the sand blade materialized. Farrell immediately dispersed the sand that had yet to fully gather its strength, thrusting directly at Crocodile. Clang! The golden hook intercepted the incoming blade tip. A torrent of sand surged toward Farrell, while Crocodile retreated swiftly. Meanwhile, Nami hurriedly assisted Vivy to safety. Crocodile had actually taken the initiative to block. Nami was astonished. Previously, he had shown no concern for Harriet and Luffy's ordinary attacks. Your Haki does not seem particularly potent. To truly contend with a Logia user, it is insufficient. Crocodile observed, his focus fixed on the golden hook, feeling its formidable power, and then turning his gaze towards Farrell. Humph. Farrell retorted, unwilling to say much more. He had never held the 7 warlords in high regard, and his irritation only grew. Glancing at Princess Vivy, he realized that this hero was indeed not so simple. Yet, Farrell was acutely aware that Crocodile's assertion held truth. His mastery of Haki was still lacking, rendering it nearly impossible to sustain a battle against a Logia-type user. Hey, Navy. Crocodile is my opponent, Luffy exclaimed, visibly displeased at the sight of Farrell clashing directly with Crocodile. Sweat. Harriet could not help but twitch his lips, hurriedly approaching to grasp Luffy. An external ally at this moment would be quite advantageous. Farrell remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at Luffy. In his eyes, Luffy, with a mere bounty of 30 million, paled in comparison to Crocodile. Even if his true abilities exceeded that modest sum, he was still far from the billion-level threats that existed. Realizing the opponent's lack of mastery over Haki, Crocodile's apprehension diminished significantly, and he was ready to continue his assault. Just then, a plume of white smoke surged forth, aimed directly at Crocodile's face. Crocodile reacted swiftly, summoning sand to shield himself, dispersing the smoke instantly. Smoker's presence elicited a change in Crocodile's demeanor. He now faced 4 adversaries, each possessing lethal capabilities, including a troublesome Logia user. Despite Crocodile's own hockey being less than proficient, managing multiple foes proved to be quite a hassle. "I have sealed your casino," Crocodile declared. "The higher-ups in the Navy are aware of your plans and are preparing to verify them. In just a few days, your title as a warlord will be revoked." Smoker, with his sword drawn, confronted Crocodile, his gaze unwavering. "Pirate." Colonel Smoker's appearance surprised Dasky, who had initially braced herself for a fierce confrontation with Crocodile. However, Smoker's arrival alleviated her tension, though she felt a tinge of frustration at her own weakness against such formidable foes. She turned her attention to Princess Vivy, uncertain as to why she was allied with the Straw Hat crew. Nonetheless, it was her duty to protect the princess of a world government-affiliated nation. Dasky glanced at Nami and thoughtfully remarked, "Though I do not understand your association with pirates, rest assured, the Navy will ensure your safety." Vivy remained silent, turning away. Smoker's presence sparked a glimmer of hope in Farrell. Although Smoker's popularity was questionable, his prowess was undeniable, and combined with his Logia fruit abilities, he was certainly a promising candidate for the rank of Rear Admiral. Upon learning of his casino's closure, Crocodile felt a surge of irritation. "Humph. I have no interest in the title of warlord." He scoffed internally, particularly as he anticipated acquiring the Pluton. With it, in just a few years, he would possess one of the most formidable military forces in the world. "Miss all Sunday," Crocodile called out. Robin, having already distanced herself, understood Crocodile's intentions and retreated deeper into the desert, casting a meaningful glance at Harriet. Seeing Robin's actions, Farrell contemplated taking action. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand began to swirl violently in Crocodile's palm, rapidly expanding into a small sandstorm. "I advise against any rash movements. The desert is my domain," Crocodile warned. "Should you pursue, I shall unleash this upon Rainbase." As the sandstorm continued to churn, a sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. The Straw Hat crew was just beginning to grasp the might of a Logia user, while the 2 colonels understood the catastrophic consequences should Crocodile unleash his powers unchecked. "You dare threaten the civilians who hold you in esteem?" Vivy shouted,